I trust everyone can understand, right? Here's a friendly heads up before we begin. This novel focuses much more on daily life and on battles with a melodramatic and emotionally charged style. The characters are inspired by Master Kishimoto's creations, but I've made quite a few adjustments, so if you notice differences from the original, please take my versions as canon. The protagonist isn't your traditional well-meaning hero. His personality has obsessive and even Yandere-like tendencies, though nothing too extreme. He's the kind of character who grows stronger as the story unfolds. There's a system in the story, but it doesn't awaken until about chapter 80, and even then, it only plays a supporting role and shows up infrequently. I'll admit, I'm not especially skilled at writing fight scenes. The pacing is rather slow and measured. This is definitely not a power fantasy, and I promise it never will be. As for the so-called Uchiha clan, in this story there's simply another ninja family, not actually related by blood. The story features two male leads, Uchiha Madara and Kemui, a one-on-one partnership. This is not a harem story. That evening, as the sun dipped completely below the horizon, the once noisy forest was suddenly gripped by an unnatural stillness, as though someone had turned off all sound at once. Hidden behind a tree, Kemui barely dared to breathe. In my mind, I silently counted 1, 2, 3, 11 in total. Together with Madara, we had taken down 11 enemy ninja. This was our absolute limit. If any more pursuers showed up, we knew we wouldn't last. The light faded further, our world shrinking to a narrow, shadowy view. Earlier, we had scattered a few traps around us. These were now our final line of defense. After a brief but ferocious clash of close combat and ninjutsu, the forest returned to a deathly silence, as if time itself had come to a halt. At last, the tension in my body started to ebb, my heart slowly sliding down as if on a playground chute. The quiet was so profound that I could hear every detail. The gentle rustle of leaves, the cautious steps of foraging animals, the soft chorus of insects, and the distant sound of water, all of it ringing in my ears like surround sound. Looking down, I saw Madara resting his head on my lap. His eyes, clear and sharp, were fixed on me, his brows drawn together in a mix of displeasure and barely suppressed pain, as if silently rebuking me. I couldn't help but arch an eyebrow, a faintly mocking smile tugging at my lips. In this dim light, I wasn't sure if Madara could make out my expression, but even if he could, I didn't care. I had no intention of hiding it. Hurts, doesn't it? I asked him quietly, my tone carrying a hint of teasing. No sooner had I finished speaking than Madara shot me a threatening glare, but the pain in his abdomen quickly consumed all his attention. Beads of sweat trickled from his forehead, seeping down his temples and into his disheveled black hair. I reached out to gently pat his shoulder, offering some comfort. Don't worry. It's been 20 minutes already. There shouldn't be any more pursuers. If we can hold out until dawn, your father will surely send people to rescue us once he realizes we're missing. Madara remained silent, biting down hard on his lips until all the color drained from them. He kept his eyes tightly shut, cold sweat beading on his brow, clearly enduring unbearable pain. The battle with the Hagoromo clan had been unusually brutal. The moment they saw Uchiha Taijima's eldest son, Uchiha Madara, on the battlefield, they resolved to kill him at any cost. They sent over a dozen adult shinobi to hunt him down, separating him from the main Uchiha forces and eventually driving him deep into a strange forest. This forest was utterly unfamiliar to us. We knew nothing of its paths, its plants, or its creatures. Every step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. 11 grown men besieging 2 Uchiha youth should have been a decisive victory, yet their overconfidence became their undoing. In the end, it was they who realized, far too late, that they were the true losers. Though Madara and I emerged victorious, his condition was dire. A short blade had slashed a deep gash across his abdomen. If he hadn't been pressing down on the wound with all his strength, his organs might have spilled out. At that moment, he looked every bit the fallen prince. Leaning against the rough bark of a tree, I forced myself to steady my breathing. Madara's face was growing paler by the minute, and I couldn't help but sigh in resignation. I removed the fox mask from my face and tossed it aside, revealing my refined, striking features. People were often deceived by my appearance, and I was frequently mistaken for a girl. Unhurriedly, I rolled up the right sleeve of my black clan robe, letting the fabric slide to my elbow and exposing a pale wrist. In the fading light, my wrist was covered in bite marks, some already healed, tinged with faint pink. I held my battered wrist to Madara's lips and offered him a gentle smile. Here, drink. Madara's eyes fluttered open at my words, his gaze clouded with pain, stripped of its usual clarity. Outwardly, I pretended everything was normal, but Madara could still glimpse the mockery, the irony, and the undisguised contempt in my eyes. I wasn't always like this. Back then, I was always the one most worried about him. Every time he was gravely injured, I would bite my own wrist without hesitation and force him to drink my blood, simply because it had a special healing power that could help the wounded recover in no time. I'd cradle him gently and comfort him, saying, "Madara, just drink it. You'll feel better soon, I promise. Hurry." When Madara didn't move for a long time, I'd lower my gaze to look at him. He would grit his teeth, enduring the pain, and glare at me coldly. I'd arch an eyebrow, my tone laced with irony. "What now? Do you want me to bite my wrist? Myself? And beg you to drink, young clan leader?" The words dripped with mockery. After all, what right did someone who relied on drinking clan members' blood to regain strength and heal wounds have to be called good at all? "You really are?" Madara's words caught in his throat. He shut his eyes in torment, taking a long moment before opening them again. Looking at this stubborn young man, I could only sigh. Helplessly. In this world of Naruto, where warring clans carved the land into factions, Uchiha Madara was a figure no one could ignore. He couldn't die. At least, not yet. That's right, I'm a transmigrator. After dying unexpectedly, I thought I had said goodbye to the world forever, but to my astonishment, my soul found its way into the world of Naruto. I now live in the clan leader's home. A frail and sickly Uchiha orphan with no talent for combat. In this war-torn era where strength is everything, especially in the famously belligerent Uchiha clan, weakness is a mark of exclusion, almost a sentence to social death. My only worth lies in my blood. My constitution is much like Karen's, Sasuke's teammate from Shippuden, when others are wounded. A sip of my blood heals their injuries in the blink of an eye. Even chakra exhaustion can be remedied by drinking my blood. And so, I became the universal remedy on the battlefield. They say I'm the child of Uchiha Nabahiko and a woman from the Uzumaki clan, orphaned young and taken in by the clan leader's family. As for the Uzumaki past, I have little interest in digging deeper. Seeing that Madara still hadn't bitten my wrist, I smiled and drew my arm back, bringing it to my lips. I opened my mouth, revealing two sharp little canine teeth, ready to do it myself. Just then, Madara suddenly reached out and grabbed my forearm. Though he didn't have much strength, I was caught off guard and was pulled back toward him. Then, as if venting his anger, he bit down on my wrist. In that instant, searing pain shot through me like an electric current, and in the very next moment, the warm, metallic taste of blood flooded into his mouth. I winced in pain, my brows knotted tightly together. Only after my body slowly got used to the agony did my expression gradually relax. I looked down at Madara, who was drinking my blood, and felt an indescribable sense of frustration. He was clearly the one benefiting, yet he still acted high and mighty, reluctant as ever, leaving me utterly speechless. I shot him a contemptuous glance, the corner of my lips curling into a silent, cold sneer. "Madara, even now, you still insist on treating me this way. You really are." I let out a low, hoarse laugh, my voice rough like a grizzled old smoker. A wolf that can never be tamed. If it weren't for his status, I would have called him a dog right to his face. After gulping down several mouthfuls of my blood, Madara seemed noticeably better. He lifted his head and looked at me, his gaze complicated, a mixture of doubt, coldness, and wariness. I couldn't help but wonder why. We'd grown up together, so why did he look at me like this? But then again, I had changed. Ever since half a year ago, I was no longer the same. My blood had saved Madara's life. And so, we crouched together in the thicket behind the tree, struggling to get through that bitterly cold night. Because of the blood loss and unending pain, Madara finally drifted into a hazy sleep by midnight. Compared to him, Kamui, the human cushion, wasn't nearly as lucky. He stayed wide awake all night, playing the role of watchman. Not only did he have to stay alert for stray bandits from the nearby battlefield, he also had to guard against wild beasts lurking in the forest. With their keen sense of smell, even the faintest trace of blood could draw them in. If they really did encounter a predator, things wouldn't end well for either him or Madara. To make matters worse, they were wounded and had neither food nor water. Kamui glanced down at Madara, who was fast asleep using his thigh as a pillow, his face full of helplessness and resentment. "If only I could switch places with you. If he were Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't be the one having his blood sucked. He'd be the one calling the shots. But then again, if he really were Madara, perhaps he'd be the one lying here now, groaning in his sleep from the pain." Kamui let out a long sigh. After holding the same position for so long, his legs had gone completely numb. He wanted nothing more than to shove Madara aside. But under the current circumstances, that was simply not an option. Madara might not be a child anymore, But whenever something happened, he loved nothing more than running off to complain to his father, Taijima. If Kamui kicked him now, once the clan found them at daybreak and brought them home, Madara would definitely tattle, and Kamui would be the one to suffer for it. Left with no choice, Kamui could only curse inwardly, silently comforting himself with old sayings passed down through generations. A wise man doesn't make trouble for himself. When under another's roof, one must bow their head. He repeated these words to himself over and over again. The night wind carried a chill as it swept through the forest, and the occasional call of a nightingale made the darkness feel even more silent. Kamui kept his eyes open the entire time, watching as the eastern sky gradually brightened and the sun rose, right on schedule, above the horizon. Golden morning light, like a veil dusted with gold powder, spread over the forest canopy, its shimmering rays silently filtering through the trees. The blades of grass straightened, and the dewdrops on their tips sparkled like gems in the morning sunlight. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Kamui gazed out at the forest in the dawn, unable to hold back a sigh of wonder at such breathtaking beauty. Thinking back over the past decade or so, he realized he'd rarely taken the time to truly appreciate the woods like this, and only now did he understand how many beautiful moments he had missed. As he was lost in these quiet, contented thoughts, the head resting on his legs finally stirred. Looking down, Kamui saw that, in the soft morning light, Madara was slowly blinking open sleep-heavy eyes. Even as a man, Kamui had to admit that the Uchiha clan's bloodline was truly remarkable. Regardless of gender, nearly every member was strikingly attractive. If he were to rank them, he supposed there would be the simply good-looking, the very attractive, and then those whose beauty was nothing short of astonishing. Madara clearly belonged to that last, extraordinary category. If he didn't always wear such a stern expression, Kamui thought, he could easily be called a peerless beauty, just like himself. Is it morning already? Madara murmured, a little dazed, gazing up at the brightening sky. Kamui almost rolled his eyes, but the sun was indeed up. In the daylight, he had to act like the obedient, considerate companion he was supposed to be. So he immediately smiled, gently brushing Madara's messy hair from his forehead. Yes, Madara, it's morning. There are no pursuers. We made it through the night. Madara instinctively tried to sit up, but as soon as he raised his upper body, pain flared in his abdomen and forced him back down. He let out a stifled groan and sank back, his expression tinged with apology. Kamui kept smiling, the curve of his lips as gentle as ever. Don't move. Just lie still and rest. Madara's gaze lingered on Kamui's smiling face, that young face always softened by a tender smile, just as it had been every other time. But this time, Madara's eyes gradually grew cold, and with a faint sigh, he looked away. So the word came awkwardly. He seemed unused to apologizing, and his eyes shifted evasively. I've been a burden to you. Kamui was momentarily stunned by Madara's words. Since arriving in this world, it was the first time Madara had ever apologized to him. Madara had always been cold and severe with him, so this sudden apology felt almost unreal. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Kamui couldn't help but ask. Madara had done far worse before, and never once had he apologized. Madara clearly didn't want to continue the conversation. He pressed his lips together and shut his eyes, pointedly ignoring Kamui. Kamui frowned, feeling a wave of helplessness. He gazed at the butterflies fluttering not far away, turning things over in his mind. One day, he would shake off the title of the Uchiha clan's greatest failure. When the time was right, he would make sure to teach Madara Uchiha a hard lesson, to finally vent his pent-up frustration. That eccentric fellow truly was a headache to deal with. Both of them fell silent, enduring thirst, hunger, and pain in their own way as the hours crawled by until noon. Kamui hadn't slept a wink all night, and now he leaned back against the trunk of a tree, trying to catch a moment's rest. Though exhausted, he came from a family of shinobi. Even at rest, he remained keenly alert. At the faintest sound of footsteps, his eyes snapped open. Judging by the footsteps, there were 6 or 7 people, rapidly approaching the place where they were hiding. Kamui had little fighting ability left, and as for Madara, though once a prodigy and a young clan leader, his wounds were so severe he could barely move, much less fight. If those approaching weren't from the Uchiha clan, they were in grave danger. Madara sensed the tension too. He could feel the pair of legs he was using as a pillow suddenly go rigid, betraying the owner's anxiety. Kamui's hand moved to the weapon's pouch at his lower back, fingers slipping inside. He had 4 shuriken, 1 kunai, and a coil of wire. Explosive tags, all used up. With only these tools, how much could he really accomplish? Don't be afraid. Madara suddenly spoke up, his pitch-black eyes fixed in the direction of the approaching sounds. His voice was faint but steady. There are people. How can you be sure? Kamui blurted out. Madara pressed his lips together, looking a bit resigned, but still explained, I can sense familiar chakra. Kamui paused, realizing he'd forgotten that detail. A little embarrassed, he let his hand drop. No sooner had he done so than someone leapt down from a tree nearby. It was an adult man in a dark clan uniform, whose gaze was immediately drawn to the corpses of the Hagoromo clan lying on the ground. They're from the Hagoromo clan. The others who arrived quickly spotted the bodies too. Who did this? Was it Madara? Kamui's hand had already moved to his weapon's pouch, fingers feeling for the 4 shuriken, the kunai, the roll of wire. Explosive tags gone. With only these, what could he possibly do? Don't be afraid. Madara spoke again, his jet-black eyes turning toward the direction of the voices, his tone low and steady. They're on our side. How can you be sure? Kamui asked instinctively. Madara pressed his lips together, looking a touch helpless, but still explained, I sense familiar chakra. Kamui paused, only now remembering that ability. Sheepishly, he withdrew his hand. Just then, he saw someone drop down from the tree. It was an adult man dressed in a dark clan uniform, whose eyes were quickly drawn to the bodies of the Hagoromo clan on the ground. They're from the Hagoromo clan. Their companions, who arrived shortly after, also noticed the bodies. Who did this? Could it have been Madara? They looked around warily. Not far away, several more corpses lay scattered in disarray. These were all strong, able-bodied shinobi, yet they had been defeated by Madara. It was almost impossible to believe. Hoku, we're over here. Madara, suppressing his discomfort, called out quietly to the group. At the front of the group was Uchiha Hoku, Taijima's trusted aide. He was in his 30s, young and accomplished, and had once guided Madara when he first began learning taijutsu. Watch out for traps underfoot, Madara reminded them. Hearing his voice, Uchiha Hoku stepped forward, parting the thick bushes. He quickly caught sight of Kamui and Madara. What happened to you? His gaze fell upon Madara's abdomen, where dried blood had darkened the color of his clan robes. As Uchiha Hoku brushed aside the leaves, Kamui quietly slipped his hand behind his back. Kamui's memories had already fused with those of this body. He could recall clearly the things Madara's mother, Uchiha Ryuraku, had once told him. Ryuraku had explained that, apart from herself, Taijima, and Madara, no one else knew of his ability, and it must never be revealed to anyone. As a child, the original Kamui hadn't understood why, but Kamui knew all too well. A person with such a rare gift was like a walking, living medical supply. In this era, a body like his was not only valuable, but extremely dangerous. Every additional person who learned of his ability meant another risk of being exploited. Kamui had once asked Ryuraku if she felt so much pity for him and didn't want his power to be misused. Why was it acceptable for Madara to know? Back then, Ryuraku's face was clouded with sorrow as she replied, because the Uchiha clan cannot fall to the Senju. We must survive. Madara will one day become clan leader. Whether it's you or Madara's younger brothers, all of you should do everything in your power to protect him. Wasn't this just like what's often called a farming carry strategy in games? The 4 of them, along with the other clansmen, were like support players whose job was to nurture and protect, while Uchiha Madara was the core, the one everyone shielded, entrusted with leading the charge. Thinking about it this way, as long as he stuck close to Madara, Kamui figured he should be able to survive in the world of ninja, at least for now. It was only thanks to absorbing Kamui's chakra that Madara had managed to cling to life. Once he was brought back to the clan compound, the doctors thoroughly cleaned and disinfected his wounds before treating him. His injuries were severe. Thick bandages were wrapped tightly around his abdomen, making it impossible for him to return to the battlefield anytime soon. By contrast, Kamui's wounds were minor. Ultimately, even though Madara usually treated him with a cold indifference, when they were truly surrounded by the Hagoromo clan shinobi, Madara had chosen to protect him. Remembering this, Kamui's feelings toward Madara grew even more complicated. He may have been distant, but at the critical moment, he risked his life to shield him. Kamui simply couldn't fathom what Madara was thinking. If he put himself in the same position, Kamui thought, if he truly disliked someone, that person's life or death would hardly matter to him, let alone risking his own life to save them. Unless, of course, that person still had some use to him. At this realization, understanding dawned upon Kamui. Perhaps this was exactly why Madara had saved him, because he was still useful. After surviving this close brush with death, when the 2 of them returned to the clan grounds, it was just as expected. Everyone's attention was focused on Madara. As for Kamui, aside from Lingluo and Izuna, almost no one spared him a glance. The clan leader, Taijima, merely swept him with a cold gaze when he came back. Seeing that Kamui was unharmed, he didn't bother to look at him again. Kamui had little affection for this nominal clan chief. He didn't care about Taijima, and Taijima didn't care about him. Since neither side cared much, being ignored hardly seemed to matter. Kamui had grown up in the clan leader's household, and Ling Luo had always treated him as her own son. Every time he returned from the battlefield, the very first thing Kamui would do was seek out Ling Luo, as was his habit, to let her know he was safe and had not suffered any serious wounds. This ritual had become an essential part of his homecoming. Only after fulfilling this routine did he have time to take care of his own affairs. Taijima had 4 children, and together with Kamui, who lived in their household as well, all of them resided in one of the family side residences. When Kamui returned to the annex, he found his 3 younger brothers keeping vigil by Madara's bedside. The youngest, Izuna, was the most distraught. Tears streamed down his face, and no matter how his 2 older brothers tried to comfort him, he simply couldn't stop crying. "Brother, does it hurt?" Izuna asked, his eyes red and swollen, clutching Madara's hand tightly. Seeing Izuna this way, Madara's expression finally softened. He shook his head gently and said with kindness, "It doesn't hurt anymore, Izuna. Don't cry." Taigakushi, unable to bear it any longer, hurriedly wiped at Izuna's face, grumbling, all right, if you keep crying, even Big Brother will end up in tears." Mayoko nodded in agreement beside them. "That's right, Izuna. Why are you acting like a little girl, crying at the drop of a hat?" At 8 years old, Izuna looked especially small and innocent. His large, dark eyes brimmed with grievance as he stared at his 3rd and 4th brothers, his lips trembling with the threat of another outburst. "I just can't help crying when I see brother hurt. Why are you 2 so heartless?" Izuna accused them, his voice thick with sobs. Taigakushi and Mayoko looked a bit embarrassed by Izuna's outburst and quickly turned to reassure Madara. "Big brother, we worry about you too. But boys shouldn't cry every time something happens, right?" They tried to comfort Izuna, and at the same time, justify themselves. On one side were his 2 younger brothers, on the other, yet another brother. Madara found himself caught in the middle. After a moment's thought, he simply draped his arm over his eyes, blocking out the sight of his brothers' pitiful faces. Sometimes, out of sight truly was out of mind. Kamui leaned against the paper door, quietly watching the 4 brothers interact with such warmth and closeness. In his heart, he marveled at how comforting and beautiful this moment was. Yet, as someone with another soul, he could never truly blend into this family. Even after half a year, he still felt a lack of belonging in this world. More often than not, he found himself out of place, awkward and ill at ease. The soul of Uchiha Kamui was gradually being absorbed and fused by his own. As someone from the real world, he could never wholeheartedly assume this role. Kamui was momentarily lost in thought, until Izuna noticed him. Izuna spotted a tear in Kamui's clothes, a mark left by a blade. He immediately scrambled up from beside Madara. His short little legs carried him over, and he threw his arms around Kamui's waist, rubbing his small face against Kamui's clothes at the waist. Although Kamui felt a bit put off, he couldn't very well push Izuna away, so he let him wipe his tears and runny nose all over him. "Kamui, are you hurt too?" Izuna asked with concern. Though young, his feelings for Kamui were as deep as those he had for Madara. Kamui pondered how to reply. He smiled faintly, putting on a serious face. "Me? I'm pretty strong. They couldn't really hurt me, so it's just a scratch. Don't worry, no more tears." "Really?" Izuna looked up at him, eyes shimmering with tears. His dark eyes glistened like polished obsidian, brimming with emotion. Such an obvious fib, perhaps only Izuna would believe it. Kamui still nodded. "Yes, really." Mayoko was clearly unconvinced by Kamui's words. He snorted and shot Kamui a sideways glance. "Kamui, you sure love to brag. Everyone in the Uchiha clan knows exactly how strong you are. It seemed that when your abilities were lacking, even childhood friends would doubt you." Kamui wasn't offended. He just kept smiling and nodded, not denying a thing. "That's true. Compared to you, my skills really aren't much." "Then why did you say?" "It's just that those ninja from the Hagoromo clan aren't anything special. They can't hold a candle to you, Mayoko." Hearing this, Mayoko's mouth split into a wide, self-satisfied grin. He nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, the Hagoromo clan are all useless. If they dare mess with us again, I'll make sure they regret it." Halfway through, he suddenly realized something was wrong. If all 11 from the Hagoromo clan were so useless, how could a genius like Madara be so badly injured? His boastful words had unwittingly slighted Madara, as if suggesting Madara was less capable than himself. Mayoko's face flushed red. He grew flustered, shot Kamui a glare, and quickly turned to Madara. "Brother, that's not what I meant, I just—" Ban's lips curled slightly, though he still kept his arm over his eyes. "Isn't it time for training now?" I think I just heard someone practicing fire core technique. Why are you two still here? At the mention of training, Mayoko and Tagakushi leapt up from the tatami as if they'd been burnt. Pushing and shoving each other, they hurried toward the door, whispering anxiously as they went. This is bad, really bad. If father finds out we're late, we're definitely going to get scolding. Tagakushi shot a glance at Izuna and reminded him, Kid, you'd better catch up quick. If you get yelled at, don't expect us to cover for you. In a flash, Mayoko and Tagakushi had disappeared. Izuna pouted, glancing from Kamui to Ban. Ban had lowered his arm and happened to meet Izuna's gaze, offering a gentle, big brotherly smile. Kamui and I are both fine now, so you don't have to worry. Go on, hurry up. Izuna hesitated, nibbling on his finger in thought. Finally, he nodded and, though reluctant, dashed out of the room. Suddenly, the room fell silent, leaving only two people inside. Kamui still leaned against the paper door. Born frail, he looked just as thin and weak as ever, even now that he was older. Ban withdrew his gaze and spoke with a calm tone. Go on and lay out your bedding. You barely slept at all last night, did you? Kamui raised an eyebrow, without thinking, hesitated, but eventually took the bedding from the closet and spread it next to Ban. Ever since Ban had awakened in Uchiha Kimui's body half a year ago, he hadn't shown Kimui a kind face again. Before that, their relationship as brothers had always been close. Wasn't it around then that they had started sharing a room as well? Kamui slipped into the bedding, casting a sidelong glance at Ban. Ban was staring at him in silence. What are you staring at me for? Kamui grinned, his voice light and carefree as only a young man's could be. Is it my fault you didn't get enough blood and now have to stay in bed for a month? At those words, Ban's brows knitted instantly. He stared at Kamui's profile, looking puzzled. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only sighed quietly and turned away with effort, leaving Kamui to face his lonely back. Kamui watched his brother's straight back. His wrist throbbed faintly and itched, and under the quilt his restless feet shifted. He really wanted to just kick Ban, right then and there. But in the end, he held back. Kamui's life in the Uchiha compound was actually very simple. Looking back, he thought it was no wonder the former Uchiha Kamui had always been considered useless. Living like this, how could he not be? Because of his congenital weaknesses, he was born prematurely, frail, and often fell ill, sometimes coughing up blood. The Taijima couple believed he would not live long, so they never let him join collective training like the other Uchiha children when he came of age. While other children trained under the guidance of teachers on the training grounds, he could only hide in the corners and watch in secret. Ling Luo often reminded him, Kamui, your body can't handle it, so just stay by my side. Madara and his brothers will protect you in the future. Even if you don't have strength, it doesn't matter. Kamui was always obedient. Whatever Ling Luo said, he would follow. If you told him not to train, he would never argue, even if deep down he longed to. His days were spent learning, sewing from Ling Luo, cooking from a maid's, and playing ball games with the girls. Even when playing house, he was always dressed up as a girl, and among the young kunoichi of his age, his own temperament was even gentler and more delicate. His personality was exceedingly soft. To put it nicely, you could call him gentle. To put it bluntly, anyone could bully him. In the Uchiha clan, where strength was valued above all, even if you lived under the clan leader's roof, without power, you would still be looked down upon. Now, whenever Kamui recalled the things his former self had done, he couldn't help but find them laughable. Always mingling with the girls, gentle to a fault, easily manipulated, and with features even more delicate than the girls themselves. It was no wonder the other clan children nicknamed him the Princess in Black. The nickname itself was harmless, but when applied to Kamui, it became deeply ironic. In the Warring States period, the most common thing between clans was war to the death. Men went to the battlefield, women handled logistics, but their most important role was to bear children. A single war could decimate the clan's numbers. Without the next generation, even without enemy attacks, 10 years or so would be enough for a clan to fade away. And so, a culture that prized sons over daughters naturally formed. To call a boy a princess was, in truth, to belittle and mock him. The title Princess in Black was something Kamui now thoroughly despised. At the age of 5, the Taijima couple accidentally discovered his special constitution, and from then on, he became little more than Madara's accessory, a living blood bank, always on call. Among a crowd of Uchiha clad in deep blue clan robes, Kamui seemed especially small and insignificant. Even if you searched carefully, it was hard to pick him out from the group. To make him more visible, Taijima had his clothes specially dyed pure black. Though black and deep blue were similar, it was enough to let anyone spot him at a glance. Whenever Madara went to war, Kamui was required to follow, so that should Madara be wounded, he could receive immediate treatment. All the clansmen wore deep blue, except for him. He alone was dressed in black. Outsiders might not care, but Kimui knew all too well that. These black clothes were a constant reminder. He was not regarded as an ordinary member of the clan, but merely as an accessory to Madara. People from outside the clan gave him the nickname the Princess in Black. Kimui couldn't even say for sure whether this made him sad, but he certainly cared about it. He couldn't go on like this any longer. Being raised as a girl had already cost him too many opportunities. If things continued this way, Kimui felt he could see the end of his life stretched out before him. If Madara lived, he would live. If Madara died, he would probably die even sooner. Even if he led a more unremarkable life, the future would only hold a marriage to some obscure girl from the clan, followed by bearing children to continue the bloodline. Kimui had no interest in such a life. That's why he chose not to marry. In fact, for the past 6 months, he'd been utterly lost, never truly able to fit into this world. He felt like a rootless duckweed, unable to form any real connections or bonds with either his clansmen or outsiders. He lived as an outsider among those who were truly his own people, and this feeling tormented him. He didn't know what his purpose in this world was. After giving up on marrying and having children, what else was left for him to do? Was he supposed to unify the ninja world? Finish what Madara and Hashirama had left undone? Given his current circumstances, these dreams were completely unrealistic, and they sounded just like those hollow ambitions written in childhood essays. Back then, the essay prompt was often, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" Most kids would say they wanted to be scientists, doctors, teachers, or lawyers. Some said they wished to be stars or singers, glamorous answers that always pleased the teacher. But how many of those answers were truly heartfelt? Probably only the classmate who said he wanted to run a little convenience store or be an internet celebrity had spoken his real wish. Indeed, Kimui could not come up with those lofty-sounding, yet empty ideals. His wish was simple and humble, so humble, in fact, that it held no passion or heroism at all. He only wanted to live safely, to have the ability to protect himself, or at least to make someone strong willing to protect him. He was just like that classmate from long ago who honestly wanted to open a small shop. He was supposed to have a fresh start as a transmigrator, yet fate dealt him a rough hand. Poor constitution was one thing, but he didn't even get some system power-up. How was this game supposed to go on? Who could have guessed that the very first moment he awoke in this world, a most ridiculous line resounded in his mind, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Simply put, the system does exist, but whether or not it awakens is entirely up to luck. Let fate decide. This is almost the same as not having a system at all. It doesn't even give a clear condition for awakening. It's enough to make one suspect the system is just a joke. Since then, that gentle electronic voice never appeared in his mind again, as if he had been forgotten in this corner of the world. No matter how he called out, Kimui received no response. He could only rely, however awkwardly, on what he had learned in his previous life, trying to defy fate, change his exploited existence, and maybe, just maybe, gain himself a little more time in this world. To die on the day of coming of age, that kind of fate is just too short-lived. Next to him, in the bedding across the room, Ben had fallen asleep at some point, his breathing steady and quiet. Finally, Kimui waited for this moment. He nimbly tossed aside his covers and slipped out of the room. Just outside their room lay the backyard, where several wooden stakes stood upright with bundles of straw tied to them. Their purpose was obvious at a glance. Kimui crossed his arms, gazing at the stakes, considering what reason he could use to convince Taijima to let him swap them for another kind. These stakes were usually for practicing sword techniques, but with the state his body was in now, he couldn't handle any weapons. All he could do was start training with the most basic physical exercises. Chakra partly originates from physical energy. If your body isn't strong enough, you won't have much chakra. And if your chakra is lacking, your use of ninja techniques becomes severely limited. It would be downright frustrating to have to ration chakra in every battle, the way Kakashi did later on. Back in the real world, due to family circumstances, Kimui had studied martial arts since childhood, giving him a solid foundation. But Uchiha Kimui was different. He had never received any systematic training in physical techniques. Now, facing the wooden stake, he slapped it with his palm. His strike was weak and feeble, not even snapping a single strand of straw. Instead, a stinging pain shot through his palm. Not strong enough. Kimui was lost in thought when suddenly Ban's clear, youthful voice sounded behind him. Startled, Kimui turned his head at once. Somehow, the paper sliding door had been quietly opened, and Ban sat there, leaning against it with a hand pressed to his stomach. There was little expression on his face as he calmly pointed out Kimui's shortcoming. So this guy had been pretending to sleep just now? Kimui smiled faintly, not bothering to ask why Ban, who seemed to be asleep, had turned up here. He struck at the steak again and said, "You're right, I'm not strong enough. I think I should start eating well, eat more, so I have more strength." A few more strikes followed, as weak as before, still unable to break even a single strand of straw. Watching Kimui's back, Ban asked in a relaxed tone, "What's got you wanting to learn taijutsu all of a sudden?" In the past, Kimui had no interest in these things whatsoever. Maybe it was because he'd been raised as a girl from a young age. He always preferred needlework over weapons. But now, things are different. Kimui still trained absent-mindedly, throwing punches at the wooden post as he spoke. "I want to protect you, young chief. If I were a bit stronger, maybe that wound on your stomach wouldn't have happened, right?" As he spoke, Kimui turned his head, lifting his chin at Madara. Madara's brow furrowed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He hesitated and said, "Your body. I know my own body, Madara. I don't want to be treated like a useless burden." Kimui smiled, continuing, "And you wouldn't want a useless companion, would you?" "That's not it." Madara shook his head and lowered his gaze. Whether it was the injury or something else, he seemed utterly drained. In a soft voice, Madara said, "I've never thought you were useless. As long as you're alive, that's enough. But if I just sit and do nothing because I'm weak, I might not even live to see 20. Kimui cut him off. At those words, Madara's eyes flew wide open, a flicker of fear passing through the depths of his dark, gleaming eyes. Kimui didn't notice the storm of emotions in Madara's gaze. He withdrew his hand from the post, and with emotion, a withered stalk of rice fell to the ground. Smiling, Kimui bent down and picked it up. He turned to face Madara, his eyes fixed on the stalk in his hand, steadfast and bright. "If I just keep practicing, if I try hard enough, even the gentlest of hands can break stalk of rice. You think it's enough just to be alive, but that's your view. I don't want to be a useless burden anymore. I want the strength to protect myself." Madara looked up and saw, for the first time, an unwavering resolve and longing in Kimui's eyes, a look he'd never seen before. "Madara, you can't protect me forever, can you? What if you're gone before me? What am I supposed to do then? Rely on Mayoko, Tagakushi, or Izuna?" Madara fell silent. "It's better to rely on myself than on anyone else." Kimui, with quiet confidence, held out the rice stalk to Madara, a gentle smile spreading across his lips. "All I want is to survive in this chaotic world." Madara looked up at the rice stalk in Kimui's hand, and just then, Kimui's tone softened, tinged with a hint of playful pleading. "Madara, help me, will you?" Though he wore a smile, there was not a trace of joy in his eyes. Madara gazed at him for a moment, as if compelled by some invisible force, and nodded gently. "All right, I'll help you." "Really?" Kimui still sounded a little uncertain. Madara nodded again and added, "From now on, I'll share my food with you." Kimui, damn it. Just as he had planned from the start, Kimui knew that to shed his reputation as the useless one, he needed to show real strength. Simply acting as someone else's blood bank did nothing to help him. In fact, it had become a tremendous burden. Who wouldn't want to be the protagonist of their own life? If he always depended on others, he would never escape the label of incompetence. The Uchiha clan was famous for their belligerence, and if Kamui wished to change his fate, he had to become someone truly capable in battle. To do that, he first had to transform his frail and sickly body. Kamui firmly believed that as long as he grew stronger physically, no challenge would be beyond him. In the days that followed, Kamui began eating with a ferocity that bordered on obsession, as if he had made up his mind to become robust. He was convinced that eating more means growing stronger. With every meal, he managed to eat enough for 2 people. At first, his family was understanding, but as it became routine, their concern grew. Hokage asked, "Kamui, aren't you uncomfortable eating so much? Just yesterday, I saw you clutching your stomach and vomiting behind the back wall." Kamui ignored him completely, shoveling mouthful after mouthful of rice into his mouth, focused solely on cleaning out his bowl. Madara glanced at him, then silently slid more than half of his own rice into Kimui's bowl, quietly fulfilling his earlier promise. Every time Kimui thought about how Madara understood him perfectly but pretended otherwise, he couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Madara acted as if he hadn't noticed, lowering his head to eat after passing over his rice, never once meeting Kimui's gaze. Kimui was fuming, chewing the rice as if he were fighting a battle with every grain. Izuna watched the exchange between Madara and Kimui, hesitated for a moment, and seemed to want to offer his own rice as well. "Kimui, you can have mine too." In Izuna's mind, whatever his brother Madara did must be the right thing to do. But before he could hand his bowl to Kimui, Madara intercepted it halfway, pushing the bowl back to Izuna with a gentle tone. "Kimui has had enough." "Izuna, didn't you say you wanted to grow up faster? If you want to grow, you need to eat more, so hurry and eat. Mayoko eyed the three of them suspiciously, then muttered quietly to Hokage. Is he trying to make up for every meal he ever missed? Hokage stared at Kimui, who was wolfing down his food, clearly worried he might choke on a mouthful of rice at any moment. After hearing Mayoko's comment, he suddenly grew tense, instinctively pulling his own rice bowl closer and watching Kimui warily, afraid that once Kimui finished his own food, he'd come after his as well. After all, Kimui had done that plenty of times before. During the Warring States period, living conditions were far from comfortable. A meal typically consisted of nothing more than rice, grilled fish, pickled vegetables, a few seasonal greens, and a bowl of miso soup. Nothing more. The night of the 15th each month was the time for the Uchiha clan's gathering at the Naka Shrine, a day akin to a collective meeting. With the exception of the children and those who weren't shinobi, everyone who held a position within the clan was required to attend, unless they had pressing matters elsewhere. The gathering served to strengthen the bonds among clan members, discuss internal affairs, and analyze the current state of the shinobi world. These were the main topics. As the young clan heir, Madara had never missed a single gathering in the past. Though he was still too young to voice his opinions, Taijima always made sure he sat near the front, listening to the proceedings from start to finish. Now, in the underground chamber of the Naka Shrine, the hall was packed with people, a sea of clan members filling every seat. Arranged from the inside out, the seats followed in order based on age and position within the clan. Elders and those with higher status sat closer in, while younger and less prominent members were seated further back. A year ago, Kimui wouldn't have needed to attend these meetings. But this past year, he had been training openly, and in a short time convinced Taijima of his determination to become a shinobi. As a result, he too was now required to participate in these long and tedious gatherings. He could have declined, but being allowed to attend the clan's most important assembly without any achievements or official duties was an unspoken favor from Taijima. Though Kimui's lack of strength meant he never quite won Taijima's approval, he was, after all, a child living under his roof. At times, Taijima's care was a matter of personal bias, an instinct that came naturally. The seats at the front had already been taken by those who arrived earlier, so Kimui simply took a spot in the very last row, unconcerned. He sat atop the steps at the entrance, which gave him a slightly elevated position. With no adults blocking his view, Kimui could clearly see Madara, who was surrounded by a circle of elders. The young man sat with a calm and composed air. Despite his smaller frame, he seemed perfectly at ease among the adults, as if he belonged there. The most heated topic of this gathering was the proposed alliance with the Hagoromo clan. In the past, the frequent clashes between the two clans were simply a matter of serving different masters. Ninja clans operated as family units hired by the lords of various nations. To put it bluntly, they were mercenary groups. When a feudal lord who hired them decided whom to fight, that's who they faced. Looking back, the Uchiha and Hagoromo clans had no deep grudges in the beginning. Now, the lords backing both clans had suddenly called off the conflict. Not only that, they were planning to join forces against the lord of another country. This meant that the Uchiha and Hagoromo, who had once battled each other with bitter intensity, had to set aside their past enmity and unite against the ninja group hired by this new enemy lord. At the head of the chamber, Taijima remained silent, saying nothing. The news was instead delivered by Uchiha Koku. Over the years, no two clans had fought more fiercely than theirs and the Hagoromo. Too many close friends and family members had fallen at each other's hands. Now, to have them set aside their hatred and work together overnight, such a transformation was indeed a tall order. Some of the people seated below were already growing angry. In an instant, voices of doubt rose and fell, starting as hushed whispers among small groups and quickly escalating to heated arguments shouted across the room. Shunwei listened in silence. All of this was tiresome to him. After all, nobody cared about his opinion. No matter what the outcome was, he was always the one to be told what to do and to accept it. The underground shrine was now in utter chaos, noisy and disorderly. Most people were filled with righteous indignation. They quarreled for more than 10 minutes. Only after the most intense emotions had subsided did some of the calmer individuals in the crowd voice the question that was on everyone's mind. So, who is our enemy this time? Taijima, who had remained silent up until now, finally spoke. His voice was deep and steady. The Senju. The moment Taijima uttered the word Senju, Shinwei's first instinct was to look at Madara. Madara, who had been quietly sitting with his head bowed all along, suddenly sat up straight. He looked up at his father, who sat at the head of the room, his face a picture of disbelief. The surprise lasted only a few seconds, after which he lowered his head again, his whole demeanor a mix of discomfort and awkwardness. Watching this, Shinwei couldn't help but think that Madara must have known about Hashirama's true identity all along. Madara was clever. He'd probably already guessed who Hashirama really was, and perhaps Hashirama had done the same. With this in mind, Shinwei was itching with anticipation to witness their dramatic falling out, to see Madara awaken his Sharingan, and to watch him become that awe-inspiring figure who could sweep away all before him. Children were certainly cute, but honestly, they were boring. He much preferred Madara after he'd grown up. Madara, who had already been distracted, was now completely restless after hearing his father announce that the Senju were their new enemy. He was like a cat on hot bricks, his mind preoccupied with his promise to Hashirama. The two of them had arranged to meet by the river tonight, where Hashirama was going to show him a newly developed ninjutsu. By now, night had fallen completely and the moon was high in the sky. Hashirama was surely already waiting. For days, Madara had been racking his brain for a plausible excuse, one that wouldn't arouse his father's suspicion, to leave the shrine in the middle of the meeting. All those reasons he'd considered before were now useless in the wake of tonight's explosive news. Now, only the last resort remained, hardly dignified, but the most effective way to slip away. When a son stands before his father, looking serious, and says he has a stomachache and needs to use the restroom, even Taijima, the clan leader, can't refuse. And so, Madara left the shrine openly, without a single word of suspicion cast on him. Not long after he left, Shinwei used his old trick and slipped out as well. Their actions inevitably made Taijima recall what they'd had for dinner. Everyone had eaten the same food. He discreetly touched his own stomach. No pain, not even a hint of discomfort. Beyond the shrine was the forest, shrouded in darkness, its twisted shapes looming like all sorts of monsters, a little unnerving to behold. Madara had no time to concern himself with such things. He glanced around, making sure there were no clansmen patrolling nearby, and then dashed off toward the riverbank. Kimui had only come outside out of boredom, but now, seeing that Madara didn't look the least bit like he needed the bathroom, his curiosity was piqued. He figured Madara was probably going to see Hashirama, and since he had nothing better to do, he decided to follow and take a look. After all, it had been a year and a half since he'd arrived in this world, and he still hadn't met Hashirama. The Nanga Shrine wasn't far from the Nanga River. Madara weaved through the dense woods, his strong legs landing on thick branches, leaving only faint footprints behind. Madara's sense of urgency made Kimui wonder if he was meeting not a person, but a hidden treasure. With a burst of speed, Madara quickly reached the riverbank. Sure enough, Hashirama was already there waiting. Hashirama was crouched by the shallow water, idly counting stones. When he heard a sound, he looked up to see Madara leaping down from a branch, his face filled with mock resentment. "I thought you weren't coming." Madara let out a breath, his tone exasperated yet helpless. "Well, I'm here, aren't I?" Hashirama nodded, springing to his feet, his smile wide and genuine. "Just now I was thinking if you dared to stand me up, I wouldn't show you my jutsu." Moonlight bathed the wide river, and the shimmering water stretched out like a ribbon, splitting the thick forest in two. Kamui stood in the trees, watching Madara and Hashirama meet. If he got too close, he'd be discovered. Too far, and he couldn't hear a word they said. He had to admit, this attempt at tailing them was a failure. He might as well not have bothered. But on second thought, seeing Hashirama as a teenager wasn't a loss at all. Right now, Kamui's feelings were rather like a tourist traveling with a group, arriving at a famous spot, snapping a photo for the album, and as for the history or significance of the place, having no idea at all. The point was, he'd been there, he'd seen it, and he'd checked it off his list. Meeting the young Hashirama Senju. That was a checkmark in itself. That was exactly how he felt, watching those two boys, brimming with energy, waving their arms about in excitement. Honestly, it seemed less interesting than jumping into the river for a swim. It was the height of summer. After keeping up with Madara's run, Kamui was drenched in sweat. Now his undershirt was soaked and clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He started making his way upstream along the riverbank, and when he was far enough from Madara and Hashirama, he took off his clothes and plunged into the water. After being scorched by the blazing sun all day, even though the temperature had dropped at night, the river water was far from chilly. Soaking in it, washing away the sweat, cooled the lingering summer heat, making it hard for anyone to want to leave once they entered. As a child, Shinwei's favorite season was summer. Back then, he trained in martial arts with his master at Banyan Garden, where a river flowed just behind the grounds. Every night, he and his fellow disciples would bathe in the river together, a boisterous crowd making their way down. How lively those evenings were. Unlike now, when he stood alone waist-deep in the water. Feeling a bit bored, Shinwei reached out, scooping up a handful of water and flinging it, as if there were someone beside him splash. The river water splashed down with a gentle rush, but no one retaliated in return. He let out a long sigh, his mood sinking. Those carefree days of the past would never come again. While Shunwei was lost in thoughts of his assigned senior brothers, suddenly, from the embankment not far away, a muffled thud broke the stillness, followed by a startled yelp from a young boy, cutting through the tranquil night. What the? He thought. Was there actually someone else here besides him? Startled, Shunwei instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. In the moonlight, a teenager in a black vest lay sprawled awkwardly on the grassy bank, clearly having tumbled from a height and now grimacing in pain. Pa! Pa! The boy spat out the grass from his mouth. Just then, the moon slipped free of the clouds, spilling silvery light across the land, illuminating the boy so there was nowhere to hide. He looked about Shunwei's age, and there he was, pressed face first into the earth in a rather undignified collision with Mother Nature. Given all the ruckus he'd made, unless Shunwei was deaf, there was no way not to notice him. Realizing this, the boy knew Shunwei must be watching him. Sensing the gaze, he slowly lifted his head. The moonlight revealed his features clearly, short, tousled silver hair and long, striking eyes the vivid red of camellias. He was young, but his face was already refined and handsome. Shunwei simply stared at the boy lying on the ground, and the boy, perhaps still dazed from his fall, stared right back. This was Tobarama Senju. A soft chuckle escaped Shunwei. It was a gentle, airy sound, like a breeze rustling through leaves, light and pleasant, carrying no hint of malice or hostility. That single laugh seemed to bring the boy back to himself. Flustered, he scrambled up, brushing imaginary dust from his clothes, busying himself for the sake of something to do, the air between them thick with embarrassment. Tobarama brushed the dirt off his clothes in a flustered manner, all the while unable to resist sneaking glances at the figure standing in the water. Bathed in moonlight, the person before him resembled a mermaid, just emerging from the depths. The shimmering surface of the water reflected the light like a natural spotlight, illuminating the mermaid's face with striking clarity, yet softening the features as if veiled by a gentle glow. He had never encountered anyone so breathtakingly beautiful, radiant like a living deity. And at that moment, the deity was smiling right at him, eyes filled with an extraordinary tenderness. No, no, no. He shook his head, refusing to rule out the possibility that he was simply imagining things, but still, the mermaid remained motionless, standing quietly in the water. As Tobarama continued to steal glances, he gradually realized something. This mermaid wasn't wearing any scales. Silky, snow-white skin shimmered under the wavering reflections, dazzling to the point of making him dizzy. This is... Avert your eyes. Finally aware of how inappropriate the situation was, Tobarama spun around abruptly, turning his back to Kamui. Embarrassment overwhelmed him, and he could barely string a sentence together. Miss, I didn't mean to. I just fell in by accident. I swear, I didn't see anything. Hearing this, Kamui, who had been about to strike up a conversation, was caught completely off guard. Miss? He stared in confusion at Tobarama's back, then glanced down at himself, the corner of his eye twitching involuntarily. Everything below his waist was submerged, and with his long, jet-black hair, the kind you'd see in shampoo commercials, falling smoothly over his chest, every identifying feature was thoroughly obscured. The Uchiha were famous for their beauty regardless of gender, and Kamui was considered exceptional even among them. In the dim and indistinct light of night, Tobarama's mistake was, perhaps, understandable. Amused by this thought, Kamui couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. He suddenly felt a strong urge to tease Tobarama at this age. As a youth, he was so much more endearing than the adult who would one day sneer and call him that evil Uchiha. The thought that they would sooner or later meet on the battlefield, that he would inevitably be branded as one of the evil Uchihas, only made the temptation to tease him more irresistible and utterly guilt-free. Kamui cleared his throat softly to adjust his voice. After all, what gamer hasn't mastered the art of a falsetto? Mimicking a gentle, feminine tone was child's play for him. Over there, it was his first time speaking in a falsetto to someone in person. Usually it was just through a screen. Up close, the effect was twice as entertaining. For a moment, Kamui wasn't sure how to address him. Calling him by name was out of the question, but what then? He decided to go with, hey, handsome. That sweet, gentle, handsome sent Tobarama's already racing heart pounding so hard it nearly leapt up into his throat. He had grown up without ever seeing a girl who was not only this beautiful, but also had such a lovely voice. Since childhood, he'd never been fond of smiling, always keeping a cold, stern expression on his face. The girls in the clan were all afraid of him, and would rather go out of their way to avoid crossing his path. Even with his striking looks, No girl had ever wanted to greet him willingly. But now, not only had she greeted him of her own accord, she even called me little brother. Tobarama was completely frozen, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He didn't dare to move or respond recklessly, and simply stood there, rigid as a board. Then he heard the girl behind him say, "My clothes are next to you. Could you please hand them over?" Since Tobarama was facing away and couldn't see a thing, Kamui stifled her laughter in silence, putting on a gentle and sweet tone as she spoke. Tobarama still didn't know what to say, but he obediently looked for Kimui's clothes. They lay on a stone just to his right, only a few steps away. The white garment had been tossed there carelessly. Embarrassed to look too closely, he quickly grabbed it and, with utmost caution, took a few steps back toward the riverbank. Awkwardly, he handed the clothes to Kamui behind him. Kamui, without a trace of shyness, strode up to him with great ease and confidence. Tobarama had never realized just how sharp his senses could be. Simply by the sound of water behind him, he could tell how many steps she had taken and how far she was from him. If this were a battlefield, he would never have been so flustered. But this was different. It was a riverside at night, and behind him stood someone with nothing on, showing not the slightest hint of hostility or malice. After a brief, tense silence, there was the sound of water splashing, her legs breaking the surface, and the soft rustle of feet pressing into the grass. Feeling even more uneasy, Tobarama hurriedly took a few steps to the side, trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and the girl behind him. Tonight, Kamui wore a plain white robe, a piece she had made herself when learning sewing from Lingluo. Its design was so neutral that, if you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell whether it was meant for a boy or a girl. Kamui dressed unhurriedly, smoothing out every last crease on her clothing. Once she was ready, she managed to hold back her laughter and called out to Tobarama, who still had his back to her. "All right, you can turn around now." Tobarama hesitated for a moment, but in the end he did turn around. The moonlight fell across his face, revealing cheeks flushed deep red, a clear sign of just how embarrassed he was. The girl standing opposite him had already put herself together. She was slender, with long, jet-black hair that hung straight down. The wind played with the locks, framing her face, making her delicate features flicker in and out of view behind the shifting strands. Tobarama didn't dare to keep staring at Kamui. For a young man to gaze so fixedly at a girl would have been terribly improper. Although they came from a long line of ninjas, their family was also one of distinguished heritage, so even in those days, it was essential to observe basic manners. He lowered his gaze. "I really didn't do it on purpose. I just lost my footing." Tobarama wasn't sure if the girl would believe such an explanation. To be honest, he had been running along a high ledge, as usual, but the person bathing in the center of the river was so strikingly beautiful that he couldn't help but steal an extra glance. That distraction made him miss his step and fall. Of course, he would never admit to the real reason. After all, he wasn't foolish. Kamui, on the other hand, didn't care in the slightest. They were both men. If he saw something, so be it. He knew what had actually happened, while Tobarama remained oblivious, blaming himself and feeling awkward. To Kamui, this whole situation felt like a harmless prank that had succeeded, carrying a touch of innocent mischief. "Ah, I believe you," Kamui replied. "After all, you're neither a lecher nor a rogue. I doubt you'd do something as underhanded as spying on someone bathing." Hearing this, Tobarama was genuinely moved. Not only was this girl beautiful and charming, but she was also so understanding. A true hidden gem. He nodded eagerly. Exactly. I'm not that kind of person." Tobarama was embarrassed, while Kamui was anything but. In fact, Kamui looked straight at Tobarama and smiled openly. Those alluring eyes made his smile all the more captivating and enchanting. Kamui was smiling, and Tobarama was watching him smile. For a moment, the awkwardness between them reached its peak. Meeting for the first time, neither of them knew anything about the other, and neither dared to speak too freely. They glanced at each other in silence. No one made a move to leave, but no one tried to start a proper conversation either. They simply stared at each other for a while, locked in a silent standoff. Tobarama, remembering he was a boy, felt he ought to take the initiative. After thinking for a bit, he finally found something to say. He asked, "It's getting late. Why are you, a girl, bathing alone in the river? What if you ran into someone with bad intentions?" Kamui walked over and sat down on the stone where his clothes had been placed earlier. His hair was long, and now, wet from the river, it clung smoothly to his body. He picked up a lock of hair and gently twisted the water out, replying with easy nonchalance. "Of course I have to find a time when no one's around to bathe. What, should I wash in front of everyone?" Tobarama was left speechless by that retort. The brief conversation starter he had found was instantly cut off. Seeing Tobarama's flustered expression, Kimui's heart softened a little, and he didn't have the heart to tease him further. He asked gently, "I'm here to take a bath at least. But what about you, young man? Why are you out here so late at night?" That question finally reminded Tobarama of his true purpose for being there. Oh no, he thought. He'd actually forgotten all about following his brother. I'm looking for my brother. As expected, this guy was up to his usual tricks, always fond of playing the crafty one. Kamui couldn't help but purse his lips discreetly. He was hardly in a position to judge others. If he hadn't been tailing Madara, he wouldn't be here either. They were all the same, really. Why is your brother wandering around here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Was he supposed to say that his brother was out this late just to meet up with a boy? No matter how he phrased it, it sounded awkward. He's probably here to take a bath too. No one in their right mind would believe that. Kamui watched as Tobarama lied through his teeth with a straight face and decided to play along. How terrifying. Good thing I didn't bump into your brother in the water. Would have been dreadfully awkward, don't you think? Haha, exactly, Tobarama replied, but then he sensed something was off and quickly tried to cover, maybe my brother already went home. Oh really? As they spoke, Kamui finished wringing the water from his hair, giving his head a casual shake so that the damp strands fell loose around him. He stood up from the rock, shot Tobarama a quick smile, and said, "It's getting late. I should head home. Let's part ways here." Tobarama gazed into Kimui's eyes for a long moment before giving a stiff, reluctant nod. "All right," he replied, not at all willing to say goodbye. Seeing Tobarama's awkward expression, Kimui nearly burst out laughing. He was struggling hard to keep a straight face. Suddenly, curiosity got the better of him. He leaned in, moving closer to Tobarama, and studied the boy's youthful, delicate features. With the moonlight and the shimmering water, Kamui could see his face clearly now. It was a clean, unblemished face, without the 3 red marks that would come later in life. Just the look of a boy his age. He assumed Kamui was a girl, and seemed to have developed a faint fondness for this girl. So it appeared that Tobarama Senju was not without feelings or desires. How, then, did he end up a lifelong bachelor? Given his looks, his achievements, his intelligence and inventions, and his eventual status as one of Konoha's leaders, even becoming Hokage, he was exactly the type girls would go for. Besides, he clearly had the capacity to like girls. How could someone like him end up without a wife? Kamui just couldn't figure it out. With Kamui suddenly leaning in and staring at him, Tobarama froze, too startled to move. His wide eyes were filled with confusion and embarrassment. Why are you looking at me like that? Kamui grinned at him, putting on an innocent tone. "I just want a closer look, so I'll recognize you next time we meet. Little brother, what's your name?" Next time, will they meet again? For a moment, Tobarama couldn't quite decipher his own feelings. When the other boy said, "Until we meet again," Tobarama found himself, to his own surprise, almost looking forward to it. "Gee, oh no," he stammered, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. "Tobarama. My name is Tobarama." Among shinobi, it was an unspoken rule not to mention one's clan name. Everyone understood this without needing to say it. Kamui's gaze locked onto Tobarama's, his lips curving in a half-smile that seemed perpetually caught between mischief and sincerity. Then he asked a question Tobarama hadn't expected at all. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" For a moment, Tobarama didn't quite grasp what Kamui was getting at. He paused, puzzled, and asked in return, "Why would you think that?" Kamui kept his eyes fixed on Tobarama. Under the moonlight, Tobarama thought Kamui's smile was strikingly beautiful, youthful and innocent, with a playful glimmer beneath the surface. "I heard that after the Uchiha awaken their Sharingan, their eyes turn red. And your eyes, they're red too." That reasoning, Tobarama couldn't help but let out a soft, amused laugh, though he quickly masked it. "No," he shook his head, his eyes suddenly much clearer. "I'm not." Kamui nodded, feigning seriousness. "Not, huh? That's a relief. I don't like the Uchiha, anyway. I've heard there's something a bit off about them." "Oh well," Kamui went on, "Tobarama is a good name. If you have any siblings, you should name them things like Itama, Kima, or Wama. Wouldn't that be great?" Tobarama could only listen in bewilderment. "Why would you say that?" "Because together, those names could build a whole house. Tobarama, your father must have wanted you to become the pillar that holds up a home, a wonderful hope for a child. To be a pillar, huh?" Tobarama pressed his lips together, a faint smile flickering across his face, so faint, Kamui couldn't possibly notice it from where he stood. "Well, I'll remember your name. If we meet again, let's greet each other properly next time." With that, Kamui headed for the riverbank. The Uchiha lived on the other side of the river, where the water ran deeper. That was why he'd come to this side to wash up, but now that he was done, it was time for him to head home. Channeling chakra to his feet, Kamui stepped out onto the water and began to cross. Just as he lifted his foot, Tobarama's voice called out again, tinged with urgency. Wait, what about you? Kamui turned back, confusion written on his face. What? Your name? You haven't told me your name yet. Ah. In the moonlight, Kamui's smile blossomed, bright and dazzling. My name is... Come. At that moment, Tobarama still believed Kamui was a girl. The thought made Kamui's dark eyes dance with mischief as he flashed a sly grin at Tobarama, who stood waiting across the water. He raised his voice. Kagura. Before the last syllable had even faded, Kamui's feet skimmed the water surface, one quick leap after another, and in a few fluid motions he vanished to the far shore. The white figure quickly disappeared into the pitch-black forest, vanishing without a trace. A moment later came a shout. Damn it, who dug a hole here? I nearly twisted my ankle. Across the river, the voice that rang out was bold and brash, unmistakably that of a young man, so different from the sweet, gentle voice of a girl. Tobarama frowned, wondering if he had heard wrong. Or perhaps every girl has a more unrestrained side to her. Watching Kamui's agile movements, Tobarama let out a sigh. His suspicions were confirmed. The other person was indeed a ninja. After all, no ordinary person would dare come alone at night to bathe by the banks of the Nanga River. Kagura. The youth uttered her name in his clear, cool voice. It was a name that truly suited such a radiant, ever-smiling girl. Tobarama smiled, but the expression soon faded from his lips. She lived across the river, but which clan did she belong to? Hagoromo, Kagaya, Sarutobi, Izumo, or perhaps another family? One thing was certain, no matter which clan she was from, she could not be Uchiha. Someone who had never even seen a Sharingan could not possibly be of the Uchiha. With that thought, Tobarama's mood lightened. Soon, the Senju and Uchiha would once again stand as enemies. He did not wish to see Kagura on the battlefield. And surely he never would. After the Uchiha formed an alliance with the Hagoromo clan, it wasn't long before they clashed with the four Senju. Madara, claiming to be unwell, feigned illness to avoid the opening battles. Kamui suspected he was simply afraid of facing Hashirama on the battlefield. Once both sides realized each other's true identity, their friendship became strained and difficult. To befriend your enemy, neither clan would ever accept it. And for people like them, such a bond was even more sensitive. Being the young heir to a clan can sometimes be a heavy burden. Madara's absence from the battlefield did not mean Kamui stayed away. Among all the children his age in the Uchiha clan, his taijutsu was the most formidable. A ninja's battle isn't all about flashy ninjutsu. Aside from the most gifted, most could only manage a few techniques. What they truly relied on were blades, kunai, shuriken, and above all, close-quarters combat skills. Kamui, with his ability to fight alone, was already considered an independent force. And as such, he could not hide behind his clan forever. He was destined to fight for his family on the front lines. On the eve before their departure, the clan gathered in the clearing before the Nanga Shrine. There, they held a pre-battle rally and divided up the teams. Who would take the hits, who would draw fire, who would launch surprise attacks, who would charge, and who would heal the wounded. Every role was carefully assigned. With so many people to organize, it was nearly midnight by the time all was done. Feigning illness, Madara found it impossible to rest easy. He simply couldn't fall asleep. As a ninja with several years of experience, he knew all too well just how contemptible and childish his current actions were. As long as the lords supporting the Uchiha and Senju clans remained at odds, their two clans would inevitably continue to be enemies. Ninjas as nothing more than tools in the hands of feudal lords, hired to defend homes and expand territories, never truly had a position of their own. That meant, when he and Hashirama met on the battlefield, fighting his enemies was something he could never avoid. Hashirama. Madara tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Hashirama's cheerful, smiling face kept lingering in his mind. Without looking at status or interrogating family histories, they simply liked each other for who they were. Such a pure and untainted friendship. This was the first time Madara had experienced anything like it in his life. In these turbulent times, when every day was uncertain, such a friendship felt all the more precious. He wished this bond could last longer. He wished the day of their inevitable falling out could be postponed, just a little. If only he could be a bit more selfish. If he could be selfish without guilt, he wouldn't feel so uneasy and tormented inside. Half an hour ago, Izuna had returned from the Naka Shrine. He'd come dashing like the wind, and once he made sure Madara wasn't asleep, he hurried inside. Just as always, he recounted everything he'd seen and heard to Madara, and mentioned Kamui as well. I don't know what Kamui is thinking. If it were me, I'd definitely have chosen Elder Do. Don't you agree, brother? Madara distractedly urged Izuna to get some rest, while his own mind churned with anxiety. Already unable to sleep, now he was even more restless. He lay awake, eyes wide open, anxiously waiting for Kimui's return. When Kamui finally came back from the Naka shrine, it was already past midnight. At the faint sound of the sliding paper door, Madara immediately sat up from his bedding. A single lamp burned in the room, its oil nearly spent. The flame flickered, casting a dim, wavering light. Still awake, Kamui was slightly surprised to see Madara sitting up, but didn't react much beyond that. Watching Kamui go about spreading his bedding as if nothing had happened, Madara's eyes betrayed a worry he could not conceal. He asked, "I heard that today, instead of siding with Do, you chose Grandpa T. Is that true?" Kamui paused for a moment, then smiled gently and continued his task. Looking up at Madara, he remarked, "News really does travel fast. Something that happened just 2 hours ago. And you, who's been lying at home, already know?" Hearing this, Madara's face grew a bit grim. His hand, resting on the quilt, clenched unconsciously. He replied in a low voice, "It was Izuna who rushed back to tell me. He was worried about you, too." Izuna, that little toady. Seeing that Kamui wasn't planning to say anything more, Madara grew anxious. He grabbed Kamui's wrist and pressed, "So is it true?" Kamui merely offered a non-committal hum. "Why? Do's skills are impressive. He's the clan's top fighter after father and his elder brother Koku. Why wouldn't you choose to follow him?" At the time, since it was Kamui's first time on the battlefield, Taijima had given him the right to pick his own teammates. Even when Kamui had gone to battle before, it was only to act as a blood bank for Madara. With no real combat experience, he had no idea how to protect himself in a fight. The truth was, even with Taijima letting him choose, Kamui didn't really know which teammate would be best to stick with. While he was hesitating, unsure whom to pick, Uchiha Do stepped forward and volunteered to take Kamui under his wing. On the battlefield, every second is a matter of life and death. It's hard enough just to keep yourself from getting hurt, let alone babysitting a rookie. Taking a newcomer along was truly asking for trouble. But Do didn't mind the hassle. In fact, when Kamui was paralyzed by indecision, Do took the initiative to step up. It was hardly a good deal for himself. Despite all that, Kamui turned down Do's kindness and instead chose Uchiha T, a man of 58. Neither Madara nor Izuna could make sense of it, and frankly, no one present could understand his choice. 58 is old age for a ninja. Besides, Uchiha T's skills were unremarkable. He was the sort of man who'd lose to just about anyone in the Uchiha clan, his abilities sorely lacking. If this were the era of the Chunin exams, and putting aside Naruto, Sasuke, and Kabuto, he'd be the sort of character who fell somewhere between a Genin and a Chunin. Kamui passed up Elder Do and personally picked such a man. Even Taijima, who fancied he understood Kamui, couldn't fathom what was going through his head. In Taijima's eyes, the boy was a lost cause, his body was frail, and his brain seemed about as useful as a marble, enough to make anyone fume. "Don't you know Grandpa T's situation?" Madara pressed on. "I know," Kamui replied airily, as if it were nothing at all. "You know." Madara's sharp brows drew together, unable to read Kamui's thoughts. "If you know, then why?" Kamui shrugged off his outer robe and tossed it carelessly next to the bedding, then lifted the quilt and slipped under the covers. After a long, exhausting day, all he wanted was to lie down and rest. He stretched out his back beneath the blanket, then finally rolled over to look at Madara, who was still waiting for an answer. With a lazy drawl, he said, "I just thought if someone with such average skills who's never missed a single battle can live to this age, he must have something special up his sleeve." Madara waited for Kamui to continue, but it seemed Kamui had already finished saying everything he wanted to. He lay back down, closed his eyes, and looked as if he would drift off to sleep at any moment. Madara's mind was in turmoil. He stared at Kimui's oblivious face, his heart even more unruly and confused. "For a reason like that?" Ow, why'd you hit me? That hurts." Madara's 2 fingers wrapped Kimui's forehead without the slightest mercy. The blow wasn't hard, but Kamui still cried out in pain, wailing and yelping exaggeratedly. He covered his forehead, squinting open his left eye to glare at Madara with a look full of grievance. "Why you just go around hitting people?" Madara's patience snapped. He barked out in a low voice, "This is pure nonsense." Kamui didn't want to accept Madara's accusation. Rubbing the sore spot on his forehead, he finally straightened up a little, seeing how much Madara worried about him. "Following Do is far more dangerous than being with anyone else. That's why I didn't choose him." "What do you mean by that?" Uchiha Do was second only to Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Koku in the clan. For someone of that caliber, the Senju would certainly send several to surround him in battle, hoping to tip the odds in their favor. If Kamui followed Do, he'd inevitably get caught up in the crossfire. And if it came to that, would Do even be able to spare the effort to protect him? No one can know. People's instincts are always to protect themselves first. Only when they're sure of their own safety do they think to shield the weaker ones nearby. If Du couldn't spare a hand to protect him, Kimui would be in grave danger. Given all that, he'd rather stick by the side of someone unremarkable, someone who wouldn't draw attention. Going after an old man might make the enemy let their guard down. If their opponent was just an average ninja, Kimui could rely on his decent hand-to-hand skills for a sliver of hope. Besides, as Kimui had just said, for an ordinary man to survive to 58 in this war-torn era, where the average lifespan barely reached 30, well, if nothing else, that kind of luck was something others couldn't hope for. That old man had the luck to survive. Kimui figured that by sticking close to him, he might just survive too. Hey, luck? If I'd relied on luck, I'd have been dead 1,000 times over by now. Kimui didn't humor Madara at all. He even grinned. The dim lamplight cast over his face, and his eyes sparkled with mischief. Right, you didn't rely on luck. You relied on me. But Madara, Kimui turned over, lying on his side to meet Madara's cold, stubborn gaze. Having someone like me, whose body is special enough to be your personal blood bank, is luck in itself. Madara was at a loss for words. His mouth hung open for a long moment, but not a single sound came out. He couldn't refute Kimui's reasoning, but he still wasn't reassured. At last, the lamp's oil ran dry. With a gentle hiss and a wisp of smoke, the room's only flame faded, and darkness quietly settled in. In the darkness, the two of them lay not far apart on the tatami, each wrapped in their own bedding. Madara couldn't sleep. He stared with wide eyes at the indistinct ceiling above him. Beside him, Kimui was already asleep, his gentle, rhythmic breathing drifting steadily into Madara's ears. Madara turned his head to look at Kimui. In the dim interplay of light and shadow, he could just make out the outline of Kimui's face. He had watched Kimui grow up with his own eyes. After losing Mayoko and Tagakushi, it was just him and Izuna left. Promise me you'll never die on the battlefield. Promise me you mustn't. Still half asleep, Kimui seemed to hear Madara's words. He grunted softly, mumbling, I know, I'll make it back alive, Madara. Don't worry. Ever since that battle with Kagaya, Kimui rarely spoke to him kindly. Now, it seemed, only in his sleep did his tone soften. A bittersweet ache filled Madara's heart. He squeezed his eyes shut. Kimui must not die again. The night slipped away quickly. In the past, the crow of the rooster meant it was time to practice martial arts. Now, it signaled that they had to go to war. The irony wasn't lost on him. There was no time for Kimui to linger in bed. He had to get himself ready within a quarter of an hour and hurry to join the main forces. Once a habit is formed, it's hard to change. In his previous life, he was used to rising early, and so he did now as well. When a rooster crowed a second time, Kimui moved like a well-trained soldier, dressing quickly, folding his bedding, and tucking away any trace of himself into the wall cabinet by the door. Back in the days of martial training at Banyuan, any slowness would be met with the master's stick at his back. Now, at least there was no one trailing behind with a stick, and he didn't have to worry about being struck. Madara hadn't slept all night. As soon as Kimui got up, he followed suit. Kimui couldn't comprehend why Madara insisted on rising early when he didn't have to. If it were him, he'd bury his head under the covers and sleep until he woke naturally. Madara slipped into his kimono, worry still etched across his face. I'll see you off. By you. He meant Kimui and Izuna, of course. Kimui let out a derisive laugh and looked at him as if he were a fool. Aren't you pretending to be sick to avoid going to the battlefield? If you see us off now, you're basically telling everyone you've been deceiving them. So he's seen through me. Madara gazed at Kimui for a long moment without speaking, just standing there, watching his younger brother fasten on his armor. Though Madara wasn't fighting at the front, Kimui still donned the clan's distinctive black armor. His movements were swift and decisive. Once he was fully dressed, and if you ignored the lingering thinness of his frame, he truly looked the part of a warrior ready for battle. As they spoke, Kimui was already fully equipped. He clenched his fist and tapped his chin a few times, thinking for a few seconds before striding over to the wardrobe. He pulled open the drawer and took out the fox mask, fastening it onto his face. I'm heading out now. Just stay here and rest, all right? When you're sick, you should look the part. Have you ever seen a sick person bursting with energy? Madara felt his cheeks flush at those words, but Kimui didn't pay it any mind. He adjusted the mask on his face and declared in a clear, ringing voice, I know what you're afraid of, but Madara, sooner or later, you'll have to face it. Madara's eyes widened as he watched his younger brother walk toward the door. Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. Do you know everything? Behind the mask, Kimui's eyes held a gentle warmth as he replied. How could there be secrets between two people living under the same roof? Don't worry, I won't breathe a word. Kimui, Kimui's hand was already on the doorframe, but he didn't open the sliding paper door right away. He paused, turned to look at Madara, who was left awkward and at a loss, and gave him a bright smile. To be honest, I don't really get this whole friendship thing, he said. Back in the day, apart from attending classes at school, all his spare time had been devoted to martial arts. So-called friends were all just fellow students at the dojo. He had no idea how to make friends outside of that circle, or how to get along with them. Thinking about it now, his past decade or so really felt like a failure. As long as you can hold on to that innocence, keep it as long as you can. After all, you two will be at each other's throats soon enough. With that, he slid the paper door open with a dramatic flourish and shouted across the hall, "Izuna, get over here." Izuna answered the call as he dashed out of his room. Though still young, and despite his experience on the battlefield, he still fumbled with his armor. He ran out while hurriedly tying his belt, which he knotted in a hopeless tangle before giving up and just tying it tight any old way. "Why are you yelling? There are still 4 minutes left," he grumbled. Kamui gave a little snort, then pushed the sliding door all the way open. Leaning casually against the doorframe, his tone was light and amused. "Use those 4 minutes to say goodbye to your brother." At these words, both Izuna and Madara paused for a moment, surprised. Izuna recovered first, realizing Kamui had a point. The thought of not seeing his brother for some time made him reluctant to leave. He quickly hurried over to Madara. "Big brother, take your time and get well. Kamui and I will definitely make it back alive. Some say killing a man's spirit is more ruthless than killing his body." Izuna's seemingly considerate words pierced straight through Madara's heart like a sharp blade. He gazed at Izuna with furrowed brows. Izuna adjusted the armor on his body and flashed Madara a naive, cheerful smile. Patting his own chest, he promised Madara, "Don't worry, I'll make sure to protect our second brother." Despite his young age, Izuna was in no way less talented than Madara. Among his peers, he stood out in his mastery of ninjutsu, and he was particularly adept at jinjutsu. Madara found himself unable to utter words of trust. He felt so guilty that he couldn't meet Izuna's clear, innocent eyes. "All right, Izuna, it's time for us to go." "Okay." Before leaving, Izuna squeezed Madara's cool fingers. He looked utterly unafraid. "We'll be off now, brother." Madara watched the two of them with a conflicted expression. Kamui stood at the door, a fox mask hiding his face so Madara couldn't see his expression, but he could easily guess. Kamui, he was surely wearing a faint, mocking smile, his eyes brimming with open disdain. As a brother and a friend, Madara felt he had failed miserably. Izuna had already stepped out. Just before leaving, Kamui turned back to glance at Madara. Like Izuna, his tone was light, as if they were simply heading out for a day in the countryside, not marching toward a deadly battlefield. "Madara," Kamui called out to him, "don't look at us like that. Izuna and I probably won't die. But if you're that worried, come save us yourself. We're really going now, or we'll get chewed out." Before the words had even faded, the two had vanished from the doorway. Madara hurried after them, but all he caught was the sight of Kamui striding away with his arms slung around Izuna's shoulders. Madara's frown only deepened as he murmured under his breath, "You used to be terrified of going into battle with me. Why now?" He sighed in silence and lowered his head. Everything had changed. Everything was different now. Ever since that incident, Kamui seemed like an entirely different person. Wasn't that the truth? This battle against the Senju was the first time the Uchiha and the Hagoromo clans had joined forces. Enemies in the past, they were now suddenly expected to fight side by side. To think their cooperation would go smoothly was wishful thinking. Both clans harbored their own secrets and motives. Although they were well aware of each other's strengths and tactics, at first, their teamwork was a complete mess. To imagine such a disjointed alliance could defeat the enemy was nothing short of a fool's dream. For the first time, Kamui stood on the battlefield as an official combatant. He had already witnessed the horrors of war through the memories of Uchiha Kamui, but knowing it in memory and experiencing it firsthand were two entirely different things. They barely scraped by through the first 4 days. Despite outnumbering the Senju, their results on the battlefield were far from impressive. During the ceasefire, Taijima and several Uchiha elders spent those days in the command tent, discussing strategy with the Hagoromo clan's chiefs and elders. They were all well aware of the terrifying strength possessed by the Senju of the forest. Because of this, the Senju clan was especially favored by employers, so much so that over the years, they rarely had to change whom they served. In this regard, neither the Uchiha, renowned for their impressive battle records and unparalleled skills, nor the ancient Hagoromo clan, who relied on their illustrious name, could compare. The Uchiha, for their part, were too driven by emotions. When agitated, they could slip into a kind of manic frenzy. This instability made it difficult for employers to keep them for long. Most people could hardly bear to work with these madmen. As for the Hagoromo, their problem was straightforward. They simply couldn't match the strength of the Senju or the Uchiha. When the ninja, clans fought for their employers, the Hagoromo couldn't deliver results. Over time, employers inevitably began looking for more capable clans. But in Kamui's eyes, the Hagoromo clan was far from as weak as their patriarch, Taijima, claimed. If they truly were so feeble, the Uchiha wouldn't have battled them for so many years, and even the clan leader's own son wouldn't have fallen at their hands. Strength, after all, was relative, just like comparing grades at school. Everything depended on your point of reference. Against the Senju and the Uchiha, the Hagoromo were certainly weaker. But compared to other clans, they were among the strong. It was simply a matter of being neither the best nor the worst. Hatred itself didn't exist at the start, but after enough battles and casualties on both sides, people eventually lost sight of whether their true enemy was the shadowy employer behind the scenes or the puppet before them wielding the blade. By now, the enmity between the Uchiha and the Hagoromo had evolved far beyond what it was at first. These days, though the two clans were forced to lay down their arms for the sake of their employer's alliance, they still found each other impossible to tolerate. Taijima and Hagoromo Ri, bound by their positions as clan leaders, kept their words in check. The elders beneath them, however, had no such restraint. The strategy meeting for dealing with the Senju produced no real results, but was rife with biting sarcasm and veiled jabs, an art at which both sides excelled. The only reason they hadn't drawn swords on each other was a remarkable show of self-control. From after lunch until dusk, the arguments dragged on with nothing useful achieved. The elders on both sides seemed eager to grow 10 mouths each, all to avoid giving ground. The tent was filled with a cacophony of bickering elders. Taijima, forced to listen for so long, felt his head pounding. With no resolution in sight, there was no point in continuing. He had no choice but to leave the tent and return to his own quarters. Just as he returned, he saw Kamui and Izuna bringing in food. Out here on the battlefield, conditions were harsh. Their meal consisted only of rice and pickles. Even a miso soup, a favorite comfort, wasn't something they could count on every day. The portable ration pills were reserved for actual combat. During these brief lulls in fighting, it was better not to waste them. Taijima and the brothers Koku and were still deep in discussion about the current situation, their faces all clouded with worry. Who spoke with a tone tinged with anger. Even as he chewed his rice, he continued cursing the daimyo. What on earth was the daimyo thinking? After fighting with the Feather Clan for so long, suddenly, we're supposed to join forces. How could that ever work? How many of our fathers, brothers, and friends have died at their hands? To expect us to cast aside our hatred overnight, it's simply impossible. He was wrong. This was exactly what Taijima was troubled about. At this moment, he would have much preferred to cooperate with a minor ninja clan with no blood feud, rather than face the situation they were in now. As Taijima's frown deepened, Do reached out and tugged at Hu's sleeve. Big brother, complain a little less. The clan leader is already on edge. Hearing this, Hu snapped to awareness. He hesitated, a bit embarrassed, realizing as an elder he ought to be helping the clan leader shoulder burdens. Yet here he was, just venting his own frustrations. Taijima didn't blame him, though, who had only voiced what he himself wanted to say. But now was not the time for complaints. The alliance with the Feather Clan had been ordered by both daimyos. They took the other's money and were hired by the other's hand. All they could do was obey. This, perhaps, was the limitation and sorrow of being a ninja. We can't count on the Feather Clan to come up with any decent battle plans. We'll have to rely on ourselves. As long as they don't hold us back, that's enough. Seeing the deep worry etched on his father's face, the lightness faded from Izuna's own expression. He and Kamui were eating together at a small table nearby. The grown-ups' conversation was crystal clear to them. Izuna pouted, tilting his head up to look at Kamui. Kamui seemed utterly unbothered, as if he hadn't heard a single word, focusing only on his food. Izuna's pout grew more pronounced. Dissatisfied, he called Kamui's name in a low voice, Kamui. Kamui glanced at him, swallowed his mouthful of rice, and asked what. Izuna shot a glance toward Taijima, making his meaning all too clear. There was a note of worry in his voice now. For a moment, even his usual childishness vanished, replaced by a troubled little face, a miniature adult weighed down by concern. This battle, it seems like it's going to be really tough. As someone who knew how things would unfold, Kamui felt Izuna's worries were unnecessary. In the original story, Izuna lived to 24 before being gravely wounded by Tobarama. He was only 9 now. Worrying already was a bit premature. Kamui smiled at him, and while he was at it, scooped a large spoonful of rice from Izuna's bowl. He tried to reassure him, don't worry. There will always be a way. Neither of us is going to die, and chances are we won't even lose this fight. Kamui didn't speak loudly, but ninja hearing was sharp. While he was nearly consumed by worry, Kamui sat there brimming with blind confidence. Granted, the Uchiha clan were known for their confidence, but it ought to be grounded in reality. Taijima shot a sidelong glance at Kamuyui's smiling face. Even though it was all innocence and obedience, it still managed to irritate him. Kamuyui, Taijima called out to him. Hearing his name, Kamuyui looked over, just as Taijima asked, "What do you think about this upcoming fight with the Senju?" "What I think? Well, I guess I'll watch and see." Seeing that Kamuyui hadn't spoken for quite a while, Do gave him a reassuring smile and said, "The clan leader is just asking out of habit. Back when Madara was around, he used to ask him the same thing." It was obvious Do was trying to ease the awkwardness, but Taijima didn't appreciate it. He gave a cold snort. How could this boy ever be compared to Madara? Taijima's dislike for Kamuyui was no secret among his close confidants. They couldn't understand why Kamuyui, who was so cherished by Ryuraku, was so openly resented by Taijima. But on closer thought, perhaps it made sense. During the Warring States period, battles erupted nearly every few days, and every clan desperately needed fighting strength. 4. A child like Kamuyui, once considered useless in battle, it was only natural for Taijima to neglect, distance, or even despise him. It sounds cruel. Reality is even harsher. It shouldn't have been this way. Human beings are supposed to be intelligent creatures, yet so often, they fall short of even the most primitive beasts. Intelligence brings judgment, and judgment breeds favoritism, favoring those who are useful. It's a tendency as common as it is unfair. Do himself didn't quite know why. Maybe it was a shred of sympathy for the weak, or perhaps he felt a certain pity for Kamuyui. It wasn't Kamuyui's fault that his body was frail, yet in the battle-hardened Uchiha clan, that very frailty had become an original sin. Fortunately, Kamuyui's health had improved a great deal compared to before. His once pale face now had a healthy flush, his fragile body was growing stronger, and he had even mastered some decent taijutsu. These changes filled Do with both relief and emotion. Taijima's blunt prejudice left Kamuyui stunned on the spot. He had always sensed Taijima's indifference, but he'd never imagined the man would say such things in front of others. Someone he had always regarded as an elder, yet not a shred of respect was spared for him. In a roundabout way, Taijima was calling him a waste. They say an orange grown south of the Huai River is sweet, but move it north and it turns bitter. If he was useless, then what did that make Taijima, who raised him? Realizing this, Kamuyui wasn't angry. He actually smiled. He put down his chopsticks and looked straight at Taijima, his face completely calm, a gentle, composed smile curving his lips. His long, jet-black hair was tied up high in a ponytail, and the sharp lines of his princess cut by his ears gave him both a fierce and gentle look. For a fleeting moment, Taijima thought he caught a glimpse of Kamuyui's father in his features. Kamuyui's father had once been Taijima's closest friend. They had sworn to build greatness together, yet he had died so early on the battlefield. That liar. Seeing that face, Taijima finally couldn't bring himself to remain cold any longer. He let out a long sigh, picked up his bowl of miso soup, took a sip, and mumbled, "I'm in a terrible mood, that's why I—" Was that his way of apologizing? Kamuyui gave a cold, inward laugh, but paid it no mind. Since Taijima had asked, Kamuyui felt he might as well speak up. No matter how little he felt he belonged to this world or this clan of shinobi, the truth was that he had indeed arrived here, living on in the body of Uchiha Kamuyui and continuing his life in this world. He understood well enough that there was nothing good about the Uchiha clan, at least nothing that would benefit him. In the past few days, I've noticed something. The Senju clan really likes to stick together. They believe in the power of unity. Kamuyui sat there, calmly sharing his observations. As soon as he spoke, the three adults' eyes lit up with interest. It was clear this child had truly been paying attention, not just spouting nonsense. If he could pick up on these details, even on a battlefield where his life was on the line, it at least proved he had his wits about him. He was no useless fool. The Senju are famous for their vitality. When they fight as a group, it's a torment for us in spirit as much as in body. In a clash between two armies, victory or defeat often comes down to which side loses the will to fight. And if you want your enemy to lose heart, the most important thing is to make them feel that you simply can't be killed. Just the thought of facing an enemy you can never kill, no matter what you do, is enough to make anyone despair. It's a lot like playing a game. If you set aside the skill of the player and speak only of the heroes within the game, in a one-on-one match, a fully offensive marksman can rarely defeat a tank who's built purely for defense. The Senju's vitality and massive chakra reserves are just like a warrior stacked with layers of armor. No matter how many moves you throw at them, it barely scratches the surface, and that's where the sense of hopelessness comes from. However, if 5 heroes join forces to take down a tank, that tank is as good as dead. And if someone still manages to lose in a 5-on-1, it just means they're hopeless. At that point, no strategy really matters. You either wait for the end or pray for a miracle. So why not use the same separation tactic that the Hagoromo clan used last time against the young clan leader? The so-called separation tactic meant waiting for the right moment to split off a target from the main group, isolating them from their team, and then overwhelming them with superior numbers. Even a master would find it hard to fend off such an ambush. The odds of success were high. Last time, the Hagoromo clan had almost claimed Madara's life with this very strategy. If Kamui hadn't fed him so much of his own blood, Madara's grave would have long been overgrown with weeds. Hearing Kimui's words, the three adults exchanged quick, surprised glances. Their eyes said it all. They found this suggestion very much worth considering. If fighting as a group yields no results, then defeat them one by one. On the battlefield, there aren't so many rules. There's no such thing as honorable or dishonorable. As long as you win, any strategy is a good one. Do gave Shunwei an appreciative look. Shunwei could see goodwill in Do's eyes, so he dipped his head in sincere gratitude for Do's help in resolving the situation. After this incident, whose opinion of Shunwei changed as well. He had never really paid attention to him before. In his mind, Ban was always the most outstanding child. But now, looking at Shunwei again, he couldn't help but admire Taijima's skill in raising and teaching his children. Even a child as delicate as a little girl, whose body might lag behind, still held a mind that was sharp and never outmatched. It was only fitting he was, after all, always by the clan leader's side. Shunwei faced Taijima's questions with perfect composure, expressing his thoughts clearly and precisely. This completely changed Izuna's impression of him as well. After dinner, the two of them returned to their tent to rest. Izuna's gaze never once left Shunwei's face, not even after he had crawled under the covers. He lay there with his eyes open, watching him intently. Being stared at like that made Shunwei a little uncomfortable. Is there something on my face? Izuna shook his head, his eyes shining brightly. Shunwei grew even more puzzled and scratched his head. Then why are you staring at me like that? Izuna grinned at him. You just seem a little different from how you used to be. Hearing this, Shunwei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It was still the same body, yet deep down, the soul was different. Perhaps it was like twins. At first glance, you could hardly tell them apart. But once you spent a little time together, you'd sense they were two completely different people. The main reason was their personalities. His personality was nothing like the original Uchiha Shunwei's. At least he hoped not. Shunwei smiled and asked, so do you like the old Shunwei, or the current me? The question made Izuna hesitate for a moment. Shunwei understood why, but suddenly the childlike part of him wanted an answer and wouldn't let it go. He encouraged Izuna, go on, just say it. I won't be upset. Izuna stopped smiling. His eyebrows knitted together, and he slumped down in his bed, looking dispirited. The light faded from his eyes, and even his voice grew dull. I like both the old you and the you now. The smile froze on Shunwei's face. Izuna's answer was quite unexpected. Oh, what? Because whether before or now, you're still Shunwei. Just like a child's answer. Shunwei couldn't help but smile, though there was a faint trace of disappointment in his heart. People are all like this. In any comparison, no matter how generous they may seem, everyone secretly wishes to be the one most adored. Now, it's clearly him who has taken over Uchiha Kimui's body, while Izuna remains completely unaware. Logically, as any normal person would, he shouldn't still care about which personality is more likable. But Kamui isn't like that. Neglected by his family since childhood, his personality became twisted. Whenever feelings are involved, he can't help but want to compete. Even if the outcome isn't ideal, it's better than ambiguity. But you say my personality has changed. If it has, then surely one side must be a bit more appealing, don't you think? Why is it that, even when others mocked me as the princess in black, you still liked me? Kamui rolled over, propping his head up with one hand, settling in to hear Izuna's answer. Izuna was at a loss faced with Kimui's expectant, almost confrontational posture. He couldn't help but worry that if he praised the old Kamui, the current one might get upset. And yet, as if determined to pit his old self against his new, Kamui's tone turned sharp. Back then, I spent all day learning needlework from Aunt Ling Luo, followed Ashu into the kitchen to learn cooking, played house with the girls, and even the most ordinary boys would pass by just to hurl some sarcasm my way. Kamui fixed Izuna with a piercing stare. What was there to like about that, Kamui? That's not at all. Izuna blurted out, eager to defend him. That's just what outsiders saw. Only our family knows who you really are. Oh, and does family include Togakure and Mayoko? Kamui pressed. At the mention of the late Togakure and Mayoko, Izuna's face went pale in an instant. Though those two older brothers sometimes teased him for fun, they always protected him when it mattered most. No matter how much brothers quarreled in private, to the outside world, the five of them were as tightly united as a clenched fist. Izuna didn't answer Kamuyui's question. Instead, he said, "I like the gentle Kamuyui from before. I love the food you cooked. I was always mischievous. No matter what trouble I got into, when mother scolded or punished me, you always shielded me. When I was 6, I cracked Huahua's head open, blood everywhere. Auntie dragged him to our house to complain to mother. She was furious, grabbed a stick, and started beating me, all the while yelling that if I dared to hurt a clansman now, one day I'd dare to take a life." Kamuyui could recall fragments of what Izuna described. These memories didn't truly belong to him, and yet he remembered them, as if he were watching a film, the scenes unfolding across a distant screen. "You knew I was afraid of pain, Kamuyui, so you always shielded me. Every time Mother's stick came down, it landed on you instead. And back then, you had just recovered from an illness. Even real brothers might not do that for each other, would they?" Seeing Kamuyui's somber expression, Izuna continued, "Is there really some rule in this world about what kind of personality is likable and what's not? Even if there is, it can't speak for everyone. Back then, you were always protecting me, gentle and kind. That's exactly what I liked about you." Izuna's small face was set with a look of utter seriousness and stubborn resolve. Kamuyui glanced up at him. The little one seemed determined to defend his own beliefs, stiffening his neck with a defiant air, unwilling to back down. "Tsh." Kamuyui rolled his eyes and gave a helpless chuckle, flopping back heavily. Still, a trace of doubt lingered in his heart. In this era where strength is everything, someone actually likes a weakling, likes him so openly, with such conviction. It's true, no matter what kind of person you are, there will always be someone who likes you. Izuna liked Kamuyui as he was then, but the Kamuyui of today couldn't return that feeling. He felt foolish and a bit downcast. He didn't want to argue about it with Izuna anymore. Whether Izuna liked the Kamuyui of the past or who he was now, it wouldn't change a thing. The Kamuyui Izuna remembered had died a year and a half ago in that chaotic battle against Kagaya. The soul inhabiting this body now was a different person entirely. Only the shell remained the same. He snuffed out the candle and closed his eyes, willing himself to fall asleep quickly. Pointless questions will always get pointless answers. He knew that better than anyone, didn't he? With the candle out, darkness settled over the tent. Outside, the campfire still blazed, its red light filtering through the canvas, keeping the small space from falling into total blackness. Izuna stayed curled up where he was. As Kamuyui turned over to sleep, the stubbornness that had gripped him faded away bit by bit. That soft tch from Kamuyui just now stung Izuna's heart. Kamuyui had said it with a laugh, his eyes sparkling with a casual air, but beneath it all, there was unmistakable disappointment. Izuna licked his dry lips, and his voice rang out clear in the darkness. He said, "I like you now too, Kamuyui. Whether you're gentle and kind, or confident and bold as you are now, I like you all the same." Kamuyui opened his eyes in the darkness, his back still turned to Izuna, quietly listening to his words. "I really like you, Kamuyui, just like I like my big brother. You don't have to worry about what other people think. Just live the way you want to live." Kamuyui couldn't quite put into words how he felt, hearing such mature words come from a 9-year-old child. For a fleeting moment, he even wondered if this young boy saw through life more clearly than he did. All those insights he'd never grasped in the real world were now being spoken so plainly by a child. It was a strange, almost surreal feeling. "No matter what you become, I'll always like you," the boy said. There was a pause. When Kamuyui didn't respond right away, Izuna looked a little disappointed, but then he couldn't help but laugh, his voice light and cheerful. "But, you know, when you're talking to father so seriously, you have this special feeling?" Izuna couldn't quite describe what he meant. He just felt that the confident Kamuyui seemed to shine with his own light. To finally raise his head and look his father in the eye, to face him without fear or timidity. For Izuna, seeing Kamuyui like that was a revelation. Kamuyui felt comforted by Izuna's words. Ever since he'd arrived in this world, he'd longed for someone to acknowledge him, even if he was wearing someone else's face. The weight in his chest dissipated, and for a moment, everything seemed clear. Now he understood why he cared so much about hearing Izuna say he liked this version of Kamuyui. What he wanted, after all, was a sense of belonging. In Izuna, he had truly given him that. In the darkness, a hand reached out and, quite suddenly, landed on Izuna's face with a sharp smack. The sound was crisp and unexpected. Both the one who reached out and the one who got slapped froze in surprise. After a few seconds, the 2 dazed boys finally came to their senses. Izuna pitifully complained, "Kamuyui, I was just being honest. Did you have to hit me for it?" Kamuyui stiffly withdrew his hand from Izuna's cheek, feeling his way upward until it rested atop Izuna's head. He gave the spiky hair a rough ruffle. The bristly strands pricked his palm and made it itch. A soft laugh escaped him, clearly happy but tinged with apology. "Sorry," he said. "I meant to ruffle your hair, but it's so dark in here that I missed." "Izuna, it's fine if you put your hand in the wrong place," he thought. "Just make sure you're more accurate when you're throwing shuriken. Don't accidentally hit your own allies." With Kamui's hand on his head, Izuna thought to himself that the next time they went into battle, he'd better keep a little distance from Kamui. He didn't want to end up full of holes thanks to his own comrade. That kind of prickly experience, better to let the Senju clan have a taste of it. Kamui then proposed a workable strategy, but putting it into action wouldn't be easy. They needed a detailed plan, which enemies to target, how to separate the tightly knit Senju from each other, how to guard against counterattacks, how to coordinate with Hagoromo. All these details had to be carefully mapped out. This was just like how ancient Chinese generals would arrange their troops for battle, making plans first, then refining them according to the situation on the ground. War has never been an easy affair. 2 days later, they faced the Senju once more. The Kamui tactic was already second nature to the Hagoromo clan. They led the charge, with the Uchiha acting as support. To everyone's surprise, their coordination was seamless, almost unprecedented. But to support essentially meant distracting and holding off the enemy, a far more dangerous task, with death lurking at every turn. Kamui stayed close to Uchiha T, just as he had anticipated. The opponents they encountered were mostly average-level shinobi. The true elites, when faced with elders and children, wouldn't waste their time on them. Real merit on the battlefield came from defeating powerful foes, not from preying on the weak. It was much like a game. If you could slay the enemy's hero, why bother with the minions? Uchiha T and Kamui were like those overlooked minions. Only shinobi of similar skill would bother engaging them. After all, for ordinary fighters, the notion of taking down the top boss was pure fantasy. All they could do was cut down some small fry, just to prove they were there. On this day's skirmish, Kamui caught sight of a familiar figure on the battlefield. A pale face with crimson eyes, silver hair bristling with energy, and a square forehead protector that shielded the sides of his face. Not the most flattering look, perhaps, but remarkably effective at warding off enemy shuriken. He held a long sword and moved among the Senju like a shadow. Despite his youth, he stood out from the crowd. Even at this age, Tobarama was already formidable, proficient in several jutsu, and even his taijutsu was impressive. As Kamui fought off the oncoming enemies, he couldn't help but steal glances at Tobarama in the distance. From the way Tobarama fought, it was clear he was already a tough opponent. It was hard to believe that just the other night by the banks of the Naka River, Tobarama had seemed so endearing. But on the battlefield, his true nature was laid bare. You couldn't really blame him for that. The tide of battle changed in an instant. A single misstep could spell your doom. Being called troublesome by the enemy was, in fact, a form of recognition. If someone called Kamui troublesome, he would probably take it as a compliment. Working in tandem with Uchiha T, they took down several Senju who had surrounded them. Though Kamui still looked like a teenager, his taijutsu was nothing to scoff at, and with the fox mask on his face, he stood out even more, drawing Tobarama's attention from the very start. As they each dispatched the enemies at close range, the two gradually drew nearer to one another in the heat of battle. At last, Tobarama seized an opening and raised his blade high, bringing it down toward Kamui. Kamui reacted instantly. The moment Tobarama's katana lifted, Kamui had already predicted the downward strike and moved to block it with his own sword. Steel clashed against steel, sending a shower of sparks flying. The two young men summoned their strength in silence, neither one willing to yield. Both hoped to force the other back through the sheer force of their grip. In this standoff, it was clear that the contest was not just one of physical might, but of mental fortitude. Whoever faltered in spirit first would inevitably expose a weakness. At this moment, Shunwei was feeling the limitations of his own body. Though his movements were agile, his strength still fell short. As the deadlock dragged on and they both exerted themselves, Shunwei could clearly feel his wrist beginning to tremble. His grip grew unsteady, and naturally, the blade in his hand began to quiver as well. If this continued, it would likely end with Tobarama gathering his strength and sending him flying. Some 10 meters away, Izuna was in even more dire straits. He was facing off against a grown Senju ninja. Seeing that Izuna was just a child, the man attacked him without restraint, hacking away relentlessly. The adult gave him no chance to weave hand signs or use ninjutsu. The barrage of aggressive, advancing strikes forced Izuna to stumble back step by step, struggling even to defend himself. All around them, everyone was locked in their own battles, too busy to spare a thought for anyone else. Shunwei couldn't help but feel a faint concern for Izuna. Just last night, Izuna had given him a sense of belonging. If he were to die here today, Shunwei thought, it would truly be a bitter irony. Right in front of him, Tobarama shot him a scornful smile. You don't even know if you will survive yourself, yet you still have the mind to worry about others. Shunwei's wrist was shaking even more than before. Rather than letting his opponent disarm him, he decided it was better to release his weapon, seizing the initiative and keeping his own tactics hidden. When one side suddenly let go in a contest of strength, the inertia would naturally send the other stumbling forward. Catching Tobarama off guard, Shunwei abruptly let go of his grip on the sword. As the katana dropped, he leapt back, putting some distance between them. Then, with a deft flick of his toe, he kicked the sword upwards to adjust its angle, immediately following with a sweeping kick that struck the handle. It all happened in a heartbeat, so swiftly that Tobarama didn't have time to react. With a single kick, Shunwei sent his katana flying. In the same instant, he spun and delivered a spinning back kick, off balance and carried. Forward by his own momentum, Tobarama stumbled several paces forward, only to be caught by Shunwei's kick and launched over 10 meters away. The force behind the kick wasn't as great as it appeared. Shunwei bore no real grudge against Tobarama. On the contrary, he actually admired this inventor of forbidden techniques, this strategic genius who played a key supporting role in the Fourth Ninja War. Even though Tobarama was still just a child with little real threat, Shunwei had no desire to kill him. Besides, thanks to this cursed body, his strength was less than that of his peers. If the two of them traded kicks under fair circumstances, Shunwei knew he wouldn't stand a chance against Tobarama. Tobarama was momentarily stunned by that kick. He had been on the battlefield countless times and faced innumerable foes, yet the Uchiha youth before him, wearing a fox mask, was the first to willingly abandon his weapon. It was precisely because of this that he was caught off guard. He hadn't anticipated it, and thus hadn't prepared for it, leaving him vulnerable to the attack. His father, Butsuma, always taught him that a weapon is a ninja's lifeline. When your chakra is depleted and you can no longer cast jutsu, your final reliance lies in taijutsu and steel. So, never discard your weapon without reason. Now, he realized there are exceptions to every rule. Tobarama wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and quickly assessed his condition. He figured that one of his internal organs must have taken some damage. If the opponent had been any stronger, his ribs would surely have snapped. Yet, with a careful stretch, he found himself largely unharmed. His chakra was nearly exhausted. Casting another jutsu was out of the question. Gripping his sword, he sprang to his feet, bracing for a possible attack from Kamui. At the same time, the corner of his eye caught sight of the blade that had been kicked away. The sight made his gaze darken, and his face grew grim. Just moments ago, the katana had flown at a slant through the air, its aim true as it pierced the heart of the Senju ninja who had been relentlessly hacking at Izuna. The man died instantly. Was the purpose of discarding his weapon to save his comrade? For a fleeting moment, Tobarama couldn't help but think that this opponent might actually be a decent person. The Senju clan was known for their vitality, but a direct strike to the heart leaves no room for survival, no matter how strong their life force. Izuna, still shaken, stared at the enemy who had collapsed before him. He gasped for breath, his gaze trembling as he looked forward. The sword had come flying straight from the front, leaving several gashes on his arms. Without that intervention, he would likely have been struck down by a fatal blow. Now, the enemy lay motionless on the ground. Tracing the trajectory of the blade, Izuna quickly identified his savior. It could only have been Kamui. After the terror faded, relief washed over Izuna. He glanced around, saw no enemies nearby, and started to run toward Kamui. But after just one step, his expression turned instantly grim. "Kamui, behind you!" he shouted at the top of his lungs. Just as Izuna called out, Kamui sensed the approaching threat. A kunai darted at him from the rear right, its target unmistakably his throat. A hand wielding the kunai shot past his shoulder, the enemy's arm bearing down on Kamui's right shoulder with crushing force, pinning him in place. Suddenly, the hand holding the kunai released its grip at Kamui's chin, only to be swiftly caught by the attacker's left hand, which circled in from the other side. With a deft twist of the wrist and a surge of precise strength, the blade slashed rapidly through the air. His right arm pinned the enemy's shoulder, restricting any movement, while his left swept in with a swift, decisive slash to the throat, a tactic that would finish off an ordinary person in just a few seconds. But Kamui was not so easily subdued. The moment his right shoulder was pinned down, he quickly understood his opponent's intent. As the enemy's right hand loosened its grip on the kunai, Kamui instinctively ducked his head, causing the blade's arc to strike against the fox mask he was wearing instead of his neck. The mask snapped at once, the lower half breaking off and dropping to the ground. There was a world of difference between striking a mask and slicing through flesh. Realizing he had missed his mark, the enemy's first thought was to retreat as quickly as possible. If he couldn't kill with a single blow, he'd have to try something else. But because he'd pressed himself flush against Kimui's back to attack, that closeness now became his downfall. Escaping wasn't going to be that easy. Kimui's left hand clamped down on the arm pressing against his right shoulder, locking his opponent in place. He drew back his right arm and, gathering his strength, drove his elbow repeatedly into the enemy. The attacker was slightly taller, so each blow landed squarely in his stomach. No matter how tough he was, he couldn't help but let out a strangled cry of pain. Turning one's back to the enemy during a fight was a foolish mistake, and Kamui knew he had to reverse this disadvantage. Still gripping the enemy's wrist with his left hand as a pivot, Kamui twisted swiftly, executing a flowing maneuver that spun his entire body around to face his opponent. With no way to escape, the enemy could only attack. The kunai flashed again, slicing toward Kamui's throat with lightning speed. Kamui leaned back to dodge, and finally caught a clear glimpse of who had ambushed him. "Hashirama Senju?" Kamui blurted out, momentarily stunned. That brief distraction was all it took for Hashirama's kick to land squarely on his chest. Hashirama might not have looked that old, but his strength was formidable. He had put his full weight behind the kick, and Kamui was sent flying, forced to release his grip on Hashirama's wrist. His body shot through the air at an angle. With no chance to regain his footing, there was nothing he could do to change his trajectory. Tobirama tightened his grip on his sword, ready to finish Kamui off at a moment's notice. Seeing this, Kamui could only groan inwardly. Was his luck really this rotten? It wasn't enough to run into Tobirama Senju. Now Hashirama Senju had joined the fray as well. Come to think of it, wasn't Hashirama supposed to be skipping stones with Madara by the South River? What was he doing on the battlefield? Just as Kamui's thoughts raced, someone suddenly grabbed him around the waist, pulling him into a tight embrace and shielding his head. A split second later, they both crashed heavily to the ground. Landing on a human cushion, Kamui barely felt any pain from the impact. He glanced back and found himself face to face with Madara, whose cold, impassive expression loomed just inches away. Madara ignored Kamui entirely. His gaze passed over Kamui's shoulder and locked on a Hashirama's face. The moment Hashirama caught sight of Madara, his brows immediately knitted in worry, and he anxiously took a step forward. "Big brother." Tobirama's shout of "Big brother" was like a thunderclap, abruptly halting Hashirama's urge to approach. That one word served as a sharp reminder. This was a battlefield. He and Madara were enemies now, and personal feelings had to be set aside. But as it reminded Hashirama, was it not a warning for Madara as well? Kamui felt the arm around his waist loosen, and a cool, clear voice sounded right by his ear. "You're not hurt, are you?" Madara asked. Kamui hesitated for a moment before realizing Madara was talking to him. He scrambled out of Madara's arms and replied, "No, I'm all right. Thank goodness you arrived just in time, young chief." At Kamui's words, Madara said nothing more. He pressed his lips together and stood protectively in front of Kamui. Izuna, delighted to see Madara, hurried over as well. With his big brother here, Izuna always felt completely at ease. Now, Madara stood like a mother hen, shielding her chicks from the talons of a hawk, guarding the two people most precious to him behind his back. On the other side, Hashirama was held back by Tobirama, who stood between him and danger, sword drawn and vigilant. Tobirama knew all too well the nature of his brother. Hashirama's idealism was such that, for the sake of some distant, unattainable dream, he might just hand his life over to the enemy. Hashirama looked at Madara's cold, impassive face, and sorrow welled up inside him. A sorrow, so heavy it could not be contained, slowly spreading across his features. Kamui edged forward, sneaking a glance at Madara from the side. Although Madara's expression was icy, Kamui knew the pain within him was no less than Hashirama's. Otherwise, Madara wouldn't have grabbed his own clothing so tightly, desperately trying to restrain himself. Ah, this is just like Romeo and Juliet. What a senseless tragedy. Madara, I will not allow anyone to harm my comrades or my brother. And you just try to kill him. That was something Madara could never forgive. Hashirama shook his head urgently. I didn't know who he was. Besides, he looked at Tobirama, who stood between him and danger, shielding him with utter fearlessness, thinking only of how to protect his elder brother. If he hadn't intervened just now to restrain the masked boy, surely he would have rushed in to fight Tobirama to the death. His own life mattered, but so did Tobirama's. Madara let out a cold, bitter laugh, a sound far too weary and resigned for someone so young. He looked at Hashirama and said, "So this day has finally come. All those beautiful dreams we shared by the riverside, all our resolutions and ideals. Hashirama, because we stand on opposite sides, our resolve to protect our brothers and comrades can only be built upon a foundation of severance. We fight for our clans and our loved ones. There's simply no other path. As he spoke, Madara felt as if his heart was being torn apart by pain. Pain laced with even greater despair. He was disillusioned by the ninja world, which seemed doomed to endless war, and by the fact that ninja had to depend on feudal lords for survival, risking their lives for these rulers and becoming emotionless tools in the process. The pure, untainted friendship he once shared with Hashirama was now forced to end, all because of these senseless allegiances. He despised this ninja world, but the tragic truth was that no matter how beautiful their words sounded, nothing they did could truly change the world. Just like moments ago, when they found themselves considering killing each other's brothers to resolve their crisis, it was unthinkable, yet that was the reality they faced. Madara, I still believe this chaotic world will come to an end someday. Don't you believe that too? Hashirama's voice trembled with fear as he gazed at the cold, distant Madara before him. This Madara was nothing like the one he had met at the Naka River. Back then, Madara had been proud and stubborn, but his heart burned with passion. Even when he felt powerless, he held on to hope for the future of the ninja world. Now that warmth was gone. Though they were not far apart, Hashirama could no longer feel any trace of the old Madara's warmth. Madara was like a block of ice radiating chill, sinking ever deeper into the abyss. Was this how he would lose his very first true friend? Hashirama bit his lip in frustration, feeling more powerless than ever before. Yet, even in his helplessness, he refused to give up. A faint hope flickered in his eyes as he looked at Madara. After a moment's silence, he asked, "Does it really have to be this way?" Madara's brows drew together in a tight frown. After a while, he gave a slight nod, letting out a quiet, indifferent grunt, and with that he snuffed out the last bit of hope Hashirama clung to. Slowly, Madara raised his hand, gripping the hilt of the sword on his back. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In the distance, both clans fought fiercely, their blood staining the battlefield. Here, the few of them stood locked in silent confrontation. They spoke of severing ties, yet none was willing to make the first move. Was this what it meant to be bound by fate? Kamui wondered to himself. With that thought, he glanced at Izuna beside him and then at Tobarama, who watched them warily from across the way. He let out a long, resigned sigh. Would these two end up following in their older brother's footsteps someday? If that day truly came, Kamui thought he might as well grab a little stool and follow them around. If there was any emotional drama to witness, he wouldn't let a single moment go to waste. With his falling out with Hashirama, Madara awakened his Sharingan. Employing clever strategy, the Uchiha and Hanawa clans joined forces and defeated the Senju. Not only that, they even killed one of Senju Butsuma's sons. This battle was a resounding victory. The Uchiha swept away the gloom that had haunted their previous alliance with the Hanawa, and the entire clan was swept up in the joy of triumph. On the day they returned to the clan grounds, Ling Luo waited anxiously at the entrance from early morning. Only when she saw all three children come back alive did she finally let out a sigh of relief. To celebrate their victory over the Senju, the Uchiha held festivities that lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Their joy was due to more than just the win. Another reason was that Madara had awakened his Sharingan. After all, not every Uchiha could awaken his Sharingan. Although Madara had shown remarkable talent from a young age and was hailed as a genius, he had yet to awaken his eyes, which had always left Taijima with a faint sense of worry. There have been cases where even the most talented individuals failed to awaken their Sharingan no matter what. Awakening the eyes was a random, unpredictable event. Some clan members, even after witnessing the death of loved ones before their eyes, still could not achieve it. But Madara, at last, awakened his Sharingan this year. Though not considered early for his age, at least it had finally happened. The enhancement that the Sharingan brought to a ninja's abilities needed no further explanation. How could anyone hope to become the leader of the Uchiha clan without those eyes? Now, Taijima's worries had completely dissipated. Whatever doubts he once had were gone for good. As long as Madara continued to train diligently, sharpening himself through constant practice and battle, he would surely grow into an extraordinary figure in the future. Taijima and his trusted confidants were overjoyed, though outwardly, the celebration appeared unrelated to Madara. After all, he had only joined the battle midway and wasn't counted among the official victors. The entire clan took part in the festivities. Kamui and Izuna wandered around the lively grounds. The adults drank, and those with talents performed. Aside from that, there wasn't much else to do. In the Warring States period, every clan was preoccupied with survival, so it was easy to understand why entertainment was so scarce. Truth be told, it was a little dull. After a few rice balls at the event, Kamui, feeling unbearably bored, decided to head home. He even thought sleep sounded more appealing than staying there. Izuna was dragged off by Kazuka, leaving Kamui to walk back alone. With everyone else out celebrating, the entire mansion was eerily quiet. When Kamui returned to the separate courtyard, he found Madara sitting on the veranda, lost in thought. Looking out from inside the room, Kamui could faintly sense loneliness and sorrow in Madara's silhouette. Can boys really feel sadness this deeply? Kamui, who had always felt detached from emotions, or perhaps because he knew the story and knew that, years later, Madara and Hashirama would reconcile, and found Konoha together, couldn't quite empathize. To him, the young Madara's melancholy seemed like little more than a bout of sentimental indulgence. Kamui strode over and sat down beside Madara. Sensing Kamui's return, Madara's expression shifted slightly. He managed a faint smile and said quietly, "Why didn't you stay and enjoy the festivities a bit longer? Didn't Chiri come looking for you?" "She was looking for me." "Yes, Chiri came by the house for you. I told her you'd gone to the celebration, so she hurried over there. Didn't you two run into each other?" "No." Kamui shook his head and lay down nearby, looking utterly unconcerned. "It seems Chiri really likes you," Madara remarked offhandedly, only half paying attention. Kamui disagreed entirely. He didn't believe anyone, aside from the hopelessly naive Izuna, could possibly have a crush on someone as effeminate as himself. Uchiha Chiri, that little girl, was actually rather adorable. She had her own opinions, was quite capable, and also very gentle. Normally, if the other person were interested, Kamui would probably go along and see where things led, but right now, love was the farthest thing from his mind. He was always talking about charming every girl in the world, but if one truly came to him of her own accord, he found he wasn't interested in the slightest. He'd seen his fellow disciples start relationships, so many, in fact, that he came to see romance as nothing but trouble. Falling in love was nowhere near as fun as watching anime or playing games. If he had that kind of time, he'd rather spend it honing his own skills. At present, this body felt like nothing but a burden to Kamui. He wasn't physically strong and couldn't play to his strengths in taijutsu at all. People always said that skill could overcome brute force, but in the face of overwhelming strength, technique often felt practically useless. After all, most people couldn't manage it. That's why weight classes exist in martial arts tournaments, isn't it? He wasn't a top-tier master. Up against a heavyweight, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. And among a clan renowned for their immense chakra reserves, his own chakra was pitifully scarce. By his rough estimate, he had even less than Uchiha Itachi at his sickest. Sure enough, with a frail body, it was impossible to have much chakra. He and Itachi were both chronic invalids, so neither of them had much chakra to work with. And with so little chakra, the dream of casting jutsu freely was nothing but empty fantasy. How unlucky. She might actually like you, you know. Maybe saying she was looking for me was just an excuse, Madara added. He wasn't in the mood for jokes, so when he heard this, he pretended not to notice. His spirits low, he gazed silently at the moon, his thoughts drifting to what Hashirama might be doing at that very moment. In this recent battle, their father had used Kimui's divide-and-conquer strategy, and together with Hagoromo, the Uchiha had taken down one of Senju Butsuma's sons. Hashirama had lost a brother. How must he be feeling now? Probably the same as Madara had felt when he lost Hoin and Mayoko back then. Madara's face, lit by the moon, was filled with a desolation so deep it seemed more fitting for someone who'd lost a beloved than a mere friend. Kamui rolled his eyes in silence, nudged him with his foot, and, rare for him, tried to offer some comfort. It's just Senju Hashirama. If it'll make you feel better, I'll bring him to you someday. Settle your scores however you want. Revenge, resentment, whatever you choose. How does that sound? Ban turned around and shot Kamui a glare, but Kamui only grinned, resting his chin in his hands, his eyes shining with starlight, prettier, even, than a girl's. Kamui, stop talking nonsense. How can you call it nonsense? Isn't that person exactly who you're thinking about right now? Ban was struck silent, caught off guard by how Kamui had hit the mark. Still, something felt off, and his brow furrowed ever deeper. Kamui gave his leg a playful kick, laughter in his voice. Or, how about we wait a few decades, when someone called Orochimaru makes a name for himself? I'll have him use the power of science to turn Hashirama into a woman and offer her to you as your wife. How about that? Ban finally realized what was wrong. He shoved Kamui away, scowling. What sort of nonsense is running through your head? Hashirama and I, how could we ever be anything like what you're imagining? Kamui only laughed more brazenly, rolling over on the grass like a big cat finding the perfect spot to lounge. He mumbled, if either of you had been a girl, None of that trouble later on would have ever happened. Ban's ears were sharp. He caught every word Kamui said. What trouble later? He asked. Kamui opened one eye to look at him, a sly smile curling on his lips. The thing you said to him, that day right to his face. Ban froze, a strange sense that Kamui was taking pleasure in his discomfort. Kamui kicked him again, this time his voice rising. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, I won't let anything happen to you. Seeing the confusion on Ban's face, Kamui grinned even wider and added, Of course, that's only if you're a bit nicer to me, and stop scowling all the time. Ban, you need to treat me better. Ban glanced at Kamui when he heard that. Kamui sprawled out without a care, laughter dancing in his eyes and brows. What a joke. Ban lowered his head. He knew, ever since that battle with Kagaya, he'd been conflicted about Kamui. On one hand, Kamui was the brother he'd grown up with, someone to protect. But on the other hand, Kamui arched an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. He asked, Are you reflecting on whether you've been treating me badly lately? Kamui saw right through him, leaving Ban at a loss for words. He could only look at Kamui, silent and sullen. Gradually, the smile faded from Kamui's face. He gazed at the moon and said quietly, Ban, sometimes I just don't know who I am, or where I really belong. Looking at the moon brought to mind those famous lines. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower it to think of home. But Kamui knew, in his old home, no one cared if he lived or died. Now that he was here, he still felt no sense of belonging. This fractured existence often left him lost. Fortunately, a few days ago, something that Izuna said finally stirred a different feeling within him. It was as if a drifting duckweed, floating aimlessly on the pond, had suddenly found the urge to grow roots. Madara, be a little kinder to me, will you? If you treat me better, I'll willingly be your blood bank. Kamui's words struck Madara right where it hurt most. This was the one thing that had always weighed on him over the years. All his efforts had been for the sake of protecting his brothers and comrades. Yet, whenever he was gravely injured, the first thing he did was feed on Kamui's blood from his wrist. How was that any different from a vampire? What kind of protection was this, when he was the one causing harm? What he truly wanted was to protect his brothers and comrades without relying on such methods, to use his own strength to eliminate threats and let them live peacefully under his care. That was his real desire. But Madara found himself powerless, realizing that such hopes were perhaps a little too naive. With his current abilities, he had no idea when, if ever, that day would arrive. Kamui nudged him again, persistent, snapping Madara out of his daze. Well, yes or no? Madara was a bit at a loss. What does it mean to treat you better? I haven't been treating you badly, have I? The question stumped Kamui as well. He blinked in confusion, clearly puzzled. He only wanted to use Madara's kindness to force himself to warm up to this world, to the Uchiha clan, and to truly see himself as one of them. That perhaps was what people called a sense of belonging. But if you asked him what it meant to be treated well, Kamui couldn't come up with an answer right away. Back at the Banyan Garden, when learning martial arts, Kamui only had his fellow disciples, classmates as well as rivals. Though they called each other brothers, it was nothing like the bond that came from growing up together. He had no full-blood siblings, nor had he ever grown close to the children his father had later. He had no idea what brothers were supposed to do for one another, or what counted as kindness between them. All he'd ever wanted was to be able to protect himself, taking things step by step. Once he achieved one goal, he'd move on to the next. If there was a knot in Kamui's heart, it must surely be. Madara kept watching Kamui, waiting for his answer. Unexpectedly, Kamui suddenly broke into laughter, pure and innocent, his face more beautiful than any girl's. He said, Madara, no matter what happens, no matter the reason, you must never abandon me. That? Madara was taken aback, his eyes full of confusion. Why would Kamui say something so strange? Kamui, Madara wondered aloud. After all, no one had ever thought of abandoning him. Well, do you promise or not? Looking into Kamui's bright, shining eyes, Madara considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Madara gently kneaded Kamui's calf, and noticed that where once there had been almost no muscle, now he could clearly feel strong, taut bundles beneath his fingers. Kamui truly had pushed himself relentlessly in his quest for strength. Your words are so strange. No one ever wanted to abandon you. Our bond is so close. Back when you were so frail as a child, not a single person ever had such thoughts, Madara said, a gentle smile softening his face. What are you even worrying about? Since crossing over to this world, Madara seldom treated him with the same tenderness he once did. Tonight, bathed in moonlight, he seemed to have returned to the older brother and dearest friend Kamui remembered from the past. After their memories merged, Kamui had once been astonished by Madara's gentleness. Perhaps it was because the original Uchiha Kamui had been physically weak, his nature soft and delicate, behaving much like a girl. Madara had lavished all his kindness upon him, more than even Izuna had ever received. To cherish and protect the weak was, in Madara's mind, the most natural thing in the world. Yet, for reasons unknown, Madara had changed. He became a different person, moody, distant, treating Kamui with unpredictable warmth and coldness, words often left unsaid. He grew colder, his actions hard to decipher, a picture of stubborn rebellion and erratic behavior. You said so yourself, Madara. A real man keeps his word, Kamui reminded him, his tone light but earnest. Madara's hands moved with just the right pressure as he continued massaging Kamui's calves. In a soft voice, he replied, I keep my word. Kamui closed his eyes. In a whisper, he said, I'm going to sleep for a while. Stay here with me. Don't leave. After so many days and nights on a battlefield, Kamui had never known a full night's rest. Now, back in the clan's domain, the tension that had held him taut finally released, and exhaustion swept over him like a tide. Madara's reassuring presence was like a calming draft, filling Kamui with a fragile sense of security. He could feel Madara's careful hands working to ease and relax his legs, and, comforted, he soon drifted into a hazy sleep. In his dreams, he returned to when he was 5 years old, standing at the gate of the banyan garden. His parents, united in appearance but distant in heart, handed him over to his master. There was no reluctance in their faces, only a look of relief, as if they had finally rid themselves of the burden. I want to go home with you. Little Kamui's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he looked timidly up at his mother. His mother frowned, putting on a mask of helplessness. She crouched down in front of Kamui and said, Didn't you say you wanted to grow strong and protect Mama when you were older? Following your master now is so you could become someone powerful. But his father, standing nearby, glanced impatiently at his watch. He nudged Kamui's mother, urging, Hurry up, hurry up. The Civil Affairs office is open now. If we're late, we'll have to wait in a long line. I don't have all day for this. Hearing this, his mother stood up. She gently patted Shinwei's head and gave him one last smile. Be good and learn from your master. I'll come to visit you. Shinwei glanced at his mother, then turned his gaze to his father. The moment his father noticed Shinwei looking at him, he forced a wide, unnatural smile onto his face. He patted Shinwei's thin shoulder. Yes, I'll come visit you too if I have time. You need to behave yourself. Listen to that. He said he'd come if he had time, not that he'd come together with Mom. Even though Shinwei was still a child, he could already sense that this family was on the verge of falling apart. After that day, his mother only visited once more. She stayed just 2 short hours, then left, hurried away by the constant ringing of her phone. It was drizzling as she left, and Shinwei walked a long way with her. There was quite a distance between Shinwei and his mother as they walked. Just before she got in the car, she waved at him in farewell. He had kept silent the whole time, but suddenly he called out to her. He asked, Mom, will you come see me again? His mother paused, then smiled and nodded. I will. I'll come to see you again. Who knows where his courage came from, but Shinwei suddenly burst into tears. Mom, are you leaving me behind? Is that it? The question left his mother frozen in the car. After a long silence, she turned away, staring straight ahead as she started the engine. She didn't look back at Shinwei, only replied in a flat voice, No, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. But Shinwei wasn't making things up. After that day, his mother never returned. He was just 6.5 years old. From then on, only his father would show up from time to time. But each visit wasn't truly for Shinwei. It was just an excuse to catch up with his old friend, Shinwei's master. Seeing Shinwei was just something that happened along the way. When Shinwei turned 8, his father brought 2 children with him. It wasn't until his father left that Shinwei realized those children were his half-siblings. Abandonment doesn't always need to be spoken aloud. Because it's so heartless, most people can't bring themselves to say it. But actions speak louder than words. Salty, cold tears trickled from the corners of Shinwei's eyes as he tossed and turned in uneasy sleep. Ban assumed he was having a nightmare and moved closer, gently patting his back to soothe him. Gradually, Shinwei settled down under Ban's soothing touch. He clutched tightly at the edge of Ban's kimono, murmuring something under his breath. Ban leaned in, trying to catch the words, and heard Shinwei say, If you ever dare abandon me too, I swear I'll kill you. He didn't say a name, but Ban knew those words were meant for him. The clan was busy with their celebrations. No one was paying attention to where the children had wandered off. Ban didn't quite know what had gotten into him, but by the time he realized it, he had already found himself by the banks of the Nanha River. Once a young boy would wait for him here. Together, they would spar, skip stones across the river, and dream about the bright future of the ninja world. But the war between their 2 clans shattered every beautiful hope. Madara knew Hashirama would never come here again. Yet he couldn't help but visit once more, perhaps as a way to mourn that brief friendship. Standing at the riverbank, Madara gripped a few flat stones in his hand. Time and again, he flung them out, only to watch them drop into the water just before reaching the opposite shore, each plunk echoing the fate of their friendship, which had ended without closure. "Is that you, Madara?" Just as Madara lost count of how many times he'd tried to send the stones across and failed, a cold, youthful voice called out from the grassy field behind him, shrouded by thick shrubbery. Who else could it be but Hashirama? Madara's heart leapt, and he rushed toward the sound, only to halt abruptly, just a step away from the bushes. He was the one who'd spoken such harsh words on the battlefield, and now, at the mere sound of that voice, he was running over like an eager pup. What did that say about him? When Madara didn't show himself right away, Hashirama got up from the ground. Emerging from the shrubbery, he immediately saw Madara standing there, his expression a tangled mess of emotions. With their armor set aside, both looked as they once had, but seeing each other now, they both knew everything had changed. Hashirama gave a soft, awkward laugh. Sometimes, not knowing is better than knowing. That's why I like to play the fool. He was perfectly clear in his heart, like looking into a mirror, yet he pretended to be oblivious. It was an incredibly useful trick. If he could, he'd play the fool for a lifetime. Let others think he was a simpleton. Fools have no worries. Fools don't care about the world's expectations. Fools don't overthink. They just follow their hearts. Wouldn't that be wonderful? If only I hadn't gone that day. Hashirama was referring to not getting involved in the fight between Tobirama and Kamui. His words were selfish, but only in front of Madara could he say such things, because both of them understood each other's feelings, even if they knew those words were just that, words. To protect their brothers, they would not hesitate to turn their blades on each other. At this point, Madara let out a frustrated sigh and crouched down by the river, staring into the flowing water as it rushed east. "I faked illness to avoid fighting you, but I'm glad I went after all. If he hadn't, who could say what might have happened to Kamui? You pretended to be sick? That caught Hashirama off guard." "Huh." Madara gave a bitter chuckle. "Isn't it ridiculous that I go to such lengths just for you? Oh, forget it. We've come this far already. No point dredging up the past." Hashirama gazed at Madara for a long time, unable to pinpoint exactly what he was feeling. These past few days had been filled with nothing but pain. On the battlefield, he had been stretched too thin. Saving Tobirama meant he couldn't look after Wajima. His younger brother, Wajima, was dead, and his friendship with Madara had shattered as well. Such profound sorrow had left him in utter despair. But now, Madara was confessing that in order to preserve their friendship, he had even pretended to be ill just to avoid meeting Hashirama as an enemy on the battlefield. This revelation was like a man who, after tasting bitter gourd, suddenly drinks a cup of sweet nectar. His heart found a deep sense of comfort and release. Hashirama suddenly grabbed Madara's arm, fixing his gaze on those startled eyes, and said, "You never truly wanted to end our friendship, did you? All those harsh words, they weren't real, were they?" Harsh words? Madara wasn't sure himself. He furrowed his brow, tossing the stones in his hand into the river, watching as they plunged straight down and vanished beneath the current. With such different positions, what choice do we really have? But Hashirama wouldn't accept that. He spoke with rising passion. "Do you remember our dream? To bring peace to the shinobi world, to build a village where everyone can live in safety and happiness. To start a school so children might live long enough to savor good sake. Do you remember all that?" "Yeah, I remember it all, but as long as we join forces, if we stand together, we'll be on the same side. The question of divided loyalties won't even exist." Senju and Uchiha joining hands? Madara stared blankly at Hashirama's animated face. He couldn't help but think that Hashirama's grief over his brother's death had driven him into hopeless naivety. When had the unification of shinobi ever been decided by their own will? Wasn't it always in the hands of the feudal lords behind the scenes? Hashirama ignored Madara's skeptical look and continued speaking to the river, as if to himself, "I truly believe that one day, shinobi will have a voice of their own. I will become the leader who guides the Senju toward peace. I'm not like my father. Madara, wait for me. When the day comes that I become clan head, I'll bring an end to this era of chaos. If you want to change the world, you can't rely on others. You have to believe in your own strength." Seeing the unwavering confidence on Hashirama's face, Madara couldn't bear to dampen his hope. He offered a faint smile. "All right, I hope you become clan head soon. I really am tired of living by the sword." In the distance, Tobirama watched the two figures by the river, his red eyes brimming with frustration. He couldn't understand why his brother would still meet with Uchiha Madara in secret, even after learning who he truly was. If word of this got out to the clan, what would happen then? To Tobirama, his brother seemed beyond saving. Convinced the two wouldn't come to blows, he turned away, determined not to spare Uchiha Madara another glance. He sighed and shook his head as he crawled backward out of the bushes. Only when his body was safely clear did he stand up and turn around, only to find an enormous face right before his eyes. Tobirama's heart skipped a beat in fright. He clamped both hands over his mouth just in time to stop himself from crying out. His heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might leap right out of his throat. Those long, striking eyes were wide open, almost comically round. Hee. What are you doing here, little mister? The person standing in front of Tobirama was none other than Kamui. Kamui had followed him all this way, worrying that Tobirama might bring Buddha with him to hunt down Madara's dog. But now, seeing only Tobirama, he realized he'd been overthinking it. Still shaken, Tobirama quickly backed away to put some space between them. Only when he had enough distance to recognize who it was did he finally let out a long breath and lower his hands. It's you, Kagura. Since that night, Tobirama had returned to the southern riverbank several times, sometimes on a whim, sometimes with purpose. In his mind, there was no way Kamui would only bathe there once. If he kept trying, surely he'd run into her again. But things hadn't gone as he'd hoped. He had visited again and again, but never caught sight of that dazzling, mermaid-like girl. And now, here she was in broad daylight, appearing before him without warning when he was least prepared. At last, he was face to face with the one he'd been longing to see, a happiness so plain it lit up his face for all to see. Yet, as a child, he was even less open than he would be as an adult. Even when overjoyed, he suppressed it fiercely. But Kamui's sharp eyes caught the tense line of his lips, straining to keep his smile at bay. Kamui couldn't help but huff inwardly. He thought Tobirama's stubborn restraint was a match for Madara's pride. They were both so unwilling to show their true feelings. Kamui was wearing the same clothes as last time, and with his princess-cut hairstyle, even under the bright sun, Tobirama still hadn't figured out his real gender. Perhaps Kamui's voice was just too convincing, or maybe Tobirama's simple nature meant that once he had decided she was a girl, he never thought to question it again. There was just the right amount of space between them, neither too close nor too far, with Tobirama's back pressed against the bushes, leaving him nowhere else to retreat. Sunlight streamed across Kamui's face, his hair falling in an inky, smooth cascade. His face was small and delicate, his skin fair, his features striking. His eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, seemed to dance with a gentle, playful smile whenever he looked at someone, soft and full of feeling. In the daylight, she was even more beautiful than she had been at night. How could the world contain a girl as sweet as this? Clutching his shirt tightly, Tobirama felt his heart start to race for reasons he couldn't quite name. Kamui watched Tobirama on the opposite side with amusement, noting the boy's obvious nervousness. Out of the corner of his eye, through the gaps in the thicket, he could just make out Madara by the riverbank. Seeing Madara and Hashirama together, Kamui couldn't help but recall how Madara had only recently awakened his Sharingan. The Sharingan, wasn't it the dream of every Uchiha? It was proof of one's strength and talent. Now that Kamui was an Uchiha himself, his desire for it was only natural. His gaze once again landed on Tobirama's face. The delicate features and cool, aloof aura of this boy made his tension and awkwardness almost endearing. Kamui wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what this meant. So that's how it is. A soft chuckle escaped him. Madara and Izuna, understandably, had no intention of getting involved. As for those clan members, Kamui had little fondness for the people who had once looked down on him. If that's the case, then, Senju Tobirama, let me make you the key to unlocking my Sharingan. Kamui lifted the hem of his robe and sat cross-legged on the grass. Resting his elbow on his knee and his chin in his hand, he gazed innocently at Tobirama, who still stood awkwardly by the bushes, uncertain what to do. A faint blush tinged Tobirama's cheeks, but his gaze kept darting back to Kamui's face. Look at him. Such an easy mark. What a gullible fool. Kamui mused, a gentle smile curving his lips. The wind played through his long, lustrous black hair, making him look breathtakingly beautiful. Tobirama felt something strange stirring inside him. They had only met once before, yet he already found himself developing odd feelings for this girl. But something about it seemed absurd. Besides, this was at odds with the ninja rule he'd so often recited about suppressing emotions. Only a little while ago, he told his brother and Banma that a ninja must restrain his feelings. Yet here he was, breaking his own rules. Senju Tobirama, aren't you the very picture of double standards? With this self-reproach, Tobirama's cheeks grew even redder, tinged with both shame and guilt. Kamui simply rested his cheek in his palm, watching with amusement as Tobarama's emotions flitted one after another across his face. With expressions changing so quickly, it was a shame he wasn't learning Sichuan opera's art of face-changing. Tobarama, what brings you here this time? Looking for your brother again? Kamui asked, her voice as sweet as honey, every word dripping with playful charm. Tobarama nodded quickly, then hesitated, realizing how suspicious it sounded. He scrambled to add, my brother's a bit playful. He's probably chasing grasshoppers nearby, or maybe running after rabbits. He really could pull a lie out of thin air. Kamui didn't call him out, only nodded thoughtfully. Having lied, Tobarama felt a pang of guilt and quickly shifted the conversation. What about you, Kamui? Me? Kamui was momentarily caught off guard, then broke into a sweet, crescent-eyed smile. She glanced meaningfully at Tobarama and replied, I'm here to try my luck. Try your luck. Kamui nodded, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Tobarama's scarlet eyes. He spoke each word with deliberate clarity and a slow, syrupy cadence. I want to know if I'll ever meet you again. The moment those words left his lips, Tobarama was completely stunned. He stared at Kamui in a daze, and after the initial shock, a bittersweet ache welled up inside him. So it wasn't just him, after all, who had been yearning for the other. The other had been longing to meet him again as well. It was as if the words he'd shouted into the mountains had finally returned as an echo, as if the secret he'd guarded so carefully, the yearning he'd nursed in silence, was now laid bare beneath the sun. He was not alone in his longing. This was unmistakably a mutual journey, two hearts rushing toward each other. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Why are you just standing there, looking so stunned? Tobarama snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not that. Actually, I've been here a few times before. Kamui looked at him with amused curiosity. Oh, and when you came here, was it to see your brother? Or to see me? Tobarama's cheeks burned red again, and he couldn't help but wonder, why are girls these days so bold? Could such a question really be asked so openly? Those who confessed to his brother at least had the decency to use a letter to express their feelings. But Kagaya, she just asked him, right here in broad daylight. How on earth was he supposed to answer that? So, you were only here to see your brother, not me? Her voice carried an obvious note of disappointment. Here I am, thinking about you, wanting to see you again. And it turns out it's all just my wishful thinking. Sigh. It's not like that. Tobarama panicked, taking a few hurried steps toward Kamui. I wasn't here for my brother, I was. Kamui looked up at him with a radiant smile, but inside, he was nearly dying of laughter. Teasing such an earnest, innocent boy was just too much fun. And when Kamui thought about how Tobarama would one day experiment on the Uchiha clan and study their eyes, how he would rant on and on about the evil Uchiha, it made Tobarama's current flustered state seem far less pitiable. I came here to try my luck as well. That was probably the most straightforward thing Tobarama could bring himself to say, using Kamui's own words to answer him. He knew Kamui would understand what he really meant. Kamui understood, of course. He actually felt a little sorry for Tobarama, and knew he himself was being rather mean, so he decided not to tease him any further. The banks of the Nanga River were shrouded in forest, and where the trees grew thick, the air was cooler than elsewhere. Though it was only mid-autumn, there was already a chill in the air. Sitting beneath the sun, the warmth spread through them, making them feel comfortably at ease. Over there, Hashirama and Madara crouched by the riverbank, deep in some conversation. Here, Kamui was quietly considering how he might help Tobarama awaken the Sharingan. After all, awakening the Sharingan required a powerful emotional shock, at the very least the loss of a friend, and, at worst, the death of a loved one. When it came to friends, Shunwei had none. The children in the clan who judged others based on their abilities hardly counted as friends. Even if they all died, Shunwei's emotions would remain unchanged. As for close family, parents, those creatures could never hope to draw a single tear from him. But when it came to brothers, Shunwei hesitated. Whether it was Madara or Izuna, neither of them would die anytime soon. Even Izuna, who was fated to die first, could still make it to 24, let alone Madara, who seemed even more resilient. Was he supposed to wait until Izuna died at 24, just to try his luck at awakening his eyes then? Throughout history, heroes have always emerged from the youth. Hua Xiubing was granted the title of Champion Marquis at 17 and conquered Wolf's Lair at 21. It's true, Su Dingfang led cavalry and commanded armies, even at the age of 64, defeating 40,000 enemies with only 500 men, but Shunwei had no intention of waiting until he was that old to awaken his eyes. Looking at things this way, the only way to gain those eyes would be to cut down Madara and Izuna himself. Shunwei wasn't exactly a good person, but Madara and Izuna were still, nominally, his kin. Besides, they had always treated him well. He He couldn't quite bring himself to turn his blade against them. That left only one option: cultivate a true friend for himself, and then, when the time was right, strike down that friend. Wasn't it said that the Uchiha were a clan driven by love? Even if he suffered from emotional detachment and rarely felt anything deeply, surely this body had inherited at least some of the Uchiha's profound capacity for love and hate. Perhaps, by harnessing that intensity, he could achieve what he needed. Uchiha killing Senju. Now that would make perfect sense. Shinwei's gaze grew complicated as he fixed his eyes on Tobirama, eyeing him much like a hunter sizing up his prey. He pondered how to forge a bond with his prey, how to nurture genuine feelings between them. Once he truly shared a deep friendship with Tobirama, like the one between Hashirama and Madara, he would cut Tobirama down on the battlefield. Surely, that would be enough to awaken at least a single Tomo in his Sharingan, wouldn't it? He didn't dislike Tobirama to begin with. It was always easier to develop affection for someone you didn't already dislike, so choosing him seemed easier than picking anyone else. Shinwei said nothing, but his gaze lingered on Tobirama's face. He seemed to be looking at him, and yet, it was as if he wasn't seeing him at all. This left Tobirama momentarily at a loss, unsure what Shinwei was thinking. With a soft cough, Tobirama broke the silence. He tried to sound casual as he asked, "What are you thinking about?" Shinwei didn't give it much thought and replied honestly, "You." Tobirama froze. Once again, he was struck speechless, his eyes widening and even his mouth falling slightly open. In both this life and his previous one in the real world, Shinwei had never seen a boy's face display such a spectacular array of expressions. Shock, shyness, bewilderment, awkwardness, and a tightly restrained delight all flickered across Tobirama's face. Are you always this blunt when you speak?" Tobirama turned his face away, but his tone, for once, was gentle. Kimui paused, sensing that perhaps his earlier words had been misunderstood, but he didn't bother to explain. He really was thinking about Tobirama, about how to forge a bond with him. It didn't matter what kind of bond it was, as long as it was deep enough, as long as Tobirama would be in pain if he lost him. That was enough. He was also thinking about other things, like how, once that bond was established, he might one day be the one to end it with a blade. Isn't that still thinking about him? Yes. Kamui lifted his face to look at Tobirama and smiled. "I've always been straightforward. I say what's on my mind. Isn't that normal?" Even as he said this, though, Tobirama hesitated, unsure how to respond. Emotions, he thought, were always supposed to be expressed with restraint. Why was it that with this girl, everything seemed so different? "Tobirama," Kimui called his name. "If, one day, we meet on the battlefield, would you kill me?" The question, dropped so suddenly, cut through Tobirama's turmoil and brought him strange calm. He gazed at Kimui for a long time, and Kimui met his eyes with a quiet, steady look. The answer was obvious. If they truly met on the battlefield, he would have to fight, but deep down, he didn't want to. In that moment, Tobirama suddenly thought of his brother, Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Was this how they felt when they faced each other on the battlefield? A wave of defeat washed over him. He sat down right where he was, as dejected as a rooster after losing a fight, all his energy gone. He heard Kimui's voice, a few meters away. "I don't think I could do it." At those words, Tobirama looked up in disbelief. Kimui didn't look like he was lying. To hesitate, to be unable to strike, that amounted to betraying one's clan. For a ninja, what did betraying your clan mean? Did this girl even realize the weight of what she was saying? Kimui went on. "It's strange, isn't it? That I'd say something like this. But it's the truth. If that day really comes, I'd rather die by your hand, Tobirama. When the time comes, make it swift. Drive your blade right here." He pointed solemnly at his heart. "I'll never resist because I don't want to make things hard for you." Tobirama frowned, his eyes drawn to Kimui's chest. He was about the same age as Tobirama himself, but hadn't fully grown yet. His chest was flat, without the slightest curve. Realizing he was staring, Tobirama quickly looked away, embarrassed. The more sincerely Kamui behaved, the more shaken Tobirama felt inside. Kamui didn't give him any more time to think. He stood up from the grass and brushed off the withered leaves clinging to him. Seeing this, Tobirama knew he was about to leave again. They had only just met, and already, it was time to part once more. "Are you going back now?" "Yes," Kimui replied softly. He looked down at Tobirama, who was sitting on the ground, and asked, "Will we be able to meet again?" Tobirama nodded without a moment's hesitation. He sounded a bit down, his voice muffled. "Actually, we weren't supposed to meet anymore, but I'll still come here." Kamui scoffed inwardly, and it took a serious effort to keep his face from betraying his amusement. He tilted his head, studying Tobirama. No matter how he looked, he couldn't help but notice a certain shadow of Madara in him. How could someone be this honest? In the future, He'd probably never dare to confess even if he liked someone, would he? How boring. Despite his inner complaints, Kamuyui's words came out gentle and pleasant. He recalled Uchiha's graceful smile and imitated it, offering a delicate, charming grin. Well then, I'll come here again too, maybe even the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Tobarama's eyes lit up at once. He immediately understood that Kamui was hinting at when they'd meet next. I'll probably be training during the day, but I'll sneak out at night, say I'm going to bathe. With that, he glanced at Tobarama and gave him a playful wink. But it won't really be for bathing. At those words, Tobarama couldn't help but recall their very first encounter. He'd been running along the mountain path up high, and when he glanced down without thinking, he saw her bathing in the river. She was like a mermaid just risen from the water, blending with the sparkling river, dazzling as if a goddess had descended from the heavens. That single glance was enough for her to take up residence in Tobarama's heart. Still lost in that memory, Tobarama didn't realize right away that the place was already empty. He stood up from the ground and looked around, but there wasn't even a trace of white left behind. A faint sense of loss crept over him, but recalling Kimui's words before leaving, he couldn't help but smile softly. There was a ticklish restlessness in his heart, as if something was crawling inside. Suddenly, he found himself wishing the day after tomorrow would come sooner. He glanced in the direction where Hashirama had been earlier. The two of them were still there, sparring in taijutsu. Judging by their looks, it didn't seem like a real fight would break out. Now that he understood a bit more of Hashirama's feelings, Tobarama found himself less worried. As long as father didn't find out, everything would be fine. As for his elder brother, he should be safe enough. From then on, Kamui would often meet Tobarama in the woods by the Naka River. Gradually, their meetings turned into discussions and friendly matches over ninjutsu and taijutsu. Perhaps it was Tobarama's innocence that kept him from ever questioning Kamui's gender, or maybe Kamui's disguise was simply too perfect. With looks so beautiful they defied easy classification, and even the voice carefully pitched to an ambiguous tone. As long as no one touched any telling features, it would be nearly impossible to change that first impression. Yet, the more often they met, the harder Tobarama found it to hide his growing feelings for Kamui. Tobarama had been desperately trying to suppress his growing affection for her, but everything Kamui did seemed to draw him, and even more. She was beautiful, bright, always smiling, and carried an infectious, cheerful charm. While her ninjutsu skills weren't anything remarkable, her taijutsu was truly outstanding. Tobarama had never met a girl quite like her. Throughout all these years, the most exceptional girl he'd ever encountered was Senju Momoka. Momoka was different from the other girls in their clan. She was diligent in her training, a master of genjutsu, and although a year younger than him, she was a kunoichi who could hold her own against any boy. But Kamui surpassed even Momoka. If he was like a piece of iron, then Kamui was the magnet. He tried to resist, truly he had, but there was no denying the pull. He kept being drawn closer. Kamui often felt as though she'd used up all the patience in her life on Tobarama alone. She played along with his make-believe games, acting the part of an innocent, genuine confidant. Over time, she worried she might lose herself completely in the role. Yet, she genuinely and sincerely guided him in taijutsu, and in just half a year, Tobarama had made remarkable progress. To truly captivate a boy, looks alone would never be enough. You had to know what he wanted and give him exactly that. It was almost funny, she thought. She'd never been in love herself, but everything she knew about it came from her senior brothers. Men loved to boast about their romantic exploits among their peers, sparing no detail, flaunting every achievement. Whatever behaviors from women made them proud, that was their desire, the thing they valued most. Having absorbed these stories for nearly 20 years, Kamui understood men's emotional patterns all too well. And as for Tobarama, what he needed, what he cared about, Kamui, familiar with the original story, knew better than anyone. For now, what Tobarama wanted most was to become stronger, so he could protect his brother. Kamui guided him with just the right touch, never letting him become too strong too fast. Every time Tobarama opened up, even if only to share some trivial or inconsequential matter, Kamui always responded. In that era, there really wasn't much more anyone could do. Just imagine, a girl who's adorable, kind-hearted, gazes at you with rapt attention, listens to your troubles, and helps you train, who wouldn't be a little dazed and smitten? Tobarama was no exception. The emotions that surged in his chest, unable to find an outlet, sometimes tormented him deeply. On a spring evening, as the two of them were about to part ways, Tobarama, after much inner turmoil, took a bold step for the first time. Kamui, with her back to him, had just started to walk away when he couldn't help but call out to her in a loud voice. Kamui stopped, turning back with a look of confusion. "Hey, Tobarama, But Tobarama didn't have the courage to lift his head and meet her gaze. He held it in for a long time, until the person in front of him tilted his head in confusion and looked at him. Only then did he awkwardly mumble, "You don't call me big brother anymore." Kamui paused, not quite understanding what he meant. Tobarama seemed a little uneasy, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a strained helplessness. "You? The words hovered on the tip of his tongue, but he simply couldn't bring himself to say them. Teenagers just awakening to their feelings can sometimes be even more easily embarrassed than girls. Kamui gradually relaxed, a wry smile forming on his lips as he thought to himself. Faced with a Tobarama, who can't even speak his heart, what was I so anxious about just now? Just as he thought half a year ago by the banks of the Nanga River, Tobarama really is awfully dense. Tobarama heard Kamui chuckle softly in front of him, a laugh laced with both amusement and genuine delight. Now, Senju Tobarama had grown a fair bit taller. His face was still that same cool, delicate one, but at this moment, backlit by the sun, his brow was tightly furrowed, his expression full of grievance and innocence. He was the one who wanted to open his heart. He was the one who never managed to say the words. And in the end, he still looked so aggrieved and blameless. A boy like this. Even when he grows up, he'll never win a girl's heart. No wonder he's doomed to be a lifelong bachelor. Kamui kept watching him with a gentle, teasing smile, patiently waiting for him to finally speak those words that, while not so hard to say, seemed impossibly complicated for Tobarama. The more he gazed into Kamui's beautiful, almond-shaped eyes, the more nervous Tobarama became. "So what is it you're trying to say?" As the sun sank lower, Kamui, running out of patience, finally urged him on. Tobarama noticed the fading light as well. He glanced at Kamui, and with a hint of plaintiveness asked, "What are we, really?" Kamui. Seeing the confusion in Kamui's face, Tobarama pressed his lips together and explained, "I mean, we don't even know each other's clans, yet we keep meeting here every few days. You listen to me, pour out my trivial troubles. We even spar together. So what are we exactly? Aren't we friends?" Tobarama was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He had plenty of friends. There was no reason to come all the way here just to make another. Just friends. Kamui saw the disappointment flicker in Tobarama's eyes, but he still felt puzzled. Only half a year. Sure, they'd met often in that time, but could such a bond really run so deep so quickly? How deep could a connection truly grow in so short time? Kamui smiled at Tobarama, though there was not a trace of laughter in his eyes. He still didn't trust him. Kamui put on a thoughtful expression, and after a moment, he grinned. Friend is such a broad word. Old friends, new friends, close friends, drinking buddies, all sorts of friends, they're all still friends. At that, the tension that had been wound so tight in Tobarama at last eased, if only a little. What kind of friend did he count as? Kamui thought there was no need to spell it out. Everyone would naturally find their place. Kamui smiled subtly. Of course, we're just friends. What else could we be? Even so, Tobarama had his own interpretation. It was true. After all, with so little time having passed, he couldn't expect anything more. Just being friends was already quite enough. Looking at Tobarama, Kamui felt much the same as he did when watching anime. Being face-to-face now didn't really change anything. Kamui felt a tinge of frustration, even impatience. The urge to take down Senju Tobarama for the chance to awaken his own Sharingan had been growing inside him, but he just couldn't muster any sense of attachment. Logically, after more than half a year together, there should have been at least some friendship. Why did he feel as unmoved as a stone, impervious to all sentiment? All he wanted was a pair of Sharingan. Why was it so difficult? Madara had awakened his Sharingan. Even Izuna had unlocked his eyes in last month's war with the Senju. And yet he, despite his efforts, remained stuck. Taijima had dropped hints before, praising Izuna right in front of him, an obvious jab, disguised as a compliment. Kamui didn't care what Taijima thought. He only cared about himself. He genuinely wanted a pair of Sharingan. So why was it so hard? As a transmigrator, wasn't he supposed to be the chosen one, at least to some extent? Shouldn't someone like him have awakened his eyes with ease? He'd read a mountain of web novels. Every protagonist who transmigrated into an Uchiha started with either 3 tomo or even the Mangekyo. Why was his story so different? He had no Sharingan, and the system was just as useless, never awakening either. Kamui deceived Tobarama with calculated malice, always keeping himself detached from the people of this world. Bullying a paper person from a story didn't weigh on his conscience. After experiencing the true brutality of war, Kamui's only concern was survival in this chaotic world. He didn't have much moral sensibility left, nor did he want to be bound by any dogma or rules. He wanted to live, and to do that, he had to become stronger. To become stronger, He was willing to use anyone. A savior's heart? That was never in him. He wasn't a good person to begin with. War never ceased. During this time, even Senju Itama had fallen to the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan gradually became the most formidable among the warring clans, earning a reputation as a warlike people. But this was not a blessing. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest invites the wind. With the Uchiha standing alone at the top, other clans began to fear them. In the battles that followed, several clans joined forces to besiege the Uchiha. Suddenly, the Uchiha found themselves in a precarious position. In the study, Uchiha Koku was delivering a reconnaissance report to Taijima, with several clan elders seated inside as well. After a period of basking in success, the sudden emergence of difficulties caught them off guard, and they were struggling to adjust. The report says that the Mizujui clan and the Kagaya clan have been frequently sending envoys to the Senju lately. It seems they intend to unite against us. That's exactly the sort of thing they would do. Small clans like the Mizujui are always switching sides, clinging to someone today and someone else tomorrow. If war ever breaks out, they'll be the first we wipe out. One elder's remark immediately drew the support of the other elders. That clan is truly repulsive. Taijima remained silent. He understood all too well why the elders harbored such resentment toward the Mizujui. It all stemmed from the time when, during a previous conflict, they tried to win the Mizujui over, only to be rebuffed. To refuse the Uchiha, and then turn around to seek collaboration with the Senju. Such a slap in the face had echoed loud and clear. It doesn't matter. As the elders have said, minor clans like that can only survive by attaching themselves to others. If they're wiped out, so be it, Taijima reassured the elders, both affirming their opinion and expressing his own stance. The elders found his words reassuring. Shifting the conversation, Taijima continued, but the real threat is still the Senju. They are our true enemy. The rest are not worth worrying about. Everyone agreed, though some concerns remained. Uchiha Do, his face troubled, reminded Taijima, clan leader, the Hyuga in the south have been restless lately. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is not to be underestimated. My sources tell me that quite a few small clans are now rallying around them. If we go to war with the Senju, win or lose, we're bound to suffer heavy losses. What if they seize the opportunity? Do's words cast a hush over the room. As fellow descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, the Byakugan was no less formidable than the Sharingan. If we go to war with the Senju, we must keep the Hyuga appeased. We can't let them reap the spoils while we're locked in battle. Listening, Taijima nodded thoughtfully. After a moment's consideration, he instructed Koku, make arrangements. I wish to meet with Hyuga Ryuko. Who to fight, how to deploy troops. These were matters for the clan leader to decide. As for warriors like Kimui, Madara, and Izuna, all they needed to do was wait for orders. The past half year had seen the three of them fighting side by side, and all had suffered wounds. As Izuna grew older, Kimui's unique constitution could no longer be kept secret. Just as they'd feared when first hiding Kimui's special nature, the more people who knew, the more there were who sought his blood. Kamui couldn't help but think of Karen's mother, who had been drained to death. He would never allow himself such a tragic end. Now, he was no longer just Madara's living blood bank. He'd become Izuna's as well. Izuna was different from Madara. He didn't see anything wrong with drinking Kamui's blood. To him, it was just a sign of how close they were. If he had a special constitution and this kind of blood, he would have offered it to his brothers without a moment's hesitation if they ever needed it. Still, even though he thought it was understandable, he was full of gratitude toward Kimui. Izuna was a child who wore his heart on his sleeve, especially with those he loved, a complete contrast to Madara. He dove into Kamui's arms, hugging his waist, and nuzzled his chest like a little kid. With a soft, affectionate voice, he declared, "You saved my life, Kimui. From now on, I'll always protect you." Kamui gazed down at Izuna, who was snuggling against his chest like a kitten, and a strange emotion welled up inside him. He was reminded of the first time his father brought his younger siblings to visit him at the banyan garden. The pig-tailed little girl had thrown herself into their father's arms with the same unrestrained affection. It was only with trust and love that someone could be so uninhibited. Is this what it means to be a family? Kamui? Kamui. Izuna looked up, waiting for Kamui's response. Madara watched from the side, shaking his head with a smile. Izuna, you're already grown up. Why do you still love to act like a child? Izuna shot him a glare, grumbling, "In front of my big brothers, I'll always be a kid." Madara was at a loss for words, shrugging. He realized Izuna wasn't wrong. Kamui ruffled Izuna's already wild hair, making it even messier. His hand prickled every time, just like always. No matter how many times he did it, it always felt the same, sharp and bristly. "All right," Kamui said with a gentle smile. Then I'll count on you to keep me safe for the rest of my life. You'd better live a long, long time, Izuna, and become my personal bodyguard. Absolutely. Izuna nodded enthusiastically. Maybe worried Madara would get jealous. He ran over to Madara, clung to his arm, and swayed it back and forth, fawning. I'll protect you too, big brother. But you're so strong. Do you really need my protection? Madara just smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Of course. You're a genius, Izuna. One day you'll surpass me. Keep working hard. Getting his brother's approval made Izuna beam with happiness. He let go of Madara's arm and dashed outside, calling over his shoulder, I'm off to train with Hokaku. I'm going to get stronger as fast as I can. Izuna really was an adorable kid. If a child like that were lost, would it stir something inside me? Maybe even awaken my Sharingan? Watching Izuna's retreating figure, Kimui wondered. But then, as the thought dawned on him, he realized just how twisted it was. Would I really hurt Izuna just to awaken my eyes sooner? What kind of thought is that? For a split second, he felt he'd completely lost his mind. Do you want to keep going? Madara tossed his sweat-soaked towel onto the edge of the bath and turned to look at Kimui, asking the question. Before Izuna arrived, the two of them had been sparring, testing their taijutsu against each other. Now, with just a single question, Madara pulled Kimui out of that obsessive trance he had been in. Kimui fixed his gaze on Madara's eyes. Madara's eyes were striking, large and full of spirit, with a sharp contrast between the white and the black. When he activated his Sharingan, those once dark eyes would turn a vivid red, marked by the Tomo pattern, brilliant as blood, impossible to ignore. Noticing the way Kimui stared at his eyes with a mix of awe and fear, Madara couldn't help but feel puzzled. He lifted his hand and brushed it across his eyes, asking, Is there something wrong with my eyes? Kimui shook his head, striding over and raising his arms in a ready stance. No, I'm just curious about when I'll finally awaken my own Sharingan. No wonder the clan leader doesn't like me. I was the last among us to even show a hint of dojutsu. TSK tisk. Kimui's words stung Madara, and he furrowed his brow, lowering his head. After a long pause, he said quietly, If I could, I wouldn't want you to go through this pain. The pain of breaking up, or the pain of falling out. If awakening the Sharingan were as easy as wishing for it, he'd be laughing in his sleep. They didn't dwell on the topic any further. It was a question with no answer. Whether you wanted to or not, whether you tried or not, the awakening of the Sharingan was never something you could control. Some people awaken it through hardship, some rack their brains, but never succeed. In the end, it's just fate. Kimui and Madara continued their sparring in the back courtyard. After all the strength training, Kimui's power had grown impressively. Madara noticed that as he improved, Kimui was keeping pace. Their progress seemed perfectly matched. That's why he could never quite beat Kimui. His childhood friend really could put up a fight. But then again, Madara felt a sense of relief. The stronger Kimui became, the less likely he was to get hurt on the battlefield. Still, ninjutsu had always been Kimui's weak spot. If only there were a way to boost his ninjutsu skills quickly. You're drifting off again, Madara. Kimui launched a swift attack, and Madara could only defend, hands up blocking high. But as he covered his upper body, Kimui powered through, with his legs targeting Madara's lower stance. Madara paid the price for losing focus, forced back to the corner by Kimui's relentless blows. With his arm braced across Madara's throat, Kimui grinned, radiant and unrestrained. Are you ready to admit defeat? Having been soundly beaten a few times before, Madara had learned his lesson. He quickly raised both hands in surrender. I give up. Kimui grinned, even wider, chin tilted up in smug triumph, then added, when you're sparring in taijutsu, try not to lift your legs too high. It leaves your center wide open, and that's a rookie mistake. If your opponent fights dirty and goes for a low blow, you'll be in no shape to impress any girls. Beneath Madara's ears, a flush crept across his cheeks as he hurriedly brushed Kimui's arm away, scolding him, What nonsense are you spouting now? Kimui looked utterly innocent. How am I talking nonsense? I'm being serious. Martial arts were originally created for killing and survival. There are all kinds of dirty tricks, gouging eyes, attacking below the belt, grabbing throats, more underhanded moves than you could count. As long as you win, anything goes. Only later did it slowly turn into something people mocked as empty show, a set of movements for self-cultivation and health. Madara was a bit dazed. What are you even talking about? Kimui shook his head with a sigh. It's nothing really, just thinking out loud. If you don't get it, that's fine. No need to dwell on it. Unbeknownst to them, Taijima had been watching their entire sparring match. Seeing Madara admit defeat to Kimui so easily left him quite displeased. How could the future head of the Uchiha clan surrender so readily, even if it was to his closest childhood friend? Madara, Taijima called, his tone stern. The carefree look on Madara's face vanished in an instant at the sound of his father's voice. He straightened up, adopting a more adult seriousness, his very stance becoming formal. "Father," he said, bowing his head respectfully to Taijima. Kamui shot Madara a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth curling in a mocking smirk. Mimicking Madara's formality, he too bowed to Taijima, as if going through the motions of some official business. Taijima studied Kamui with a complicated gaze. Kamui had grown taller, his head now nearly level with Madara's ears. Gone was the sickly, frail child who used to fall ill at the drop of a hat, always on the verge of collapse like a withering bean sprout. A child like him, wherever he ended up, ought to survive now, shouldn't he? Pulling his eyes away from Kamui, Taijima clasped his hands behind his back and turned away. He took a few steps toward the door, then said in a low voice, "Madara, come with me. I have something to discuss with you." Madara and Kamui exchanged a glance. For some reason, today's Taijima felt different, though neither could quite say how. Kamui, always eager for drama, nudged Madara's arm and mouth. "What are you waiting for, young clan leader?" Madara shot him a silent glare, but had no choice but to hurry after his father. Only after both had disappeared from view did Kamui finally sit down to rest. He could feel it. After all this grueling training, there was just a bit more chakra flowing inside him than before. That was certainly something worth celebrating. It wasn't until after dinner that Madara emerged from his father's study. He had no appetite and declined the food that Ayuki brought him. Listless, he made his way toward the side residence. By the time he returned, Izuna had already finished washing up and was carrying a basin of water back to his room. The two brothers met on the veranda, and Madara immediately noticed the swelling on Izuna's left cheek. "What happened?" Madara pointed to his own left cheek, questioning Izuna. Izuna understood at once and grinned, squinting his eyes as if the pain was nothing to him. "It's nothing at all. I just got a bit too into it and took a punch from Hinoka. But don't worry, big brother, he didn't get off easy either. I landed blows from both sides. Now he looks like a pig's head." Madara sighed in relief, reassured by his brother's spirit. Noticing the wooden basin in Izuna's hands, he asked, "Is Kamui finished washing up too?" Izuna shook his head, then leaned in mysteriously. After glancing around to make sure no one was nearby, he lowered his voice. "Let me tell you a secret. I saw Kamui climbing over the wall and sneaking out." Climbing over the wall? Sneaking out? At the mention of scaling walls, Madara's first thought was of his own secret meetings with Hashirama, his old trick, now somehow picked up by Kamui. "Brother, what do you think Kamui is up to?" Madara was at a loss for an answer. "If I weren't so exhausted, I'd have followed him out to see for myself." "You're just a child. Stay out of things that don't concern you." Izuna pouted, clearly unconvinced. He gestured at his own height, which now reached Madara's chin. "Look, I've grown this much already. I'm not a little kid anymore." Madara didn't know what to do with him. Still, he worried that one day, on a whim, Izuna might actually try to follow someone. If it ever happened to be him, his secret meetings with Hashirama by the riverside would surely be discovered. Maybe Kamui just went over the wall to play with Yuri. Izuna fell silent, not buying it. If he wanted to see Yuri, why not just walk out the front gate openly? Madara felt his little brother was a fountain of endless questions. One after another, they kept coming. He tapped Izuna's forehead, not too hard but not too soft, and put on his sternest expression. "That's not something a child should know about. Now off to bed with you." He pushed Izuna gently toward the bedroom, ushering him inside. Izuna was truly exhausted and couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. If he was really curious, he could always ask Kamui himself in the morning. Back in a room, the wide space was shrouded in darkness. It was obvious Kamui hadn't returned yet. Madara lit a lamp, then hesitated before spreading out bedding for both of them. Staring at Kamui's futon, he fell into deep thought. Kamui, why did he climb over the wall and sneak out? Back then, moving Kamui's bedding into his own room and forcing him to share was all for the purpose of keeping an eye on him, wasn't it? But now, as he grew older, and with father always assigning him one task or another, it was impossible to watch Kamui every moment of the day. What was Kamui doing in all the hours he was out of sight? The autumn night wind drifted through the open paper door, sending a gentle breeze into the room. The flame of the oil lamp flickered gracefully in the wind, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The swaying lamplight spilled out through the open door into the backyard, where the scent of osmanthus flowers lingered in the air like wisps of smoke. Some of the petals had been swept down by the wind, scattering across the ground like delicate sheets of gold leaf, as if someone had sprinkled them over the threshold. It was then that someone returned. A slender figure appeared beneath the eaves, her feet in white socks stepping softly upon the fallen osmanthus blossoms. The moment Kamui leaped down from the wall, he realized he'd given himself away. When he'd left, the room had been dark and unlit, but now it glowed with warm light. There could only be one explanation. Ban had come home. The footsteps paused for a mere moment at the door before entering, just as they always did. Ban regarded Kim Yui, who remained calm and composed as if nothing were amiss. For the first time, Ban found himself unable to read him. "Where did you go?" he asked. Kim Yui replied with affected ease. "I must have fallen asleep in the courtyard. I didn't even notice you had come back." Ban's gaze never left Kim Yui. Once he got a clear look at Kim Yui's attire, his brows furrowed instantly. The question he'd meant to ask was swallowed back, replaced with confusion. "What are you wearing?" Kim Yui looked down at himself. He was dressed in a pure white women's kimono, with a few simple flowers embroidered at the sleeves for decoration. "Is there something wrong with this outfit? Didn't Aunt Ling Luo often dress me up like this when I was little? Back then you were just a child. You're not a little kid anymore." Kim Yui only smiled. "You're right, young chieftain." This outfit had been specially made by Kim Yui not long ago. The sewing and embroidery skills he'd learned from Ling Luo in the past had come in handy now. The reason for his choice of clothing was simple: to confuse Tobarama. Their words were always tinged with ambiguity, making Tobarama believe their relationship was unusual, yet Kim Yui never allowed any real intimacy. No holding hands, no embraces, let alone anything more. At their age, no romance would be so chaste. If there wasn't even the slightest physical contact beyond sparring, sooner or later Tobarama would become suspicious. He would begin to doubt Kim Yui's feelings, and once suspicion took root, it would spread in the heart like wild grass, making it impossible to keep the truth that he was a man, a secret. All this time, the only reason Tobarama hadn't doubted was the weight of propriety and tradition restraining him. Tobarama Senju was, at heart, quite innocent. Kim Yui usually dressed androgynously, but over time, that would inevitably arouse Tobarama's suspicions. That's why, when planning to see him, Kim Yui would occasionally wear women's clothing, quietly reinforcing the image Tobarama held of him. In this regard, Tobarama was easy to fool. With a little effort, Kim Yui could probably keep the deception going for a while longer. In some ways, Madara and Tobarama share a surprising similarity. They can both be remarkably easy to fool at times. Kim Yui stretched out his arms and spun around in front of Madara, deliberately putting on an innocent smile. He asked, "Madara, do you think I look good?" "Look good?" Madara paused, letting himself be led along by Kim Yui's antics. He actually took a serious look at Kim Yui's clothes. The outfit was expertly made, neither too tight nor too loose, cinched where it should be and left loose where it needed to be. For anyone with the slightest hint of a figure, it would perfectly accentuate their curves. The pure white kimono was subtly patterned, with flowers embroidered on the cuffs so exquisitely that they almost seemed alive. Because Kim Yui had always been rather frail since childhood, he appeared younger than his actual age, and his slender frame made him look more like a girl. Other than lacking a woman's curves, the kimono, which was clearly made for a girl, looked perfectly natural on him, even quite attractive. Kim Yui hadn't bothered tying up his long hair. Instead, he let it fall loosely down his back, with shorter locks framing his face in a princess cut. In the flickering candlelight, it was impossible to tell his gender at a glance. As long as he didn't speak, who would doubt it if someone claimed he was a girl? Dressed like this, sneaking out disguised as a girl, what exactly was he up to? Suddenly, Madara felt a flicker of worry. No, not just worry, he was downright anxious. Had Kim Yui been tricked or lured away by some unsavory character? At that thought, Madara's whole demeanor changed. He shot up from the tatami, seized Kim Yui, and began tugging at his clothes in a flurry. He rolled up the sleeves, inspecting Kim Yui's arms, pale and unmarked, as if they'd never seen harm. Then he lifted the hem of the kimono. After failing to find a single scratch, Madara's hands hesitated before he finally gave up his search. Kim Yui had absolutely no idea what Madara was looking for, staring in confusion as Madara wrestled with his clothes. After checking Kim Yui's legs, Madara stood and scrutinized his lips, then his slender neck, and, following the line of his collarbone, saw nothing out of the ordinary. So, what about under the kimono? His hand moved before his brain could catch up. By the time Kim Yui realized what was happening and tried to stop him, Madara had already finished his inspection and found none of the marks he'd feared. A huge sigh of relief slipped from Madara's lips. He let out a long breath, finally able to relax. Madara withdrew his hands and took a few steps back, settling onto his bedding. His entire posture radiated relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. A cool breeze drifted in, brushing against Kim Yui's exposed arm and making him shiver. Kim Yui looked down at his disheveled kimono, utterly baffled. "What were you just doing?" After a long silence, Kim Yui finally voiced the question that was burning in his soul. Just moments ago, Madara had seemed possessed like a man gone mad. If Kamui hadn't known his true character, even he would have mistaken Madara for some kind of ruffian or scoundrel. Once he found no alarming traces on Kamui, Madara visibly relaxed. His voice turned languid. "No, it's nothing. I was just afraid someone might have tricked you." Kamui still didn't quite grasp what he meant. A bit embarrassed, Madara continued his explanation. "Seeing you dressed like that, I thought maybe you'd been deceived by some weird person." With a twitch at the corner of his eye, Kamui stood there, dumbfounded, taking a long moment to finally figure out what Madara had been so frantic about. He was looking for marks, shameful traces. A laugh burst out of Kamui before he could stop himself. The more he recalled Madara's frantic behavior, the more amusing it seemed. This was the same Madara who always put on a stern face, who could turn beet red and flustered just hearing an off-color joke. Yet clearly, he wasn't as naive as he pretended to be. Not only did he understand, he understood quite a bit. Kamui laughed harder and harder, clutching his disheveled clothes and holding his stomach as the laughter overwhelmed him. To Madara, that laughter was unbearably grating. He realized Kamui now understood exactly what he'd been up to, which only made the whole thing even more embarrassing. "All right, that's enough. Stop laughing," Madara growled in frustration. But Kamui simply couldn't stop, and besides, he'd never been one to obey orders, especially not after coming to this world. The more Madara tried to stop him, the harder Kamui laughed, almost in defiance. He plopped down cross-legged on the tatami, propping his chin with one hand as he watched Madara, his face alight with mirth. Those eyes, curved like blossoms, shone as sweet as honey. His expression seemed to say, "Madara, how can you be so hopelessly adorable? You don't actually think someone would—" Kamui began, trailing off with a teasing lilt. Madara rolled his eyes, refusing to dignify that with a response. But his reaction only confirmed exactly what Kamui was thinking. Seeing that, Kamui's interest was piqued. The more flustered Madara became, the more Kamui wanted to tease him. "If you're so afraid something happened to me, shouldn't you give me a thorough inspection?" Kamui quipped, unable to resist pushing further. What kind of nonsense was that? Madara glared at him, his eyes full of ferocity and indignation. He couldn't quite understand this new Kamui. How had the gentle, bashful childhood friend he once knew transformed, step by step, into this shameless, irrepressible person? Someone who could say anything, and do so without a hint of embarrassment or hesitation. How thick-skinned could a person possibly be? Kamui, for his part, seemed genuinely puzzled. "I'm a man, after all. Even if I ran into trouble, it would only be with a woman, right? If you think about it, who would really be at a disadvantage here? So what are you so worried about?" But then, thinking back to the way Kamui had looked earlier, "Well, you're the one who decided to go out dressed like a woman," Madara muttered, frustrated. Once again, Kamui had an epiphany. So that's what Madara thought. He assumed the one bullying him was a man who enjoyed seeing others dressed in women's clothes? Well, it made sense. Kamui recalled how, in ancient times, Japanese warriors found it inconvenient to bring women along on their campaigns. Generals would instead keep men by their side, for reasons that needed no explanation. No wonder Madara would assume the other person was a man. It seemed that the love between men existed in every country, in every era. When people discuss something awkward, silence is the cruelest torment. Imagination is boundless, and in those moments of quiet, it soars to dizzying heights. Simply guessing what the other person is thinking can be suffocating. Madara muttered irritably, trying to salvage a bit of dignity for himself. He said, "I just don't want you to be tricked by someone, that's all." "You're worried I'll be tricked?" How amusing. Kamui was the one who could talk circles around anyone, leaving them with nothing but bitter tea seeds. Such a worry was, frankly, unnecessary. But Madara had been so anxious just now that he unconsciously activated his Sharingan. That meant he truly was worried, wasn't he? Kamui took a deep breath, lifting his face to gaze at the pitch-black ceiling. The flickering candlelight couldn't reach up there. It was a world of utter darkness. When was the last time someone had been this nervous or concerned about him? He pondered for a long while, but couldn't remember. Had it never happened at all? A smile played on his lips, but when he thought of this, it faded away. The room fell quiet again. Kamui looked over at Madara. After the awkward moment, the flush on Madara's face had subsided, but he now looked deeply troubled. Kamui hesitated, then asked, "What's wrong? You look like something's weighing on your mind." At these words, Madara whipped his head around and fixed Kamui with a stare. He held Kamui's gaze for what felt like several minutes, and only then spoke, his voice thick with emotion. "Kamui, come on a mission with me tomorrow." A mission? Kamui hadn't gone on a mission in a long time. He'd been caught up in endless battles with Hagoromo, then poured all his energy into dealing with the Senju. The payments from the daimyo had been generous enough that they didn't need to take on commissions from lesser ninja clans. Life was comfortable. What kind of mission is it? Is this what the clan leader called you to the study for this afternoon? Madara's expression grew even colder. He nodded hastily, brushing it off. Yeah, that's right. Kamui narrowed his eyes at him. The young Madara Uchiha was nothing like his shrewd, cunning older self. Right now, he was innocent. Every emotion was written plainly on his face, and he couldn't lie to save his life. But Kamui didn't expose him. He had no interest in the inner workings of the clan. He just wanted to live his own life well. Since he'd been reborn into the world of Naruto, he might as well live this life to the fullest. Even if that sense of belonging was faint, he would create it for himself. He would keep living, no matter what. Living is far more interesting than being dead, isn't it? Even though Madara knew Kamui was lying, he forced himself to suppress the urge to keep questioning him. It no longer mattered. Nothing seemed to matter anymore. That night, Kamui, for once, slept deeply and peacefully, while Madara lay wide awake until dawn. In the pitch-black darkness, Madara's large eyes could see nothing at all, as if he were the only person left in the world. He tried desperately to grasp onto something, anything. Just then, he heard Kamui's quiet, steady breathing not far away. Madara felt a sudden urge to cry, torn by an intense conflict within. If only he were young enough to be a child, too small to worry about anything, with nothing to do but drink milk and sleep all day. Or, if only he were grown enough to decide everything for himself, old enough to be his own master, then he would never have let. But there are no ifs in this world. When faced with an impossible choice, he could neither escape nor retreat. His father stood behind him like an insurmountable wall, blocking all possibility of turning back. The task Madara spoke of was to transport valuables for a non-ninja family, a mission far less dangerous than going to war. Even if trouble arose, the risks would be nowhere near those of the battlefield. This time, Madara was leading the team as captain, joined by Kamui and 5 others. In the past, every mission had been led by one of Taijima's trusted aides. This was the first time Madara was allowed to take command. Everyone understood the reason behind it. It was obvious. Taijima was grooming Madara as a successor. Before the team set out, Taijima did something unprecedented. He came to see them off. Outside the main hall, his gaze shifted back and forth between the 2 boys. Taijima's sons, in both appearance and bearing, were nothing short of exceptional. Silent, brooding Madara and the bright, carefree Kamui stood in stark contrast. Taijima fixed his gaze on Kamui for a long while. Over the past year, this child seemed to have transformed. His training had grown intense, his health had improved. No longer frail, no longer coughing up blood at the slightest provocation. If he continued down this path, surely he'd become every bit as formidable as Madara and Izuna. The boy stood there like the first rays of sunrise, brilliant and dazzling, his future brimming with possibility. Taijima watched him for a long time, then reached out, a large, calloused hand for the first time, stretching toward Kamui's head. He had never before shown this kind of affectionate gesture to the child who had grown up under his roof. Even Taijima himself felt awkward in the moment. His rough hand hovered uncertainly above Kamui's head. Kamui, already feeling that Taijima was acting out of character, looked up at the hand blocking out the light, at the hand that lingered above his head, hesitating to finally come down. Taijima let out a low chuckle, a sound laced with emotions that no one else could quite decipher. In the end, his hand fell, and he gave Kamui's head a rough, heavy rub. In that single gesture, all the feelings that elders struggle to express to the younger generation were poured out, and even his voice carried an unusual gentleness. He said, "Kamui, listen carefully to what Madara says. Don't let me down." Kamui listened, puzzled, the questions in his heart only growing heavier and more tangled. He glanced at Madara, then at Taijima, and couldn't shake the feeling that something was off today. Madara was unusually quiet, and even Taijima seemed to have changed. Raising his hand to touch the spot where Taijima had ruffled his hair, Kamui suddenly thought of his own master. When he'd won the National Martial Arts Championship at 17, his master had rubbed his head just like this. He was the only one who ever had. So this is what it feels like to have someone you think of as a father show you affection. Kamui broke into a sudden smile, gentle as a spring breeze. On his face bloomed a maturity rare for someone his age. "I'll do my best, Chief." The journey was simple. Travel west from the Uchiha clan grounds to Huashuang City, entrusted by the city's nobles to escort a betrothal gift south to Songjiang City. That was all. When noble families arranged marriages, the gifts and returns were lavish, and word spread quickly. Without ninja protection, these valuable convoys would almost certainly fall prey to bandits or wandering ronin. It took 3 days to reach Hwashuang City, and for Kamui, those 3 days on the road felt like a rare breath of freedom. No training, no need to stay on edge like on the battlefield, and none of the suffocating pressure of clan life. 7 of them traveled together, weaving through dense forest. Ancient trees arched overhead, blocking out the sun and casting them into a shadowy world. It was autumn now, with no sunlight. The chill crept in from every direction, but even so, Kamui's happiness was plain to see. Madara walked at Kamui's side, watching his high spirits with a trace of confusion. Even though it's just an escort mission, there's still danger. Don't let your guard down. I know. Madara's brow furrowed. Clearly, Kamui didn't really understand. His reply was glib, his lips curled in a carefree smile, his eyes darting everywhere. He was exactly like a rabbit who'd been trapped in a cage for too long, now set free and finding everything wondrously new. Madara sighed and said in a low voice, "Remember, places like this, dimly lit, full of shadows, are perfect for enemies to set ambushes. You must be extra cautious when passing through." Before Bon could finish speaking, Shunwei suddenly felt something brush against his calf. As he slowed down to look, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the branches, casting mottled patterns on the ground. A glint of light flashed before his eyes, and he quickly raised his hand to shield them. So bright. Bon saw it too. It was an incredibly thin wire, now snapped. The breeze caught it, making it dance and sway as it floated away. "This is bad. Everyone, be careful." He had barely finished warning them when dozens of shuriken came hurtling at them from all directions. This wasn't the first time the 5 people following behind had encountered such a situation. Instantly, they drew the long sword from their backs, forming a protective ring around Bon and Shinwei. With swift, practiced movements, they swung their blades to deflect every single shuriken. After a series of metallic clangs, the shuriken that had been blocked buried themselves with dull thuds into the trunks of the ancient trees nearby. The clash of steel seemed to awaken the long-slumbering forest. Nearby beasts and birds scattered in all directions, sending a surge of commotion through the once quiet glade. But the 7 of them had no time to spare for wildlife. Every sense was focused on detecting any sign of enemies nearby. Shinwei's perception wasn't particularly sharp. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense a single adversary. After a brief burst of chaos, the forest settled back into its previous tranquility. Shinwei glanced at Bon, who wore a grim expression, his eyes keenly scanning their surroundings, no doubt searching for the enemy's position. "Sorry, I can't sense anyone." It wasn't shameful for a non-sensory ninja to lack such abilities, but for some reason, Shinwei still felt embarrassed. Before Shinwei could finish, Bon spoke up. "It's a trap." "A trap?" Among their companions was a sensory-type ninja, who explained, "There are no enemies nearby. Most likely, these shuriken were set as a trap in advance." A broad-faced man, slightly older than the rest, frowned and said, "The tricky part is, we don't know who this trap was meant for. Do we trigger it by mistake, or—" Bon nodded, his face clouded. "If it was set for us, then this mission has already been exposed. Things could get complicated." Shinwei understood their concerns. If the trap was meant for them, it meant someone had their eyes on the bridal gifts destined for Hwashuang City. And these weren't ordinary bandits or ronin. They were ninja. The man with the low ponytail smacked his lips, a half-smile playing on his face. He slid his sword back into its sheath and said, "Looks like this mission just got a bit more interesting. But with the young clan leader here, I doubt it'll be much a problem. Don't you all think so?" When they first set out, Kamui had never really looked closely at these people's faces, but now, one of them immediately drew his attention. Though the words sounded like compliments, the contempt in the tone was so thick it could hardly be disguised. Kamui regarded him with interest, thinking to himself that although 7 of them had come out together, it seemed they were far from united. It appeared that being the young clan leader wasn't such an easy job for Madara after all. Anyone could tell what was implied by those words. And of course, Madara understood as well. His expression had been grave from the start, and now, hearing this, his brows furrowed even tighter. "This is my first time leading a team as captain on a mission," Madara said. "You are all much more experienced and capable than I am. I hope you'll help me. No matter what happens, we can't bring shame to the Uchiha name." For Madara, as the young clan leader, to set his pride aside and say something like this was truly rare. Even the one who'd been mocking him moments before fell silent at once. He was stunned for a while, clearly surprised that Madara, despite his youth, was so composed. Even though Madara understood the sarcasm, he didn't lose his temper, but instead chose humility. Given that, he had nothing more to say, and could only follow the other's lead and offer a few polite words. And so, This brief episode passed without further trouble. The square-faced man walked over to a nearby tree to inspect the shuriken embedded in its trunk, hoping to find some clue about their enemies. Seizing this moment, Madara grabbed Kimui's wrist, keeping him close when Kimui tried to follow. Kimui looked at Madara in confusion. Though Madara's expression was displeased, he didn't say anything harsh. He pressed his lips together and spoke in a low voice. "You saw clearly what I did just now, didn't you?" What's he getting at? Kimui was completely puzzled. There are times when you have to bow your head. If you want to borrow others' strength, sometimes you have to put aside your pride. Kimui still didn't quite understand what Madara was trying to say. Then Madara added, "We cannot bring shame to the Uchiha name." Kimui's bewildered face was reflected in Madara's dark eyes. Madara spoke softly. "Remember my words. Remember what I'm teaching you, all right?" Kimui didn't fully understand, but Madara wasn't wrong. One could never go wrong by learning more. So Kimui gave Madara a brilliant, uncharacteristically gentle smile. "Understood, young clan leader." Whenever outsiders were present, Kimui always addressed him respectfully as young clan leader, even though, in his heart, he thought Madara was just a little brat. Madara continued to watch Kimui with lowered brows. After a moment, he closed his eyes as if worn out. Silently, he thought, "No, you don't understand. You really don't understand at all." The square-faced man soon returned, shuriken in hand. He handed the shuriken to Madara for inspection. Madara studied it closely, turning it over in his hands, then passed it to Kimui and said, "Take a look yourself." Kimui accepted the shuriken, holding it up to the dappled sunlight streaming down, which allowed him to see every detail clearly. There was nothing remarkable about this shuriken. It was just an ordinary one. If there was anything different at all, it was the exceptional sharpness. Every blade had been honed to a razor's edge, gleaming with a cold, steely light. "Do you notice anything?" Madara asked. Kimui pondered for a moment before replying honestly. "The shuriken is extremely sharp, and there's not a trace of rust on it. That means it hasn't been here long. It rained yesterday morning, but there's no sign of water stains, which suggests it was probably placed here after the rain stopped and the ground had dried." He looked up at Madara, silently asking if his reasoning was correct. Madara's expression softened noticeably. He nodded, signaling Kimui to go on. "This means the trap wasn't set for just anyone. Whoever left it meant it for us, specifically." Madara nodded in satisfaction and tossed the shuriken to the square-faced man, his tone now serious. "Our opponents this time know us well. They're ninja, so we'd better be prepared to face death. Ninjas aren't afraid of death. If you're scared, you're not fit to be a ninja." Kimui glanced around at the others. Just moments ago, they'd been on the verge of quarreling among themselves, but now, they instantly united, ready to face their true adversaries together. Though they all braced themselves for death, Kimui had no intention of dying. His goal was to survive, and if he could, he'd cling to life with everything he had. Let those who want to die do so. He intended to live. With the meager allowance he received each month, risking his life seemed absurd. Teacher Yu was right about this. This time, they changed formation, 2 in the front, 3 bringing up the rear, with Madara and Kimui protected in the center. There were 7 of them in total. Even putting aside the fact that Madara was the clan leader's son and destined to lead the Uchiha in the future, the mere fact that he'd awakened the Sharingan made him worth protecting at all costs. In truth, it wasn't Madara they were safeguarding, but those eyes. The rest of the journey was uneventful, save for that single shuriken trap. Having survived the trap, Kimui grew even more cautious. He stuck to Madara, the strongest among them, like a shadow. Madara, though still young, was already stronger than many grown men. Even some of the Senju clan's finest had fallen by his hand. That was something Taijima often bragged about to the other clansmen, so Kimui had heard the stories. Madara's strength meant that wherever he went, Kimui would follow, clinging to him for dear life. If Madara went to bathe, Kimui would go too, towel in hand. Nestled comfortably in the pool, Madara was completely relaxed, letting the warm water ease every muscle. Suddenly, a chill crept up his back. Fear prickled through him as he slowly turned around, only to see Kimui, wrapped in nothing but a bath towel, poised to step into the water. "Hey, what are you?" Madara sank a little deeper into water, unnerved. More than anything, he hated it when someone silently appeared behind him. Their chance encounter in the steaming hot spring pool was anything but accidental. Kimui, playing the sycophant, grinned and greeted him. "Oh, Madara, you're here too? What a coincidence." Madara was speechless. What a load of nonsense, he thought. Coincidence? More like you followed me here, didn't you? Kimui's smile remained unfazed. The rising steam filled the bathhouse, transforming it into something almost otherworldly. In the corner, incense smoldered, its wisps of fragrance curling through the air, shrouding the small space in a dreamy haze. Madara watched as Kamui, now settled across from him, closed his eyes to rest. There was a serene satisfaction to Kimui's expression, so calm, so content, that Madara found himself unable to complain. With rare gentleness, Madara spoke, his tone soft. "If you want to follow me, then so be it. Just don't sneak up behind me without a sound." Through the mist, Kamui cracked open one eye, his smile turning sly and his voice ringing clear. "I know. You're the kind who can't go if someone's standing behind you." Madara. He'd only ever mentioned that to Hashirama. How did Kamui know? Was it really that obvious in his daily behavior? Kamui, as it turned out, was very considerate. Knowing Madara's discomfort, he always waited patiently outside the restroom door whenever Madara needed to go, never crossing that unspoken line. Still, even knowing this, it was unnerving to step out and find Kamui standing guard outside the door like a sentinel. A bead of cold sweat would slip down Madara's temple every time. It was one thing to tag along to the bathhouse, but following him even for a few minutes to the restroom, was that really necessary? Since when had Kamui become so clingy? Madara sighed, exasperated. "Listen, this is Huashuang City. Even if someone wanted us dead, they wouldn't dare make a move here. There's no need to be so on edge." Kamui looked a bit embarrassed and scrambled for an excuse. "I'm not nervous. I just worry about your safety, Madara. If you're in danger, I need to stay within 100 meters of you. That's what the clan leader ordered. Don't you remember?" For a moment, Madara was struck silent. He looked at Kamui's radiant smile, words catching in his throat. It was true. Back then, to make sure Madara didn't die on the battlefield, his father, Taijima, had given Kamui a strict order. No matter who Madara was fighting, Kamui was to stay within 100 meters at all times so that he could reach Madara the instant he was hurt. From now on, it seemed, "Kamui." Madara reached out and gently brushed aside a lock of Kamui's hair near his ear, his eyes softening as he smiled at his beautiful childhood friend. He used to reserve this kind of smile only for Izuna. Now, finally, it was Kamui's turn. As that thought crossed his mind, Kamui couldn't help but pout a little on the inside. Was Madara finally planning to treat him the way he treated Izuna? "These next few days, I'll keep you safe, don't worry," Madara said earnestly. Kamui gazed into his eyes for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. "All right, I trust you, Madara. You can do it." Madara pouted, clearly dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do about Kamui. Whenever Kamui needed something, he'd sweetly call him young clan leader, but as soon as his request was granted, he'd just call him by name. No manners at all. In this respect, Izuna was definitely the more endearing one. With a not-so-gentle, not-so-harsh smack on Kamui's head, Madara turned away with a haughty flare, hands behind his back. Kamui rubbed his barely aching forehead, too busy to plot revenge, and quickly chased after Madara's retreating figure. As he ran, he muttered under his breath, "I'm the kind of person who holds a grudge. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. One day, I'm going to throw a sack over Madara's head and give him a good beating." "Madara, go ahead, just try it." After staying in Huashuang City for 2 days, the dowry and the necessary people were all arranged. Their group of more than a dozen set off in grand procession towards Songjiang City. Because their caravan included non-ninja personnel and carts loaded with the dowry, their pace from Huashuang City to Songjiang City was much slower. Madara had done the math. At their current speed, it would take 6 or 7 days to reach Songjiang City. For those 6 or 7 days, they'd have to stay as alert as possible. The 7 Uchiha, dressed in matching clan attire with the Uchiha crest neatly embroidered on their backs, stood out in the group. The name Uchiha alone was enough to scare off many bandits and ronin. Even the smaller ninja clans knew better than to provoke them. Unless they had a death wish, no one would attack recklessly. This was the power of reputation. The first 2 days went smoothly, but on the afternoon of the 3rd day, as they entered an area called Xianjiangdi, everything changed in an instant. The convoy was traveling along a road cut into the mountainside when, all of a sudden, masked bandits appeared. Using vines as ropes, they rappelled straight down from the cliffs above. They were brazen, launching their first attacks directly at the ninja guards as soon as they hit the ground. The Uchiha were fierce and battle-hardened. Even though the enemy outnumbered them 2 to 1, not a single one of them showed fear. The fight broke out suddenly, and there was nothing to do but meet it head-on. Madara told Kamui to stay by the carts and protect both the dowry and the entourage, while he himself leapt straight into the heart of the enemy ranks. Kamui shielded the non-combatants, occasionally fending off enemy ninja who tried to seize control of the caravan. If the enemy managed to take control, the battle would be over much sooner. On the other hand, if they killed everyone in the convoy, the result would be the same. Kamui directed his companions to hide in the grass beside the road, away from the site of the clash. all the while keeping the enemy ninja, who was intent on killing them, occupied. The one facing Kamui was at least 2 heads taller than him, yet, judging by his build, he didn't seem that much older. There's always a subtle difference between a teenager's physique and that of an adult. It's not hard to tell them apart. In the distance, both sides were locked in a chaotic melee, tangled together in a frenzied struggle. No one cared about Kimui's fate. He had to rely solely on his own strength to survive. Kimui cautiously tried to widen the gap between himself and the masked man, but his opponent didn't use the opportunity to weave hand signs or unleash any jutsu. Instead, the man closed in with swift, relentless steps, forcing Kimui back until his spine pressed against the jagged cliff face. With solid rock at his back, Kamui had nowhere left to retreat. His adversary, seeing Kamui cornered, looked smug and triumphant. He gathered chakra into both fists, and with a burst of wind, his punch rocketed straight for Kamui's face. It had been nagging at Kamui, the familiarity of that fighting style, but only now did he finally piece it all together. His opponent was a taijutsu specialist, a close combat ninja. Even though Kamui had been on the defensive, the masked man had several chances to use ninjutsu, yet he never did. He just kept pressing closer and closer. If it's taijutsu, Kamui had nothing to fear from a storm of iron fists. Instead, a faint, confident smile curled on his lips. That self-assured smile made his opponent freeze for a split second. Any seasoned ninja could sense the power behind that punch. Who in their right mind would be smiling in that moment? Yet here was Kamui grinning. The man behind the mask felt thoroughly insulted. Just as the fist came within inches of Kamui's nose, Kamui moved with blinding speed. He snared the man's wrist with a technique as delicate as golden threads. Then, with a quick twist, and a follow-through that blended defense and offense, he redirected the blow. In a seamless motion, Kamui's counter sent the masked man stumbling backwards, off balance, and sprawling. The masked man hadn't expected to be thrown like that. He hadn't even noticed Kamui using much force, yet somehow, he'd been sent flying several meters by a seemingly effortless palm strike. Unwilling to admit defeat, the masked man launched a powerful side kick at Kamui's abdomen. In his mind, the scrawny kid before him would surely vomit up his guts from the blow. But Kamui had anticipated every move. The masked man was unlucky. His taijutsu was formidable, perhaps even exceptional, but Kamui's skill outmatched his, countering him at every turn. When 2 fighters meet, nothing is more disastrous than one style being perfectly countered by the other. The kick from Banro Mask came flying with remarkable speed, but Shunwei made no move to dodge. Since both of them specialized in taijutsu, meeting a worthy opponent in actual combat was as much a test of skill as it was a contest of strength. Shunwei caught the kick with a smooth motion, drawing in his abdomen along the edge of the bridge railing. He skillfully borrowed the force of the attack, so he didn't need to use any of his own strength. Once the momentum had largely dissipated, he gathered chakra in his abdomen and, with a sudden tension, expelled it forcefully. Banro Mask was sent flying once again. Watching his opponent sail through the air, Shunwei couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Did this guy not know how to absorb or redirect force at all? I wonder if you realize what technique I'm using. You should know at least a little, shouldn't you? Shunwei mused, slightly disappointed that his opponent hadn't recognized he was using Taiji. Banro Mask sprang to his feet with a swift kip-up and charged at Shunwei once more. This time, his punch was aimed directly at the Tanjong acupoint. The Tanjong was the intersection for all the major veins transporting inner energy throughout the body, and this energy was closely linked to one's consciousness. A heavy blow to this point would send the internal energy careening madly, leaving the mind clouded and the emotions in disarray. For a ninja, unclear thoughts, chaotic emotions, and disrupted energy meant that their chakra would be thrown into turmoil as well. To gather chakra and use ninjutsu again, one would first have to calm down and restore the balance within. But who in the midst of battle has the luxury of such time? Without reliable chakra, many ninjas who were weak in taijutsu would simply be at their opponent's mercy. Shunwei understood his opponent's intent, making it easy for him to evade. His movements were agile, and with a few quick turns he easily slipped out of Banruo Mask's relentless pursuit. When the attempt to strike the Tanjong failed, Banruo Mask immediately aimed for the Yamen acupoint at the base of Shunwei's neck. The Yamen was a vital point at the first cervical vertebra, deep beneath which ran the occipital artery, vein, and nerve. A hard strike there could send a rush of blood pressure to the medulla, causing instant unconsciousness, or even death. In many movies and dramas, a chop to the back of the neck knocks someone out cold. That's precisely the spot. One move after another, every attack was targeted at a crucial acupoint. As Shunwei dodged the barrage, he still found time to glance at Madara in the distance. Things over there looked much the same techniques, the same fighting style. Now Shenwei was certain of his opponent's identity. Having gauged the other's abilities, Shenwei felt not fear, but a growing thrill. For a long time, the most formidable opponent he'd faced was Uchiha Madara, but Madara's strength lay in ninjutsu, not taijutsu. Now, a true taijutsu master stood before him, and the long-dormant blood in Shenwei's veins felt as if it had been awakened. Even the light in his eyes blazed with an intense passion, wild and destructive. The reason Prajna Mask likes to target acupoints is that, in close combat, it's the fastest and easiest way to subdue an opponent. In this world of ninjas, unless someone specializes in taijutsu, they're usually not deeply familiar with the intricacies of acupoints. With only a superficial understanding, many people have no idea why their opponent is attacking those particular spots. If one lets their guard down, it's entirely possible to be subdued within a few seconds. Kamui decided to fight fire with fire. If his opponent attacks acupoints, so does he. Back when he competed in the National Martial Arts Tournament, the first thing everyone had to learn was which spots were strictly off-limits. Everyone understood why. This was a competition, not a fight to the death. Those so-called fatal points were absolutely forbidden. But now, the very points that were off-limits back then, Kamui could target without restraint. His hands moved at lightning speed, a skill he'd honed specifically after coming to this world. If he lacked raw strength, he made up for it with speed. As long as he was fast enough, he could strike twice in the time it took someone else to throw a single punch, more than making up for his weaker power. Taiyuan, Baihui, Zhongmin, Mingmen. Prajna Mask never imagined he'd one day fall victim to familiar acupoints. As a fellow taijutsu practitioner, he instantly recognized every point Kamui targeted. Understanding it was one thing, but being able to defend against it was another matter entirely. Frantically and clumsily, he tried to defend himself. Counterattacking was out of the question. Just barely managing to guard his acupoints from Kamui's precise strikes was already pushing him to his limits. Kamui, however, wasn't obsessed with hitting the pressure points. With his opponent's defense in disarray, any move would do. He shifted into Tai Chi's pushing hands and the 9 palace steps, following with a series of lunging palm strikes, sidestepping, weaving through with single-handed palm thrust straight to the chest. This particular palm strike started as a weaving motion, then shifted into a powerful push, augmented by downward pressing force, far heavier than a normal push. The initial weaving strikes served to build momentum, much like winding up before throwing something heavy. As Kamui drove forward with a lunging, single-handed palm, if his opponent tried to block with crossed arms, he'd immediately follow. With a sweeping elbow, without pause, he'd lift his hands in the cloud hands motion, holding his breath and gathering his chi. Back in his adolescent days, Kamui liked to call this move threefold chi unification, reminiscent of a signature technique from the legendary Shionba. Both served to consolidate breath and focus energy. With breath consolidated, he pressed his left palm atop his right fist and struck Prajna Mask squarely in the chest. This blow combined pressing, squeezing, and twisting forces, plus the full weight of his momentum from above. All these energies converged in a single strike, driving Prajna Mask step by step from the cliff wall across to the far side of the mountain path. At first, the masked group had the Uchiha clan on the back foot. But gradually, with Madara's ninjutsu and the power of the Sharingan, the tide began to turn. The masked fighters were adept at close combat, but the Uchiha realized it was better to keep their distance and bombard them with ninjutsu from afar. The relentless fire-style jutsu kept the enemy at bay, preventing them from getting close. Yet, turning the blaze into an opportunity for counterattack or ambush proved impossible. The opponent seemed able to predict the exact trajectory of every thrown shuriken and kunai, dodging them all with ease. Madara had a vague idea of the stranger's origins, but he had no proof. On the other side, the man in the Hanya mask was being driven back by Kamui's relentless assault, looking utterly disheveled. No matter how powerful his punches seemed compared to Kamui's open hand strikes, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. Kamui was clearly far more at ease, not only dominating the exchange, but even finding time to lecture him as they fought. Didn't your family ever teach you it's better to take 10 punches than a single palm strike? His opponent had no chance to reply before Kamui continued. Ever heard the saying, a punch bruises the skin, a palm strike reaches the core? Didn't they teach you that either? The man in the Hanya mask could only think Kamui was insane, but given his current predicament, he had no energy left for insults. Kamui had forced him all the way to the edge of the road. This mountain path had been carved into treacherous heights, and now that he stood at the brink, he could see that just beyond the roads, edge yawned a bottomless cliff. A fall from here, no matter how skilled you were, would turn you into nothing but broken flesh. Kemui's plan was to drive his opponent over the edge and end things once and for all. But the Hanyu-masked man was no fool. With a messy, desperate pivot, he managed to reverse their positions with Kamui. If he'd been confident enough, he might have taken the chance to kick Kamui off the cliff. But he was well aware of the gap between them. This Uchiha boy, who still looked so young and innocent, was actually a master of taijutsu. Without absolute certainty of victory, he dared not risk a reckless kick. If he abandoned all honor and tried to strike dirty at such close range, Kamui might just counter with a groin attack, and his life would be ruined for good. He hadn't married yet, hadn't experienced the joys his elders always talked about, hadn't left any children behind. He couldn't let it end like this. Besides, even if Kamui fought honorably and refused to stoop so low, there was still a chance that if he kicked, Kamui might grab his ankle and refuse to let go. In that scenario, even if he managed to kick Kamui off, the momentum might drag him down as well. All these thoughts flashed through his mind in just 2 seconds, and he decided the safest move was to get away from the edge. The instant their positions were reversed, the Hanyu-masked man tried to run. But Kamui gave him no chance, using his speed to close the gap. He reached out with 3 fingers and clamped down on the man's shoulder, forcing him to turn around. At that moment, all the secret family techniques and ancient mantras were useless. The Hanyu-masked man only wanted to shake off this troublesome boy. He thought he'd picked the softest target, but who would have imagined that this soft target was only soft on the outside, harder than steel within? Now, he was filled with bitter regret. Boar Mask gathered chakra into his fist, but Kamui didn't give him the chance to counter. With a swift and uncompromising leg sweep, Kamui landed a powerful kick squarely on Boar Mask's knee. There was a sharp, sickening crack. Even in the chaos of the scene, with explosive tags detonating all around, Boar Mask's agonized howl cut through the noise like a wounded animal's cry. A leg sweep may seem simple, but its power is formidable. By driving the motion from the hips and powering through the calf, a grown man can generate nearly 700 pounds of force with such a kick. When executed properly, it can cause permanent damage to an opponent's knee. Now, Kamui had sent his adversary flying several meters. Boar Mask was a pitiful sight, clutching his right knee, writhing and rolling on the ground in agony. His tortured screams echoed off the cliff walls, so harrowing that anyone who heard them might think someone was being slowly dismembered with a blade. When Madara heard that blood-curdling scream, his first thought was that Kamui was in danger. He rushed over without hesitation, only to find his younger brother lowering his fists, unharmed. Madara grabbed both of Kemui's arms, frantically checking him up and down for injuries. Only after confirming Kamui was unscathed did Madara's heart finally settle. Kamui shot him a meaningful smile, nodding toward Boar Mask, who was still rolling on the ground. "I shattered his knee, Madara," Kamui said, his smile deepening. "If I hadn't held back then, if I hadn't aimed high on purpose, you would have ended up just like him." He said these chilling words with the gentlest smile, so calm and casual that, for a moment, Madara couldn't tell if this was reality or some fever dream. He stared at Kamui, speechless. Kemui's expression didn't change. He simply smiled, then, without breaking eye contact, drew his blade from behind his back. Madara knew exactly what Kamui intended to do, and so did Boar Mask, writhing in pain on the ground. Finally unable to hold himself together, Boar Mask's voice broke with terror as he desperately scooted backward, tried to escape Kemui's slow, inexorable advance. This was the first time Kamui had ever raised a blade against a living person outside of a life-or-death situation. Truth be told, he wasn't without fear. Even in a world like this, it was difficult for someone carrying memories of his past life to completely abandon his long-held beliefs about life and death. He had once claimed he would kill Tobirama Senju with his own hands to awaken the Sharingan. But that had only ever been a thought. He'd never actually acted on it. Now, with a sword in his grasp, he was in the process of reconstructing his entire worldview about life and death in this world. "No, don't come any closer." The voice was young, trembling with terror. Boar Mask was so frightened he kept inching backwards until he could retreat no further. He glanced back in panic. Behind him was a wooden cart, blocking the road, filled with the treasures they'd risked everything to steal. "No, please don't." His voice broke into a sob, raw fear plain in every word. The blade shimmered with a cold, menacing gleam as Shunwei fixed his gaze on the terrifying Hanyu mask worn by the man before him, raising his sword high above his head. Just as the blade was about to fall, a rope was suddenly thrown down from the cliff above. The rope, propelled by momentum, wrapped tightly around the Hanyu mask-wearer several times, then hoisted him up and away from the ground. With the Hanyu mask-wearer rescued, The remaining survivors hurried to hoist the bodies of their fallen comrades and fled the scene as quickly as they had arrived. Their retreat was as swift as their appearance. The square-jawed man stepped up to ask Madara for instructions on what to do next. Madara glanced at the one pinned underfoot by his clansmen in the distance, then shook his head. Our mission is to escort these people and supplies to Songjiang City. Nothing else matters. Besides, having one survivor is enough. Madara's words rang true. For reputation's sake or otherwise, a ninja must always put the mission first. Shunwei stared at the empty ground, unable to describe what he felt. For a fleeting moment, he was even overcome by a sense of relief. Relieved that the man had been saved. What a strange contradiction. He was the one about to strike, yet he was also the one relieved that he hadn't. Indeed, when it comes to taking a life, it's far easier to do so in the heat of battle for self-preservation than in a moment of cold, lucid clarity like now. The main reason, perhaps, is that the battlefield never allows time for self-doubt or reflection. Any hesitation could give the enemy the upper hand. So despite having fought in many battles and killed enemy ninjas, Shunwei had never experienced as many conflicting thoughts as he did now, facing the Hanya mask wearer. In the real world, this would be the difference between accidentally killing someone in self-defense and meticulously planning to do so. After directing his companions to clear the battlefield, Madara walked over to Shunwei's side. Shunwei stood motionless, gripping his sword tightly, until Madara gently pried open his whitened fingers, one by one, and took the blade from his grasp, sheathing it. You hesitated, Madara said. Shunwei curled one side of his lips into a faint smile and replied, Next time, I won't hesitate again. As the two spoke, the square-jawed man brought over the last straggler, abandoned by his companions. His hands were tightly bound with hemp rope, and he was tossed at Madara's feet like something worthless, stripped of all dignity. Judging by his build, he was a youth not much shorter than Shunwei himself. At this moment, the boy seemed gripped by terror. Though he didn't beg for mercy, he was trembling so violently it revealed the fear in his heart. Eager to confirm his suspicions, Shunwei crouched down and swiftly tore off the boy's tanuki mask. The mask fell aside, and the boy's face was laid bare beneath the dazzling sunlight. His fair face kept turning away, as if he wanted to hide his features from the others. But Kamui gripped his chin with force, making him face the group whether he liked it or not. In despair, the boy squeezed his eyes shut, and they could hear the sound of his muffled sobs. Kamui's tone softened, and he spoke again in that melodious, almost ethereal voice, as gentle and light as petals floating down to rest on a lake. Anyone who heard it would instinctively believe such a beautiful voice could only belong to a kind and tender soul. It was with this voice that Kamui addressed the boy, coaxing him, Come now, be good. Open your eyes, and let me have a look at you. Madara, hearing him speak this way, couldn't help but arch an eyebrow. He himself was barely grown, yet here Kamui was calling someone else good child. Clearly, Kamui's words had no effect. The boy kept his eyes shut tight, his hopelessness spreading across his face. Tears broke free, streaming down in twin trails like quiet rivers, flowing over his cheeks. He clenched his jaw, determined not to let himself sob aloud, his last act of stubborn pride. Kamui sighed and let go of his chin. The boy's tears had dampened the web between Kamui's thumb and forefinger. Kamui had nothing but distaste for tears, and without a second thought, he wiped his hand clean on Madara's clothes. Madara, keeping your eyes shut won't help you. You're from the Hyuga clan, aren't you? Kamui's tone left no room for doubt. It wasn't a question, but a statement. The words made the boy's eyes fly open. He stared in shock at the handsome young man standing above him. He was sure he hadn't let anyone see his eyes. How had he been discovered anyway? Madara's gaze locked on those terrified, pale eyes, his own gradually darkening. Why did it have to be a Hyuga? Kamui had no further interest in the boy. He had only spoken to confirm his own suspicions. He rubbed his hands together, now grimy and sticky with dust, and felt uncomfortable. He walked over to the nearby cart, retrieved a water flask, and began to wash his hands. The attendants who had hidden in the bushes during the fight only now dared to poke their heads out. With a wooden stopper between his teeth, Kamui rinsed his hands without ceremony, then shoved the stopper back in and tossed the flask into the cart. He glanced at the shaken group and flashed them a bright smile. In the sunlight, the boy's smile was gentle, his androgynous beauty giving him an air of harmless innocence. And yet, they had all just witnessed how brutally he'd beaten the masked man. This youth was nothing like the pure and gentle image his looks suggested. Now, when they looked at Kamui, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Kamui noticed this too. He smiled again, said nothing, and turned to return to Madara's side. No sooner had he arrived than he heard the square-jawed man ask Madara, young clan leader, what should we do with this Hyuga kid? Kill him here, or take him back for the clan head? The Hyuga boy, hearing the square-faced man's words, instantly forgot his tears. He looked pleadingly at Madara, his eyes, still wet with tears, radiating a pitiful innocence. It's not that I'm afraid to die, but my family. He faltered, the words of a man begging his enemy for mercy sticking in his throat, something any proud soul would struggle to say. But he was different. My little sister, she doesn't even know I joined this mission. Before he could finish, the square-faced man landed a harsh kick to his abdomen. Furious, he shouted at the boy, "You raided a convoy under the Uchiha's protection, and now, as a captive, you dare to beg for mercy?" The boy dared not utter another word. He merely bit his lip and hung his head, the picture of silent, wounded resignation. Behind Madara, Kamui watched the scene, unable to shake the memory of another time, of the old Uchiha Kamui who used to shrink away, weak and frail, coughing up blood at the slightest provocation, and would often wear that same look after being bullied. A heavy, uncomfortable sigh welled up in Kamui's chest. He found it unbearable and turned away, only to feel a hand suddenly rest on his shoulder. Glancing sideways, Kamui saw Madara, whose expression was tinged with hesitation. Madara said, "Come with me. There's something I want to discuss." Puzzled but compliant, Kamui followed Madara a short distance away, far enough that no one else could overhear. Madara then asked, "Kamui, what's your take on all this?" Was this really why Madara had pulled him aside? Did Madara think he was some kind of detective? Kamui rolled his eyes, replying irritably, "With my eyes, obviously. How else?" Madara assumed Kamui was just sulking over having his hands soaked with someone else's tears and found his mood a bit childish. With a mixture of exasperation and fondness in his voice, Madara's grip on Kamui's shoulder tightened ever so slightly. "Don't act like a child. I'm being serious." "This isn't up to me," Kamui retorted. "You're the captain. Do as you see fit." Madara gazed deeply at Kamui, who pouted, annoyed for reasons he couldn't quite explain. After a silent moment, Madara let out a quiet sigh, then returned to squat down in front of the captive youth. Crouching, Madara studied the Hyuga boy's face. It was clear he'd never done anything like this before, and his abilities seemed ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up a prisoner. Besides, he was likely from the branch family. Only those from the branch house live with their lives so readily disregarded. Madara felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, but he knew he had no right to judge. Each clan had its own rules, and it wasn't his place to interfere. Under Madara's long, silent gaze, the Hyuga boy finally lifted his head. On his youthful face, fear warred with worry, betraying his innocence. He knew that the boy crouching in front of him, just a little older than himself, was the one who held the power in this group. When he looked at Madara, there was a hint of pleading in his eyes. "I originally planned to take you back to the Uchiha and hand you over to my father," Madara said, his face dark and brooding. Though still young, he radiated the commanding presence of an adult. The Hyuga boy gazed timidly at the handsome, cold-faced youth before him. He heard Madara continue, "But after thinking it over, I've decided to let you go." The moment Madara spoke these words, not only was the Hyuga boy left stunned, but even Kamui and the square-jawed boy, who had been watching the scene unfold, were equally taken aback. Did they hear that right? Was Madara really saying he would let the enemy go? "Young lord, are you serious?" the square-jawed boy asked in disbelief. "They were just trying to kill us and rob us of everything we had. If they'd succeeded, imagine how much it would have tarnished the Uchiha name." Madara understood all too well what the square-jawed boy was saying, but his mind was already made up. He replied with casual indifference, "If they had really succeeded, it would only mean the Uchiha weren't as skilled as we thought." The square-jawed boy frowned even deeper. Realizing Madara was determined to release the boy, he turned to Kamui, silently begging for him to persuade Madara otherwise. Kamui, however, was unmoved. He simply flashed a dazzling smile, and after taking in that smile, the square-jawed boy was so exasperated he nearly lost his breath. He was at a loss. The clan leader was known for his decisive ruthlessness. How could his children be so soft-hearted, so indifferent? For a moment, he couldn't help but worry about the future of the Uchiha. "Are you telling the truth?" the Hyuga boy asked, his voice trembling as he stared at Madara's clear, youthful face. No conditions, no demands. Was he really being set free so easily? "Yes," Madara nodded, ignoring the stares around him as he pulled the boy up from the ground. "Come with me. There's something I want to say to you." In full view of everyone, Madara led the nervous Hyuga boy aside. No one knew what was said between them. All they saw, a few minutes later, was Madara slicing through the ropes binding the boy's wrists with a kunai, and then watching as the boy fled in haste. Kamui stood with arms crossed, watching Madara. Just as Madara once said he couldn't see through Kamui, now Kamui felt the same about Madara. The Madara who, in old age, would scoff at human life and dismiss the fate of others. Was he really so soft-hearted as a teenager? Young Madara, adult Madara, elder Madara. 3 different images took turns flashing through Kamui's mind. The man who would one day challenge the entire shinobi world by himself seemed impossible to reconcile with the gentle-hearted boy standing before him now. He had always admired the imposing and domineering Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But now, this kind and gentle Madara was quietly establishing a good image in his heart as well. Kamui gave a self-mocking smile. Not long ago, he'd scoffed at the idea of finding children interesting, but now he realized that children could be quite fascinating after all. The more turbulent and chaotic the times, the more ruthless the world became, and the rarer it was to find someone like Madara, whose small acts of kindness and softness shone all the brighter. He couldn't help but admit that, compared to Madara, he himself was the one who seemed more like a villain. As for the fate of that young boy from the Hyuga clan, he hadn't cared in the slightest. Suddenly, Kamui shuddered uncontrollably. Beneath the warm autumn sun, he was surprised to feel a chill run through him. He realized that his problem was no longer just a lack of empathy or emotional disconnect. It was as if he had become truly cold-blooded. "Kamui, come over and tidy things up again. We need to keep moving," Madara called out. Standing a dozen meters away, Kamui looked back at Madara. Madara wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but for a brief moment, he thought he saw a trace of confused fear flicker across Kamui's face. Maybe he was just seeing things, because as soon as Kamui heard his voice, he immediately put on a warm, gentle smile. Aside from the brief interlude with the Hyuga family, the next few days passed peacefully. No other clan's ninja came to stir up trouble or risk their lives, and as planned, they safely delivered their charges to Songjiang City. They would rest there for 2 days before escorting the rest of their group back to Huashuang City, at which point their mission would be truly complete. During these 2 days of rest, everyone was allowed to move about freely. Of course, this freedom came with limits. As ninjas, they had plenty of enemies, so unless there was a pressing need, they rarely wandered about on missions. Songjiang City was even grander and wealthier than Huashuang City, its streets and markets bustling with activity and life. This was the most prosperous city Kamui had seen since arriving in this world, and ever since they'd left the noble estate, he'd been itching to go out and explore. "Madara, aren't you even a bit curious?" Kamui glanced at Madara, walking expressionlessly beside him, thinking how utterly dull this man could be. Perhaps it was because ninjas were used to a hard life, that all these bright and flashy things left him unmoved. Although Kamui had grown up enduring hardship in Banyan Garden, he was different from Madara. He was practical and down-to-earth, and he couldn't help but be curious about all the things he'd never seen before. He wandered from stall to stall, glancing here and there, buying a sugar figurine to taste its sweetness. Madara followed behind, letting Kamui stop at every vendor like a curious child, peeking into what each stall was selling. Their companions had already returned to the inn, leaving only the 2 of them roaming the streets. The sugar figurine, made from malt syrup, was sweet with a hint of bitterness from being cooked a touch too long, but Kamui didn't mind at all. During those years in the Banyan Garden, no one ever bought him candy. This only made him crave it all the more. The less he had, the more he wanted. After he won the martial arts championship, he got a bit of prize money. On the day he received it, Shun Wei dashed to the school's snack shop and bought a huge pile of candy, every flavor he could find. That day, he ate so much he actually made himself sick. Ever since then, every time he ate candy, he'd start to gag. But even if it made him sick, he still loved eating it. He brought all that candy back to the Banyan Garden, hid it in his cabinet, and would sneak pieces whenever no one was around. A big bag stuffed full of candy filled the entire cabinet. He spent 200 or 300 yuan on it. He ate that candy for a long time, but never managed to finish it all. Even when he ended up in the hospital after his accident, there was still plenty left. Now, he wondered, what had become of that candy? If he died, did his master or his senior brothers just throw the candy away? Or maybe they left his things alone, and as the weather got warmer, the candy just melted away? Shun Wei. A touch on his arm jolted him from his thoughts. Ban's gentle voice brought him back. "Why are you just standing here, daydreaming? Aren't you going to keep looking around?" The sugar figurine in his hand had started to melt, turning sticky and syrupy. The syrup dripped from the top down, sliding over the little figure's face like tears. Staring at it, Shun Wei suddenly lifted the candy toward Ban. "Want a bite?" he asked. Ban glanced at the melted, barely recognizable sugar figurine, and then at Shun Wei's absent-minded expression. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ban leaned down and took a small bite from Shun Wei's hand. "You don't mind that I already had some?" Shun Wei asked. Ban paused, then gave a soft smile. We're family. No need for so many taboos. Shinwei's brows relaxed at those words. He held the candy closer to Ban's mouth. Then have another bite. The malt sugar tasted wonderful. As that sweetness melted in his mouth, Ban felt as if the whole sky had grown brighter. The gloom he'd carried for days seemed to dissolve in that sweetness. Bitterness was no longer just bitterness. If you keep eating, there won't be any left for you, Shinwei said with a smile, still stubbornly holding the candy out. Come on, just one more. Ban couldn't refuse him, so he took another bite. This time, he nibbled off a small piece. The syrup from the malt sugar clung to his rose-colored lips, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. All right, I've had enough. Shinwei, you should eat the rest. You love it, don't you? For the first time, Shinwei felt what it was like to share something he loved and have someone accept it. The sensation was strange, but wonderful. Eating the sugar figurine, he couldn't help but remember the past, remembering himself, all alone, hugging a big bag of candy and sitting in the dark backyard, eating one piece after another. Whenever he tried to share the candy with his senior brothers, they'd just say, "What's a grown man doing eating candy? That's something for little girls." Once again, Shinwei handed the candy to his father, who had come to attend their master's birthday banquet. His dad took it, but immediately passed it on to Shinwei's younger siblings who came along. The two children looked at the candy their father shoved into their hands, their faces clouded with disdain and disappointment. Hard candy, milk toffees, I like chocolate. The little boy pouted in distaste. The little girl glanced over and pursed her lips as well. There's not a single one I like. Where did Dad even get these? From a short distance away, Shinwei watched as they tossed the candies into the trash. The joy he'd hoped to share with his father, the thrill of being a champion, never made it past his lips. It turned out to be the last time he ever saw his father. Looking back now, he realized that every time he met his dad with hope, his father would always, with a careless word or gesture, turn hope into disappointment. And when disappointment lingers long enough, it becomes despair. Is it good, Madara? Madara licked the syrup from his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness, and nodded. He smiled and said, "If only I could take some home. I want Azuna to try it. There's nothing like this in our clan's territory. He'd love it." Madara had always been a devoted older brother. His thoughts were filled with his siblings. Suddenly, Shinwei felt the ache in his heart soften, as if he were plunging into a cloud, the world turning gentle and light. Those old regrets from his previous life seemed to be slowly mending, quietly healing. In that fleeting moment, he even felt a faint, almost imperceptible sense of gratitude toward Madara. This boy, he always managed in the smallest ways to heal him when he least expected it. Yes, just like this, be a little kinder to me, kind enough to make me forget all the past pain, kind enough that I'd be willing to let go of my own extremes just for you. Don't let me down. Yet, these words remained locked in his heart, unheard by Madara. Shinwei shared the sugar figurine, already little to begin with Madara. The two of them stood together in the bustling street, Shinwei taking big bites while Madara nibbled small ones, until between them, the candy was gone. This time, Shinwei didn't spit it out. Songjiang City was built against the mountains, embraced by water on two sides, its scenery breathtaking. They made their way through the lively streets, with Shinwei running ahead like the wind, and Madara trailing behind him like a faithful cloud. Madara called out, "Shinwei, slow down. Watch your step." The mountain path was steep and difficult, not easy to walk even for a ninja. Flagstone steps wound up the slope like a ribbon of blue, meandering from the mountain's foot all the way up. Shinwei was in high spirits today. For the first time, he let his childish side show in front of Madara, darting nimbly through the crowds going up and down the mountain, slipping through like a little fish and racing swiftly towards the halfway point. Madara climbed slowly and steadily, and was soon left far behind. The autumn maples blazed crimson, as if the entire sky had caught fire. On the path so steep it was nearly vertical, the young boy stood beneath the maple trees. The figure clad in black, embroidered with the Uchiha clan crest, came to a halt. He turned, watching as Madara climbed step by step, waving his arms in exaggerated motion. Beneath the crimson maples, his bright smile seemed edged with gold by the setting sun. His long, jet-black hair danced on the breeze. A child this striking was a rare sight, and passers-by couldn't help but steal a second glance. At this age, a boy's radiance is like the newly risen sun, so full of promise, so much like a blossom in its first bloom. "Madara, hurry up. You're too slow," Kamui shouted at him, utterly unconcerned by the curious looks thrown his way. Fixing his gaze on Kamui's figure, Madara quickened his pace after all. He wanted to protect Kamui's smile in this moment. So open, so beautiful. He longed to see him smiling always. "When I was coming up, I overheard someone say there's a pure land behind a shrine. From there, You can look out over the sea and watch the sun disappear beyond the horizon. As Kamui spoke, his eyebrows danced, his eyes sparkled with anticipation. Madara glanced at the sky. There was still some time before sunset, but you want to watch the sunset? Kamui wagged an index finger in front of Madara's face. No, no, no. What I want to see is the sun vanishing into the sea. Madara frowned. Isn't that the same thing? Kamui turned to lead the way, recalling every word the passersby had said. Take a left at the shrine into the woods. Follow the winding trail to the other side of the mountain. As he walked, he corrected Madara. You can watch the sunset anywhere. It's not the same at all. Kamui had lived more than a decade, but had never visited the seaside. He'd never witnessed the breathtaking sight of a sun, golden as a salted egg yolk, sinking into the ocean. He wondered if he'd wasted his time. His brief life had been consumed by martial arts and books. There was no home to return to, no journeys waiting for him. Now, given this chance, he wanted to see all the scenery he'd missed, even if this world was just a fleeting dream. One after the other, they passed through dense groves of maple. Somewhere along the way, Kamui plucked a leaf and held it in his mouth, sauntering ahead with an easy confidence, Madara following carefully in his footsteps. Not until they emerged from the maples and stood on the far side of the mountain did they understand why people called this place the Pure Land. The entire hillside behind the shrine seemed measured and cleaved with perfect precision. On one side, forest stretched as far as the eye could see, but here, at least on this gentle slope, not a single tree stood. A carpet of grass, just high enough to brush their ankles, blanketed the earth, scattered with tiny blue and violet flowers, fragile yet thriving. Standing atop this slope, they could gaze down at the distant sea at the mountain's foot. The ocean lay motionless and silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Near the Uchiha clan grounds, there was only the Naka River. Even for Madara, this was his first time seeing such a vast and boundless sea. For a moment, neither of them spoke. They simply gazed quietly at the distant horizon where sea and sky met. Far off in the distance, the line between heaven and ocean blurred, making it impossible to tell where the sky ended and the sea began. Confronted with such a majestic sight, any words would have felt intrusive. Silence was the only fitting tribute. Only in stillness could they truly honor what lay before them. Neither knew how long they remained there, lost in a moment, until the wind began to rustle through the woods, bringing with it a faint, whistling sound that finally pulled them back from that silent world. Kamui took the maple leaf from his mouth and twirled it between his fingers, playing with it idly. He grinned brightly. They say the more you look at the sea, the broader your heart becomes. I wonder if that's really true. Madara's expression softened, and he was the first to sit down. He picked a small purple flower, brought it to his nose, and breathed in its gentle fragrance. Instantly, a smile lit up his face. I suppose it must be true, he replied. With such scenery before him, all the stifling frustrations he'd kept buried seemed to vanish. Peace settled over him, soothing every part of his being. Kamui raised an eyebrow and sat down beside Madara. He relaxed, lying back on the soft grass with his arms as a pillow, one leg crossed over the other. He felt light and at ease, as if floating, a rare and perfect sense of comfort. For a while, he forgot about the endless conflict, forgot about his own identity, forgot all those burdens no child their age should have to bear. Madara, too, longed to escape the world he knew. Hugging his knees to his chest, he stared absent-mindedly at the small purple flower in his hand. With a gentle twist of his thumb and forefinger, he spun the stem. The purple petals spun rapidly, blurring into a ghostly afterimage. It was impossible to tell just how many petals there really were. Kamui cracked one eye open to look at him. As the eldest brother among many siblings, Madara was often quiet at home. He always tried to set an example, carrying himself with a seriousness beyond his years. Truth be told, it made him a bit dull. Perhaps that was why he liked to seek out Hashirama by the Naka River. With Hashirama, he didn't have to be anyone's older brother, didn't have to lead by example every moment. He could set aside the weight of being the family's eldest son, could shed the restraints of being the young leader of the Uchiha. For a little while, he could simply be himself, just Madara, nothing more. A life without shackles is a free one, and maybe he was a little addicted to that fleeting sense of freedom. Now, Madara lowered his eyes to study the small flower in his hand. The gentle curve at the corner of his lips was just right, and the sunset's afterglow bathed his profile in a soft, liquid gold. Kamui watched his face at that moment, and found it impossible to connect this gentle boy with the commanding figure Madara Uchiha would become in decades to come. Madara, too, had moments of such tenderness that you'd almost hesitate to disturb him. A breeze drifted through the trees, its cool touch snapping Madara back to reality. He became aware that Kim Yui had been watching him all along, and for a moment, he felt a bit embarrassed. He hid the little flower in his palm, his cheeks tinged with red. A ninja harboring feelings for a flower, swaying in the wind. How odd was that? "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asked, his gaze fixed awkwardly on the horizon. Kim Yui pursed his lips. It was precisely because Madara was so stubborn and reserved that he would later be deceived by Kaguya, wasn't it? People with this kind of personality, if left without someone by their side to guide them, could easily stray down the wrong path. What an unyielding fellow. "Because you're nice to look at," Kim Yui teased him on purpose. Madara pressed his lips together, but his expression softened considerably. "If we're talking about looks, out of the 5 of us, you're the best-looking one, Kim Yui." As he spoke, Madara glanced back at Kim Yui, a gentle smile lighting up his features. "I once happened to see portraits of your parents. They were both very beautiful, and you greatly resemble them." Doi. Kim Yui gazed up at the azure sky, trying to recall the faces of his parents. Never having known the love of his biological parents, he didn't feel any particular attachment to them. Besides, he wasn't truly the original Uchiha Kim Yui anymore. On another note, he was simply too busy growing stronger. Mother was someone Kim Yui had longed for once, and later despaired of ever having. That numbness towards his mother in the real world had carried over here as well. According to Aunt Ling Luo, both his father and mother had been the most beautiful among their clans. It was probably thanks to inheriting his parents' looks that Kim Yui's features were so androgynous, even down to those soft, expressive eyes that spoke of tenderness and affection. Being a handsome man is a kind of advantage, isn't it? Don't they say beauties always get special privileges? Kim Yui joked with a bright grin, and Madara could tell he was only teasing. In an era of endless clan warfare, who could spare a thought for appearances? Sometimes being good-looking was more of a burden than a blessing. Yet in this moment, Kim Yui's smile truly was captivating. So calm, as if he wanted nothing from the world. "Kim Yui, you seem different now," Madara blurted out, watching Kim Yui's serene expression. Kim Yui paused, surprised. "Different? How so?" Madara thought for a moment. "It's been a long time since I last saw you cry." "Cry?" Kim Yui looked toward the distant sky, puzzled, and after a moment's reflection, he had to admit that the old Kim Yui really had been a crybaby. He'd been in poor health, always forced to drink all kinds of bitter medicines. The taste was strange and unpleasant, and every time he drank them, he suffered, holding the bowl, forcing himself to swallow, tears streaming down his face in silent misery. He would cry when bullied by the boys in the clan, though he never dared to do so in front of the Taijima couple. Instead, he would hide away in his room or retreat to a corner of the backyard to shed his tears in secret. When he cried, it was always just quiet sobbing. He never dared to make much noise. Still, whenever Madara was home, he would always follow the faint sounds of weeping, find him, and gently wipe away his tears. Madara never minded that his face was streaked with tears, nor did he care about the snot and tears mingled together. He would wipe both away with his palm, never once wrinkling his brow in disgust. Mayoko and Tagakushi, on the other hand, would tease him mercilessly. "Kami's always crying, just like a little girl. No wonder the other kids call him princess." Looking at him now, it's not far from the truth. Hearing their jabs, Kami would purse his lips, and the tears he had tried so hard to hold back would well up again, spilling down his cheeks in heavy drops. Whenever that happened, Madara would shoot Mayoko and Tagakushi a fierce glare, and those two cowards would immediately drop to their knees and apologize. "Brother, we're sorry. We swear we won't say anything like that again." Thinking back now, ever since he officially became a ninja, no one had called him the black-clad princess again. In the end, no matter how grand another's roof may be, it cannot compare to having your own battered umbrella. There's no one more reliable than yourself. "I really used to be such a crybaby," he mused. He was not Uchiha Kami, but Kami himself. And, as a child, he truly was prone to tears. Thinking of it now, he realized there had, after all, been some overlap between their lives. Ever since he was left at Banyan Garden, Kami's days had been filled with the hardships of martial training. While other children went to kindergarten to sing, dance, and play games, he, still so small, could only rise before dawn to train with senior disciples much older than himself. Later, as he grew up a little more, his days were spent at school, but after class, his routine of practice remained unchanged. Back then, his body was always covered in fresh bruises layered over old ones. So young, he would miss his mother whenever the pain was too much, and when the longing became unbearable, he would quietly cry. Because he was always thinking of her, the tears would always come. When the older students discovered him, they would laugh and call him a crybaby. Now, things are different. There is no one left to miss, so there are no more tears to shed for anyone. Besides, he had grown up, The day the accident happened was his 18th birthday. He had come of age. Now, in this world, if there are people he still cares for, it would be only Madara and Izuna. But even they would never let him be wronged again. After a long moment of reflection, he curled his lips into a faint, self-deprecating smile. Cammy looked into Madara's jet-black eyes and said with a gentle smile, "If I don't feel wronged anymore, then there's no reason to cry." Madara, seeing the brightness and contentment in his smile, was suddenly overcome with guilt. He found himself unable to meet Cammy's clear gaze any longer and lowered his head in a fluster. Suddenly, Kamui shouted with excitement, "Look! The sun is about to sink into the sea." At some point, Kamui had sat up, his face alight with delight as he gazed toward the horizon. Following his gaze, Madara saw the sunset, round and golden like a salted egg yolk, already half submerged in the water. The evening glow gilded the surface of the sea with shimmering ripples, as if a deity had accidentally spilled a vessel brimming with gold leaf. The vessel overturned, and the delicate gold leaf drifted down from the heavens, scattering across the ocean surface. Tiny flecks of gold, like shattered coins, floated gently with the waves, dazzling the eyes. "Who knows when we'll get to see such a beautiful scene again," Kamui murmured. "It could be years before this happens for us. All things flourish and then fade. Extremes always reverse, and after the height of joy comes." After the surge of excitement, Kamui felt a wave of loss and wistfulness. He couldn't explain why. Faced with such beauty, he should have felt only joy, but he just couldn't help himself. Then Madara's warm hand came to rest on his shoulder. "We'll see it again. Next time, I'll come with you," he said. Kamui turned to look at Madara's gentle face, thinking, "In the future, you'll be too busy leading the Uchiha through the chaos, too busy fighting the Senju. How could you ever have time to watch the sunset with me?" "Really?" he asked quietly. "Really," Madara replied solemnly, nodding. "We'll bring Izuna with us next time." Even if it was only a comforting promise, being cared for felt wonderful. He smiled, repeating softly, "Then we'll bring Izuna with us next time." 2 days slipped by in a flash. They left Songjiang City and retraced their steps, escorting their companions safely back to Huashuang City. The return journey was far more relaxed than the way there. At least they no longer had to worry about anyone coveting the precious betrothal gifts. The journey was peaceful. Everything went according to plan, and the 7 Uchiha safely delivered the noble servants back to Huashuang City. The gifts had not fallen into bandits' hands, and no one was hurt. The mission had been a complete success. Madara politely declined the noble's invitation to stay a few more days in the city. After a brief night of rest, he hurried back with his companions. They once again entered the vast, shadowy forest. But this time, instead of dozens of whistling shuriken, what awaited them was an enemy ambush. The tactics were familiar, but now every move radiated a deadly menace. It was clear who the ambushers were, the Hyuga clan. As for their motives, they were likely to, either to silence them, if they kill the whole group. No one would know what the Hyuga had done in Yangyang, or to seek revenge, which was what Kamui suspected. The man leading them last time had worn a Hanya mask, and Kamui had shattered his kneecap with a kick. Unless he received treatment from a highly skilled medical ninja, he was likely crippled for life. If that man held any status in the Hyuga, he would surely rally others to seek vengeance. Now was not the time to get bogged down in doubts. Their opponents far outnumbered them. If they didn't focus all their attention, if they didn't give everything they had, they might never make it out of this forest alive. At first, Kamui had been fairly confident. He'd sparred with members of the Hyuga clan before. While the man with the Prajna mask couldn't represent every Hyuga, he'd at least provided a glimpse into their abilities. From those encounters, Kamui had gained a general understanding of what the Hyuga could do, as long as the ones coming for them weren't top-tier experts. He believed he could handle it. Besides, Madara was with him, along with the remaining 5 clan members. But the greatest danger lies in arrogance. Confidence, unchecked, can easily become hubris, and that's a slippery slope. This time, however, their leader was far stronger than the Prajna masked man. Kamui found himself truly struggling to keep up. No matter how skilled he was still a teenager fighting a grown man in his 30s. The sheer gap in strength was impossible to bridge. The opponent was tall and burly, weighing more than twice what Kamui did, with arms that reached far beyond his own. All these factors put Kamui at a disadvantage, and things were about to get worse. Among this enemy group, not all of them specialized in taijutsu. There were those who wielded ninjutsu as well. Their water-style techniques were a natural counter to the Uchiha's fire style. When Madara's great fireball was doused by the enemy's water dragon bullet, he couldn't help but feel a pang of panic. This time, it wasn't about money or treasure. the attackers were here for their lives. 7 of them stood against more than 30 foes, and these weren't just any children. They were all grown adults. Even with his Sharingan activated, Madara's single Tomo didn't offer much an advantage against the Hyuga's Byakugan. Copying an opponent's moves was clever, but all he could mimic were the superficial techniques. When it came to the chakra points upon the human body, Madara could barely recall a handful. When a group surrounded an Uchiha, forming a tight encirclement, the longer the fight dragged on, the worse it became for them. Of the 7 Uchiha, aside from Madara, who excelled at ninjutsu, and Kamui, who was a master taijutsu, the remaining 5 were competent but unremarkable ninja, with limited chakra reserves and few jutsu at their disposal. All the enemy needed to do was drag them into a battle of attrition. Given enough time, the Uchiha who weren't skilled in hand-to-hand combat would inevitably falter. At that point, finishing them off would be all too easy. Madara found himself facing off against 6 or 7 masked Hyuga shinobi at once. As the fight went on, he realized that not all of them were true Hyuga. Some used techniques completely unlike the clan's signature strikes. These must have been members of the smaller families allied with the Hyuga, just as his father had once described. It was clear these people had come specifically to counter the Uchiha's fire-style jutsu. Madara unleashed another great fireball. With his immense chakra reserves, he could bring this technique to its full, devastating power. Quickly forming the hand seals for the grand fireball jutsu, he drew fire-nature chakra from every part of his body, gathering it in his throat. Once he had collected enough chakra, he exhaled it all in a single powerful breath. A blazing column of fire lit up the entire area, but before the full force of the flames could be unleashed, a torrent of water dragon bullets crashed over them, extinguishing his fire with a relentless surge. Steam billowed where fire met water, and for a moment, the surroundings felt like a hot spring, thick with a warm mist. Even Madara's proud Sharingan struggled to adjust in such an environment. This mist might have some effect on the Sharingan, but it would never hinder the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Working seamlessly together, the Hyuga used the cover of mist to rush toward Madara, who stood at the center, tense and wary, unwilling to let his guard down for even a second. Despite his agility, even Madara couldn't fend off multiple attackers at once. One strike, then another, and a third. In the swirling haze, Madara took 3 solid blows. After all his dodging, he had finally been hit. He remembered his father's words. The Hyuga's Byakugan could see the chakra pathways and tenketsu points within the human body. Their palm and fist techniques targeted these chakra points first, and if those were sealed, no ninjutsu could be used at all. So, when encountering the Hyuga, long-range attacks were essential. But now he had been struck. He could already feel his chakra flow becoming obstructed, as if a once free-flowing river was suddenly dammed up. A wave of panic surged through Madara. The longer this dragged on, the more likely his opponents would land a decisive blow. They were only a little more than a day's journey from the Uchiha compound. If he could just hold them off, at least his clanmates would have a chance to escape. This was his first time serving as captain. A total loss of the team would be nothing short of an insult to him. He would never allow such a thing to happen. While fending off the attacking ninja, Madara kept track of Kamui and the rest of his team. Including himself, 6 people still stood, which meant at least one had fallen, or perhaps, worse, had already died. Of those 6, aside from himself, the other 5 had to escape, no matter what. The Hyuga had suffered losses as well. Compared to the Uchiha, nearly 10 of their number now lay motionless on the ground. There were still about 20 enemies left. Madara needed to come up with a way to hold them off, even if only for a short while, to buy his comrades time to flee. A heavy blow landed right on his chest. At first it seemed minor, but Madara quickly realized something was wrong. Something inside him felt broken, a connection that he simply couldn't restore. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of his mouth. He knew the situation was deteriorating rapidly, and there was no time left for hesitation. Kamui, I'll hold them off. You lead everyone else and retreat. Despite utilizing various taijutsu techniques in combination, Kamui was still struggling to make any headway. The difference in height put him at a disadvantage with shorter reach. His opponent could strike him with ease, but Kamui found it much harder to land a blow in return. The man fighting Kamui was undoubtedly one of the top experts of the Hyuga clan. Beyond his formidable abilities, his combat experience far surpassed Kamui's. Now, Kamui was like a rabbit pinned to a tree by the throat, utterly at his opponent's mercy. No matter how desperately he wanted to respond to Madara, not a single sound could escape his throat. His ragged, hoarse breathing quickened in distress. Though Kamui could not reply, his companions stood united, insisting on facing whatever came together. Even the one who had spoken with such biting sarcasm before now declared they could not abandon Madara here alone. I can barely hold on. If you go back for reinforcements now, I might still have a sliver of hope. Hurry, go. Seizing the moment before his chakra was completely sealed, Madara hesitated for just a second before making up his mind. He would stake everything on this gamble. It had to work. He hurled more than a dozen shuriken in all directions. Faintly, he could hear the muffled thuds as they buried themselves in tree trunks. Z, Ju, Su, U, as he leapt repeatedly backwards, putting distance between himself and the enemy. His hands flew through a sequence of hand signs. Even Kamui, unable to speak, could clearly see the pattern of Madara's jutsu. That was... The Uchiha clan comrades quickly understood Madara's intention. In unison, they broke off from their opponents and retreated behind Madara. The thin wires wrapped around Madara's fingers suddenly tightened, and the Hyuga clan's ninja found themselves blocked by crisscrossing steel wires, strung a dozen meters in front of Madara. Realizing something was barring their way, the Hyuga ninja did not panic. To them, these wires were mere trifles, little more than a child's trick. The reason they had paused was, most likely, suspicion that Madara was setting a trap. Go back and tell father. Madara didn't waste words. With just these few, he made his determination crystal clear. The four comrades still hesitated, but it was obvious. They knew if they stayed, all 7 of them would die here. If they all perished, not even their fellow clansmen would know who was responsible. Someone had to survive to bring back the news. When it came to delaying the enemy, those of average skill like themselves could never compare to Madara. But Madara's Sharingan eyes. As if sensing their hesitation, Madara forced a bitter smile. If I die, I'll destroy these eyes before I go. A resolve to face death. They were all seasoned warriors. With things spoken so plainly, further hesitation would only waste Madara's sacrifice. His companions left. Madara felt a bittersweet mix of relief and subtle loneliness. Rearguard. Only those who have stood in that place can understand its sorrow and despair. This was abandonment in the truest sense. His chakra was sluggish, making it painfully difficult for Madara to unleash this jutsu. Fortunately, it was just 4 strikes. Only 4 strikes, nothing more. His hand paused at his lips, lingering on the mark left by the attack. Madara drew a deep breath, filling his lungs with air, his chest gradually swelling. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Blazing orange flames, searing with intense heat, surged violently from Madara's mouth, aimed straight at the Hyuga ninja, who was temporarily blocked on the other side by thin steel wires. The towering inferno was even hotter and more overwhelming than his previous great fireball. The 2 enemy shinobi, relying on the mountain stream, unleashed. Water dragon bullets in unison. Twin water dragons rose from the ground, hurling themselves desperately at the flames, like moths drawn to a fire. But unlike before, the water couldn't extinguish the blaze. The searing heat instantly vaporized the water, and the fire grew so fierce it ignited the surrounding vegetation. Dry grass, withered trees, the dead branches and leaves became the fire's best accomplices, fueling it until it roared back to life. Even the wind seemed unwilling to sit idly by. A strong gust swept through, giving the flames new strength and sending them surging higher. Water style. Where's your water style now? We've already used water dragon bullets several times. How much chakra do you think we have left? Think of something. What do you mean? Are we just fire extinguishers to you? The closer they came to life and death, the more likely tempers flared and chaos erupted among them. Seeing the crimson inferno rushing their way, the Hyuga ninja no longer cared about finishing off Madara. They scattered in all directions, desperate to escape the flames before they were consumed. This was the first time Madara had used Majestic Destroyer Flame in real combat. He had developed this fire-style jutsu himself, secretly practicing it hundreds of times when no one was around. And yet, every attempt had been imperfect. Now, for the first time, he had unleashed it flawlessly and truly witnessed its devastating power. This was a fire-style technique that far surpassed the strength of his great fireball. Completely drained of chakra, Madara's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. A figure behind him rushed forward and caught Madara, preventing him from falling flat onto the earth. Young master, Madara turned back in disbelief, meeting the anxious, square-jawed face of his clansman. Why didn't you leave? There was no time for pride or argument. The square-jawed man shouted. The clan leader entrusted me to protect you, young master. How could I abandon you? With the others gone, that's enough. Raising his voice even further, he declared, even if Hyuga kills all 3 of us today, the clan leader will know, and he will avenge us. His words were meant for the Hyuga shinobi, and they heard them, especially the one who had a single hand gripping Kimui's throat. He pinned Kimui against a tree with his bare hand, but the shock of Madara's majestic destroyer flame had left him too shaken to make another move. He didn't kill Kimui right away. He merely restrained him, holding Kimui immobile. He kept a close watch on every move made by Madara, his instincts driving him to defend himself first above all else. When a person hears a sound from the outside world, the first step is to receive the information, then analyze it, and only after that comes the response. It was in that brief moment, when part of his attention was caught up in pondering what the square-faced man had said, that Kimui gathered his strength, pressing down hard on the joint between his attacker's upper and lower arm with both arms. The forceful blow to the arm, while his hand still clutched Kimui's throat and refused to let go, triggered a natural bodily reaction. His opponent's body inevitably lurched forward, closing at least half a step toward Kimui. Kimui seized this fleeting chance. With a deft flick of his pinky, he hooked a kunai from the pouch strapped to his lower back. Summoning every ounce of strength he had left, he aimed the point of the blade straight at his opponent's heart. A sudden glint of cold steel flashed before his assailant's eyes. Driven by the instinct to survive, the man had no choice but to release his grip and roll away in a fluid, twisting motion, like a dragon in flight, just in time to avoid the kunai's deadly tip. The instant he was freed, Kimui slumped against the tree trunk and slid to the ground. He looked like a fish on the verge of death. Clutching his neck with both hands, his body curled on the forest floor as racking coughs shook him. A salty tang of blood filled his mouth. Kimui guessed that his throat had likely been crushed by the attack. Just moments earlier, when the square-faced man mentioned the three of us, Madara's eyes had gone wide with shock. Gripping the man's sleeve tightly, he demanded in disbelief, "What do you mean, the three of us? Who else is still here? Who hadn't left?" Seeing the grave expression on the square-faced man's face, Madara already suspected the answer, though he refused to accept it. In a panic, he glanced around, searching for any sign of a third person. His gaze darted through the shadowy woods. Then he spotted Kimui, sprawled on the ground, clutching his neck as another fit of coughing racked his body. Kimui's face, usually so pale, was now flushed a deep red. He looked miserable, as if he might cough up his very lungs. Madara felt drained of all strength. With great effort, he pulled himself up from the ground and staggered toward Kimui. "Don't go over there, young chief," the square-faced man called out, rushing after him. He managed to brush Madara's sleeve with his fingertips, but the boy had already thrown himself forward. The clan leader had told him to protect Madara. There was no mention of Kimui. Given their limited ability, sacrificing Kimui had become an unavoidable consequence. Anyone else would have done the same. No one could afford to let Madara be burdened by another's plight. It was as if Madara couldn't hear the square-faced man's warning at all, or perhaps he heard it, but simply didn't care. A man should stand by his word. That is the bare minimum. "I will protect you." He had promised Kimui those very words himself. Back then, Kimui never doubted his ability. He had smiled at him, sweet and trusting, his face bright with faith. Right now, Kimui, who had trusted him so deeply, was sprawled on the ground, coughing violently. The man facing them had murder in his eyes. If no one stepped in, Kimui would die at his hands. Madara's limbs felt limp and powerless, unable to muster the strength he once had. His punch landed on the enemy with all the force of a gentle massage. In return, the man delivered a swift side kick that sent Madara crashing into a nearby tree. His back slammed hard into the trunk, a searing pain tearing through his body. Blood gushed unceremoniously from his mouth, but Madara gritted his teeth and refused to yield. With great effort, Kimui forced himself upright, swaying unsteadily. Ignoring the burning in his throat, he frowned and shook his head at Madara. Words failed him now. He could no longer warn Madara to stay back. But even so, he mouthed the words silently, making sure Madara understood. Though the woods were dim, the blazing fire nearby cast enough light for Madara to see clearly. "Kimui," he said, "don't worry about me. Madara, you have to run." Clutching his chest, Madara shook his head over and over, his eyes stinging and blurring with unshed tears. To abandon Kimui and run for his own life, Madara could never do such a thing. He noticed the Hyugan ninja, who had fled the flames, now turning back in their direction. Madara's heart plummeted into despair. Was this really the place where they would die? People say a person's life is fleeting, no more than a passing moment. Perhaps his own life was like a fine steed that simply ran too fast. Kimui was barely holding his own against the Hyuga clansmen, and once more, Madara charged in, heedless of the danger. 2 against 1, but both were battered and spent, facing a powerful opponent who pressed them relentlessly. The square-jawed man could stand by no longer. He could easily abandon the 2 boys and return to his clan, but but he had made a promise to the clan leader. If that was the case, then if these boys were to die, it should be after he did. Raising his long sword high, the square-jawed man rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Madara and Kamui. With a sword in his hand, the Hyuga ninja had to split his attention, wary of the blade, lest he be wounded. Just as his height had given him an advantage over Kamui, the square-jawed man's sword now served as an extension of his arm, keeping the enemy at bay for the moment. The fire still raged, and now some of their companions had already begun to return. Catching sight of Madara and Kamui out of the corner of his eye, the square-jawed man made a painful decision at last. With swift resolve, he kicked, not at the enemy ninja, but at Madara and Kamui, sending both boys flying. They were hurled over the other side of the bushes, where a steep slope waited. Unable to regain their balance, Kamui staggered and then tumbled uncontrollably down the incline. Kamui! Madara, who had managed to grab hold of a branch to steady himself, didn't hesitate for a second. He leapt after Kamui. He wrapped Kamui in his arms, and together they rolled down the steep slope like a pair of runaway balls, tumbling head over heels into the darkness below. The boys' terrified screams rang out, piercing and desperate, impossible for those above not to be distracted. Send a few men down. Make sure you kill them both, ordered the Hyuga clan man at the front, speaking to his returning companions. Falling down there might mean getting hurt, but if they could just hold on until the clan leader sent reinforcements, there was still a sliver of hope. Yet if these Hyuga men made it down after them, then neither Madara nor Kamui would stand a chance. The square-jawed man never fancied himself a hero, but a promise was a promise, and a true man never broke his word. He reached for his last few explosive tags, using his own body as bait, and charged toward the Hyuga ninja preparing to descend. He knew he wasn't particularly skilled, but at this moment, it was the only thing he could do. If he could take down just one more enemy, the two boys would have a little less to fear. Madara and Kamui clung to each other, tumbling all the way to the foot of the hill, only to be met by a steep cliff. Their bodies continued to roll, then dropped into open air, like falling stars or eagles with broken wings. They plummeted straight down. Fear made them both squeeze their eyes shut. Kamui gripped Madara's clothing tightly. In that instant, though it was terror, it didn't feel wholly unbearable. To die with someone beside you, to have company on the road to the next world, made the journey less lonely, a little easier to take. No matter how much he complained about Madara's stubbornness, at least he had never hesitated when it came to protecting him. At the very least, Madara had never given up on him. Even when he could have left Kamui behind and saved himself, Madara hadn't done it. He had thrown himself forward, and in the moment they tumbled down the hill, he shielded Kimui's head with his hand. Buffeted by the wind, their bodies hit the ground with a heavy, bone-jarring thud. With a dull, resounding crash, both boys cried out in pain. The endless rolling left their heads spinning, everything whirling so wildly they could hardly regain their sense of balance. Whatever strength Madara had left was gone now. He let go of Kamui, and Kamui rolled onto his back, landing solidly on the ground. All around them was a buzzing cacophony, their ears ringing. Even the sky above seemed to twist and warp. Neither of them spoke. They just gulped for air, trying to calm their wildly pounding hearts. A sudden, thunderous boom echoed from far away. Though distant, both Kamui and Madara knew exactly what the sound meant. That series of explosions made both boys' tense bodies twitch, even their eyes darting with the realization. They understood perfectly what it signified, and that wordless sorrow pressed down even heavier. To sacrifice your life for someone who has nothing to do with you, was it really worth it? Kamui had no answer. He wanted to ask himself that too, but now, he'd never have the chance. Grief drifted through the wind. Ban stared blankly at the sky, which seemed so close to him that he felt he could touch it if he just reached out his hand. He did, in fact, stretch his hand toward the sky, but no matter how he reached, those clouds that looked so near remained forever out of reach. Suddenly, a clap of thunder exploded at the edge of the sky, shaking the heavens. The clouds, heavy with moisture, could no longer hold their burden, and raindrops began to fall one by one. The cold rain splashed on Ban's face, and at last, a flicker of emotion appeared in his hollow eyes. That was soon followed by an ever-deepening sense of sorrow and guilt. He couldn't tell whether his face was wet from tears or the rain. Either way, his cheeks were soaked. Kamui slowly lifted his hand and wiped the rain from his face. He asked, "Are we still alive?" Even Kamui was startled by the sound of his own voice. It was no longer clear and bright. Instead, it had grown rough and hoarse, rasping and broken like a damaged arrow, so harsh it was almost unbearable. This change in his voice could do nothing to shake Ban's mood. He remained lost in his daze. It took a long time before Ban responded, almost as an afterthought, with a faint murmur. That sound seemed to echo from a great distance, as if hundreds or thousands of meters separated them. That old man... Ben closed his eyes and said nothing. Kim Yui understood the answer without needing to hear the words. Once the explosion subsided, the leader turned to his still-shaking companions and issued his orders. 2 of you go down and check. If they're still alive, finish them. 2 ninjas of the Hyuga clan headed down the slope, where Kim Yui and Ban had tumbled. After more than 20 minutes, they returned. Well, both shook their heads. Below the steep slope, there's a gentle one, but beneath that is a sheer cliff. Those 2 boys, odds are they didn't make it. The rain was coming down harder and harder. In this weather, try to search below the cliff would be extremely dangerous. Besides, if 2 injured boys fell over the edge, survival seemed all but impossible. Over 30 members of the Hyuga clan had set out, but only a little over a dozen remained. More than half had been lost. It was a grave mistake. They abandoned the search for Ban and Kim Yui. 2 wounded children falling from a cliff stood little chance, they reasoned. The pouring rain made searching even more difficult. They couldn't afford to linger. As the downpour snuffed out the raging fire, the survivors quickly gathered their lost companions' bodies and hurried back toward the clan's territory. It took Kim Yui a long time to recover. When they landed, Ban had cushioned the fall for him. Though Kim Yui was dazed, he was in slightly better shape than Ban. Propping himself up on his forearms, Kim Yui used every last ounce of strength just to raise his upper body a little. Any movement at all sent waves of searing pain through his entire body. He was truly grateful to still be alive. The rain grew heavier and heavier, blurring his vision until the world was little more than a watery haze. Lying in the rain simply wouldn't do. Getting drenched could easily lead to catching a cold or falling ill. It was essential to find shelter from the downpour. With difficulty, Shunwei twisted his body and looked around. At last, not far from where they lay, he spotted a massive boulder jutting outward like a natural awning, a place where they could take refuge from the rain. Delighted, Shunwei nudged Ban at his side and said happily, "Ban, look over there. There's a place where we can stay out of the rain." Receiving no response, Shunwei turned in puzzlement and lowered his head to look at him. Ban lay motionless, eyes closed. The healthy color had drained completely from his face, leaving it ghostly pale, with only the traces of blood at the corners of his mouth still vividly red. Shunwei froze for a moment. Then he noticed that the grass beneath Ban was stained with red, the liquid seeping out and washing away with the rain. Panic seized him. It had been so long since he'd felt this kind of dread. His hand trembled as he gave Ban another gentle push. Ban remained utterly still. "Bon," Shunwei called, his voice rough and hoarse. Only the distant rumble of thunder and the relentless drumming of rain answered him. "Uchiha bon," Shunwei cried out with all the strength he could muster. The roar of the rain nearly drowned his shout, that raw, torn voice echoing through the valley, heavy with sorrow. His body temperature was dropping in the rain, and even his breath was growing faint. He frowned, staring at the unmoving Ban, suddenly at a loss for what to do. Was Ban going to die? The thought made Shunwei shake his head violently. What a joke. This was Uchiha Ban, the future Shura of the ninja world, Indra's reincarnation. With a destiny that grand, how could he possibly die in such a wretched way? Summoning every ounce of strength he had, Shunwei began dragging Ban toward the shelter of the great boulder. With every step, a sharp, searing pain shot through his right leg. Only after he had pulled Ban entirely beneath the boulder's protection did Shunwei think to check his own leg. Rolling up his pant leg, he revealed a shocking wound. Somewhere amidst their fall, something had gashed his calf, leaving the flesh torn open in a gruesome, bloody mess. Besides the surface wounds, it felt as though something inside, perhaps the bone, had been hurt as well. But no matter what, these injuries wouldn't kill him, at least not for the moment. Compared to him, Ban's condition was far worse. During their tumble, Ban had shielded Shunwei's head with his own body, leaving his own head exposed. Who knew whether he'd struck something on the slope or on the way down? But now a crimson patch stained the back of his head, soaking his hair and leaving it sticky. When Shunwei touched it, his hand came away slick with blood. Fear gripped Shunwei's heart. What if, because of him, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Ban, was left broken in mind? No, he couldn't bear the thought of Uchiha Ban losing himself. He didn't want Ban to become an empty shell. Aside from the wound on his head, his waist and back were also covered in injuries. In fact, the only part of his body that remained unscathed was the front, where he clung to Kim Yui. Everywhere else was a mess of blood and flesh. Kim Yui gazed at the unconscious Madara, and a strange feeling washed over him. Despite the excruciating pain throughout his body, a subtle sense of happiness welled up in his heart. He kept replaying the moment Madara had thrown caution to the wind to save him, and unconsciously, the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Even in such dire straits, Kamui found himself truly and sincerely smiling. So this is what it feels like to be cared for. To be cared for, so this is what it's like. It felt so warm, like sitting beside a stove in the dead of winter, the heat soaking all the way to his bones. Such a wonderful feeling, one he realized he had never experienced while alive. His gaze fixed on Madara's peaceful face. For the first time, Kamui allowed himself to study Madara as he slept. In slumber, Madara lost his usual awkwardness and unnatural maturity. Instead, he seemed more approachable, almost endearing. For saving me, I'll gladly let you drink my blood. Kamui let out a quiet laugh. He raised his arm, closed his eyes, and bit down hard. Pain shot through him, making him tremble uncontrollably. Smooth, taut flesh, warm, and metallic blood. He propped Madara's upper body against his chest, pressing his own wrist against Madara's lips. The unconscious man couldn't drink on his own, so Kamui used his other hand to squeeze the blood into Madara's mouth. Instinctively, as the warm liquid touched his tongue, Madara began to swallow. He drank like a parched traveler, stumbling upon an oasis in the desert, desperate and unrestrained. It took only a few moments for Madara to go from needing help to swallow the thick, warm liquid to sucking on Kamui's wrist of his own accord. The wound stung and itched, and Kamui's brow gradually furrowed. He gazed up at the gray, misty sky in the distance, letting his mind drift into emptiness. When a mind is empty, exhaustion seizes its chance to strike. Leaning against the cold rock, Kamui had no desire to move, even a fraction. His muscles remembered nothing but pain. But if he stayed still, the pain dulled just a little. Madara clung to Kamui's wrist, drinking greedily. Perhaps in his dream, he was sipping a cup of sweet syrup, something to restore his strength and ease his pain. Kamui's calf was still bleeding, the exposed wound chilled raw by the rain-soaked air. When would help arrive? With Madara here, surely Taijima would send someone, wouldn't he? As that thought drifted through Kamui's mind, his eyelids grew impossibly heavy. The arm cradled in Madara's hands started to go cold, and Kamui had no idea how much blood Madara had taken. He grew faint, unable to resist the pull of sleep. In the last, fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, Kamui thought, this body is just too weak after all. Shunwei slept uneasily, tossing and turning through the night. In his dreams, he saw his mother again after so long. He dreamt that he was ill, his limbs weak and powerless. He lay on a hard hospital bed, and his mother sat beside him, holding his hand and keeping him company. Her smile was beautiful, her voice gentle and soft. She never once let go of his hand. Shunwei wept. Every time his body ached terribly, he would think of his mother. Thoughts of her always brought tears to his eyes. But his mother never mocked him for crying even though he was grown. With warm, tender fingers, she patiently wiped away his cold tears, one by one. Through his sobs, Shunwei pleaded with her, Mom, please don't leave me again. Don't abandon me all alone. I hate being by myself. Please, I beg you, don't go. His mother gazed at him with infinite love. After a long moment, she stroked his face gently. Shunwei heard her say, in her softest voice, all right. It was by far the best dream he'd had in years. Shunwei had no idea how long he'd been asleep. When he finally awoke, he found himself lying on the ground. In the dim light, he stared up blankly at the rocky ceiling. Only after a while did he realize that it had all been a dream. He let out a bitter laugh, mocking himself. Even as an adult, he thought, in moments of weakness, he was still just a little boy, longing for his mother's embrace. He noticed a cloak draped over him. He picked it up and examined it for a while before his mind caught up. It was Ban's outer robe. With that realization, Shunwei quickly sat up. The instant he moved, his muscles screamed in pain, reviving the aches etched deep in his body. Damn! Shunwei gasped, the pain instantly transporting him back to when he was 5 or 6 years old. Back then, he had just arrived at Banyuan, and the daily training pushed him past his limits. Pain was a familiar companion. Now, not far from him, a campfire was burning. The wood, dried by the flames, crackled and popped in the quiet night. Perhaps drawn by Shunwei's voice, Ban stepped in from beyond the great boulder. The rain had long since stopped, and even the dark clouds had scattered. After the rain, the forest at night was tranquil and still. It was that crisp, clear autumn weather. With the clouds gone, the sky was clean as a river, each star bright and distinct, like the sparkling eyes of a young girl. Shunwei watched as Ban limped back, having removed his cloak and placed it over Shunwei. Now, Ban was left wearing only a thin white inner shirt. The forest air was cold at this hour, and Ban had to rub his arms constantly to stay warm. He looked rather pitiful like that. Shunwei tossed the cloak back to him, but Ban simply caught it and draped it over Shunwei once more. "You've got a fever," Ban said quietly. At his words, Shunwei instinctively reached up to touch his own forehead. Sure enough, it was burning hot. "Hey, what happened to your clothes? Where did your sleeves go?" Only then did Kimui notice that Madara's clothes were torn, both sleeves missing, and what was once a long-sleeved undershirt had been turned into a vest. No wonder he felt there was something odd about him earlier. As Kamui asked, Madara naturally glanced down at Kamui's leg. Following Madara's gaze, Kamui saw that his own calf, with the pant leg rolled up, was wrapped round and round with makeshift bandages. Where did these bandages come from? Kamui couldn't help but smile. Madara had cut his own sleeves into strips and used them to wrap Kamui's injury. The scroll with the medical supplies must have gotten lost somewhere. This will have to do for now. If we make it back, I'll have a doctor properly disinfect and re-wrap your leg. Kamui looked left and right, inspecting the bandaging job. It wasn't bad at all. Although a little blood still seeped through, it was much better than leaving the wound exposed to the air. Who would have thought? You have a real knack for being a medical ninja. Madara snorted. For a ninja, this is just the basics. Kamui was momentarily at a loss for words. That was probably true. Madara continued. Your leg seems to have other issues, but Kamui sighed. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a broken bone or a dislocated joint, but let me tell you, it hurts like hell. Don't be fooled by how calm I look. Honestly, I'm in so much pain I could scream. Madara pressed his lips together, uncertain what to do. There was no painkiller out here. You'll just have to bear it for now. It's not like I can just knock you out, right? He slept so quietly before. Why did everything become so troublesome the moment he woke up? Madara's serious tone made Kamui roll his eyes. Teasing, he said, You're really heartless, you know that? I just saved your life, and now you're thinking about knocking me out. Madara's cheeks flushed red, and he muttered, I was just saying, it's not like I'd really do it. You don't have to make it sound so bad. Kamui wasn't in the mood to argue. He lay back down, inching closer to the campfire. Cold, it really was so cold. Maybe it was the fever making it feel worse. Seeing Kamui move closer to the flames, Madara instinctively reached out and patted him, warning, don't get too close. You might burn yourself. Before he even finished speaking, Kamui let out a wail. Ow! You touched my wound. Madara jerked his hand back like a startled rabbit, wide-eyed and frozen in place. He didn't dare move. He absolutely didn't dare touch him again. Kamui paid no attention to Madara, who had carefully scooted away to sit on the other side of the fire. Instead, he lifted his arm to inspect the wound on his wrist. The blood had crusted over, leaving a clear ring of his own bite marks. Kamui stared straight ahead, while across from him, Madara seemed somewhat uneasy. Clearing his throat, Madara said awkwardly, It seems I drank a bit too much. Sorry about that. Kamui glanced at him from the corner of his eye. After a moment's silence, he responded with a question of his own. Why is it that when I drink a few sips myself, it doesn't help at all? This constitution really puts its own people at a disadvantage, don't you think? Madara pressed his lips tightly together, not knowing what to say in response. He could use his blood to save others, yet he could never save himself. Who could he even complain to about that? With that thought, his guilt toward Kamui only deepened. Kamui felt helpless as well. His half-bloodline simply couldn't compare to the pure-blooded Uzumaki. Karen, for instance, could bite herself to heal her wounds, but he wasn't so lucky. Both of them were wounded and ill. Though they had survived, their situation was far from hopeful. It would take at least a full day to return to their clan's territory from here. Even if Taijima immediately sent people to help, it would still take more than a day. Altogether, 2 days at best. How would they even make it through these 2 days? In this ancient forest, wild beasts often roamed. Now that both he and Madara were badly hurt, he truly feared they might end up as prey. Kamui looked across the fire at Madara. Now that he'd moved closer to the flames, the warmth had chased away the chill from his body. He no longer curled up on himself, and his posture had relaxed noticeably. Yet, his expression remained grave and heavy, his brow knit in a constant frown. Kamui could tell his spirits were low. Madara, what's wrong? He asked. Madara didn't move, his gaze fixed on the crackling campfire. After a brief silence, he answered quietly, This is my first time leading a team as captain on a mission, and I never expected things to turn out like this. One of their teammates was confirmed dead, and as for the other, he still didn't know whether the square-jawed man was alive or dead, but a sense of foreboding told him the odds were grim. He brought out 7 people, but lost 2 and left another 2 wounded. Only 3 with minor injuries had made it back to deliver the news. To have this happen on his very first mission as captain, it was a result Madara's pride could barely accept. Kamui thought of the square-jawed man. He was one of the few level-headed members of the Uchiha clan, steady, honest, and loyal. And in the end, that honest man had sacrificed himself to buy two young men a chance at survival. Kamui felt an urge to mock him, to ask just how much of a stipend he received from the clan each month to make his own life worth giving up. But then, he mentally slapped himself for even thinking it. Toward a benefactor who had saved his life, no matter how much he wanted to use humor to lighten the sorrow, he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. He might have trouble expressing emotions, but that didn't mean he was completely devoid of feeling. Kaname could somewhat relate to that sense of helplessness Madara felt, but now, as the one benefiting from it, he had nothing to say for himself. No matter what words he tried to muster, they all sounded hollow and ceremonious, so he decided it was better to remain silent. In the latter half of the night, Kaname's fever flared up again, and he became delirious from the heat. He was shivering uncontrollably, and Madara, left with no other choice, wrapped him tightly in his own outer robe and held him close in his arms. Kaname's high fever pulled Madara out of a spiral of guilt and self-reproach. Unable to sleep in his feverish state, Kaname lay bundled in Madara's embrace, his limbs swaddled tightly in the robe, looking for all the world like a baby cocooned in a blanket. Madara was deeply worried about him, checking Kaname's forehead with the back of his hand every so often, but here there was no medicine to bring the fever down. Every now and then, Madara would call Kaname's name with anxious concern, terrified that the fever might claim his consciousness. Kaname, weak as he was, still had to answer him. Kaname? Yes? Upon hearing Kaname's faint reply, Madara's heart eased, if only just a little. He gazed at the boy in his arms. Kaname's once pale face was flushed crimson with fever, his brow frequently furrowing in discomfort. Just looking at him, Madara could tell how much he was suffering. In truth, Kaname hadn't fallen ill in a long time. Ever since that fateful battle with the Kagaya clan, he'd not been the sickly child he once was. As this thought crossed Madara's mind, his brow suddenly knitted in worry. He looked down, fixing his gaze on Kaname's face, searching desperately for any sign, any clue. But it was pointless. Everything was just as before. Kaname's health had always been frail. Every so often, he would fall ill and need medicine. Those medicines were always unbearably bitter and foul-smelling. He could scarcely swallow them. When sickness struck, he was bedridden for days, and no matter how beautiful the world outside, it was lost on him. Madara, do you think I'll die young like this? Kaname had once asked that during a bout of illness. He was so small then, lying in bed, his eyes yearning for the spring outside the window. Kaname was only a year younger than Madara. Once, passing by his parents' room, Madara had overheard his mother complaining to his father. Back then, the Uchiha clan had just suffered a string of crushing defeats. Many clansmen had fallen, and even their current employer was growing dissatisfied. To keep the clan alive, Kaname's mother insisted on bringing this little life into the world, even though her health could scarcely bear it. Life was hard for everyone, and to make things worse, Kaname's father had fallen suddenly in battle, the shock sending his mother into premature labor. Kaname was born early, and the doctor said he was too frail, born weak, and it was uncertain how long he'd survive. When he was first born, Kaname was barely bigger than a kitten, so sickly that his mother was always bracing herself for the worst. Yet, somehow, this child had managed to pull through. Later, when Kamui was not yet a year old, his mother, her body completely failing, passed away. On her deathbed, she entrusted her child to the care of the Taijima couple. Whenever Madara thought about his gentle, kind Kamui being at risk of dying at any moment, his heart ached. Even though Kamui was much stronger now, Madara still found himself worrying from time to time. At these moments, Madara couldn't help but tighten his embrace, as if by holding Kamui closer, he could somehow keep death at bay. Beside his ear, Kamui's breathing was rough and heavy from high fever. His lips had begun to crack and peel, and his face grew increasingly flushed. A pained groan escaped Kamui's throat, raw and involuntary. Madara watched his face and saw Kamui slowly open his eyes. He seemed to be smiling, though his mind was clouded, his gaze unfocused. "You're holding me too tight, Madara. I can barely breathe." Hearing this, Madara quickly loosened his grip, anxiety in his voice. "But you said you were cold. How are you feeling now? Any better?" Kamui tried to nod, but dizziness overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to move. "Ah," he croaked, his voice grating and almost unrecognizable. Who knew if he'd survive the journey back to their clan's land, or if there was any hope of recovery? But that hardly mattered anymore. After all, he was a man. What did it matter if his voice sounded pleasant? Strength was all that counted. Still, his thoughts suddenly drifted to Tobirama. It had been so long since they last met, and he hadn't told him how long he'd be away before leaving. Was Tobirama still waiting by the woods on the southern side of the Naka River, foolishly hoping for his return? If his voice was ruined, how could he trick Tobarama again with his falsetto? Kimui laughed at himself. At a time like this, with his own fate hanging in the balance, why was he worrying about someone else? Madara, I'm so thirsty. Thirst was hardly the word for it. Madara himself was parched. By his estimate, it had been nearly a full day since either of them had drunk any water. Thinking back, Madara recalled that after the rain stopped, while he'd been lost in thought outside, he'd faintly heard the sound of running water. At the time, grief over Squarejaw's death had consumed him, so he hadn't paid it any mind. Now, remembering it, the stream didn't seem too far from here. Maybe. With this thought, a glimmer of hope sparked in Madara. He wrapped Kimui up carefully and gently laid him down on the ground. He instructed, "Stay right here and wait for me. I'm going to look for water." Kimui didn't respond, seemingly drifting into a feverish sleep. Madara didn't press him for an answer. Limping, he headed outside. He listened carefully for the direction of the water. Fortunately, it really wasn't far. He tried to gather fire chakra at his fingertips for light, but no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. He understood why. Stumbling forward, guided by the sound, he finally found the water source. The water seeped from between the rocks and the cliff, belonging to an underground stream. In such an ancient forest, this kind of water was pure, generally safe to drink. Ban didn't have the luxury to be picky. Refusing to drink meant certain thirst and possibly death, and he had no wish to die of thirst. Using a leaf as large as a fan, he fashioned a simple container to hold the water, and after quenching his own thirst, he brought some back for Shinwei. The cool, sweet spring water brought a touch of relief to Shinwei's feverish body. As the moisture touched his parched lips, his mouth finally felt less dry, and the pain in his throat eased noticeably. Shinwei opened his eyes again. This time, his gaze was clearer, a spark of awareness returning to him at last. "Ban, I won't die here, will I?" That was quite a question. Ban looked at him for a moment, and, for the first time since the ordeal began, allowed a small smile to appear. He gently brushed Shinwei's sweaty hair from his forehead, tucking it behind his ear, and spoke softly. "You used to ask me this all the time, remember? Yet here you are, alive and well. So, Shinwei, you'll be fine. Really, bon noidit. I won't let anything happen to you. Trust me." "I do trust you," Shinwei replied weakly, his voice tired. "For whatever reason, you have to always treat me this well, Ban." As he finished speaking, Shinwei felt a prickling sensation in his nose. The pain in his body was overshadowed by the warmth flooding his heart. He'd come to know this kind of kindness from friends and family far too late in life, but perhaps it wasn't too late after all. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but he knew he liked it. "All right, I'll always be good to you." Ban paused, the smile on his face tinged with effort. "But you have to get better, okay? It's just a fever. You'll pull through." Whether those words were comfort or fact, Shinwei accepted them wholeheartedly. At last, he had found someone in this world who genuinely wanted him to live. Someone who cared, someone who valued him. "Uchiha Shinwei, you'd better hold on. I want to keep living a while longer." Shinwei said this to himself, smiling inwardly. Ban kept vigil beside him through the night. Fortunately, as dawn broke, Shinwei's fever finally subsided. They had nothing to eat and survived only on water and the occasional wild fruit. To say they were miserable would be an understatement. Shinwei remained weak and unable to move his limbs freely. When the rain cleared and the sun came out, he managed to crawl out from beneath the rocks. Now he sat on the grass, gazing upward. The cliff wasn't terribly high. With effort, someone could probably climb it. Above the cliff was a gentle slope, and beyond it a steep incline, leading to the path through the woods where they had fallen. "I'm light enough. You should be able to carry me up," Shinwei said, eyeing the height of the cliff with complete seriousness. Ban, on the other hand, could only resist the urge to knock some sense into him. If it were before, taking you along wouldn't have been a problem at all. And now, Madara frowned, lifting his gaze to the cliff face as well. He said, "Earlier, the Hyuga clan struck me 4 times. 3 of those hits seemed to target my acupoints, probably to block my chakra flow, but that last blow, what about the last one?" Kamui was growing impatient with Madara's habit of speaking in fragments. "There's something broken inside me. Kamui, ring an equal to ring an equal to." Why did that sound so unsettling? But seeing Madara's grave expression, Kamui was certain he wasn't lying. If the Hyuga clan broke something, Kamui could only assume they'd severed his meridians with gentle fist. An injury like that, it seemed, couldn't be healed with his own blood alone. And after it broke, how does your body feel now? Madara looked far from well. His face was deathly pale, and he was clearly forcing himself to stay upright. He paused to think, then shook his head. "It's fine, really. You don't need to worry." Kamui pondered for a moment as well, then offered his wrist to Madara once more, this time his left wrist. "Want a bit more?" he asked with a cheeky grin. Kamuyui's playful smile was utterly mischievous, as if he were offering Madara fine wine instead of his own blood. Madara could only sigh at him, batting his wrist away and giving Kamui a sharp look. That's for saving lives. Do you really think your blood flows as freely as river water, limitless and endless? Kamui raised an eyebrow, prompting Madara to continue. Blood and vitality are precious. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't rely on you so much. Whatever you say, young chief. You're always right. Hey, Madara scolded loudly. Kamui wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He grinned up at Madara, his face drawn and pale with illness, but when he smiled, it was as if light burst forth from him. Kamui's smile was simply too beautiful, too precious. And Madara, he wanted to protect that radiant smile. Yet, as Kamui kept smiling, the expression slowly faded from his lips. He looked at Madara, a trace of mockery in his eyes, and asked, "What if you were alone?" Madara was puzzled. "Alone? If it were just you, could you make it up there?" Madara fell silent, clearly giving the question serious thought. Kamui's gaze darkened, and he spoke in a deep, steady voice. "If you can make it up there by yourself, then leave me here and go." What kind of talk was that? Madara stared at Kamui as if he'd lost his mind. If his brother had once been the timid type, now he was just plain crazy, always saying bizarre things, always acting in puzzling ways. "How could I possibly leave you here by yourself? What on earth are you imagining?" Kaname ignored Madara's words and stubbornly pressed on. "Is it possible? Could you make it up there on your own?" Madara was completely baffled by this line of questioning. After a brief standoff between them, he replied, rather irritably, "No, I can't. My chakra has recovered a bit thanks to you, but it's still not enough. I can't make it up. But what if you could?" Kaname seemed almost possessed, as if he desperately needed Madara to have a reason to go up alone. Madara couldn't quite figure out what answer Kaname wanted, but remembering Kaname's sleep-talking last night, he felt he was starting to understand some of the obsessions weighing on him. The stern look on Madara's face gradually softened, and his voice grew gentler as well. "No, I wouldn't leave you here by yourself. Don't worry. I may not know your past. Well, never mind. The important thing is, you should know I'd never abandon you here." Kaname, only now realizing how strange he'd been acting, scratched his nose, his confidence suddenly fading. "Saw the... Madara?" Kaname grinned innocently, ruffling his own hair as he chuckled. "Maybe I've fried my brain a little. My words are all mixed up. Madara, don't take it to heart, all right?" Madara let out a helpless sigh, then reached up and ruffled Kaname's hair, letting all the things he wanted to say be conveyed through that simple gesture. After struggling through 2 grueling days, by midday on the 3rd day, the 2 brothers, too weak to move, leaning against each other for support, at last heard voices shouting from above. Perhaps those up top hadn't seen them and were now calling out their names at the top of their lungs. The cries echoed with utter desperation, calling out for their brothers again and again. Kaname nudged the half-asleep Madara and asked weakly, "Do you think rescue is here?" Madara blinked drowsily and looked up. As his senses returned, he recognized the voice calling out to them. His eyes lit up, and a bright smile broke out across his handsome face. "It's Izuna. Izuna's here." With those words, even Kaname's spirits began to lift. The 2 of them struggled to their feet, cupping their hands around their mouths to shout in response to the voices above. The cliff was shaped like a hollow valley, so their voices echoed upward, reaching the people above in no time. After 2 long, harrowing days and nights, help had finally arrived. When Izuna saw Kaname and Madara being hauled up by the clansmen, he pursed his lips, holding back his emotions as long as he could, but in the end, he couldn't help it. He threw his arms around both of them and burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably, no matter how Madara tried to comfort him. Kaname, tongue pressed against his back teeth, absent-mindedly ruffled Izuna's bristling hair, thinking, no wonder Togakure and Mayoko always tease Izuna for being a crybaby. This kid really is one. Kamui made a funny face at Izuna, deliberately pretending to look very serious. Izuna called out to him timidly, "Kamui, stop crying." Kamui reached out with one hand, clawing in front of Izuna's face like a mischievous demon. He grinned wickedly. "Cry any more, and I'll gobble you up. Kids as big as you, I could eat as many as I like." Izuna's sobs came in hiccuping fits, his lips pouting as he wiped his tears away with the back of his hand. Then, once again, he flung himself into Madara's arms to complain. "Brother, Kamui is scaring me." Madara's head throbbed from Izuna's crying. He heaved a sigh and shot Kamui a glare, mouthing the words, "How old is he? And how old are you?" Kamui couldn't care less. With even more mischief, he added, "Crybabies taste the best, nice and crispy, just like chicken." Madara endured and endured, had to summon all his self-control not to give Kamui a good beating right then and there. Izuna kept sniffling and hiccuping. This child's emotions were so rich and intense. Kamui couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Placing a hand atop Izuna's head, Kamui thought for a moment. Then his face lit up. He reached into his shirt with his right hand and fumbled around for a while before finally pulling out an oiled paper packet. Both Madara and Izuna stared, momentarily taken aback by what Kamui produced. They watched as Kamui unwrapped the paper and pulled out a sugar figurine, which was now barely holding together, most of it melted, into a sticky mess. As Kamui peeled it away from the paper, the syrup stretched out in the sun, glinting in a silver thread. Madara looked on in surprise, then broke into a smile, his gaze toward Kamui now tinged with a rare warmth. When their stomachs were rumbling with hunger at the bottom of that cliff, Kamui hadn't eaten this sugar figurine himself. Remembering this, Madara felt a rush of happiness. Kamui, after all, was thinking of his family too. Here you go, Kamui handed the almost unrecognizable, melted sugar figurine to Izuna. Izuna sniffed and looked at it in confusion. What is this? A sugar figurine, Kamui replied. He frowned. I've never seen such an ugly sugar figurine before. Madara couldn't listen any longer. He gave Izuna a gentle tap on the head and told him, if it's given to you, just take it. But, brother, Izuna looked up at Madara's hand in protest. Madara pressed his lips together in a small smile, saying, it's delicious. Kamui brought it all the way back from Songjiang, just for you. Songjiang, such a faraway place. Izuna's eyes grew wide and bright as he gazed at the sticky sugar figurine, then back at Kamui, who was smiling at him. His face broke into a beam of pure delight. He snatched the sugar figurine into his hands, and, just like that, the tears stopped flowing. He stuck out his pink tongue and gave it a tentative lick. It was so sweet. Seeing Izuna finally happy, Kamui felt happy too. Izuna didn't complain, nor did he mind that it wasn't chocolate, nor did he say he didn't like it. It's so sweet. Kamui's heart warmed, and he shot Izuna a playful look, though his words, as always, were anything but gentle. Ruffling Izuna's spiky hair in a haphazard way, Kamui let out a soft, dismissive remark. You silly thing. After finally calming Izuna down, Madara made his way toward the area where the explosive tags had gone off. The ancient tree had been blown in half, and many other trees bore the scars of the blast. Scattered across the ground were scraps of fabric, dark indigo, just like the clothes Madara and the other Uchiha clansmen wore. He crouched down and picked up a piece of torn cloth, a sharp, wrenching pain twisting in his heart. Kamui seemed to understand what it was, and dragging his injured right leg, he struggled to walk over. A hand came to rest on Madara's shoulder. Glancing out of the corner of his eye and seeing it was Kamui, Madara could only manage a bitter smile. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say a word. Without pause, they journeyed day and night, and finally, a day later, returned to the Uchiha compound. Taijima looked at the two of them, battered and bruised, his brows tightly knit, the anger on his face barely contained. A heavy, oppressive silence filled the study. Taijima said nothing, but the murderous look in his eyes was impossible to hide. There were no outsiders here, just the three of them. Kamui, still in his invisible state, knew Taijima wasn't fond of him, so he kept quiet, trying to make his presence as faint as possible. What if Taijima ended up blaming him for holding Madara back, for failing to keep him safe? He had no desire to invite that kind of scolding upon himself. Perhaps it was the suffocating pressure in the study that made it hard to breathe. After a moment of deep thought, Madara took the initiative to admit his mistake to Taijima. We left with 7 people, but only 5 returned. Whatever punishment you deem fit, Father, I have no complaints. Madara's thoughts drifted back to the square-jawed man. Even now, he didn't even know his savior's name. The pain in his chest tightened at the thought of how the man had sacrificed himself to protect him and Kamui. He'd had every chance to run, yet he stayed. When everyone else fled, he chose to remain. From the very beginning, he decided to face life and death together with them. But Madara squeezed his eyes shut in agony. Taijima's anger eased slightly at the mention of the square-jawed man, and a trace of regret and admiration softened his stern features. His voice was low, thick with sorrow. Daiji kept his promise to me. Don't let grief consume you. You must live well, for both your sake and his. One day, avenge him yourself. Seeing Madara unmoved, Taijima added, it was an accident. For your first time leading a team, you did exceptionally well. Madara looked up, confused, meeting his father's gaze. The anger that had clouded Taijima's face had melted away, replaced by a rare, gentle smile. 2 comrades had fallen, yet his father could still smile. As if seeing through Madara's confusion, Taijima let out a cold, mirthless chuckle, a chill lingering in his voice. He spoke in a low, gravelly voice. As the clan leader, one must look at the bigger picture. Whether taking on missions or fighting on the battlefield, there will always be sacrifices. The day you set your sights on becoming a shinobi, you should have been prepared to give your life at any moment. Someday, you'll understand this. This argument was not something Madara couldn't accept. At least for now, he simply couldn't accept it with a clear conscience. Kamui sat quietly at Madara's side, his head bowed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In his heart, he thought Taijima was worrying too much. Sooner or later, Madara would come to understand. In fact, he would grow to the point where he could face the deaths of everyone in the shinobi world without so much as a flicker in his brow. Taijima cast Madara a long, searching look, then sighed deeply and turned his gaze on Kamui. After more than 3 days, the bruises on Kamui's neck had become starkly visible, pale skin marked by clear, bluish-purple imprints in the unmistakable shape of fingers. Just looking at it, one could easily imagine how fiercely Kamui had been strangled at the time. To have survived such force, Kamui, you truly are a child raised by me, Uchiha Taijima. As he spoke, Taijima offered Kamui a rare smile. Kamui looked at that smiling face and couldn't help but think how amusing Taijima was. When Kamui was weak and useless, Taijima never called him his own. Instead, he would say there were no such failures in the Uchiha clan. But once Kamui grew stronger, gained a little skill, suddenly Taijima would claim, "You're truly a child raised by me, Uchiha Taijima." All the faults belonged to the boy himself. Anything good was thanks to Taijima's upbringing. What a hypocrite. Still, Kamui knew that Taijima was the head of the family, the leader of the entire Uchiha clan. To go head-to-head with the clan leader would do him no good. So, Kamui put on a practiced, false smile for Taijima, his eyes crinkling into crescents, showing exactly 8 teeth, the very picture of a polite grin. He said, "When he was choking me, I managed to channel most of my chakra to protect my neck. That's probably the only reason he didn't crush my windpipe." Even so, his voice was hoarse and grating, his throat clearly still injured. Taijima nodded thoughtfully, and for the first time, he reached out to adjust the collar of Kamui's clan robe, pulling it up to better hide the bruises on his neck. "Your mother hasn't been well these days. She doesn't know about what happened to you yet. I'll tell her that you too haven't returned home. For now, both of you should rest quietly in your rooms until you've recovered. Only then should you go see her," Taijima said to Madara. After the deaths of Togakure and Mayoko, her spirits had been shattered, and her health was fading with each passing day. If she were to see Kamui and Madara now, covered in wounds from head to toe, she would likely faint from heartbreak. Kamui and Madara both nodded in agreement. Just then, they heard Izuna's voice calling from outside the paper sliding door. "Father, I've brought the doctor." Among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shiba was one of the few medical shinobi, and by far the most skilled of them all. Izuna had to run across half the compound to fetch him from his home. Shiba, already getting on in years, was nearly toppled over by Izuna's urgent tugging. "Slow down, for heaven's sake. I'm still carrying my medical bag, you know." Izuna kept saying, all right, but his feet never slowed for a moment. In the side residence of the clan leader's house, Shiba finally saw Kamui and Madara, and the sight was heartbreaking. He stared for a long while before he could even recognize the two of them. These boys, who once embodied youthful arrogance and dazzling spirit, now looked utterly battered and defeated. When they were rescued from the bottom of the cliff, some companions had already performed basic bandaging for both Madara and Kamui. Madara's injuries were the more severe. His head was wrapped in layer upon layer of bandages, and every bit of skin not covered by clothing on his arms and legs was swathed in white, making him look uncannily like a mummy. Kamui was hardly in better shape. His arms and legs were all tightly bound, especially his right leg. Earlier, kneeling on the floor in the study, the wounds that had just started to heal reopened, seeping blood once again. The deep red soaked through the bandages, blooming in small, spreading stains, like crimson plum blossoms falling on snow. And then there was his neck. Now, in their shared room, both had taken off their outer robes and sat in their underclothes, their necks exposed for all to see. The horrifying bruise, dark and purple, was impossible for Shiba to ignore. He frowned and let out a sharp, displeased click of his tongue, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. He reached out to touch the bruised skin. It was not soft, but stiff and unyielding beneath his fingers. "It's badly swollen," he said. "It would take a tremendous amount of force to do this. Not only are all the capillaries ruptured, but the blood is trapped here, unable to disperse." As he spoke, he glanced up at Kamui. It must have been a dangerous and desperate situation, wasn't it? Kamui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, uncharacteristically humble. "It wasn't too bad. I managed." Shiba gave a short, appreciative laugh. For someone so young, You had the presence of mind to channel chakra and protect this area right when it took damage. That quick thinking saved your life. Izuna, who had been anxiously pacing nearby, finally let out a breath of relief at Shiba's words. He hurried to ask, "So you're saying Kamui will be all right? And what about his voice? Will it recover? Listen to him. Right now, he sounds worse than the ducks Akiyuki keeps in the yard." Kamui. Madara. Shiba shot Izuna a glare. Is this really the time to be worrying about his voice? Izuna, stubborn as ever, refused to back down. Well, I'm going to be with Kamui for my whole life. If he's stuck with a terrible voice, that's a lifelong problem for me too. Izuna rolled his eyes, imagining what it would be like to have to listen to Kamui's grating voice for the rest of his life. The thought alone was unbearable, as though a duck were endlessly circling him, quacking and squawking without pause. Just picturing that scene was enough to make anyone lose their patience. But he compromised, feeling a bit resigned as he squatted down next to Kamui. I'll take a step back. As long as Kamui is all right, that's enough for me. As for the voice, worst case, I'll just stuff some cotton in my ears. Izuna's words made all three people present laugh. Shakuhachi was using his healing palm technique to treat Kamui's neck. The sensation was cool and soothing, reminiscent of applying menthol ointment, but without the sharp sting, just pure comfort. As he treated Kamui, Shakuhachi spoke. First, we'll get the swelling down. After that, I'll give you some ointment for your neck and medicine to take by mouth. Little by little, you'll recover. Kamui didn't seem particularly concerned about his own voice. At worst, he'd just slip up in front of Tobirama, but that didn't really matter to him. He didn't know about other men, but for himself, it didn't matter whether his voice was pleasant or not. After all, he didn't expect to use his voice to charm any girls in the future anyway. Both Kamui and Madara had quite a few injuries, and with Shakuhachi's age and limited chakra, he could only focus on the more serious wounds. The rest would have to be treated with medicine, slower perhaps, but still effective. After the healing palm technique, the dark bruises on Kamui's neck faded considerably, the swelling went down, and the pain eased a little. But the wound on his lower leg was deep. If he relied only on external medicine, it would take quite a long time to heal. Izuna watched as Kamui slowly unwrapped the layers of gauze from his leg. The moment the wound was fully exposed, Izuna was so shocked he clamped a hand over his mouth. From just below the knee all the way down to the ankle, a slanting gash stretched across the entire lower leg. The wound was so deep, the dark, crusted blood had stained the pale skin, and even now, fresh blood kept seeping out. It was the kind of horrific injury Izuna had never seen with his own eyes, not even on the battlefield. Kamui, he murmured, calling Kamui's name. He had never realized Kamui's leg injury was this serious. He thought it was just a minor cut, a bit of bandaging, and it would be fine. All along the way, Kamui had chatted and laughed with him. Aside from his pale face and the occasional cold sweat trickling down his forehead, there had been no sign that anything was wrong. After all, Kamui had always been pale in the past, so Izuna hadn't thought much of it. If it were him with such a wound, he'd at least have shed a few tears. Does it hurt? Kamui gave a non-committal answer. What do you think? Of course it hurt. A deep, cutting pain that went straight to the bone. Then why aren't you crying, Kamui? Weren't you always such a crybaby? Hearing this, Madara, who had been quietly watching them, couldn't help but tease Izuna. Izuna, aren't you the real crybaby here? But Izuna wasn't in the mood to argue with Madara. He just pouted, looking at Kamui with a face full of worry and tenderness. Don't cry. Who says you have to cry, just because it hurts? Kamui smiled, then added, I hate crying. Madara listened, pressing his lips together and lowering his head. Whether someone cried or not, maybe it didn't matter so much. They cleaned the wound, carefully removing any inflamed or festering tissue. Only then did they use the palm healing technique to repair the damaged flesh and tendons. Once the wound was mostly healed, Shakuhachi slowly sprinkled medicinal powder into it, a little at a time, then wrapped it securely with fresh bandages, layer upon layer. Keep it dry. When it starts to heal and new skin grows, it'll itch a lot. You have to resist scratching it, understand? Kamui nodded, just as Shakuhachi asked. Any other injuries? Earlier, Kamui's right knee had been dislocated, but after being rescued from the cliff, someone skilled in such things had already set it properly. As for now, no, nothing else. Just a few minor scrapes and bruises. A bit of ointment will fix them up quickly. You should focus on treating the young clan leader. His wounds are worse than mine. Hearing this, Izuna grew restless again. He slid over from Kamui's side to Madara's, eyeing his brother up and down with concern. Brother, besides the bump and cut on your head, are you hurt anywhere else? Is it your leg too? He vaguely remembered Madara limping, favoring one foot as he walked. The thought made Izuna's already large eyes widen even further, the rims growing moist with tears. His heart ached for his brother. "Are you badly hurt too, brother?" "No." But to Izuna, Madara's denial sounded like stubborn bravado. Not caring for Madara's protests, Izuna rolled up his brother's pant leg and unwrapped the bandages, only calming down when he saw there were just some minor scrapes and cuts on Madara's legs. "I've checked the young clan leader's head. There's a cut, and he took a hit, but it's not too serious. No dizziness or nausea, so there's no concussion. We put on medicine and fresh bandages. Give it a few days, and he'll be fine." Shakuhachi finished and met Madara's gaze. Judging by appearances alone, he didn't look anything like the patient Kimui had described. Worse off than him. Then, there was only one possibility. "Young clan leader, where exactly are you hurt?" Madara lowered his eyes, his tone less than optimistic. "It feels like something in my chest has snapped. A tendon or a vessel, maybe." Shakuhachi's brow furrowed deeply. He asked again, "Where did you say?" "My chest," Madara replied calmly, displaying the composure of a future clan leader. His chest meridians had been severed, yet he could speak about it with such calm. Shiba glanced at Madara, as if he were some kind of anomaly, momentarily at a loss for words about how to even address him. Was he truly so unruffled, or did he simply not grasp the gravity of this injury? Shiba's thin, withered hand pressed against Madara's chest. A pale green sphere of chakra enveloped his palm as it slowly moved across Madara's torso, searching for the broken meridians Madara had mentioned. Izuna, curious as ever, craned his neck to watch. He asked Shiba, "Is severing the meridians really such a serious injury?" But Big Brother looks completely normal. In reality, damaged meridians often spell disaster. At best, they could cause bruising and block the flow of chakra in that area. At worst, they could mean instant death. That was precisely why so many clans in the shinobi world were wary of the Hyuga. The Hyuga clan's taijutsu was among the finest in all the land, though they weren't specialists in long-range combat and tended to favor close quarters. They possessed a technique known as the heavenly spin, often regarded as the ultimate defense, even if the Uchiha would never admit as much. Still, that only highlighted the Hyuga's prowess in both offense and defense. In close combat, Hyuga shinobi, with their precise knowledge of the body's vital points, could strike unexpectedly and sever the meridians through which chakra flowed. A ninja who relied on ninjutsu without the ability to mold chakra was no better off than a weapons expert disarmed in battle. And Madara, right now, was suffering the combined agony of both sealed chakra points and severed meridians. "I found the severed meridians," Shiba announced. He was quietly relieved to discover that these meridians weren't directly connected to Madara's heart. For whatever reason, the attacker's aim had been just off, sparing Madara's life by a narrow margin. It was a small mercy in a dire situation. Focusing intently, Shiba began the technique to repair Madara's meridians, but he still took the time to answer Izuna, if left untreated. In a little while, the young master's chakra may never flow through this area again. Gathering chakra could become extremely difficult. This time, Izuna understood. Even though Shiba had put it delicately, he grasped the seriousness of the matter. A cold sweat broke out across his back. He pressed his palms against the tatami mat, leaning in to look at Madara. Madara's face was unreadable. No tears, no panic, just a vacant stare at some fixed point, lost in thought. Who knew what was going on inside his mind? Had his brother never felt fear? If a genius like his brother could no longer wield ninjutsu as he pleased, Izuna didn't dare imagine it. Silently, he kept thanking fate, thankful he'd found his brother so quickly, and even more so that he'd rushed to bring grandfather Shiba, the most skilled healer, without a moment's delay. In the days that followed, Kimui and Madara couldn't go anywhere. On one hand, they didn't want to make any noise that might startle Zero, and, on the other, they were in no condition to be up and about. Kimui's leg was nearly useless, and as for Madara, there was hardly a spot on him that wasn't injured. Both of them needed time to recover. This time, neither of them put up any resistance. They obediently stayed in their room. All their news from the outside world came from Izuna and from Aksu, who brought their meals on schedule, 3 times a day. Whenever Aksu came with food, Madara's thoughts always turned to his mother. Aksu didn't try to hide anything. Her face was clouded with worry. These past few days, Madame has been terribly fatigued. She has no strength and can barely eat at mealtimes, she said. Have you tried making the dishes she loves? Madara suggested. Aksu sighed. I have, but she just doesn't have an appetite. Maybe it's the autumn weather. Perhaps she'll feel better in a few days. Hearing this, Madara couldn't find any words of comfort. He simply nodded silently. There was nothing he could do for his mother, just as there was nothing he could do in so many other matters. That sense of helplessness weighed heavily on him. Kimui lay on the porch, soaking up the rare warmth of the autumn sun, wishing he could worry about the woman who had treated him like her own son, just as Madara did. Since the age of 5, he'd never felt a mother's love. He couldn't summon any real affection towards his mother now, especially since he was the one who'd been deceived. His mother had promised to come see him, but she never did. She had abandoned him, yet when he confronted her, she denied it without hesitation. What should have been the strongest love in the world had turned, in the end, into boundless hatred. "Madara," Kamui called quietly. At that moment, Madara was paging through a medical book, one he'd had Izuna borrow from Shakuhachi. Madara responded drowsily, basking in the sunlight. Kamui wanted to ask what it felt like to be loved by one's mother, but after a moment's hesitation, he decided against it. Uchiha Kamui had experienced Zero's motherly affection, but if he asked about it now, Madara would surely be suspicious. He had inherited Uchiha Kamui's memories, but not his feelings. The sensation of being loved by a mother was something he couldn't grasp. And even if he could, it wasn't truly his own feeling. What did it matter to him? "No, it's nothing. By the way, you're reading a medical text. Are you thinking of becoming a medical ninja too?" Madara neither nodded nor shook his head. He simply gave a faint smile and said, "I just think it might come in handy. If I really learn it, maybe I could use it to save myself in a critical moment. Besides, Kamui, this book describes something fascinating. It says you can transplant a person's body tissue into someone else. If you can get through the rejection period, that tissue becomes usable by the new host. Who knows, you might even gain the abilities of the original owner along with it." Kamui listened without the slightest hint of surprise. Seeing Kamui so calm left Madara a bit disappointed, and he mumbled, "Don't you find it interesting?" "No," Kamui chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I was just wondering whose flesh and blood might be a good match for me. For example, who?" The young man shook his head. "That's just it. I can't think of anyone. That idea of yours is a little dangerous." With a snort, Kamui let out a derisive laugh. Someone who'll get up to things like this in the future is calling other people's thoughts dangerous. Clearly, Madara is still far too naive and innocent in his youth. People who haven't been battered by society always carry that air of innocence. Kamui's interruption pulled Madara from his thoughts, and he set the book aside. His wounds were almost healed, but he still had no idea when he'd be able to climb over this wall and see the world beyond. It had been nearly a month since he last saw Hashirama. He wondered if Hashirama had gone back to the banks of the Naka River lately, and whether he'd been waiting for him. If Hashirama waited, but never saw him, would he be disappointed? Just thinking about Hashirama brought a brighter look to Madara's face. He even allowed himself a small smile. Kamui cracked open one eye, catching every shift in Madara's expression. He could more or less guess what was on Madara's mind, and couldn't help but curl his lips in amusement. See, there's no way nothing's going on between the two of them. He'd never believe it, not in a million years. But then, remembering how it all ends between them, Kamui felt a pang of regret. After sharing life-and-death experiences, Kamui and Madara had grown much closer, and things that once felt hard to say now came out with surprising ease. Like chatting about Hashirama. Honestly, it was just idle conversation. Whatever came to mind, they talked about. Kamui's real aim was to find out whether Hashirama had awakened his wood release yet. But clearly, Hashirama hadn't. Otherwise, Madara wouldn't look so completely puzzled whenever Kamui brought it up. In the end, Madara even warned Kamui, "You must keep my meetings with Hashirama by the river a secret. No one can know. Not even Izuna?" Kamui asked, amused. Madara hesitated, but after a moment's thought, he nodded firmly. "Right, not even Izuna." Truth be told, Madara felt uneasy saying this. He knew exactly who Hashirama was, and yet he still met with him in secret. It really wasn't the right thing to do. But then, everyone needs a friend, someone who exists outside their usual circle. As for Madara, he had only Hashirama as a friend who wasn't Uchiha. Moreover, the two of them shared the same worldview, both harboring grand ambitions to bring peace to a chaotic world. "All right, I promise to keep your secret. But in exchange, shouldn't you agree to one condition of mine?" Madara looked at the cunning glint in Kamui's eyes and couldn't shake the feeling that he had walked right into a trap, that he was now on a pirate ship with no way off. "Go on, what is it?" Kamui smiled, squinting in the sunlight. He was clearly in a good mood, and his voice carried an easy cheer. "I haven't thought of it yet. I'll let you know when I do." Why did he have the sense this would end very badly for him? "Just don't go back on your word when the time comes," Kamui added with another bright smile. Madara studied Kamui's expression, thoughtful. Every time Kamui smiled like that, it usually meant he was scheming something at Madara's expense. Granted, the tricks in the past had been nothing serious, just harmless mischief, but this time, Madara couldn't shake the feeling that things were different. But then again, this was Kamui. What harm could he possibly have in mind? Let him be. More than half a month later, Kamui once again visited the woods by the Naka River. The last time he was here, the trees were lush and green. Now, their leaves had already turned yellow. The branches, preparing for the winter chill, had drawn their nutrients inwards. Without sustenance, the leaves fell from the trees one after another. A hush had settled over this place. With the temperature dropping, the forest felt even more desolate. They hadn't arranged a time to meet again, and Kamui hadn't expected to run into Tobarama here. His leg wasn't fully healed yet, so even if Tobarama did appear, they wouldn't be able to spar. As for why he came, perhaps he'd simply been cooped up at home for too long and needed to step outside to breathe the fresh air of freedom. Now and then, the wind would weave its way between the trees, setting off a rustling chorus as the leaves, no longer held by their branches, fluttered down in the breeze. In the midst of this bleak scene, Tobarama's appearance was almost jarring. Kamui had only intended to sit here for a while before heading back, but when he looked up he was caught off guard to see Tobarama standing motionless at the edge of the forest. The weather had turned cold, so Tobarama wore a pale outer robe over his vest, and his hair had grown longer since they last met. A modest distance separated them. Tobarama didn't move, just stood there, eyes fixed on Kamui. Kamui took in Tobarama's expression. After a brief flash of delight, he saw that familiar scowl, unchanged as ever. No doubt, he was about to be questioned. Would Tobarama demand to know why he'd disappeared without a word? Would he ask where Kamui had been all this time? Moving at his usual, measured pace, Tobarama walked over to Kamui, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Kamui's face. Kamui couldn't help but notice how stern Tobarama looked. It unsettled him. To break the heavy mood, he forced a grin at Tobarama, hoping to lighten the tension a little. Tobarama, however, didn't budge. He simply stood there with a rather unhappy expression, staring at Kamui. The longer Tobarama watched him, the more uncomfortable Kamui became. Kamui hadn't expected to run into him here. Now that they actually met, he found himself at a loss for words. His mind raced, searching for a way to explain what he'd been through lately. But as he thought about it, he realized it was difficult to say anything at all. Everyone lived along the riverbank. News traveled fast. If Kamui told Tobarama about his mission, his own identity would likely be exposed before long. So what brings you here? After all that thinking, Kamui could only manage such a bland question. Tobarama frowned slightly, his expression unchanged. If Kamui hadn't seen him walk over, he'd have thought Tobarama was just a cardboard cutout of himself. Well, actually, Kamui began. That's wonderful, Tobarama suddenly exclaimed. Kamui looked at him in confusion. At last, Tobarama's expression softened, the harshness fading from his face. He no longer looked as if someone owed him a fortune. Lowering his crimson eyes, Tobarama pressed his lips together, then spoke in a steady voice. I was worried you might have run into trouble. That's why you didn't come. Now that I see you're well, I can finally relax. There was no accusation, not even a single question about why Kamui had been gone so long. Just seeing him standing there, safe and sound, was enough to put Tobarama at ease. Kamui was taken aback. He stared blankly at Tobarama's face. They were the same age, but Tobarama seemed so much more mature. Not in how he looked, but in the dependable air he gave off. Was the young Senju Tobarama already capable of such patience and restraint when facing someone he liked? Kamui thought to himself that, at Tobarama's age, he could never have managed that. The more composed and reserved Tobarama acted, the more Kamui wanted to tease him. Slowly, Kamui leaned in a little closer, his bright eyes fixed on Tobarama's. Tobarama, not sure why Kamui was drawing near, showed a flicker of panic in his eyes. And in fact, Tobarama did inch backward. What's the matter? He asked. Kamui kept smiling, his eyes shimmering like petals drifting on water, gentle ripples spreading out from their depths. He was genuinely puzzled, and with a playful smile, asked, Tobarama, don't you want to ask where I've been all this time? Tobarama gave an honest answer. We're both shinobi, I can guess. That was such a Tobarama answer. But wasn't it a little dull? Kamui didn't like feeling led along by others. He raised an eyebrow and pressed. Aren't you even curious what the mission was? Tobarama remained honest as ever. Not revealing the details of mission to others is a fundamental rule for ninja. Kamui fell silent. How could someone keep such a straight face about everything, from childhood all the way until now? He trailed off, thoroughly unimpressed. Whether as friends or foes, Kamui always wanted to be the one in control between the two of them. Yet, things never seemed to go the way he imagined. Tobarama truly lived by his own words, just like in the original stories. He kept his emotions in check, restraining himself. But something didn't add up. Kamui remembered that back in the spring, Tobarama was still tangled up in those hazy, intangible feelings. Now, after just half a year, how'd he learn to control himself so well? A wave of disheartenment swept over Kamui. Feeling bored, he sat down again. Dry, yellow leaves rustled beneath him. With nothing better to do, he grabbed a handful and tossed them at Tobirama. Tobirama looked at him in confusion. Even with all his straightforwardness, he could sense Kamui's displeasure. Knowing the other person was upset, Tobirama grew anxious. He realized he had no idea how to make things right. He stood before Kamui, slightly awkward, his palms damp with sweat. Uncomfortable, he clutched the hem of his robe. How in the world, he thought to himself, could this girl look so adorable even when she was angry? She glared at him like a little cat, feisty and cute in equal measure, making him want to comfort her despite himself. And yet, Tobirama had no idea how to do that. It had been about a month and a half since they last saw each other. During that time, whenever he could, Tobirama would come here and wait, even though Nanka River was far from peaceful lately. He'd risked coming out all the same. But not once had he managed to meet her. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air, not even leaving a word of farewell. Every visit was filled with hope, and every time he left, it was in disappointment. Her presence had become so elusive. Tobirama sometimes wondered if she was real or just a dream. Now, looking at Kamui, who stood before him in a less than cheerful mood, Tobirama thought for a moment and then bent down to squat beside her. I've come here so many times, always wondering why you didn't show up. Kamui turned her gaze to him at those words. Tobirama, clearly out of his element with such conversations, felt his cheeks flush with a faint red. Everyone has their own things to do, and I have no right to interfere with yours. It's just that. He finally gathered the courage to meet Kamui's eyes. Just seeing you here again, safe and sound, is enough for me. I don't need to ask about anything else anymore. Kamui held his gaze for a while, and all she wanted to do was shout in exasperation. Senju Tobirama, you really are a good person. This man never followed the usual rules. He was a true oddball. Perhaps because of the emotional feedback she'd gotten from Madara, Kamui herself had grown a little more human these days than before. He was trying to elicit an emotional response from Tobirama. Only with a genuine emotional connection would he feel any reluctance when the time came to strike. A necessary condition for awakening his eyes, wasn't it? He offered Tobirama a gentle smile, which left the latter a little flustered and unsure of how to react. It was only after some time apart that Tobirama began to understand why he had changed in this way and what kind of mindset had brought it about. But in any case, as long as she returned safely, that was enough. Among ninja, never prying into another's whereabouts was an unspoken rule. Everyone understood without needing to say a word. I really was out on a mission, but things didn't go as smoothly as you imagined. I got injured, Kamui said softly. You got injured? At this, Tobirama's eyes widened in surprise. He looked Kamui up and down. No matter how he examined him, Kamui didn't look at all like someone who'd been hurt. But then, with so much time having passed, perhaps his wounds had already healed. It's mostly better now. The injury was on my lower leg. The whole calf was slashed. I can help you with that. I know some medical ninjutsu. Kamui thought it over. Maybe it really wouldn't hurt to let Tobirama help. After all, everyone in Tobirama's family seemed to know a bit of medical ninjutsu. Perhaps his own skills weren't half bad either. With that thought, Kamui agreed to the treatment. When Tobirama saw the ugly scar, still not fully healed and stretched across Kamui's leg like a short, twisted snake, he was taken aback. His pupils shrank, and for a moment, even his breath caught. Hey, Tobirama had seen his fair share of wounds, had suffered many himself, but for a scar to look this bad after all this time, the original injury must have been. He dared not finish the thought. His brows knit together, a flicker of pain flitting across his eyes, nearly imperceptible. He raised both hands, gathering chakra into his palms until two orbs of soft green light took shape. His palms hovered lightly over the wound, the emerald glow gradually intensifying as Tobirama began the healing process, using the technique of medical palm sage jutsu. It's really almost healed, Kamui said. You can't fool me. There are still parts inside that haven't mended. It still hurts when you touch it, doesn't it? Tobirama was right, but Kamui couldn't be bothered to respond. His attention was elsewhere, a hint of surprise in his voice as he asked, You already know medical ninjutsu? Tobirama's face betrayed no emotion. After steadying himself, he simply replied in that same pleasant voice as in the original story. During the Warring States period, medical ninjas were extremely rare. Even by the time of the Second Ninja War, they were still scarce. Take the current situation. In each clan, there might not be more than 10, and in smaller clans, even fewer. Tobirama Senju was indeed a very pragmatic person. Whatever jutsu proved beneficial to his clan or his fellow shinobi, he would devote himself to studying and mastering it. It wasn't surprising that someone like him knew medical ninjutsu. Even later, when he grew up and developed so many formidable forbidden techniques, it all made perfect sense. The two of them fell silent. One quietly focused on healing, the other quietly received treatment. The only sound left was the rustling of leaves overhead, set in motion by the chasing wind. After such a long separation, even when the healing was finished, Tobirama remained seated, making no move to leave. He didn't know what he should say to Kamui. He simply sat there in silence, feeling profoundly grateful that his friend was still alive. Even though Kamui was injured, he had survived, and that was enough. As dusk settled in, the time to part inevitably arrived. Kamui had rest enough. He was the first to rise, and after Tobirama's healing jutsu, his leg felt much better than before, not stiff, not aching without reason. He bounced on the spot a couple of times, testing his newfound agility, and his face lit up with delight. "You're amazing, big brother." Hearing Kamui call him that, Tobirama was taken aback. He struggled to suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. The gloom of the past month and a half, when he'd been unable to find Kamui, was swept away in that instant. "It's getting late. I should head back. For children from a ninja clan, it's troublesome if we return too late," Kamui said honestly. Both of them were shinobi, so Tobirama knew Kamui wasn't lying. Tobirama nodded. Then, Kamui understood what he was about to say, so he nodded as well. "The day after tomorrow, perhaps. I might find another excuse to sneak out, though it's not easy." Tobirama smiled, sharing a silent understanding. He trusted that Kamui would find a way. Standing where he was, Tobirama watched as Kamui turned and walked away. He realized it always seemed to be him watching Kamui's back, always him left behind in the end. Kamui took a few steps away, then suddenly stopped. He looked back at Tobirama with a mischievous grin, his eyes bright and playful. "Tobirama," he called, "I want to see what you look like with long hair. I bet you'd look really handsome." Long hair? Tobirama was left bewildered. Was Kamui's mind always this unpredictable? How had the conversation suddenly turned to his hair? Kamui walked farther and farther away. Tobirama kept watching until his friend disappeared into the woods, and only then did he slowly reach up to touch his own hair. It had grown a little longer than before. With so much happening in the clan lately, as his father's right hand, he hadn't even found time for a haircut. But long hair? Tobirama tried to picture himself with long hair. It probably wouldn't look bad, but certainly wouldn't be convenient. Would it really look good? He murmured to himself. After Kamui left Tobirama's sight, he instantly reverted to his carefree, unruly self, no longer needing to restrain his steps. He could run as wildly as he pleased. He was like a spirited young colt, unfettered by reins, with a vast world stretching out before him. As he ran through the clan grounds, a mischievous grin spread across Kamui's face. If Tobirama ever dared to grow his hair long, Kamui was certain he'd have the guts to knock him out, drag him away, and dress him up as a girl. Even after returning to the clan compound, Kamui couldn't help but dwell on that wicked idea. Not just Tobirama, what about Madara? What would he look like in a dress? Would it be just like those illustrations he'd seen before? Just picturing the scene made Kamui burst out laughing. Imagining them both dressed as girls, Kamui stifled his laughter as he leapt up onto the wall with a strong push from his legs. He had just vaulted over the wall and landed in the backyard outside his room when he heard the shoji door slide open with a swift motion. "Kamui!" Izuna called, running barefoot across the grass toward him. Kamui was caught in the act. As he scrambled to think of an excuse, Izuna spoke in a flurry of concern. "Something terrible has happened. My brother's been punished by father. He's been forced to kneel." Forced to kneel? Kamui froze for a moment. In all the memories he'd inherited, this was the first time he'd ever heard of such a punishment. But no matter the world, being forced to kneel was always a form of punishment. So, what kind of trouble had Uchiha Madara gotten himself into this time? Izuna grabbed Kamui by the hand and hurried him toward the main residence's side hall, a place where the ancestral tablets were kept. All of Taijima Uchiha's departed kin were lined up inside, sitting in silent witness. When Kamui and Izuna arrived, they could hear Taijima's low, angry growl coming from within. If not him, then who? Compassion is for fools. What if this leads to our clan's destruction? Taijima's was the only voice in the room. It was clear that Madara had been rendered speechless by his father's scolding. "Kneel here and think about what you've done. Reflect before your ancestors, before your two dead brothers. Don't get up until you understand." Stubborn as ever, Madara said nothing. Suddenly, the side hall doors were flung open and Taijima stormed out, brimming with rage. He nearly collided with Kamui and Izuna in the hallway. Izuna, more timid, shrank behind Kamui at the sight of their father's furious face. Taijima noticed them as well, narrowing his eyes and fixing Kimui with a sharp, intimidating glare. Clan leader, the young master, Kimui began, but Taijima cut him off with a disdainful flick of his gaze, grunting dismissively and giving him no chance to continue. Realizing he'd get nothing useful out of Taijima, Kimui turned and walked toward the side hall. Though the door was open, the room inside was shrouded in gloom. Madara knelt motionless before the dense array of ancestral tablets, his figure resembling a solitary, fragile mountain. What exactly happened? Kimui walked over and asked him. Madara lifted his head to look at Kimui, his expression dark and troubled. He saw Kimui again, still dressed in women's clothing, but this time he didn't react as strongly as before. With a barely perceptible glance, Madara dismissed Kimui's question and instead said, "This is my own business. Take Izuna and go back." Kimui was not about to leave so easily, and even Izuna shook his head, refusing to go. Izuna was deeply empathetic. When he saw Madara kneeling there, he knelt down right beside him. Muttering under his breath, he said, "If father's punishing you by making you kneel, then I'll kneel with you." "So what happened then?" Madara felt his irritation rise, and his voice was edged with impatience. "I told you, it's my own business. Did you, and were you found out?" Kimui almost said Hashirama's name, but, remembering Izuna was there, he stopped himself just in time. Madara shook his head. "Nothing like that happened." "Then, I've already told you, take Izuna and go back." Kimui fell silent, standing his ground. For a few tense seconds, he and Madara stared each other down. Madara's eyes were clouded with frustration. After a moment, he looked away, defeated, exhaustion heavy in his voice. "Kimui, don't come looking for me these next few days. Just stay quietly in our quarters. Remember what I've said." Kimui was unmoved by Madara's words. His usual smile faded from his face, replaced by a serious, almost solemn expression. He asked, "You really won't tell me?" This time, it was Madara's turn to fall silent. Kimui gave a slight nod, then reached over and grabbed Izuna by the collar, lifting him off the ground as easily as one might pick up a chick. "Kimui," Izuna protested. Kimui ignored him, half dragging, half carrying Izuna out of the side hall. Behind them, the door slammed shut, shutting out what little light remained. Winter was nearly upon them, and the sun had set early that day. No lamps were lit in the side hall. It was shrouded in darkness. In the shadows, Madara slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, red as spilled blood, burned with bitter resentment as he stared at the floor before him. No matter what, he simply couldn't bring himself to look at those memorial tablets with such eyes. That night, for the first time since arriving in this world, Kimui slept alone in his room. The space just an arm's reach away was empty. No spare bedding laid out, and no soft, steady breathing nearby. All afternoon, Madara's face, twisted with despair, frustration, guilt, and remorse, haunted Kimui's mind. He found himself truly baffled, unable to imagine what could have happened. Given Taijima's usual pride and affection for Madara, nothing should have been able to provoke him to such fury, nothing so serious as to drive him to this. But the truth was, something unpleasant really had happened between them. Given the way he was being punished to kneel and reflect before the ancestors, Madara must have committed some grave transgression. What could have been? Shunwei turned over, covering his mouth as he yawned in frustration. When there's something weighing on your mind, sleep won't come easily. He would probably lie there wide awake until dawn. As he thought about this, he recalled that Madara was kneeling on the hard floor, not even given a cushion. The side hall had wooden floorboards, and if he knelt there all night, his legs would be useless by morning. What do I care if he can't walk? Shunwei sighed quietly. Early the next morning, Shunwei and Izuna crept softly back to the side hall. Madara was truly a tough man. He had actually knelt there the entire night. By the time the two of them appeared before him, Madara's legs were completely numb. Izuna reached out to touch them and asked if he was uncomfortable. Expressionless, Madara replied, "I can't feel my legs anymore, so no, it doesn't hurt." Shunwei, Izuna, Madara remained kneeling in the side hall for 5 days. On the 5th night, when Aksu came to refill the oil lamp, she found Uchiha Madara had fainted. The punishment ended inconclusively because of Madara's collapse. Yet the tension between Taijima and Madara still lingered, sharp as ever. Both of them tacitly avoided bringing up the incident again, but anyone with eyes could see they were locked in a silent struggle. No matter how you asked, Madara wouldn't say a word about it. After a while, Shunwei grew tired of trying. Instead of wasting time prying, he figured he might as well practice his weak spots, ninjutsu. At present, Shunwei only knew 2 or 3 ninjutsu techniques. Aside from being relatively skilled at the fireball jutsu, the other 2 were just passable. Ninjutsu, like taijutsu, requires persistent training to truly master, practicing chakra control, improving hand seal speed. Not everyone could be like Kakashi, who, after decades of singlehood, could make his hand seals blur with afterimages. While Shunwei was practicing ninjutsu in the clan's training grounds, Uchiha Do appeared quietly beside him. He didn't know how long Do had been watching, but by the time Shunwei noticed, Do was already there. Shunwei had a good impression of him, and Do seemed to feel the same way. Once Do saw Shunwei's gaze, he stopped leaning against the tree. He walked over, explaining the key points of the ninjutsu as he approached. Shunwei found it odd. Do was the sort of person who never showed up unless there was a reason. In the past, he never appeared by Shunwei's side like this. Why today? He didn't ask, just waited for Uchiha Do to speak for himself. Half an hour slipped by, one teaching and the other learning. After an awkward silence, Do looked at Shunwei, hesitated, and seemed on the verge of saying something. Shunwei smiled gently, not wanting to make things difficult for him. Just say what you have to say, he replied. Do hesitated, a troubled frown creasing his brow, and said in a low voice, "Clan leader, he has something he wants to tell you." Shunwei was taken aback. The clan leader he referred to, wasn't that Uchiha Taijima? But why would he send an outsider to deliver a message if he wanted to speak with him directly? Do you know what he wants to tell me? Shunwei asked. At that, Do glanced sharply at him. There was no need for more words. His reaction alone said everything. Besides, Shunwei could sense it too. Whatever Taijima wished to discuss, it was unlikely to be anything pleasant. It was still the study. Taijima always seemed to prefer this room when discussing important matters. Shunwei remembered once overhearing Madara mention that Taijima had placed a barrier around this study. If anyone approached from the outside, Taijima would sense it immediately. But no matter what was said or how much commotion was made inside, those outside would remain completely unaware. Wasn't this even more effective than a secret chamber? On this particular day, Taijima was unlike any time Shunwei had seen him before. There was no smile, no trace of anger. He seemed utterly different from his usual self. He looked defeated, yet sat upright with perfect posture. Every contradiction and discord merged into one solitary figure. Clan leader, Shunwei greeted him politely upon entering, as custom demanded. Taijima gazed at Shunwei in silence, staring at him for several long minutes before suddenly coming back to himself. Straightening his posture, he said in a calm, even tone, "Come here and sit with me." Unlike usual, Taijima wasn't seated in the place of honor today. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the tatami like an ordinary family. Patriarch. Before him was a low table with a go board and pieces laid out. He held a single piece in his hand, but had yet to place it. Shunwei walked over and sat down facing him. Taijima's eyes remained fixed on the board as he asked, "Do you play? Would you like a game with me?" "I don't," Shunwei answered honestly. In any world, he'd never learned to play, so of course he didn't know how. Taijima didn't seem disappointed. He smiled faintly. "For shinobi, whether you play the game or not hardly matters. This was a gift from someone else. I just keep it in the study." Shunwei raised an eyebrow. Did that mean that even with the pieces in his hand, Taijima wasn't much of a player himself? Being alone with Taijima, Shunwei felt a bit uneasy. He couldn't quite say why, but despite Taijima's frequent smiles, Shunwei always felt as if he were a tiger hiding behind a mask of friendliness. A smile could be a shield. Who knew if, in the next moment, it would turn into a strike? "Clan leader, may I ask why you want to see me?" At last, he voiced the question he'd come here for. Taijima's hand hovered, the go piece never finding its place. He shook his head and tossed it back into the bowl. He looked up at Shunwei, and when he spoke, every word was clear and deliberate. As Kamui listened to him speak, a look of utter disbelief gradually spread across his face. By the time Taijima finished what he had to say, Kamui felt as though his entire body had turned to stone. With his senses sealed off and his body feeling foreign, his mind was left completely blank. Only now did he understand what people meant when they said that being too shocked could make you unable to think at all. Kamui had no idea how long he stood there, lost in a daze. When he finally snapped out of it, the first question that left his lips was, "Chief, are you really serious about this?" "Yes," Taijima replied, nodding without the slightest hesitation, his gaze on Kamui filled with layered meaning. "This can't be helped. As a child of the Uchiha clan, it's only right for you to share our burdens and help solve our problems. Wouldn't you agree?" Kamui met his gaze, his face frosted over with cold disdain. He let out a short, biting laugh, thick with sarcasm. "So this is your excuse for sacrificing your son, is it?" At Kamui's question, for a moment, Taijima found himself unable to offer a rebuttal. No matter where you go in the world, as long as there are people, there will always be a majority and a minority. To protect the interests of the many, those in power never hesitate to sacrifice the few. They call it maintaining stability. Heartless, maybe, but undeniably effective. Kamui let out a rueful sigh. You keep saying you're doing this for the clan, but perhaps you've forgotten I'm part of the Uchiha clan too. Before Kamui entered, Taijima had already spent half the day sitting in his study. All that time, he had been turning over in his mind how to bring up this matter to Kamui in the gentlest way possible, how to minimize the pain and help him accept it. He had thought long and hard about Kamui's father's face, but in the end, he made his decision. A clan leader cannot let personal feelings sway his actions. Every step must be taken with the clan's interests in mind. Now, looking into the eyes of this child, eyes as cold as if they had been tempered with poison, Taijima suddenly found that the words of persuasion he had prepared were not so hard to say after all. The tension between them was palpable, neither willing to back down as they stared at each other. Compared to Hoteragakure and Mayoko, who died on the battlefield, at least I'm letting you live. Isn't that something? To live? Kamui couldn't help but want to laugh. Does it count as living if it's without freedom or dignity? With that single sentence, Taijima's face darkened. The mask of authority he had so carefully maintained crumbled in an instant, leaving only panic and embarrassment behind. No matter how prettily you dress up a lie, it's still a lie, isn't it? So, just because I'm not your own blood, it's all right to sacrifice me? No, Taijima denied it flatly, not even a moment's hesitation. But Kamui would never believe that. No matter what reason he gave, Kamui would never believe him. Taijima let out a long, weary sigh. He reached out and patted Kamui's shoulder, his voice suddenly sounding 10 years older. He said, if only you were a bit more foolish, or maybe still as timid as you were when you were little. If you were like that, perhaps I would feel better about all this. But you're not anymore. Kamui didn't want to hear his false sympathy. He asked, when you decided it would be me, did you really not hesitate, even for a moment? Taijima considered the question, then let out a laugh. There was a hint of excitement in his voice, and even his gaze toward Kamui seemed to blaze with a fire that threatened to burn everything to ashes. Though Uchiha Taijima was nearly 40, his smile was still striking. Yet to Kamui, that face was nothing but loathsome. Slowly, that face began to merge with the face of his father in the real world. Kamui felt his stomach churn violently, and it took all his willpower to swallow the urge to vomit. I did hesitate. That's why I turned to someone else for advice, Taijima said. Can you guess who I asked? Cold sweat beaded on Kamui's forehead. Beneath the low table, his fingers dug into his clothes, pinching at his own leg. Madara. I went to him. Kamui's face turned from a sickly yellow to a bloodless white as he heard the name, and Taijima's smile grew even more brazen. Madara and Izuna. Either one of them is stronger than you. You're the only fool who still can awaken even a single Tomo in your Sharingan. Both Madara and Izuna have already awakened their Sharingan. Did you really think I'd give it to someone else? Taijima's one-sided tirade began to lose steam. Kamui received it all in silence, and eventually, Taijima grew bored. He stared into Kamui's eyes, those dark, unchanging pupils, still as black as ever. Was even this kind of emotional provocation useless? Even after learning he was the one abandoned, didn't that sting? Didn't it hurt? Why was he still sitting there, unchanged, as if nothing had happened? In a sudden motion, Taijima seized Kamui by the collar. An adult's strength was formidable, and Kamui, caught off guard, was yanked upward, his stomach slamming into the edge of the table. He winced in pain, his brows knitting together. Taijima glared at him, eyes wide with fury. Do you feel sad? Do you feel pain? Then where's your Sharingan? Why can't you awaken it? Yes, why couldn't he awaken his Sharingan? He was, after all, the one who'd been cast aside. So, is it because you're a worthless half-blood? Aside from that initial flicker of emotion at hearing Uchiha Madara's name, Kamui was at most angry. Pain was still a long way off. Suddenly released, Kamui fell back onto the tatama mats like a bird with broken wings. Taijima realized he had lost his composure. He felt unable to face the son of his old friend, and even less able to face himself. With a deep frown, he simply averted his gaze from Kamui. The time is set for a week from now. You'll stay at home for the next few days. Don't go anywhere, Taijima said, absently grabbing a handful of chess pieces. After a pause, he added, don't even think about asking anyone for help. No one can save you. Who would he possibly turn to for help? It might take 2 years, or maybe 5, but we will destroy the Senju. Even if we can't, we'll become the strongest clan, one no one else dares to threaten. When that day comes, I'll bring you back home. Kamui couldn't tell whether Taijima was being truthful or not. There was no point agonizing over what couldn't be changed. Still, is it Madara who wants me to go? Taijima paused, looking up at Kamui. Kamui's face was still pale, but the shock and grief had faded. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing someone else's fate. Yeah, Taijima replied, neither confirming nor denying. Does Aunt Lingluo know about this? Kamui asked again. At the mention of his wife, Taijima's face instantly clouded with worry. He pinched the bridge of his nose and replied in a weary voice, "She doesn't know. She can't know. Her health wouldn't be able to take it." Yes, her health had always been fragile. That's right. Kim Yui forced a smile at Taijima. Don't let Aunt find out. Once he left the study, Kim Yui's smile faded completely. He had been suppressing the discomfort in his stomach for a long time, but now he couldn't hold it back any longer. Clutching a pillar for support, he doubled over and retched, emptying everything he had eaten at lunch. Even after his stomach was empty, he continued to heave until nothing but bitter bile came up. His mouth tasted unbearably bitter, and a sense of emptiness washed over his heart. At moments like this, any concern for cleanliness was tossed aside. Kim Yui wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then steadied himself against the wall and made his way toward the side wing. His steps were unsteady. He staggered as he walked. He didn't hear Ashu calling out a greeting to him, nor did he hear Izuna calling his name. Suddenly, Izuna grabbed the back of his clothes, annoyed by Kim Yui's indifference, and called out to him with a hint of childish petulance. "I've called you so many times, but you just ignore me." Kim Yui didn't stop heading toward the side wing. Even with Izuna clinging to him like a tail, it didn't slow him down. "Kim Yui, did you hear what I said? What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? You look awful, Kim Yui." At the doorway to his room, Kim Yui suddenly halted, turned, and pushed Izuna away. In a cold, firm voice, he warned him, "From now on, this is my space, at least for now. Don't come in. Go anywhere else, just don't come in." Kim Yui's expression was grave. Seeing him like this, Izuna suddenly felt as if he were looking at a stranger. The hand clutching Kim Yui's clothes subconsciously loosened. With a timid glance, Izuna watched him, and after a long moment, managed to utter a single word of agreement. Izuna left, glancing back every few steps. Only after his silhouette disappeared from view did Kim Yui finally open the door. Once inside, he locked it behind him, and as he turned around, he saw Madara coming in from the backyard. Barefoot, Madara stepped onto the floor, his figure silhouetted by the light as he regarded Kim Yui. Kim Yui's face was contorted with terror and rage, his gaze fixed on Madara, as if staring down a mortal enemy. After a brief moment of thought, Madara more or less pieced together what had happened. With a quiet sigh, Madara sat down cross-legged on the veranda at the edge of the room. He patted the spot beside him, beckoning Kim Yui over. "Come here, sit by me." In the past, whenever Kim Yui heard those words, he would trot over like a loyal puppy. But now A dull thud echoed as Madara's back slammed hard against the floor. He let out a pained grunt. The next instant, Kim Yui had tackled him to the wooden boards. The boy who was once too frail to care for himself now leapt like a wild predator, pinning Madara to the ground with the force of a hunting leopard. Kim Yui straddled Madara, both hands clamped tightly around Madara's throat. His gaze burned with a fiery intensity, a destructive force that threatened to consume everything in its path. "Kim Yui, what?" Madara blinked, his face eerily devoid of emotion. He simply lay there, letting Kim Yui's grip tighten around his neck with each passing second. With a bitter smile, he admitted, "So, you found out. Aren't you going to explain yourself? You held my fate in your hands. Don't you think you owe me an apology?" Madara's expression remained unchanged. He curled his lips, almost smiling, almost not, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. He asked Kim Yui, "Do you really think an apology would change anything?" Kim Yui froze, the fury in his eyes slowly ebbing away at this unexpected question. If Madara had finally shown his true colors, if he had admitted as bluntly as Taijima once did that it was all to protect the Sharingan, that Izuna was simply more valuable to the clan, that Kim Yui was sacrificed for the sake of survival of the fittest. If Madara had given himself such reasons, Kim Yui would have strangled him without hesitation. But he didn't. Though Madara admitted his involvement, his eyes seemed to say he was powerless against fate itself. Kim Yui's hands lost their strength, his grip slackening until they merely rested limply around Madara's neck. Kim Yui hung his head, eyes closed, unwilling to look at him. His voice was wounded, trembling. He asked Madara, "Why me? When you chose me, did you ever hesitate?" Madara wanted to answer, but it was as if a switch in his throat had been turned off, and now he could no longer find his voice. Me and Izuna, he murmured. "In the end, we're just not the same, are we?" His upper and lower teeth were clenched tightly together. After a long while, Madara gave a slight nod. "Yes, to me, you're both equally important. But Izuna is still so young, he's only 10. And, what's more, he's awakened to Sharingan. As his older brothers, it's our duty to protect someone as small and fragile as him. Isn't it? I believe you can understand that, Kimmy." A soft, uncontrollable laughter escaped from the boy's lips. His frail body shook with the force of it. Suddenly, He opened his eyes wide and stared at Madara. There was a chilling, almost frightening smile on his strikingly beautiful face. For a moment, Madara found himself entranced. A flood of less-than-flattering words tumbled through his mind. A deadly beauty, a madman's charm. So many things, all at once. Beautiful, yes, undeniably so, but tinged with a bloodthirsty madness. As for me, it doesn't matter where I am in this world. It's all the same. If you had come to discuss it with me, maybe I would have agreed. He spoke of his own fate with a voice as light and unanchored as a paper kite drifting in the wind. Izuna, what a lovely child, Kamui murmured. Then, fixing Madara with a cold, piercing gaze that cut straight to the heart, his tone turned icy and fierce. But Madara, what I hate most is when others decide my fate for me. And you, of all people, have crossed that line. You're just like the clan leader, so hypocritical. Not long ago, we faced life and death together, Kamui continued, slender fingers tracing slowly over Madara's body through his clothes. You relied on my blood to survive, just as I said from the start. Madara, you really are a wolf that can never be tamed. Madara didn't deny any of Kamui's accusations. He accepted them all without protest. At a time like this, every bit of Kamui's anger was justified. Madara knew he didn't have the right to defend himself. Not a single word. Out of nowhere, memories from that afternoon 2 months ago in his father's study came crashing over him. The weight of it pressed on Madara, making it hard to breathe. He couldn't bring himself to meet Kamui's gaze, so he simply shut his beautiful eyes. That day, after a sparring match between Madara and Kamui, Taijima had called Madara into the study. When Madara entered, Taijima tossed one scroll after another for him to read. Each scroll was filled with intelligence reports sent back by spies who had been stationed outside for years. Which clan had allied itself with the Senju, which had submitted to the Hyuga, and so on, countless names and shifting allegiances. Madara read through them all, then looked to Taijima in confusion. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Father, why are you showing me all this?" Taijima's expression was unreadable, giving nothing away. Madara couldn't guess his intentions unless Taijima chose to speak himself. Taijima tapped his fingers on the desk twice and then said, "You're the one who will shoulder the future of the Uchiha clan. I think it's time you took part in the clan's decision-making." Madara had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since he and Hashirama had decided to become the leaders of their respective clans, to join hands in ending the ceaseless wars of the shinobi world and to create a realm of peace, Madara had longed for the day he could step into the role of clan head himself to arrive sooner. Now, his father was allowing him to take part in making decisions. He was no longer just a bystander whose presence made no difference. This was, without a doubt, an encouraging step forward. "Madara, what are your thoughts on this news?" When Taijima asked this, Madara immediately began to think seriously, analyzing the situation. Right now, our greatest enemy is still the Senju. But it's clear that the Hyuga clan has also been quietly gaining strength. While we're busy fighting the Senju, Father, we should also be wary of the Hyuga. Madara's analysis was identical to that of the Elders' Council. In the past, they had always focused their efforts on Hagoromo and the Senju. While the strongest clans were locked in battle, the Hyuga lurked behind, growing in power. By the time they realized it, the Hyuga would no longer be someone they could easily control. Now, we're forced to clash with the Senju every so often. The smaller clans are of little concern. It's the Hyuga that worry us. When two tigers fight, it's the fisherman who profits. Then, Father, I met with Hyuga Ryuko, the head of the Hyuga clan, yesterday, Taijima said. It was a friendly meeting, a gesture toward peace. Hyuga Ryuko also expressed a willingness to maintain peaceful relations with the Uchiha. However, Taijima paused mid-sentence, and Madara immediately caught on, his expression turning serious. What terms did he propose? Taijima looked Madara straight in the eyes. After a long silence, he spoke slowly. To ensure we don't go back on our word, he wants me to send one of my sons to them. Madara was stunned, blurting out, "He wants a hostage?" Hyuga Ryuko. How could he have the audacity to make such a demand? Yet, the bitter truth was that he did dare, and Taijima had actually agreed. To exchange one son for several years of peace at our rear. This is a worthwhile trade. But Father, Taijima continued, Hyuga Ryuko also promised that his clan, along with those allied to them, would remain neutral. They won't interfere in the conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju. Madara, do you understand what this means? Of course he understood. How could he not? Though he was still young, he had long been tempered on the battlefield, and his grasp of politics was considerable. He could see the implications perfectly clearly. With one child, they had secured a stable rear and cut off any possibility of the Senju forming an alliance with the Hyuga. If it really comes to a fight, we might not necessarily lose. But if the Hyuga and their followers were to join forces with the Senju, our sacrifices would be far too great. Madara, remember, at no time should we make needless sacrifices. If we want the Uchiha clan to thrive and remain at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, some necessary sacrifices must be made without hesitation. That day, to the Hyuga side, even the Hyuga clan will send someone from the main family. By this point, Taijima was no longer asking Madara for permission. It was nothing more than an announcement. He was going to send one of his sons as a hostage to the Hyuga, and he would choose from among the three of them. Madara had no right to object. He could only accept it, whether he wanted to or not. And yet, to call it merely an announcement wasn't entirely accurate. After all, Taijima did grant him another right, the right to choose who would go as the hostage. It's often said that the most painful wounds are those that cut to the heart, and in honing his sons' minds, Taijima was more ruthless than anyone else. Madara looked at him with innocent, pleading eyes, but Taijima offered him no redemption. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Who do you think should go?" "I'll go." After a brief moment of sorrow, Madara spoke his own name. As if he'd known Madara would say this all along, Taijima smiled in satisfaction, not out of pride for his son's maturity, but because he'd correctly predicted Madara's reaction. "Don't say such foolish things. You can't go. You are the future leader of the Uchiha clan. You cannot be put at risk." But Izuna and Kamui are also the future elites of the Uchiha. Arguing rationally with his father was utterly useless, especially when that father held the fate of the entire clan in his hands. Patriarchal power and authority, like two great mountains, pressed down on Madara, leaving him powerless to resist. Kamui or Izuna? You choose one. If you truly must send one of your sons, then it should only be between Izuna and me. What does this have to do with Kamui? Taijima ignored Madara's challenge, stubbornly repeating, "Kamui or Izuna? You choose." Silence. A long, suffocating silence. Madara simply could not make a choice. Taijima understood what Madara was feeling at that moment, but he also wanted his son to know that when the survival of the entire clan rested on his shoulders, there would be many times he could not follow his heart. The word freedom had nothing to do with the role of clan leader. One must be ruthless when ruthlessness is required, kind when kindness is needed, and decisive when a decision must be made. Hesitation is not an option. Being clan leader is not just a glamorous title. Behind the glory often lies unbearable pain. This is the resolve of a leader. You must know what must be sacrificed. If one day my own life is required, I would not hesitate for a moment. Taijima pressed him, his voice both stern and guiding. Madara, make a decision. No one can help you. This is the determination you must have as the future leader of the Uchiha. This is only the beginning, not the end. Whether it's Kamui or Izuna, as long as you say it yourself, your father will respect your decision. Kamui in his left hand, Izuna in his right. But if he must choose between his two hands, which one should it be? Going to the Hyuga as a political hostage. One can imagine what that would mean, even with just a little thought. It would surely be a life of utter hardship. Could Kamui's frail body endure such days? Could Izuna, too, withstand a life like that? But above all, after such a farewell, would he ever see them again? Sensing Madara's hesitation, Taijima spoke up beside him, offering a reminder. Even among pure-blooded Uchiha, not everyone awakens. The Sharingan, let alone a child of both Uchiha and Uzumaki blood. You know well how precious the Sharingan is to our clan. Madara understood. He also knew that Izuna had already awakened his Sharingan, but Kamui has been sickly since childhood, and father once said his blood is unique. He must always remain within 100 meters of me. Madara wasn't trying to show favoritism towards Kamui. After Taijima expressed his intention to keep Izuna, Madara simply wanted to tell his father that neither of them should be sent to the Hyuga. But clearly, Taijima chose to ignore what Madara really meant. Taijima continued, in today's shinobi world, medical nin are the rarest commodity. When two sides are at war, if a medical nin is captured, they're usually kept alive, because they're valuable to the enemy. Kamui's blood, in itself, was as good as a medical nin. Only now did Madara finally grasp what Taijima intended. Noticing the pain and realization on Madara's face, Taijima patted him on the shoulder. If Izuna goes, he's a proud and straightforward child. He doesn't know how to bow his head. He'd likely lose his eyes in the Hyuga household. But Kamui is different. He's used to being timid, knows how to yield and adapt. If the Hyuga discover his abilities, they'd never kill him. But what if they don't discover them? The question hovered on his lips, but what difference would asking make? The two of them are like teeth and tongue. Teeth are hard and can bite through many things. The tongue is soft and doesn't seem to serve much purpose. But one day, all the teeth will be gone, while the tongue will remain in the mouth unharmed. So you see, those with soft natures are more likely to survive than those with hard ones. Looking at it this way, it seemed Taijima had made his choice from the start. Even the so-called choice he offered Madara was just a formality. He's the child of my good friend, and he's lived in our home for years. My sadness is no less than yours. But as clan leader, no matter how much it pains me, I cannot let it show. Excuses? Nothing but excuses. So, Madara, who do you choose? At this point, was there really a choice to make? Madara closed his eyes. After what felt like ages, he finally forced out the name Taijima had all but placed in his mouth. Kamui. His thoughts returning to the present, Madara looked at Kamui. Kamui still glared at him, eyes filled with nothing but contempt. Madara felt himself to be his sinner, unable and unwilling to defend himself. He murmured, his voice echoing hollow and far away. It was I who chose you. It was I who decided your fate. I'm the one to blame, no one else. Don't hold it against anyone else. In the end, Madara still chose to defend his father, Taijima. Kamui was at a loss. This was the same Madara who, during missions, insisted again and again on shielding him from harm. The same Madara who, even when his chakra was depleted, fought to save him from the Hyuga clan's elite. The same Madara who, standing at the bottom of a ravine, refused to abandon him and escape alone. Such a Madara. Kamui could not finish his thought. He draped an arm over his eyes, his head tilted back in a silent, almost incredulous laugh. In that moment, his feelings were strange. So many tangled emotions knotted in his heart, more complex than anything he'd experienced in the past 17 or 18 years. Liar, Kamui said, still laughing softly. I told you before. If you ever dare to abandon me, I'll kill you. I meant every word. Madara listened quietly. After a pause, he responded softly, for years. 5 at the very most. I'll destroy the Hyuga clan and bring you back. I swear it. Even now, you still try to deceive me? Madara's hands gently closed around Kamui's wrists. He could feel the faint tremor running through them. I'm not lying. I mean it. For years at most, I'll come for you. By then, I'll be grown, and I'll make it happen. His grip on Kamui's wrist tightened, and he added with conviction, Kamui, trust me. I promise I can do it. Kamui lowered his gaze, studying Madara's face. There was such honesty in Madara's eyes. No trace of deceit, only a quiet, pleading earnestness. Perhaps, in that moment, Uchiha Madara truly believed he could do it. At the very least, when he spoke those words, he believed them wholeheartedly. Whether he could keep that promise in the end, who could say? Looking at Madara now, those old memories surged up like a tide. He remembered the time, in that sunlit clearing, when he heard a cry of pain. Madara was the first to abandon his companions and rush to his side, only breathing easy once he was sure Kamui was unhurt. In Songjiang City, when Kamui offered him half of his candy, Madara accepted it without the slightest hesitation. When Kamui was inexplicably melancholy, Madara promised to watch another sunset with him as it melted into the sea. Even when his chakra was completely spent, Madara would still use his feeble fists to drag Kamui from the enemy's grasp. When they tumbled down a hillside, Madara shielded Kamui's head without a thought for himself. At the bottom of a cliff, in the chill of the night, Madara tore his own sleeve to bandage Kamui's wound, refusing to leave him behind to save himself. Kamui remembered all of it, each detail etched so clearly in his mind. The clearer the memories, the more conflicted and torn he felt. Isn't this how bonds between people are forged? Through each shared trial and every moment endured together? To hold on to those memories is to lose the ability to be ruthlessly decisive. Madara opened his arms toward Kamui. Kamui stared in a daze, and before he knew it, Madara had drawn him into an embrace. He held him close, gently stroking his slightly tousled long hair, and Shunwei froze, lying there dazedly against his chest. There was a pleasant hint of soap on Madara, and the way he softly smoothed Shunwei's hair was light and tender. For a fleeting moment, Shunwei felt himself transported back to his childhood, back when his parents were still together. Whenever he was upset or overwhelmed, his mother would gather him into her arms, softly stroking his head, comforting him in hushed tones, just like this. His brow furrowed tightly, and then he closed his eyes. Clutching Madara's robes with trembling fingers, Shunwei finally gave in, his voice thick with emotion. Don't lie to me again, he murmured. You promised, 4 years at most, and not a day longer. If it goes even one day past that, I won't stay there any longer. Live well, I'll come back to bring you home, Madara replied. To stop Shunwei from running away, Taijima had arranged for people to keep watch over him in the villa. With nowhere to go, Shunwei truly was like a caged bird. Once he calmed down, his anger faded. As a transmigrator, it didn't really matter where he went. In fact, The Hyuga clan, with their expertise in taijutsu, might help him improve more than staying with the Uchiha. Perhaps this trip to the Hyuga wasn't all bad. Still, carrying the Uchiha name into their midst wasn't likely to make life any easier. With nothing else to do, Shunwei sprawled out on the veranda, soaking up the sun like a lazy cat or dog. Moments like this, lying carefree in the sunlight, would probably become nothing but a memory from now on. Is there any transmigrator more stifled than me? He muttered with a wry smile. Sure, he'd become a ninja now. His taijutsu was getting sharper, and he'd even learned some basic Uchiha fire techniques. But compared to other transmigrators, Shunwei's abilities still felt painfully lacking. Those prodigies, awakening their Sharingan at 5, unlocking the Mangekyo at 6, becoming ANBU captains by 10, each of them seemed like a chosen one. If he was a transmigrator too, shouldn't he be one of the chosen ones? By all rights, as a human who created anime, someone like him should have been a godlike figure in this world. But looking at his current predicament, it was almost too embarrassing to admit. Of course, imagination is always more beautiful than reality. The idea of leaping to greatness in an instant was never something that happened to him. Oh system, my dear system, when will you finally awaken? He sighed. Shunwei felt like a spy in wartime, desperate to make contact with his handler, but never able to find them. The system was his phantom handler, always out of reach. Worst of all, he had no clue what he was supposed to do to awaken the system in the first place. I probably won't die in the Hyuga clan, he muttered, trying to reassure himself. I have a sixth sense. Spot on. Shunwei was effectively under house arrest in the villa, unable to go anywhere. Since resistance was futile, he decided it was better to face things with a calm heart. But he had promised to meet Tobarama, and now several days had passed without being able to go outside. He wondered if that guy would be disappointed, or if he'd once again wander into the woods, hoping to run into him by chance, just like before. This time, though, they probably wouldn't meet again so soon. Would it be a year? 2 years? Or perhaps 5? Even 10? Kamui felt a sense of defeat. He had invested so much effort in Tobarama, but now, because he had to go to the Hyuga clan, everything was cut off, all his previous work in vain. When he returned years later, who could say whether Tobarama would even remember him at all? Kamui tossed and turned on his futon, wondering if he should find a substitute for Tobarama among the Hyuga. After all, his goal was to awaken his eyes. It seemed as if anyone would do. Tobarama only felt special because Kamui had poured more of his heart and energy in him. In any kind of relationship, once you've invested so much of yourself, having it end with nothing to show for it always leaves a bitter aftertaste, a sense of unwillingness. That was exactly how Kamui felt now. At dusk, in the woods along the banks of the Nanga River, Senju Tobarama was alone, holding his sword, pacing back and forth at the spot where he usually met Kamui. On the day they had agreed to meet, he arrived early, but waited, and Kamui never showed up. He worried about her, worried whether her injured leg was hurting again, worried why she hadn't come. From then on, for the next few days, he kept returning to that spot at the same time, but Kamui's shadow never appeared again. Did she go out on another mission? He wondered. But what back then? He had promised Tobarama they would meet, but several days had gone by, and he still hadn't managed to leave. He wondered if that guy would be disappointed, and whether, just like before, Tobarama would often wander into the woods hoping for a lucky encounter. This time, though, it seemed unlikely they would see each other again anytime soon. Would it be a year, 2, or even 5 or 10 years? Kamui felt a sense of defeat. He had invested so much effort in Tobarama, but now had to break it off because he was heading to the Hyuga clan. Everything he'd done was about to go to waste. By the time he returned years later, there was a good chance Tobarama would have forgotten him completely. Kamui tossed and turned on his bedding, considering whether he should find a replacement for Tobarama among the Hyuga. After all, the purpose was to awaken his eyes. It almost didn't matter who he chose. The only reason Tobarama felt special was because of all the effort he had poured in. In any relationship, when you've invested so much and end up with nothing, it's hard not to feel cheated and unwilling to let go. That was exactly how Kamui was feeling now. At dusk, in the woods by the southern Noka River, Senju Tobarama paced back and forth, sword in his arms, at the place where he usually met Kamui. On the appointed day, he had arrived early, but Kamui never showed up. He worried about her, wondered if her injured leg still hurt, wondered why she hadn't come. After that, for several days, he kept returning at the same time, but Kamui never appeared again. Has she gone off on another mission? He wondered. What kind of mission could she do with those injuries? Leaning against the bare trunk of a tree, Tobarama let his thoughts wander. He looked up at the branches. The northwestern wind had howled through the night, stripping the trees of their last leaves, leaving only the stark, bare branches standing quietly against the wind. Or maybe her family found out? With no rustling leaves left, The only response was the ever-present wind, and that too was silence. On the 6th day of the frostfall moon, Kimui met the envoy from the Hyuga clan at the entrance to the Uchiha compound. A group of 6, and among them a boy about Kimui's own age. Kimui looked at him, and he looked back at her, two people bound by the same fate. Such irony. From early morning, the sky had been overcast, clouds the color of lead pressing heavily above. It was only midday, but already the wind had picked up. Not long after the wind began, large snowflakes were swept down from the clouds. A snowflake landed in Kimui's outstretched palm, quickly melting from the warmth of her skin, turning from icy cold to a drop of warmth. Another year goes by without a birthday wish by candlelight. It was the day he was born, and also the day he would leave. And so it remains. Kimui stood out among the clan members dressed in dark blue robes, wearing the black clan robe of the Uchiha. Madara had somehow found a weatherproof cloak and draped it over Kimui's shoulders to shield him from wind, rain, and snow. Izuna did not cry. His eyes were red, and he glared fiercely at the members of the Hyuga clan behind him. Those people, with their pale, grayish-white eyes, wore expressions of arrogance. A young man from the Hyuga clan was shoved hard from behind, and, reluctant and unwilling, was forced to walk towards the Uchiha side. But Kimui, no one pushed him. Madara couldn't bear to look at him. Unlike the raging fury from before, now his demeanor was calm and composed, as if Kimui was merely going to visit a neighbor. The Hyuga youth had already reached the space between the two clans. Seeing this, Kimui lifted his foot to step forward, but just as he took his first step, Madara grabbed his wrist again. Kimui! Madara called his name urgently. Kimui turned back, grinning mischievously, his eyes full of playful confusion. He cocked an eyebrow. What's this? Can't let go. Madara wanted to say yes, but with several clansmen standing behind him, he couldn't let those words slip out. All that was left was a stubborn silence and a hand that refused to let go. Weren't you the one who decided I should go? Now you put on this act. Who are you trying to impress? Though his tone wasn't harsh and the smile never left his face, those words stung Madara deeply. One by one, Madara's fingers loosened their grip. Kimui glanced down at Madara's hand, then suddenly looked up. A wickedly beautiful smile bloomed on his lips, bright and fierce like a crimson lotus. Just as he had done so many times before, he mouthed a message to Madara, silent but unmistakable. No one knew what he said. Only Madara understood. Ah, Madara replied deeply. I've been waiting for this day. Kimui had intended to leave right away, but something made him pause. He turned back and locked eyes with Madara, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. Because you once risked your life to save me, I don't want to make things harder for you. In this matter, I'll give you some leeway. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. If I promise 4 years, then I'll honestly stay there for 4 years. No trouble, no mischief. And you'd better remember your promise to me, clear as day. Otherwise, you know what I'll do. Madara nodded, a note of sorrow in his voice. Today is the first day. Don't forget it. Only Madara understood what he meant. He nodded again, promising, starting from today. With that, Kimui had nothing more to say and turned to leave. As Kimui walked away, he brushed past the Hyuga youth and gave him a sidelong glance. The other's eyes were cold and guarded, while Kimui's dazzling smile was so unfathomable, it left people perplexed. Kimui! Izuna called out to him, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. Kimui turned and waved his hand at Izuna, then disappeared into the crowd of Hyuga without looking back. A single spot of black in a sea of pure white, so out of place, yet somehow blending in unexpectedly well. There was no pause or hesitation. As soon as the two sides exchanged their hostages, the Hyuga clan's shinobi wasted no time and immediately began their journey home. Kimui had no idea what kind of fate awaited him ahead, but he did understand one thing. When you're not strong enough to take control of your destiny, you can't just be a stone. You have to become a river. When you meet a mountain, curve around it. When you meet a river, find a new course. Go with the flow. With hostages in each other's hands, the Hyuga clan truly honored the promise they had once made to Taijima. They also knew, no matter how weakened, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter how much the Uchiha were restrained by the Senju, if they managed to free themselves and turn against the Hyuga, things would not end well for them either. So, this exchange became a favor given with the current, an act of goodwill that cost them nothing. At the very least, it ensured that for a while, they would not face oppression from the Uchiha. From the day Kimui left, it seemed as though Madara became a different person. He trained day and night, dragging Izuna along with him. Izuna was still young and couldn't keep up with such an intense regimen, but Madara didn't push him too hard, instead burying himself in relentless training. It was as if he was holding something inside, not angry at others, but at himself. All his frustration was poured out in sweat, guilt, self-blame, a sense of helplessness, all slowly gnawing away at his mind. This side of Madara made Izuna uneasy. "Brother," Izuna called out behind him. Madara paused, hands frozen in the middle of a hand sign, a wave of defeat washing over him from head to toe. He didn't turn around, just stood with his back to Izuna, and, after a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. "Izuna, we have to become stronger. Only by getting stronger can we have a say. Only by getting stronger will others hear our voices." Izuna listened in silence from behind. Madara continued, "Only by becoming stronger can we protect the people who matter to us." Izuna understood. He lowered his head, quietly touching his fingers to his eyes, and asked Madara, "Brother, do you think Kimui is doing well in the Hyuga clan?" The moment he asked, Izuna felt like a complete fool, living as a hostage under the Hyuga. There's no way that could be anything but miserable. And Kamui had ended up there precisely because he hadn't awakened the Sharingan. If his Sharingan had awakened later, there was no telling who would be in that position right now. Even if it was a lie, whether to comfort Izuna or himself. Madara nodded emphatically. Yes, if it's Kamui, he'll definitely find a way to live well. Such an obvious falsehood, yet Izuna didn't call him on it. He walked over to Madara's side and forced a smile. Making a gesture to begin, Izuna said, "Today, think of me as Kamui. I'll be your opponent." Tobirama still hadn't managed to meet Kamui. He couldn't even remember how many times he'd gone to the banks of the Nakakawa River, sometimes trailing after Hashirama, sometimes going alone. At first, looking at the earth covered with footprints, he could still find traces of people. But as time passed, the leaves all fell, blanketing the ground and completely covering every footprint. Without those footprints, even the last traces were gone. That evening, feeling dejected, Tobirama cradled his sword and made his way back to the clan's compound. Before he could reach the door, Hashirama intercepted him halfway. Seeing Hashirama, Tobirama pressed his lips together, but still greeted him as usual. But this time, Hashirama clearly wasn't buying it. He stared intently at his younger brother's face, a handsome face now marked with a subtle sadness. Outsiders might not notice, but Hashirama, who had grown up sharing everything with him, couldn't possibly miss it. "Come with me," Hashirama said, ignoring Tobirama's surprise as he pulled him into a secluded grove. Tobirama had no idea what was going on with his big brother today. Puzzled, he asked, "Big brother, what are you?" Hashirama fixed Tobirama with a serious gaze, studying him for a moment before asking, "Tobirama, is something weighing on your mind lately?" Tobirama had thought he was hiding it well, but clearly that wasn't the case. He fell silent, hugging his sword closer, unsure how to begin explaining things to Hashirama. "You've been eating much less, tossing and turning at night, and yesterday, during sparring, you kept drifting off. That's not like you." Hashirama listed all the strange things Tobirama had been doing lately. Hashirama only had this one younger brother left, and he paid close attention to him. "So, Tobirama, what's really going on with you?" Tobirama had never lied to Hashirama, and he wasn't about to start now. His eyes, already a deep crimson, seemed even redder. Clutching his sword tightly, Tobirama's voice caught in his throat, tinged with grievance. He said, "Big brother, I lost someone." Hashirama was so startled, he nearly choked. Staring wide-eyed, it took him a while to process what Tobirama meant. Instead of offering the comfort Tobirama expected, or prying for gossip, Hashirama's face actually showed a hint of relief. Relief? Flashing a dazzling smile, brighter than the midday sun, Hashirama patted Tobirama on the shoulder and said, in the tone of an old, doting father, "You scared me for a moment. I thought it was something serious, but it's just this. Tobirama, I always thought you'd keep that dour face right until the end of your days. Ha ha. Turns out my little brother is just as human as everyone else. Now I can finally rest easy." With that, Hashirama cheerfully set off toward home. When he noticed Tobirama hadn't followed, he turned back. The moment he looked back, he was greeted by Tobirama's scowling face, brows tightly furrowed. Tobirama had always been this way. He was different from others. While most people would stew over things for a long time, Tobirama only needed a brief moment to sort things out on his own. So, in Hashirama's eyes, this wasn't anything serious. While Tobirama was vowing to the setting sun, Shinwei sat before a bowl of leftover white rice and a few pickled vegetables, sighing and grumbling. Suddenly, he sneezed. Sniffling, Shinwei grumbled, "Which bastard is bad-mouthing me behind my back?" Of course, he had no idea who it was. But to be eating leftover rice at dinner time, well, that was something new even for him. Then again, it was the same old story. Surely, the kitchen staff was targeting him on purpose, saving the leftovers just for him. Still, as a hostage, Just having food and staying alive was all one could hope for. Given the circumstances, Shunwei really shouldn't complain. The rice was rock hard, cold, and unyielding as he tried to break it apart with his chopsticks. After a month of this, the stomach problems he'd worked so hard to mend had flared up again, the pain often unbearable. With a disgruntled sigh, Shunwei poked at his food with his chopsticks, muttering, "Why am I craving egg fried rice?" Leftover rice was best used for egg fried rice, but no one in this world had thought of such a dish yet. Outside, night fell swiftly. After finishing every last bite on his plate, Shunwei hurried to burrow under his blanket. It had been a month since he arrived at the Hyuga clan, and things weren't exactly as he'd imagined, but not far off either. He lived in a long-abandoned courtyard. The house was built of wood, and whether it was from termites or just old age, every gust of wind made it feel as though the whole structure might collapse. The roof was thatched with straw, and when he first arrived, he'd even spotted withered foxtail grass dancing atop the rooftop in the wind. Glancing around, he noticed that unlike the wooden fences enclosing other homes, his was surrounded by mud walls. Years of wind and rain had left them crumbling, threatening to fall apart at any moment. The overgrown weeds in the courtyard matched the desolation of the rooftop, a bleak scene as far as the eye could see. The Hyuga ninja who brought him here offered a restrained smile, surveying the surroundings before saying, "No one's lived here in ages, so I'm afraid you'll have to tidy it yourself, young Master Shunwei. Another family just joined the clan, so we're short-handed at the moment." Shunwei understood this was meant as a warning. But under another's roof, he had no choice but to bow his head. Even knowing their intent, he could only comply. He offered a gentle smile to the other person, not the slightest hint of displeasure on his face. "I understand. This is a trivial task, easily done. Also, from now on, just call me by my name. After all, I'll be staying here for quite a while." Handsome and courteous, Kim Yui's mildness left the other man swallowing back all the speeches he had prepared, never getting the chance to use them. The clan leader had warned that the Uchiha child surely carried the pride of his bloodline, instructing him to use words to blunt the boy's sharpness. Yet, now it seemed this boy was not only free of arrogance, but also gentle and well-mannered. For a moment, he was utterly baffled. He started, but after a long pause, nothing more came out. From then on, Kim Yui lived in that little courtyard. Each day, aside from his unfailing hours of training, he spent his time pulling weeds and tidying up both the yard and the house. He was a bit of a neat freak, but only when it came to people. Unlike girls, men don't fuss over a bit of dirt, clean or messy, it hardly matters. The only reason he kept the place in such good order was to show the Hyuga clan. The more courteous and docile he appeared, the less likely they were to find fault with him. This way, his life in the Hyuga household might be a little easier. He had learned these rules for survival after arriving at Rongyuan. Though his master treated him well, it was never quite like being at home. Reflecting on it, he realized he was painfully sensitive and insecure. Now, huddled beneath a thin blanket, Kim Yui rubbed his arms from time to time, trying to warm himself with friction. Being stingy with food was one thing, but refusing to give him an extra blanket in the dead of winter, that was just plain miserly. A month and 7 days, Kim Yui counted the days before sleep. Of the long 4 years ahead, only a month and a week had passed. The end was nowhere in sight. He couldn't afford to think so far ahead now. All he could hope for was a mild winter, and for the season to pass quickly. His first year with the Hyuga clan was relatively uneventful. Out of caution, they kept him confined in that dilapidated courtyard. At first, someone always watched him in secret, but after seeing that he did nothing each day but simple taijutsu practice and housework, never step out of line, eventually no one bothered to watch him anymore. Besides, to Kim Yui, the Hyuga compound was like an airtight cage. He could neither see the outside world nor leave. What harm could it do to let him wander the grounds? That year dragged on endlessly. Progress in taijutsu was minimal. To avoid revealing his true abilities, he only practiced the basics, the sort of training the Hyuga clan wouldn't even spare a glance at. Once someone lived in that courtyard, footsteps treading back and forth across the ground, the weeds no longer had a chance to grow. After a year spent quietly and obediently like a docile chicken, Kim Yui was finally allowed out of the courtyard by Hyuga Liuguang the following spring. He could even speak with other members of the Hyuga clan now. Stepping outside that courtyard felt like a farm animal moving from a small cage into a larger one. Nothing had truly changed in essence, yet somehow, something was different. The Hyuga main house was nestled at the foot of the mountains, flanked on 2 sides by towering peaks, its buildings hugging the slopes. Having been confined to that little courtyard for over a year, the very first thing Kim Yui wanted to do with his newfound freedom was to find a high place and look out over the world. Of course, climbing the mountain was out of the question, but the trees, those at least, he could scale. The tall trees reached majestically for the sky, and Kamui leapt lightly, soaring up into the branches with ease. He was delighted. This was something impossible in the real world, but here, thanks to chakra, it was as simple as stretching out a hand. He lounged carelessly against the sturdy trunk, while the spring wind, fragrant with the scents of blossoms and fresh greenery, brushed against his face. Kamui drew in a deep breath, tasting a hint of freedom in the air. In his hand he held a freshly dug sprig of forsythia, its roots still damp with earth. He planned to plant it in that dilapidated courtyard and consider it a companion of sorts. Now, perched in the tree with his forsythia, Kamui gazed far into the distance. Through the swaying, bright green leaves, he could take in most of the Hyuga clan's territory at a glance. The gentle spring breeze and the aroma of plants worked better than any sedative. Kamui hadn't enjoyed a good night's sleep in many days, but now, lying in the cool shade of the foliage, drowsiness crept over him and he couldn't help but drift off. And indeed, he did fall asleep. He had no idea how long he'd slept, until he was jolted awake by the shrill voice of a girl. Beneath the tree, some 10 meters away, a group of Hyuga youths, boys and girls in clan attire, were practicing taijutsu. At their head was a young woman of 18 or 19, her short hair cut to her shoulders. Dressed in a fitted white uniform, she looked sharp and efficient. "Ayatori, you're too slow. How can you be my sparring partner like this?" she snapped, glaring at a timid boy beside her, her tone harsh. The boy called Ayatori bit his lower lip and slowly clenched his fists. Behind him, a girl of about 10 gazed at him with worried eyes and whispered timidly, "Be careful, brother." Everyone present understood what "be careful" meant. A boy sitting cross-legged beneath a plum tree off to the side gave a derisive snort and rolled his eyes. "Sister Chinsi, go easy on him. If you beat Ayatori to a pulp, Lark will be heartbroken." The young woman called Chinsi shot him a fierce glare, and he fell silent, though the mischievous smile never left his lips. As the saying goes, a hard fist bruises the flesh, a soft fist damages the inner flow. If you keep practicing only on motionless dummies, how can you ever hope to reach real mastery? She needed to find someone to spar with. In the dojo, the opponents her father arranged were all too skilled, and she could never land a precise hit. Though she was frustrated, she also understood her own abilities were still quite average. Someone with average skills should seek out equally matched training partners. Only then would the gap not be insurmountable. Shunwei cracked open one eye to take a look. Most of the time, it was the determined girl launching attacks, while the boy acting as her training partner would block her blows at just the right moment, carefully dodging her advancing hands. The round ended when the boy named Asuka was thrown to the ground. Hinata Chinsi finally managed to land 3 hits on Hinata Asuka, a clear improvement from before. This made her genuinely happy, and even her usually gloomy face brightened with delight. She glanced down at her own fists, then at Hinata Asuka sprawled on the ground, feeling quite pleased with herself. Over on the sidelines, another boy curled his lip with obvious disdain, clapping his hands in a slow, half-hearted rhythm. He sneered, Well, big sister, you really are making progress. You can actually hit someone now." His attempt to dampen her spirits didn't sit well with Hinata Chinsi, but she refused to let him get under her skin. Landing a hit is progress, unlike some people who can't even manage to train anymore. Her words clearly struck a nerve. The boy met Hinata Chinsi's gaze, his eyes turning sharp and cold. Sensing the tension flaring between the siblings, Asuka ignored the pain in his chest and hurried to his feet. He quickly ran over to the boy sitting on the side, grabbing his arm to hold him back. The boy glared furiously, twisting his head to look at Asuka, only to see Asuka shake his head and whisper, "Master Chingguang, please don't." Hinata Chinsi arched an eyebrow, giving Asuka an approving look before letting words as sharp as falling petals slip from her lips. "Asuka, you certainly know how to read the situation, much better than my dear brother." Asuka fell silent, forced to simply listen. Meanwhile, Chung Guang's fists clenched so tightly it seemed his teeth might crack from the pressure of holding back. He let out a cold laugh, his face dark as thunder, glaring at his sister as if he could devour her with his eyes. "Sister Chinsi, you'd better make sure you never leave the clan compound, never take on a single mission, and never set foot on the battlefield. Just stay in your sheltered greenhouse forever, like always, because if you don't," he smiled, lips curling with icy menace, "you might not even make it back alive." "What did you say?" Hinata Chinsi's delicate brows shot up, her brother's words provoking her anger without effort. Shunwei couldn't help but let a smile play at his lips. People rarely get angry over lies. What stings are the truths. That's what it means to have your sore spot exposed. Clearly, this girl named Hinata Chinsi was indeed lacking in skill. Shunwei could see it now. No wonder she burned so easily with rage. Over there, Hyuga Asahi slapped his forehead as if a sudden realization had dawned on him, his tone sly and mocking. Ah, my. Apologies. If that's the case, how could the future head of the Hyuga clan ever fall into your hands? I really was overthinking it. A few simple words from Asahi were enough to infuriate Hyuga Chensi. She paid no mind to the fact that the person sitting across from her, leg injured, was her own younger brother. Without hesitation, her fist shot straight toward Asahi with astonishing speed. She aimed directly for his heart. As long as she held back a little, the sudden shock would make him gasp for air, maybe even faint, but it definitely wouldn't be fatal. Someone needed to teach a guy with such a foul mouth a lesson. Off to the side, Hyuga Hibari, whose presence was almost non-existent, dared not move a muscle. Frightened, she covered her eyes, unwilling to watch. Even though Hyuga Asuka was scared too, he understood what he had to do. He stretched out his arms and leapt forward, placing himself between Asahi and his sister. Chensi's punch was fast and fierce, too fast to stop in time. Just as it seemed she wouldn't be able to pull back, a white figure dropped from above, catching hold of her arm in a firm grip. With a gentle twist, he redirected her wrist to the side, easily neutralizing the force behind her strike so it wouldn't land on the boy who had rushed out to protect his brother. The wind from her punch brushed across Hyuga Asuka's forehead, making his hair flutter. He squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for impact, but the blow he was expecting never came. Instead, he heard Chensi's angry voice questioning someone. Who are you to dare stand in my way? Who is she talking to? Asuka hurriedly opened his eyes, and when he saw who was holding Chensi's wrist, his eyes went wide with surprise. Kamui released Chensi's wrist and stepped back, a gentle smile on his face. If that punch had really landed on this young man, he'd likely have gone into shock. After all, your technique is quite refined, and internal martial arts target the meridians and pressure points. Such blows aren't meant for your own people. This man, Chensi stood there, dazed by Kimui's words, unable to react for a moment. She wasn't sure if it was the boy's face that had left her stunned, or the things he'd said, until her brother Asahi coughed, snapping her out of it. Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Chensi's face flushed slightly as she hurriedly withdrew her hand. Kamui kept smiling, his warmth gentler than the wind, his brilliance brighter than blossoms in spring. Many who met him for the first time were briefly entranced by that smile. Me? I'm the one living in that little courtyard over there, Uchiha, Kamui. Is he the boy from the Uchiha clan? Chensi snapped back to herself, biting her lip with a hint of embarrassment as she quickly averted her gaze from Kamui's face. She feigned indifference. What's a hostage prince doing in a place like this? Shouldn't you be staying quietly in your courtyard, behaving yourself? This was the first time in Kamui's life that he'd met someone so blunt, but he also understood that now was not the time to bicker for the sake of pride. It was your father who permitted me to come out for a stroll. The little courtyard is truly desolate, and with spring here, I thought I'd dig up a forsythia bush to plant and add a touch of color. My father, I meant no offense, my lady. I only acted out of urgency. I hope you won't be upset. Having outsiders witness infighting among her own people made Asahi Hyuga feel deeply embarrassed. She shot a glance at her fierce-looking younger brother lying on the ground and said impatiently, Mongguang, let's go home. Mongguang propped himself up and stood shakily. The long time sitting had left his legs numb. As he rose, his body swayed, and both Kamui and Asuka reached out to steady him. But Mongguang brushed their hands away with a cold, dismissive gesture. He glared at Kamui, his eyes blazing with anger mixed with something more complicated. Bastard, don't touch me. Kamui's hand froze midair, uncertain. He looked at Mongguang's face, which, twisted with anger, rendered the boy's normally handsome features almost unrecognizable. And I don't need your help, useless fool, he spat at Asuka. Asuka pressed his lips together and said nothing. He wanted to hurry after Mongguang, but was stopped by a harsh rebuke. Mongguang shot him a pointed look. Don't follow me. You'd better stay right here. With that, Asuka had no choice but to halt, his legs suspended in mid-stride, and stood rooted to the spot, blank and motionless. Long after they had walked away, Asahi Hyuga glanced back. Kamui stood there holding a forsythia bush, its yellow blossoms hanging in delicate clusters. Yet, set against the young man's face, even that golden hue seemed to lose its luster. Suddenly, Asuka's fist shot out without warning. Even his younger sister, Hibari, who had been hiding nearby, was startled and shouted, Brother, what are you doing? But Asuka seemed not to hear, swinging punch after punch toward Kamui. Kamui was stunned for only a split second. Years of martial training had honed his reflexes beyond those of ordinary people. Though he hadn't expected Asuka's sudden attack, his arms instinctively came up to block each blow. The scuffle between Kimui and Asuka was intense and evenly matched, but in the end, Asuka simply couldn't overpower Kamui. Kamui caught both of Asuka's wrists in a firm grip. No matter what countermoves Asuka tried, he couldn't break free from Kimui's hold. Puzzled, Kimui asked, "You're clearly not using your full strength. So what is it you really want?" The bird and he faced off in silence for a long time, until at last he gave up resisting, letting all the tension drain from his body. He exhaled deeply, a long, steady breath. Seeing that Kimui had also relaxed, he finally withdrew his hands. He explained, "Anyone allowed to walk freely in the village is bound to be tested. From what I see, your Uchiha clan certainly doesn't slack off when it comes to taijutsu." So that was a probing attack? Kamui mulled over his exchange with the bird, and after thinking it through, realized that was indeed the case. "Brother," only when the two of them stopped did Hinata Hibari timidly step forward, throwing her arms around Hinata Asuka's waist. This little girl was gentle by nature, with large, dewy white eyes that made her look both easy to bully and utterly innocent. Hinata Asuka patted Hibari on the shoulder, signaling that there was nothing to fear. "It's all right now. The young miss and the young master are already far away." That remark. Kamui arched an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Hinata Asuka, and chuckled. "I don't know why, but I always feel like you don't quite belong with those two siblings." When he said this, Hinata Asuka neither agreed nor disagreed, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. Kamui pressed on. "Those two are the clan leader's children, right? Why do they act like enemies, even though they're siblings?" It was just a casual question from Kamui. As a hostage sent from another clan, he didn't really expect an answer, and, as it turned out, Hinata Asuka didn't respond. Whether or not there were members of the main family around, this boy seemed eternally silent and meek. As Kamui looked at him, he suddenly saw a reflection of his own former self, Uchiha Kamui of days past. He smiled faintly. Sure enough, no matter where you are, the timid ones are always the ones who get bullied. There are never any exceptions. A little bonus update for friends giving gifts or celebrating birthdays. Thank you all for your support. Hinata Asuka clearly had no desire to talk to Kamui, yet he just stood there, refusing to leave, like a sapling too young to know when to move. Well, his hands were moving. He gently stroked his sister's small head over and over again. But the boy himself seemed lost, as if his soul had wandered off somewhere, staring blankly at the ground. Kamui glanced at him, but his eyes soon settled on the timid girl nestled in Hinata Asuka's arms. The little girl seemed quite afraid of him. When she noticed Kamui looking her way, she pressed her face into Hinata Asuka's chest, trying to hide from Kimui's gaze. Seeing her like that, Kamui was reminded of himself when he first arrived at Rongyuan. Something soft inside him seemed to stir. He hesitated, then snapped off a sprig of wintersweet from the bunch in his hand and held it out to her. Sensing something, Hinata Hibari timidly turned her face to look and saw the sprig of wintersweet being offered to her. The yellow blossoms were neatly arranged, shining brightly and beautifully. Kamui smiled at her gently, his eyes filled with warmth. "Take it. Don't be afraid." Hibari hesitated to accept it. She glanced at Kamui, then looked up at her older brother. "There's nothing to fear. I don't eat little children," Kamui added with another gentle smile. Uchiha Izuna, grumbling inwardly. "That's not what you said to me back then." Asuka looked at the sprig of wintersweet extended toward him, then at his younger sister, who was gazing up at him with hopeful eyes. In the end, he managed to force a smile and nodded at her with as much encouragement as he could muster. "If you want it, Hibari, go ahead and take it." With her brother's permission, Hibari finally reached out, timid but determined, and accepted the flower. Even in her shyness, she remembered her manners and thanked Kamui politely after receiving it. Seeing Hibari's nervousness gradually melt away, Kamui felt a rare sense of peace settle in his own heart. This small flower he offered didn't just comfort Hyuga Hibari. It also, in some mysterious way, soothed the 5-year-old Kamui within himself. If, when he'd first arrived in an unfamiliar place, trembling with fear, someone had shown him such kindness, perhaps things would have been much easier. But the world offers no what-ifs. Is that girl going to be the clan head someday? She's not that young anymore, but she's nowhere near your level. She just doesn't have the talent to become a top taijutsu master. Kamui said this lightly, but Asuka suddenly looked at him, stricken with fear. No one dared speak such blunt truths after it was announced that Asahi would be the next head of the Hyuga clan. Yet, as an outsider, Uchiha Kamui could see it so clearly. A weak future clan head was hardly something for the Hyuga to boast about. In fact, even the current head, Hyuga Ryuku, was well aware of this, which was why he had the family's experts train Asahi. But the results had been, at best, mediocre. "Don't say such things." Seeing Asuka finally willing to speak, Kim Yui was a little pleased. You know I'm not wrong. If you really cared about your clan, shouldn't you be honest with her? What do you know? Kim Yui nodded. Maybe not much, but I do know that ignoring a problem won't fix anything. Of course, having a weak clan head isn't necessarily a bad thing for us Uchiha. Wouldn't you agree? Now, Asuka was utterly speechless. He knew Kim Yui was right, but from his position, he couldn't possibly challenge the clan head's decision. After all, the head made that choice for reasons beyond his control. His face shifted between pale and flushed, and although Kim Yui couldn't tell what was weighing on the boy's heart, there was an undeniable sense of frustration and grievance simmering just beneath the surface. With a sigh, Kim Yui took a step closer to Asuka Hinata and spoke in a low voice. You're more skilled than her, but you have your own flaws. The fact that it's still there means no one has ever pointed it out to you. If you want to improve, I can help. As he spoke, he glanced at Asuka, his eyes and eyebrows alight with a playful smile. If you have the courage to seek me out, that is. Asuka Hinata neither refused nor agreed, his expression turning so sour it was as if he had swallowed something foul. His lack of response seemed entirely expected. Kim Yui didn't mind in the slightest, and, without lingering, gathered the rest of the spring blossoms and strolled leisurely back. This outing had been quite fruitful. He learned a great deal about the internal strife and hidden rivalries within the Hyuga clan, and wherever there was conflict, there was opportunity to exploit it. As he recalled the striking face of Hinata Chensi, a faint, almost imperceptible cold smile tugged at Kim Yui's lips. That girl's beauty was truly dazzling. Once seen, it was not a face one could easily forget. So on the very first afternoon he arrived at the Hyuga estate, the one who cast him a look of disdain and, feigning nonchalance, spat in his direction. Wasn't that her? Ever since that day, Kim Yui would often wander outside whenever he had the chance. With his good looks, all he needed was to maintain that practiced, harmless smile, and he became the very picture of an innocent, gentle boy. At first, no one dared to speak to him rashly, but over time, as his presence became more familiar, people began to forget he was a hostage. Now, if Kim Yui took the initiative to greet them, they would always respond in kind. Of course, much of this was thanks to his eager willingness to help others. He was like a Bito in his childhood, helping old men cross the street, carrying bags for elderly ladies, catching stray cats for children, fetching water for widows. Given time, who could resist a warm-hearted, handsome young man? What's more, even the clan heiress, Miss Chensi herself, treated Kim Yui with unexpected kindness. Living in the same village, Kim Yui would always run into Chensi by chance, and the girl would always find something to chat with him about. Eventually, Kim Yui had come to understand her intentions. Now, as he watched the girl before him tossing idle words his way, he thought back to his first encounter with Hinata Chensi. Back then, he had arrived here travel-worn, following the Hyuga clan's ninja through several days of hardship, braving the cold and sleeping rough. Winter still clung to the land, with snowflakes drifting in the air. His cloak was filthy, its hem caked with mud, his hair tousled by the wind. He couldn't have looked more bedraggled. The very first person he saw upon arrival was her. She was carrying 2 bags of pastries, heading home, and Kim Yui had heard someone in his party call her Mississippi. A beautiful face always leaves a strong first impression. With Hinata Chensi, Kim Yui was no exception. In the midst of the swirling snow, the girl in her cotton coat was like the only splash of brightness in this dull, gray world. Out of courtesy, Shunwei offered her a polite smile, but what Hinata Chensi returned with a roll of her eyes, a genuine display of annoyance. Another orphan from some minor clan? Her tone was icy and full of impatience. One of the accompanying ninja coughed awkwardly and replied, "He's the second young master of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, the girl arched a delicate eyebrow, her gaze tinged with disdain. Looking down from her pedestal, she asked lightly, "That hostage?" Shunwei's smile froze on his lips. He pulled his hood lower, trying to shield his face a bit more, and just then, a glob of spit landed at his feet. Though she was clearly doing it on purpose, she pretended it was an accident. "Oh dear, sorry. I just got a mouthful of snowflakes. What a nasty taste." "Shunwei? Shunwei?" Hinata Chensi called his name again and again. Shunwei snapped back from his memories, his face slipping naturally into a smile. The girl standing before him glanced at him with a hint of playful reproach. "Did you even hear what I just said?" He hastily apologized. Sorry. My mind wandered for a moment." "What did you say? Would you like to take a look inside the dojo?" Shunwei froze, as if he hadn't caught her words. He looked at her as though she'd lost her mind. "Where did you say?" Her cheeks flushed, lips curling up as she repeated, "Would you like to come with me to the dojo?" In a sense, this girl could be considered Shunwei's teacher, though her role was limited to the Hyuga household, and she would soon leave the stage. Amused, Shunwei couldn't help but laugh internally. regarding Hinata Chensi as if she were a fool. The dojo was a sacred place where clan members practiced their traditional techniques. Outsiders were strictly forbidden. And yet, this girl actually dared to invite him in. Is that really okay? Chensi's face reddened further. After much hesitation, she stammered, I've passed by your courtyard a few times and saw you training in taijutsu. Shinwei, your skills are far beyond most people in our clan. Shinwei simply listened in silence. I want your help. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he looked at Hinata Chensi in front of him. What kind of logic did she have to come up with such a request? Shinwei truly couldn't understand her. In truth, Liu Guang had already arranged for many masters to spar with her, but she had made no progress at all. Her father was growing, increasingly disappointed, and desperation had started to set in. After watching Shinwei for a long time, she pinned her hopes on him. Shinwei, please help me. So this is what it looks like when the proud young lady bows her head to someone. How interesting. Kim Yui didn't refuse her, but neither did he agree to go to the dojo. No matter how much freedom Hinata Hikaru granted him, his identity as a Uchiha hostage was real and undeniable. He had to exercise utmost caution. Who knew if this was one of Hinata Hikaru's schemes to test him? Kim Yui took a step toward Hinata Asahi, smiling as he said, The dojo isn't a place I should be. The moment those words fell, disappointment immediately welled up in Asahi's eyes. Kim Yui gently brushed off a cherry blossom petal that had somehow landed on her hair and spoke softly. If you take me to the dojo, you'll only get yourself into trouble. Since you think so highly of me, let's meet on the grass at the foot of the back hill. That was the spot where Asahi often practiced her taijutsu in secret, and where Kim Yui had once stopped her from punching Hinata Tobio. Disappointment faded, and Asahi pressed her lips together in a smile. She looked at Kim Yui's hand, his pale, slender fingers rolling the delicate pink petal between their tips. It was the petal Kim Yui had just taken from her hair. She gazed at Kim Yui. He had grown taller since first arriving at the Hyuga compound, now standing above her. The young man lowered his eyes to meet hers, a subtle smile flickering beneath a veil of mist in his gaze. Thank you, Kim Yui. Kim Yui's smile grew wider, his eyes lingering gently on the girl's face, his tone softer than ever, his words just a breath. Because the one asking me is you. The girl's eyes flew wide open, her pale irises reflecting every bit of the boy's image. She stared and stared until a blush blossomed across her cheeks, and she quietly lowered her head. Tomorrow morning, then, I'll wait for you under the plum tree. With those words, Asahi, eager to hide her embarrassment, darted away from Kim Yui's side like a joyful bird taking flight. All right, Kim Yui replied, but the smile faded from his lips. He tossed the petal in his hand to the ground with a look of distaste, then drew a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his fingers, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He lazily muttered 2 words. Disgusting. Hinata Tobio wouldn't dare approach Kim Yui, but Hinata Asahi had no such fear. The place where Kim Yui agreed to guide her in taijutsu was at the foot of the back hill where they had first met. The trees there grew thick, dense shrubs blanketing the ground. In this April world, everything had come alive, forming a natural shield. As long as the Hyuga clan didn't use their Byakugan to search, their training would remain hidden. Asahi's greatest weakness was her poor foundation. If she continued at her current pace, even after the introduction of ninja ranks, she'd barely scrape by as a chunin at best. Now, for someone at most chunin level to dream of reaching elite jonin, or even the level of a Kage, that was nothing more than wishful thinking. Shinwei was sincerely offering her guidance, though in his heart he knew that no matter how hard this girl tried, her talent had already reached its limit. Her ceiling was set, clear as day. As a fellow practitioner of taijutsu, he could gauge people with remarkable accuracy. Not everyone could be like Guy or Lee. It was obvious Hinata Chensi could never reach those heights. Training in strength, training in speed, these were the fundamentals. Hinata Chensi had practiced them before, but back then, she bore none of the pressure of becoming the future clan head of the Hyuga, and as a girl in this war-torn era, her path was assumed to be marriage and motherhood. Her father, Hyuga Liu Guang, had never truly invested in her training. But what happened later forced her to step up, ready or not. That's when the internal struggles began to eat away at her. Shinwei was thorough in his teaching, able to clearly articulate Chensi's shortcomings. Though his bluntness stung her pride, every issue he raised was painfully real. Change could only begin by facing them head-on. Does Lady Chensi think I'm too harsh? Shinwei asked with a gentle smile, as if his words hadn't just cut to the quick. Chensi couldn't find the words to reply, so she simply shook her head. Pleased with her response, Shinwei tapped her shoulder lightly, a gesture of encouragement. He said, Actually, I used to be sickly, couldn't use ninjutsu, wasn't good at taijutsu either. But I worked hard because I didn't want to drift through life in a haze. That's how I reached the level of taijutsu you recognize now. Sickly, Shinji looked at him in mild astonishment. His complexion was a bit pale, and his build was indeed thinner than other boys his age. But no matter how she looked at him, she couldn't picture him as someone frail and bedridden. That's why you shouldn't lose heart. If I can do it, so can you. A storm of emotions welled up in Chenxi's heart. Shinwei's gentle words soothed her anxious spirit with every syllable. At home, ever since her father realized her talent was only average, he'd never shown her a kind face. Even when scolding her younger brother Chengwang, he would take the chance to berate her as well. Chenxi herself was anxious, having wasted over a decade drifting through life. Suddenly being thrust into a position of great responsibility, she simply wasn't cut out for it. Raised as a pampered heiress, she was now expected to abandon her past and become an outstanding leader with mastery over taijutsu. The weight of this new role dazzled her and filled her with dread in equal measure. As if that weren't enough, that damn brother of hers was always making sly remarks, adding even more tension to the pressure she was already under. Shunwei was a hostage from the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga and Uchiha had signed a friendship pact, but everyone knew such things were little, more than scraps of paper. When the day came that peace could no longer be maintained, it would be torn up without a second thought. If they are not of our clan, their hearts are sure to be different. Even a child of a few years understood this saying. How could she not? She knew she shouldn't get so close to Kamui, yet he always smiled at her, a smile so warm and pure, unlike any she had ever seen on another young man. That day, beneath the plum tree when they first met, he shone into her heart like the brightest beam of light, like a gentle spring breeze brushing through her soul. Whenever she thought of him, the pressure and tension would lift for a moment. That was why she couldn't help but look for ways to run into him by chance. Faced with Kamui, Hinata Asahi found herself wanting to open up, even revealing the pain she would never share with anyone else. She let go of her pride and asked for his help, not just because she truly admired his martial skills, but even more so because she longed to spend a little more time with him. Being by Kimui's side made her feel so much better. The weight of her clan's glory, the secret she was required to guard, all faded into the background, if only for a short while. To Asahi, Kamui was her painkiller, her anesthetic. Kamui stayed at the Hyuga household for about 20 or 30 chapters, and Tobarama would drop by at some point. If you follow my method, your basics will gradually become much stronger. All right. Kamui was like a spell cast on Hinata Asahi. At 18 or 19, it was the age when a girl's heart first stirs. Whatever Kamui said, Hinata Asahi believed without question. At night, lying under her covers, she replayed Kimui's features over and over in her mind. Her body ached from the day's training, but in her heart bloomed a quiet sweetness. In the darkness, her eyes sparkled. She could recall the way Kamui looked at her, focused and gentle, again and again, 100 times over. We'll see each other again tomorrow. Hugging the blanket tight, she whispered these words, unable to hide the smile at the corners of her lips. That night, Kamui sat quietly in his room, a single lamp burning with a thin, wavering flame that cast only a faint light. He studied the scroll in his hands, an item he'd borrowed from Hinata Asahi with a few well-chosen words. Every one of the body's 720 acupoints was marked on the scroll. Acupoints are places where nerves cluster or nerve trunks run. In his previous life, Kamui had only a passing knowledge, just enough to know, before a fight, which spots should never be struck. The rest were simply known as the fatal points. Now at the Hyuga household, he wanted to fill in these gaps, knowledge that would surely come in handy one day. Without the Byakugin to assist him, he had to burn the location of every acupoint into his memory. Ordinary people would never get their hands on something like this. Kamui didn't know many ninja, and to obtain such a detailed diagram, he could only rely on Hinata, naive and hopelessly smitten. With meticulous care, Kamui studied the drawn figure on the scroll, confirming each acupoint, engraving them firmly in his mind. It was at that moment that Hinata Asuka burst into the room unexpectedly. Kamui was not particularly surprised when he saw that the uninvited guest was Asuka Hyuga. It almost seemed inevitable that Asuka would come looking for him. Despite outward appearances, this boy always seemed timid, as if he'd let anyone push him around. There was a steely resilience beneath that surface. The occasional flash of fierceness in his eyes convinced Kamui that Asuka would not remain meek forever. Weren't you too scared to come before? It's been nearly a year. What suddenly gave you the courage now? Kamui glanced up at him, amusement flickering in his gaze. He didn't pay much attention to Asuka's arrival and kept his focus on the scroll in his hands. Asuka had words ready on the tip of his tongue, But when he saw what Kamui was holding, he froze. He took a swift step forward, facing Kamui in the dim lamplight. That scroll, how do you have it? He recognized it at once. It was unmistakably from the Hyuga clan, whether from a main or branch family. The first step for any Hyuga who aspired to be a ninja was to memorize everything on this diagram. Every acupoint, its function, and the effects of striking it. You mean this? Kamui replied lazily. Relax, I didn't steal it. I'm not the type to sneak around like a petty thief. Your lady of the main family gave it to me, called it a token of gratitude for her teacher. Kamui's gaze was proud and tinged with mischief. Asuka looked at him, momentarily at a loss for words. His refined brows drew together, his expression shifting from anxiety to worry. You see, Asuka, if you won't come to me for guidance, someone else always will. Don't. Kamui raised an eyebrow. What's that? For the sake of the times you've helped Tabari, I don't want you to. Anyway, you shouldn't get too close to Lady Chensei. Someone like you can't afford to have too many dealings with the main family. Tabari had always been gentle-natured, and, as orphans without parents, she and Asuka were easy targets for crueler children. Kamui had witnessed it many times and had always stepped in to help her, even walking her home afterward. By now, Tabari was no longer afraid of him. Kamui tossed the scroll aside as if it were nothing more than a trivial object, hardly a token of anyone's affection. What's that supposed to mean? I'm a hostage, not a prisoner. There was little conviction behind Kamui's words. Still, in that moment, he resented Asuka's pity, just as he did when others looked at him that way. Sometimes a flash of pride was all you had. Asuka stood before him, watching for a while. For the first time, Kamui saw a smile, albeit a bitter one, on Asuka's face. Whether you're a prisoner or just a hostage, you know it in your heart. You've been abandoned by your clan all the same, haven't you? A single word, abandoned, cast Kamui straight into the depths of hell. For the past 2 years, he had deliberately avoided confronting this truth. He pretended that it was his own decision to heed Madara's words, willfully ignoring the reality that it was his own inadequacy that had forced him to be cast aside, that he was the least valued, and thus chosen as a hostage to stabilize the rear. If the Hyuga clan's patriarch, Hikari, ever decided to tear up the peace agreement with the Uchiha, just as the water, earth, wind, and lightning countries had done after Hashirama's death, Kamui would be the first sacrificial offering. No one cared if he was in danger. No one cared if his life here was bearable, or if he was treated as a whole person. That was abandonment. However nicely it might be phrased, it was still abandonment. Kamui had always refused to face this fact. His sense of being chosen by fate had given him no talisman to spare his life. Even his exceptional taijutsu skills were nothing more than remnants of his previous existence. He did not want to admit that, as a transmigrant, he was actually quite weak. He did not want to admit that, as a transmigrant, he could not change fate and could only endure humiliation and compromise. The anger he felt at the time had been forced deep into his heart through habitual self-soothing. He comforted himself that the Hyuga clan and he were a good match, both specializing in taijutsu. While this was true, it was really just a way to suppress his disappointment. Now, standing before him was a boy younger than himself, who mercilessly pierced through the protective bubble Kamui had wrapped around himself. In the sunlight, the iridescent bubble burst, exposing his truest self for all to see. Hyuga Asuka gazed at Kamui. The gentle, always smiling boy finally shed the mask he wore upon his face and revealed what lay beneath, a side of him that was dark, brooding, full of hostility, and chillingly cold. Yes, this was the real him. Wasn't he always like this? Thinking of Kamui's predicament, Hyuga Asuka couldn't help but feel a measure of sympathy for him, just as Kamui had sympathized with Asuka for being manipulated by the main branch siblings. Young Master Morning Light already knows about your frequent meetings with Lady Dawn. It's not appropriate for you two to keep seeing each other. What's so inappropriate about it? Kamui asked coldly. Lady Dawn is already engaged. It's improper for her to interact freely with other young men. The Hyuga are an ancient clan. Call them old-fashioned if you will, but that's simply how it is. Besides, at least for now, she's still the heir of the main family, and you're not even part of the Hyuga clan. She's one of the Hyuga. Even if she's punished, it won't be too severe. But you're different. If something happens to you as a result, no one will care. Keeping you alive is just a gesture to appease the Uchiha, isn't it? Young Master Morning Light doesn't like you. He's very skilled at dealing with people. I don't want to see you end up in a tragic state. Umph. Kamui let out a low, mocking laugh. The sound seemed to rumble up from deep underground. He stared at Asuka Hyuga, his eyes burning with a nameless fury. You really are such a good person, to actually come all the way here to say this to me. Somehow, I always seem to run into good people like you. You, and that white-haired one too. So, will you listen to what I say? Kamui's laughter vanished in an instant. His expression darkened, and he shot Asuka Hyuga a sidelong glance. His answer was firm and unyielding. No, you. Why was he so stubborn, so impossible to talk to? Asuka Hyuga let out a long sigh. He didn't want to look at Kim Yui, this mule-headed ox, any longer. His gaze drifted, landing by chance upon the wall. He caught sight of the dense cluster of numbers scrawled there, and was momentarily stunned. He asked, "What are those numbers?" Kim Yui glanced over at them from the corner of his eye. After a moment, he sneered, "I'm counting down my sentence." Asuka Hyuga was at a loss for words, completely stumped. After Asuka Hyuga left, Kim Yui didn't sleep a wink the entire night. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The system stubbornly refused to awaken, and the Sharingan was still a distant dream. He began to resent the Uchiha, but he wasn't nearly far enough along for that hatred to ignite his eyes. He pressed a hand to his chest, frustration and suffocation weighing him down. That ever-present, on-and-off stomach pain tormented him as well. After being abandoned and forsaken so many times, it was as if his heart had developed a kind of immunity. He once believed Madara Uchiha was different, that the man who, in the original story, treasured bonds of family and friendship would surely care for him, just as he did for Izuna. But in the end, that was nothing more than his own wishful thinking. Knowing it was just wishful thinking, when things unfolded as they did, it wasn't truly unbearable. At worst, it was simply one more disappointment. With his emotions failing to meet the threshold required, the Sharingan remained out of reach. Kim Yui rolled over under his thin blanket. From beneath his pillow, he retrieved a small piece of charcoal and added another number to the wall. 887. That was how many days he'd spent with the Hyuga. One more year. No, a year and 8 months. And then the day will come when you come for me, Kim Yui murmured, his face expressionless as he stared at the cold numbers on the wall. I'll wait 1 year and 8 months, no longer. That is my repayment for the kindness you once showed me. Not a day more. You promised me. You said you'd wipe out the Hyuga. You promised me. Madara. With Kim Yui's meticulous, almost parental guidance, Hinata Chinsi had managed to make some progress. Kim Yui's teaching style was approachable, and Chinsi herself put in tremendous effort. Part of her motivation was to earn her father, Hyuga Liuguang's approval. The other part was to prove to Kim Yui that she was no mere decorative vase. That day, when Hinata Chinsi arrived, Shinwei was already there, long before her. He held a single camellia blossom in his hand, inhaling its scent gently. The sight was so beautiful that Chinsi's heart skipped several beats. No young girl could resist the allure of a breathtakingly handsome boy, and Hinata Chinsi was no exception. As soon as he saw her approach, Shinwei flashed her a warm smile. He knew she was fond of his appearance. Since she liked this face, he would make good use of it. After all, unexpected rewards often came from such little games. You're late, Miss Chinsi. If it was meant as a reproach, it didn't come across as one. Shinwei's eyes sparkled, brimming with affection, stirring up the tender feelings of anyone who met his gaze. Yet, if it wasn't a reproach, there was still a subtle hint of irritation lingering on his face. Chinsi's eyes lingered on his teasingly handsome features, caught between embarrassment and indecision, unsure of how to respond. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she stammered an apology. I was delayed because my father lectured me before I left. To say it so plainly felt a little awkward. Being scolded by her father wasn't something to brag about, especially not something she'd want the one she liked to know. It was simply too embarrassing. But Shinwei didn't mock her. Instead, he came to stand at her side, tilting his head as he studied her face. He was half a head taller than Chinsi, but in age, she was older by 2 years. So you got a scolding? That must have been hard on you, wasn't it? His breath, warm and gentle, brushed over the fringe at her forehead, making it flutter softly and sending a faint tickle across her skin. Shinwei let out a soft laugh. His eyes, shaped like peach petals, radiated warmth and emotion. His voice dropped lower still, becoming a tender whisper that seemed to linger at her ear. For someone as lovely as you to feel upset, chief or not, your father's really gone too far. Chinsi's cheeks grew even redder. A current of intimacy sparkled between them. In matters of the heart, the one who falls first always loses ground. Shinwei, Chinsi called to him in a small voice. With the mood hanging so thickly between them, Chinsi felt that Shinwei ought to do something, anything. From a moment she'd fallen for him, she'd imagined this scene many times. What would it feel like to hold his hand? He was so skilled in martial arts, there'd be faint calluses on his palms. Would his hand feel rough when their fingers were entwined? She'd also wondered what it would be like to hug him. Shinwei's build was slimmer than most boys his age, not as sturdy, yet somehow, she imagined his embrace would be the safest place in the world. She'd even imagined things that were bolder still. Unconsciously, Her gaze drifted to his lips. His skin was very fair, with just a hint of pallor from poor nourishment, but his lips were a perfect, rosy hue, their shape exquisitely formed. Right now, those lips were curved in a gentle smile, glistening softly in the sunlight, warm and inviting. Here, Kimui suddenly took 2 steps back, and when he spoke again, his voice was much clearer. In that case, I'll give this flower to you, Mississippi. With those words, Kimui presented the camellia, its pink petals speckled with red, to Chensi. His smile was bright and carefree, with not a trace of flirtation left. Take the flower, cheer up, and you'll be ready for proper training. Hinata Chensi stared blankly as she accepted the flower. She looked at it with curiosity. She'd seen camellias in many colors, white, red, pink, but she'd never come across one like this, pink adorned with crimson spots. Is this a camellia? That's right. Why does it look like this, with pink and red mixed together? Kimui took a deep breath, suppressing a laugh. It's a new variety I cultivated myself. The name is a bit unruly. He cultivated it himself? Where did he find the time for that? Though the question lingered in her mind, Hinata Chensi still played along. What's it called? Kimui continued to laugh inwardly. It's called Scratched Beauty's Face. Scratched Beauty's face? Those flecks of red on the pink petals really did look like scratches on a fair cheek, blood staining the delicate bloom. The name suited it surprisingly well. Trust him to come up with something like that. In Hinata Chensi's eyes, Kamui gained a new merit wit. Did you really cultivate it yourself? Kamui answered without hesitation. Of course not. I don't have that kind of time. I just picked a pink camellia, dabbed a bit of my own blood on it, and there you go, just to make you smile, Mississippi. Of course, the red wasn't blood, and Chensi could tell as much. Even knowing he was only saying such things to cheer her up, Hinata Chensi still felt delighted. She lowered her head and took a gentle sniff. The scent was so faint it could barely be detected without close attention. Have you ever tried to cheer up other girls like this? Kamui let out a soft laugh. Naturally, I haven't, he replied, glancing at Hinata Chensi. Not just anyone is worth the effort. Let alone, this was a trick. His words were layered, both reserved and bold, and as Hinata Chensi listened, her heart nearly leapt out of her chest. Her face flushed, and she lowered her gaze, too shy to meet Kamui's eyes. Kamui kept smiling, but his gaze remained cold and disdainful. Still, he didn't let a single change in her expression slip by. He watched and memorized each reaction, just as he had once learned from Uchiha Chiharu how to pretend to be a girl. He couldn't quite grasp what it meant to care for someone, but all the more reason to study hard. Like reading or learning to write. If you're willing to learn, you'll get the hang of it eventually. Your basics have improved a lot. Today, I'll be your sparring partner. Let's work on gentle fist. That's what you truly need to master for now. And it's the most fundamental technique of the Hyuga clan. This was also what Shunwei wanted to master. Everything before had merely been a prelude. All of it was to justify his future attempts at learning by imitation. He had intentionally asked Hinata Asahi to start from the very basics, so that when she practiced gentle fist, he could also have her begin from the foundation. In demigods and semi-devils, the Muron family had a move called returning the opponent's technique against themselves, which meant using the enemy's own skills to defeat them. But this required him to actually witness the opponent's moves. It couldn't be conjured from thin air. The reason Shinwei was so diligent in teaching Hinata Asahi was, in truth, his desire for the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. If he wanted to learn systematically, he needed someone to display everything before him without reservation, starting from scratch. He couldn't rely on learning on the battlefield. He didn't have that many lives to spare. The last time he faced a true expert from the Hyuga, he had nearly lost his life. This time, he had learned his lesson. He was determined to master the technique that had almost killed him, to truly turn the tables using his opponent's own methods. He was Asahi's instructor, but wasn't Asahi also, in a way, his own teacher? Taking on the role of teacher to Asahi, he was intent on giving her a real lesson. Or rather, 2 lessons. Yet, as Hinata Asuka had predicted, frequent interactions with Asahi soon drew the disapproval of the main Hyuga family. Hinata Ryuko said nothing, but the one truly angered was Asahi's younger brother, Hinata Akira. He had always been displeased with Shinwei. When he saw the two constantly practicing together, he reported it to their father. To his surprise, his father offered no comment and even told him to leave it be. How could he tolerate that? As a result, Akira took every opportunity to make life difficult for Shinwei, often resorting to physical reprimands. Shinwei could not fight back and endured these humiliations in silence. Until he was absolutely certain of success, he dared not act rashly. Given his current situation, if he couldn't strike down his enemy in one decisive blow, things would only get worse for him. He was waiting for the right moment to strike back, and betting on whether his loyalty would ultimately prove worthwhile. Akira couldn't understand why his father stood by and watched. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber, Ryuko reviewed intelligence reports sent back by their spies. In just over 2 years, the Uchiha and Senju clans had already engaged in nearly 20 battles, both large and small. Each side had tasted both victory and defeat. The minor clans that considered allying with them now hesitated, watching the ongoing conflict with caution. After all, no one wanted to rush headlong into becoming cannon fodder. Now was the perfect time for the Hyuga to absorb these smaller clans and strengthen themselves. As long as the purity of the Byakugan bloodline remained intact, the more clans they assimilated, the stronger and more secure their power would become. No one wished to fight constantly. Compared to the powerful Senju and Uchiha, many preferred to rely on the Hyuga, who rarely resorted to force. This was precisely why the Hyuga had grown so rapidly in recent years. Hinata Riku's gaze remained fixed on the scroll in his hands. He didn't spare Hinata Chengwang so much as a glance. Hinata Chengwang spoke until his mouth was dry, but his father didn't even lift an eyelid. "Father, did you hear what I said at all? Are you really going to let Chinsi?" The moment he mentioned Chinsi's name, a sharp glint flickered in Hinata Riku's eyes as he shot his son a quick, unfriendly look. Realizing he'd addressed the wrong person, Hinata Chengwang hurriedly corrected himself. No, I mean my sister. Are you really going to just let her keep seeing that Uchiha boy?" This time, Hinata Riku finally acknowledged the issue, though his eyes never left the scroll. "Are they still meeting often these days?" he asked. Given this opening, Hinata Chengwang quickly embellished his story, trying to make their relationship sound even more serious. "Father, if you don't step in and leave it all up to me, she won't take it seriously. She'll take your silence as tacit approval." When his father fell silent again, Hinata Chengwang grew anxious. Besides, she's engaged, spending all her time with some outsider. It doesn't look good at all. Even Shizhao hasn't said anything. So why are you in such a hurry? Shizhao wouldn't dare say anything either. My sister, she... The words, the future head of the Hyuga clan, stuck in Hinata Chengwang's throat, too heavy and bitter to express. That constant, unyielding resentment reminded him that this position was once meant for him. Let them continue seeing each other for now. Hinata Ryuku's words caught Hinata Chengwang completely off guard. He couldn't understand it. You're just going to let her be with some punk from the Uchiha clan, even though you know he's a taijutsu prodigy. Just as he wants to test the Hyuga clan's strength, I, too, want to see what the Uchiha are truly capable of. Beyond those Sharingan eyes, what else is their strength? Hinata Chengwang was stunned, his mouth slightly agape as he blinked at his father. So this was why his father allowed Chinsi to spend time with that guy? He's Uchiha Taijima's son, after all. At the very least, it gives me a sense of how skilled the offspring of a top Uchiha master can be. And your sister's own taijutsu has indeed improved, hasn't it? At this, Hinata Chengwang fell silent. He'd witnessed Kemui's taijutsu more than once. Though he hated to admit it, as a member of a clan renowned for martial arts, he couldn't deny the other's prowess. Strength is strength. No matter how much you resist it in your mind, reality has a way of teaching humility. Still, he refused to give up, his words laced with hidden meaning. But what if, just what if, my sister can't resist that guy's sweet talk and does something that would, even as spoiled as Hinata Chengwang was, he didn't dare finish that sentence in front of his father. As expected, halfway through his sentence, he could already feel the weight of his father's authority bearing down on him. You think your sister is like you? No matter how willful she might be, she's 100 times stronger than you when it comes to matters like this. Did you really think I didn't know about your trip to the red light district? With just a single sentence, his father frightened Hyuga Morning Light out of his wits. He had thought he'd been discreet. Who could have guessed that nothing could escape his father's watchful eyes? Father, I was only curious. It was Asuka. He was the one who talked me into going. With a sharp smack, the scroll in his hand landed heavily on the table. Hyuga Liuguang glared furiously at his son. That handsome, youthful face was the very image of himself in his younger days. So why was his temperament so completely different? Morning Light, it's not a problem to make mistakes. But pushing the blame onto someone else, that's truly disgraceful. It was never Asuka who egged him on. In fact, Morning Light had dragged Asuka along for courage. Asuka hadn't even known what kind of establishment it was before they arrived, and once he found out, he just waited by the door the entire time. You're not a child anymore. Whenever you leave the clan grounds, I can't help but worry. Do you understand? Hyuga Morning Light pressed his lips together and lowered his head. So his father had sent Clan Ninja to follow him, out of concern for his safety? He hadn't noticed a thing. Even if we taught that boy the Hyuga clan's rotation technique, it wouldn't matter. Without the Byakugan to empower it, He could never master the true essence of Hyuga-style taijutsu. All his scheming is pointless. Even if, against all odds, he did manage to learn it, wanting to use it. First, he'd have to make it out of the Hyuga clan alive. Hearing this, Hyuga Morning Light lifted his head, disbelief written all over his face. Hyuga Liuguang leaned back in his chair with a sigh, massaging his temples. He was considered the most outstanding Hyuga in a century, but his only regret was having 2 children of such average talent. The fate of a hostage is always the same, death. Living for years in another clan, learning their secrets, habits, private matters, even their jutsu, how could someone like that ever be allowed to leave alive? Then the people we've sent over. Hyuga Liuguang gave a cryptic smile. That's why. The ones we send are never you or your sister. Until now, Hyuga Morning Light had never thought about any of this. He'd imagined that being a hostage just meant a harder, more restricted life, like Uchiha Kemui, for example. Even as a hostage, Kemui could walk around the clan grounds, make friends, even befriend the main family's young mistress. He thought a hostage's life was simply about leaving home, suffering a bit, and adapting to a new environment. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood what a hostage's fate truly entailed. A nameless sorrow surged within him, washing away the stifling frustration he had felt upon entering. The thought of Kamui's ultimate fate, his death, brought him a strange sense of relief. Yet, the one sent to the Uchiha was his close friend. It was precisely because they were friends that he was willing to go. It was because of this friendship that he truly looked forward to the day when the exchange of hostages would finally come. He thought he would see that friend again. Don't be sad. Just as the Uchiha hoped to use a hostage to secure peace in their rear for a few years, aren't we doing the same? No matter the clan, as long as there are people coming together to form a community, there will always be a divide between the majority and the minority. To protect the interests of some, others must be sacrificed. As clan leader, Hyuga Liuguang had long since recognized this truth. And so, he had forged a heart of stone. But he also knew that as long as he did what was best for the majority, he would have their devotion. He was, in their mouths, a man whose name was spoken with praise. Hyuga Chinsi paid no heed to her brother's objections. From the very beginning, after she first went to meet Kemui, her father, Hyuga Liuguang, had called her in for a talk. He suspected Kemui's true intent was to uncover the secrets of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. So he instructed her to turn the tables and probe Kemui instead, to gauge the abilities of the new generation of Uchiha. At first, Chinsi had held tightly to her father's mission. But as time went on, especially after a year spent with Kemui, the weight of that mission began to fade in her heart. She often forgot the boundaries that separated her and Kemui. She forgot she was the future head of the Hyuga clan. She forgot that Kemui was merely a piece the Uchiha used to keep their rear line stable. Whatever Kemui did, he did with full sincerity. Even now, as he read over the scroll, detailing the principles of gentle fist, his beautiful eyes were fixed on the parchment, completely absorbed. As she watched him, her gaze grew greedy, and a domineering thought took root in her heart. She wanted to keep Kemui in the Hyuga clan forever, to keep him by her side always. Even if, for the sake of her clan's bloodline, she would one day marry Hyuga Shizhao and bear his children, Kemui still had to remain with her, no matter the role he played. Kemui closed the scroll and handed it back to Chinsi, finally snapping her out of her reverie. Realizing what she'd been thinking, a cold sweat broke out across her back. Such an outrageous thought had truly taken hold of her heart. Once such an idea takes root, it grows wild like weeds. No fire, no matter how fierce, could burn it all away. Taijutsu is primarily close-quarters combat. If you rely solely on it, you'll be at a disadvantage against opponents who attack from a distance. Lady Chinsi, since you can't master the defensive rotation, you should start learning air palm now. Creating distance from your enemy is, in its own way, a kind of defense. Kemui was like a good teacher who adapted to his students' needs, laying the groundwork for her development and sparring with her to teach her how to attack and defend against different martial arts styles. He would also patiently analyze things for her and help her make steady progress whenever Chinsi was frustrated about her lack of improvement in taijutsu. The air palm technique, which allowed one to strike with gentle fists from a distance, trapping the opponent within a bagua formation and using the byakugan to pinpoint their location. Before unleashing highly concentrated, compressed chakra blasts, was a product of a Hyuga clan's taijutsu evolution, born from a deep understanding of their own limitations and shortcomings. Aren't you worried? Chinsi teased. The Uchiha are also adept at long-range attacks. What if I master this and one day use it against you? What an interesting question. You? Really? Kamui let out a slow, amused laugh. Looking at Chinsi, his eyes shimmered with warmth. In a gentle tone, he replied, I don't think you'd ever do that to me. Am I right? Chinsi found herself speechless. Whenever she saw his face, she forgot everything else. To direct any harm at Kamui, for her, at least as things stood now, was simply impossible. After learning the principles, she practiced in private. The more she trained, the more proficient she became. But Kamui didn't have the Byakugan. For him to hit an enemy accurately, striking the right chakra points or severing their meridians, was a daunting task. That's precisely why Hyuga Liuguang never stopped Hyuga Chensi from learning with Kamui. He knew Kamui couldn't use the Hyuga clan's taijutsu to its full potential. After all, bloodline limits are things outsiders can only envy. Just as the Hyuga cannot use their eyes to cast Jinjutsu or copy ninjutsu and taijutsu, each clan has its own unique strengths. That's what it means to have different specialties. But Hyuga-style taijutsu was truly practical. Not only could practitioners unleash their chakra after mastering the network of chakra points, but they could also lock down an enemy's chakra network in close combat, then sever meridians with gentle fists, making victory all the easier. This was exactly the kind of taijutsu Kamui needed, and now he had basically mastered all the essentials, except for a pair of eyes to lock on his target. Without the Byakugan to see chakra networks and acupoints, Kamui relied on sheer memorization, engraving the first anatomical charts of meridians and acupoints into his mind. He would study various people, comparing their bodies to the charts, slow and inefficient as it was, but it worked. In their previous sparring session, he'd even managed to seal 2 of Chinsi's chakra points. Chinsi had been amazed, but Kamui had brushed it off as a lucky fluke, easily convincing her. When it comes to people we like, we always want to believe the best. Even if suspicion arises, we instinctively make excuses for them. Whether our hearts are soft or hard, it all comes down to love, nothing more. 2 hours each day. These 2 hours belonged to Kamui and Hinata Asahi for their training together. But once the time was up, Asahi, as the eldest daughter of the clan's main family, had to head to the family dojo for another session, this one with a master handpicked by her father. At last, with the lively girl's chatter gone from his ears, Kamui could finally be himself. He settled under a tree, took a sip of water, and called out behind him with a half-smile, "You can come out now." His voice was soft and lazy, barely carrying any weight, but the person hiding up there heard him clearly. After a brief hesitation, a young boy leapt nimbly down from the treetop, landing before Kamui. "I asked you to come find me if you wanted some guidance, but you never show up. Now you're just spying on me from the trees." Luckily, her attention wasn't turned in your direction. Kamui looked up at the boy's slightly furrowed brow and couldn't help but laugh. "You're not being very honest, Toby." Kamui found it puzzling. Why did everyone he met seem to be this way? Always holding back what they wanted, never saying what they meant, even when it came to trading barbs. Not a single straightforward word. Always making others guess what you want. Doesn't that exhaust you? Kamui muttered to himself. He wasn't just talking about Hinata Tobi, but also about Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. Thinking of Madara and Tobarama, the smile faded from Kimui's lips little by little. The longer he lived these endless, aimless days, the heavier the resentment in his heart grew. At least he could be grateful he hadn't ended up in a world of immortal cultivators. Otherwise, he'd probably have gone down the path of a demon by now. "I really don't understand you." After holding back for a long while, Hinata Tobi finally managed to say just that. Kamui blinked in surprise. "What about me is so hard to figure out? You make it sound like you care." Ignoring Kimui's sarcastic tone, Tobi's frown deepened. "You clearly don't like Lady Asahi. So why do you keep teasing her? Sometimes on purpose, sometimes not." Kamui shot Tobi a quick glance, the corners of his eyes crinkling with genuine amusement instead of irritation at being found out. This only confirmed Tobi's suspicions, leaving him even more confused. "You know, I'm not very good at this whole business of feelings, but I can't help thinking it's wrong to lead her on like that. When she realizes you're just playing with her, imagine how much it'll hurt." Oh, that was not the response Kamui had expected. He tossed aside his bamboo water flask and propped his chin on one hand, genuinely intrigued by the reserved, cool-headed boy in front of him. "Those 2 siblings haven't exactly been kind to you. Why do you still care so much? Or do you like her?" "Of course not. Don't say things like that." Tobi's face didn't change, but he was quick to distance himself from the idea. The way he said it made Kamui believe he really didn't have feelings for Hinata Asahi. After all, a girl that unpleasant, no matter how beautiful she grows up to be, probably wouldn't be liked by anyone. "Because I was just too bored." "What?" Kamui flashed him a lazy smile and repeated, in a tone neither warm nor cold, "I said because I was too bored. Life was dull, so I wanted to spice it up a bit." She was willing. I was willing. Who are you to object? Why should you be the only one unhappy about it? For a moment, Asuka Hinata felt a jolt in his heart. He looked at Kimui, a cold dread creeping through him. The boy was only a year younger than him, yet the look on that youthful face carried a maturity that defied his age. He was clearly smiling, but his eyes were icy, sharp enough to chill one's soul. Memories long buried surged up to attack him. That suffocating pressure, the sense of inescapable despair. I was just following. As he spoke, Asuka Hinata caught himself and fell silent. He considered for a moment, then added, "You helped Hibari before. I just don't want you to get hurt. We're not from the same clan, but I know you're not a bad person at heart." His tone sounded like that of a grandfather in his 80s or 90s. "If you don't want me teasing her all the time, why don't you come keep me company?" Kamui looked up at Asuka Hinata, and for once, those eyes that always pretended to be indifferent shone with a deep longing, tinged with a possessive intensity that threatened to devour everything. Asuka Hinata looked at him, knowing that Kimui was not joking. He meant every word. It seemed Kimui was unwilling to face this side of himself. His lips trembled, and his voice dropped to a painful whisper, "Always being alone. I can't take it much longer." At that moment, Kamui suddenly understood young Naruto, the one who used to carry a bucket of paint and scribble everywhere. Perhaps Naruto was, just like he was now, looking for a sense of presence, longing for someone to talk to, so he wouldn't always be treated like a plague to avoid. After experiencing the warmth of family from Madara Uchiha, Kamui knew he could never go back. In the past, his senior disciples were much older and always talked about women. He couldn't join in. They talked about parents and siblings. He couldn't join in either. He tried to talk about things at school, but the lives of children and those in high school or college were worlds apart. His seniors found it childish and boring. There was always a gulf between them, a chasm too wide to bridge. Later, the seniors reached the age to leave, and the master stopped accepting new disciples. Everything seemed frozen in time, just as it was back then. Over time, he was gradually forced to get used to it. But after coming to this world, he found a different kind of connection, to be cared about, to be worried over, to be held in someone's heart. He had, from time to time, the scattered care of an aunt who occasionally looked out for him. He had also gained the attention of the Uchiha brothers, Madara and Izuna, who valued him enough to risk their lives for his sake. That brief period brought him genuine happiness. The frozen ice within him began to melt, little by little, under the gentle breath of spring. It was as though he had been infused with new life. But everything changed after he arrived at the Hyuga household. He felt like an insulator cut off from the world. He spent the first year in a small courtyard, utterly alone, enduring solitude for an entire year. Now, he had finally been allowed outside. He longed for companionship, even if the only person willing to accompany him was someone he found utterly repulsive. At the very least, that person was alive, a living, breathing human being. Besides Hyuga-Chensi, who else here would be willing to approach him? "Will you do it?" Kamui stubbornly waited for Hinata Asuka's answer, his voice tinged with a certain obsessive insistence. Asuka found it hard to imagine what it must feel like for a living person to be confined to a courtyard for over a year. He'd lost his parents early on and only had his younger sister for company. Even though he was bullied and ordered around like a servant by the Hyuga siblings, he had never truly felt alone. At least he had his sister, someone to talk to share meals with, to train alongside. As long as they had each other, loneliness never took hold. But Kamui was different. He was a hostage, forbidden to interact with anyone during his first year. In that courtyard, the only other signs of life were pill bugs and the ever-present mice of the changing seasons. Asuka could not fathom that kind of isolation. "I can't." After a long silence, Hyuga Asuka bowed his head in resignation. He was not like Hyuga-Chensi. He had no powerful backing, no freedom to act as he wished. For the sake of his sister, he had to endure, to restrain himself, to tread with utmost caution. He could not risk anything. Kimui let out a mocking laugh, as if he had already expected this answer. He turned his gaze away from Asuka, and his tone cooled, becoming distant and indifferent. "If you're too afraid, then just get lost. Aren't you worried the main family will punish you for getting too close to me?" "You? Go." Asuka hesitated, words caught in his throat. He hated himself for feeling this way, but he had made a promise to someone. When Kimui saw that he still hadn't left, he grabbed the bamboo water container and climbed to his feet, brushing off the blades of grass clinging to his clothes with obvious distaste. In an instant, he transformed once more into that harmless, beautiful youth. Sunlight fell gently across his face. His skin was clearer than a girl's, so pure it was almost translucent, with a smile so stunning that, for a moment, it was impossible to tell if he was a boy or a girl. "If you won't leave, then I will." Satisfied, without another word for the frowning Asuka, Kamui strode away with effortless grace. When Kimui returned, bamboo, flask in hand, to that desolate courtyard, an unexpected guest was already waiting for him. The other man wore a simple gray uniform, his short hair giving him a brisk, energetic appearance. A scar running down his right cheek added a certain hardness to his face. This was someone Kimui had never seen before. As he was still trying to figure out who this could be, the stranger spoke first. No need to be puzzled. I am Hyuga Shitsuo. You've heard my name before, haven't you? He sounded certain, but Kimui's was utterly confused. There was an innocent, almost childlike naivety in Kimui's eyes as he smiled at the stranger. Hyuga Shizhao? This is the first time I've heard that name. The reaction was completely different from what Hyuga Shizhao had expected. For a moment, he was taken aback. Yet, looking at Kimui's face, it was clear he wasn't lying. Feeling a loss, Hyuga Shizhao ran a hand through his neatly cropped hair and began pacing back and forth across the courtyard, seemingly annoyed with himself. Kimui didn't bother asking why he was in someone else's courtyard in the first place. After all, this was Hyuga territory. As an outsider, he only had the right to stay temporarily. This wasn't truly his courtyard, so it seemed perfectly legitimate for any member of the Hyuga clan to come and go as they pleased. Kimui's gaze lingered on Hyuga Shizhao's face, the mask of a forced smile still fixed in place. Hyuga Shizhao, still pacing, shot Kimui a sidelong glance and pursed his lips in clear dissatisfaction. That face. If he were a woman, she'd be called beautiful. But as a man, what was the appeal? I just don't understand why Asahi would like you. Just because you have such a girlish face? When Hyuga Asahi finally couldn't stand it anymore and ran to tell him that his fiancée, Hyuga Asahi, was spending all her time with some pretty boy, at first, he simply didn't care. He asked Hyuga Asahi, "What does the clan leader think about it?" Hyuga Asahi looked at him, as if he were from another planet. "Why do you care what my father thinks? She's your fiancée, isn't she? In another year or two, you'll be married." Hyuga Shizhao was already 20 years old, not the naive youth he once was. It was clear from Hyuga Asahi's words that the clan leader knew, but didn't intend to interfere. If even the clan leader wouldn't intervene, what could a mere fiancé do? Hyuga Shizhao was the eldest son of a clan elder, with status and recognition. His handsome looks were widely acknowledged, and ever since he was 8 or 9, he'd followed his elders onto the battlefield. He had ability, too. A model young man like this was supremely confident in himself. He couldn't believe Hyuga Asahi would ever be swayed by some pretty boy. People who are truly confident tend to dismiss idle gossip, even if the one spreading it is their future brother-in-law. He held fast to the belief that unless Hyuga Asahi said it herself, none of it was real. Yet, curiosity eventually got the better of him. He began to ask those around him, what kind of person was this Uchiha prince, really? The person beside him pondered for a moment, his cheeks flushing as he grinned sheepishly. He's someone even more beautiful than a woman. If he were a girl, there was no need for further explanation. Just one look at that lecherous gaze, and he could guess exactly what the other was imagining. Someone even more attractive than a woman. Did Chensi? Was she deceived by a pretty face? At last, Hyuga Shizhao could no longer keep his composure. He dismissed those around him, and, sneaking in by himself, slipped quietly into this dilapidated courtyard, only to be blocked inside by the young man returning from outside. "And who might you be to Miss Chensi?" "I'm her fiancé," Hyuga Shizhao answered truthfully. "Oh." Shunwei walked over to the veranda and sat down, uncorked his bamboo flask, and took a sip of water. His tone was calm as he said, "She doesn't have feelings for me." She doesn't?" Shunwei nodded with a quiet smile. "If she liked me, why wouldn't she break off the engagement with you? Or is it that your whole Hyuga clan enjoys having 3 or 4 wives, with one person hoarding so many partners?" "Hey, what are you saying?" "So, is Miss Chensi planning to dissolve the engagement with you?" Hyuga Shizhao shook his head. Shunwei pressed further. "Has she ever told you herself that she likes me?" Shizhao shook his head again. He hadn't even questioned her face to face. With a soft sigh, Shunwei's gaze softened, tinged with helpless innocence. "If that's the case, what exactly are you worried about?" For a moment, Shizhao found himself at a loss for words. He had come here with a plan. If this pretty face from the Uchiha clan dared to act arrogant or speak rudely, he'd give him a good beating, just to show him there are some people you simply shouldn't provoke. But after finally meeting the supposed rival in love Hyuga Qingguang had mentioned, he realized the boy was nothing like that. His demeanor was calm and composed, not servile, but never disrespectful. In fact, his tone carried a hint of concern for Shizhao himself. What on earth? Had he misunderstood the whole situation? "I'm a hostage from the Uchiha clan. What is it, exactly, that Miss Chensi would find appealing about me? She just wants me to give her a few pointers in taijutsu. That's all. Though honestly, my own skills are nothing special." Hyuga Shizhao knew exactly what Hyuga Chensi was like. Comparing that to Chun Guang's story about someone seducing his sister with his looks, he found himself far more inclined to trust this frail, sickly young man before him. You and Chun Guang. Shi Zhao was searching for the right words. He paused to think, then continued. Did you do something to offend him? Shenwei replied. How do you mean? Blunt by nature, Shi Zhao narrowed his eyes, finally settling on a suitable way to put it. He seems to have a particular dislike for you. More precisely, it almost feels targeted. That's true. Hinata Asahi does not like him. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep coming to this courtyard every other day just to give him trouble. Maybe it's because he doesn't like me helping the young lady improve her taijutsu. That was definitely the most likely reason. Kamui glanced at Hinata Yuzora again, observing this man. Setting aside his appearance, this man didn't strike him as particularly intelligent, nor did he seem calculating. He was just the honest, straightforward type. People like that who exhibited such confidence in themselves were, in a way, proof that they truly possessed strength. How about this? Why don't you go talk to the young lady yourself? Let him see that you mind this matter. Ask her not to come looking for me again. What do you think? This? Hinata Yuzora looked at Kamui, who was smiling warmly. Even though they weren't on the same side, Kamui's smile was filled with genuine sincerity. The two stood in a silent standoff in the courtyard for a moment. Yuzora realized that there was nothing useful he could say to Kamui. Kamui was like a mass of soft cotton. Whenever Yuzora tried to land a punch, the cotton would simply absorb the blow, dissolving his force and rendering every attack ineffective. And yet, Yuzora couldn't bring himself to dislike him. Even though he'd come with certain preconceptions, a short conversation was enough to dispel them. Over the years, Yuzora had crossed paths with Uchiha clansmen before, and almost without exception, they were proud and ruthless. But Kamui was different. His voice was gentle, his manner humble, his movements courteous, his smile warm. Spending just a short while with him felt like basking in a refreshing spring breeze. He was nothing like any other Uchiha Yuzora had ever met. The clan leader must have chosen an outstanding fiancé for Lady Asahi. If you're the one guiding her, you'll surely be much better than me. Go to her. She'll probably be very happy to see you. Yuzora scratched the back of his head, his face reddening. This was the first time someone had sincerely praised him like this, especially without any trace of flattery. Well then Kamui nodded encouragingly, his smile reassuring. Go on, don't hesitate. Kamui had no idea what Yuzora and Asahi discussed. But after that day, for a whole month, Lady Asahi truly never appeared again. Summer arrived during this time, sudden and unrelenting. After a spell of sweltering heat, the rain came down in torrents. Kamui sat in his room, listening to the heavy rain outside and the softer trickle of leaks inside. At first, he tried to catch the water in wooden basins, hoping to keep the floor dry. But when more and more leaks appeared, he simply let it be. Because of the rain, he hadn't gone out for days. Other than the uncle who brought him meals 3 times a day, he hadn't seen another soul. The rice was still left over from the previous day. In winter, at most, it turned hard and was difficult to digest. In summer, there was even a faint sour smell to it. To do this day after day, year after year, it truly was a hardship for them. Staring at the cold, leftover food before him, Shunwei suddenly found himself wondering about that boy sent to the Uchiha clan. What kind of life was that boy living now? He pondered for a while, but couldn't picture it all. In the end, he simply gave up thinking. After all, what difference would it make even if he knew? Eating leftovers for so long had constantly tormented his stomach, and his already frail body had only grown weaker. In front of others, he could pretend to be healthy, but when he was alone, only then would he allow himself to clutch his aching stomach and let the pain and discomfort wash over him. Life like this, he thought, was even worse than when he'd been alive. Shunwei turned to look at the filthy wall beside him. The numbers marked there grew larger and larger, and his gaze became increasingly cold and grim. Day after day, every mealtime, he hated this world with perfect equality. He should have ended it all the moment he crossed over. Anything would be better than the life he was leading now. A month later, on a drizzly noon, Shunwei, for the first time, saw Hinata Chensi at home. She had never come to this courtyard before. It was so worn down it looked on the verge of collapse, hardly fitting for someone of her status. What wind had blown her here today? I came to kill some time with you. There are guests at my house, and I don't like it, Chensi said, smiling a little awkwardly. She hadn't brought an umbrella, so the light rain had soaked her hair, making it hang down in soft, innocent-looking strands. After more than a month apart, now that they saw each other again, neither knew what to say. Chensi stared at Shunwei, hoping to read some different emotion on his face. But to her disappointment, no matter how long she looked, Shunwei remained as indifferent as ever. He didn't look at her or speak, his right hand pressed to his stomach, lost in thought. Shinsi was not like Shinwei. Though she could be domineering, she had little guile, and when she cared about something, she couldn't keep her feelings bottled up for long. The sky outside was dim, and only a slant of light from the open paper door lit up the area by the entrance. Inside, everywhere the light couldn't reach was dark and damp. Shinsi disliked this place. The musty smell that seeped into everything and the dimness made her uncomfortable. What bothered her most, though, was Shunwei, motionless and leaning against the wall, lost in thought. It seemed as if Shunwei couldn't even smell the staleness in the air. In this cramped space, his brow never furrowed once. Shinsi watched him without blinking. He had grown noticeably thinner since they last met. The lines of his face were sharper, colder, and he seemed to exude an air of distance and solitude. He felt like a stranger to her now. Turning from a breath of spring wind into a lifeless stone, that was exactly how it felt. And she did not care for that feeling at all. Hinata Asahi tried to hold it in again and again, but in the end, she simply couldn't. She scooted a little closer to Kimui, her tone edged with a touch of reproach. "Aren't you going to ask me why I haven't come looking for you in so long?" Kimui's stomach churned uncomfortably. The leftovers he'd forced himself to eat half an hour ago were now staging a revolt within him. He was feeling awful and didn't have the energy to deal with this girl. Seeing Kimui remain silent, Asahi grew anxious and moved a bit closer. "Why are you being so cold? Is it because I stopped coming without even saying goodbye?" Her eyes shone with a self-righteous glint, sparkling in the dim light like distant stars. She wanted Kimui to confirm her suspicions, but he only managed a faint, weary smile. The rose-colored lips looked almost pale, making his smile seem even more strained. "Yuzora came to find me. He said you told him to. He also said you don't like me." At that, Kimui glanced at her. The girl pouted, looking at him with wounded eyes. "I was so angry, I wanted to come and confront you right away. But Kimui, I have a bad temper. I was afraid I'd do something to hurt you. So, I just locked myself at home. All the days you stayed in, I didn't go out either. So, the question hovered on her lips, but she just couldn't bring herself to ask. These past days, she'd been training diligently at the dojo. Her father, watching from the sidelines, praised her progress. The more he praised her, the harder she worked, practicing the Hyuga family's techniques using Kimui's methods. And surprisingly, she'd seen real results. She'd had a fight with Yuzora, angry at both Yuzora and Kamui. What did this year and a half of being together really mean? How could he so casually send Yuzora to her instead? And that guy Yuzora had the nerve to say he'd be there for her training from now on. Listening quietly as Asahi poured out her thoughts, Kimui felt as if he were coming back to life. As though he'd stepped out of a suffocating room and set foot in the world again. His eyes flickered, and he pressed his hand harder against his stomach. If he applied enough pressure, the pain and discomfort eased just a little. "So why did you finally decide to come see me now?" he asked Asahi, his eyes misting over, his voice sounding downright pitiful. Kamui turned his head to look at her. In the gloom, Asahi couldn't tell what exactly he was gazing at, her face or something far beyond her. Though his eyes seemed fixed on her, there was no real focus in his gaze. Shunwei was like a flower hidden in the mist of a dream. He paused, not waiting for Chinsi's response, and continued, "You always make me look at you, think about you, but I can never touch you." His words seemed meant for her, yet somehow they felt entirely unrelated. A thumb pressed softly against the girl's rosy lips, silencing her before she could speak. Shunwei leaned in closer, so close that he could hear the wild, rapid pounding of Hyuga Chinsi's heart, like a drumbeat echoing her nervous anticipation and longing for his nearness. He turned his head, just missing Chinsi's face, stopping mere centimeters above her shoulder. His lips were right by her ear, his voice clear as day. "I hate you," he said. Strangely, these words didn't anger Chinsi. Instead, a smile slowly curved her lips. That, "I hate you," sounded more like a confession of love from Shinwei, making her restless heart race even faster. Shinwei pulled away, slumping back against the filthy wall, the only spot in the room that didn't leak when it rained. His thumb withdrew as well, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught the spark of excitement in Chinsi's gaze. She pressed her lips tightly together, feeling the lingering warmth of Shinwei's touch. Such an intimate gesture was something only those who shared a close bond would dare. With cold eyes, Shinwei looked at the foolish girl before him, pondering what it truly felt like to love someone. Why, after all this time learning from her, had he still not mastered it? He still couldn't bring himself to love anyone. Was it that his act was too convincing, or had her own affection blinded her to the truth? Whether it was Asuka or Shizhao, both could see he didn't love her. Only Chinsi herself, who spent the most time with him, couldn't recognize it. He had promised to give Chinsi 2 lessons. The first had already been taught. As for the second, it would have to wait until after he left. Only then would it be complete. Suddenly, Shunwei asked her, "Miss Chincy, do you like me?" Such a blunt question brought a blush to Chincy's cheeks, but this time, she didn't shy away. She lowered her head and nodded softly. Seeing her like this, Shunwei couldn't help but let out a faint laugh, so quiet it was barely audible. "You don't believe me?" Seeing him laugh, Chincy grew anxious. "I mean it." "Oh, I believe you. I'll believe anything you say. After all, a face as lovely as yours couldn't possibly lie, right?" Shunwei always seemed to know how to make Chincy's heart flutter with a single, offhand remark. She didn't argue. She simply nodded, docile and sweet. After all, who could resist being praised as beautiful by the one they liked? Staring at this deceitful woman, Shunwei felt his stomach churn even more fiercely. Unwilling to continue the charade, he bluntly asked her to leave. "What kind of guest could possibly make you so disgusted that you'd flee to my humble abode?" At the mention of this, Hinata Chincy frowned, her thoughts drifting to the visitor from that morning. The man, a bit older than Shunwei, had been brought home by her younger brother, Hinata Changwon. He wore his silver hair long, and a dark green headband was tied across his forehead. Though undeniably handsome, his perpetually sullen face seemed to rebuff anyone who dared come close. No matter how she looked at him, she found him insufferable. One glance at the family crest on his headband. "He's the second son of the Senju clan," Hinata Chincy said with clear displeasure. The second son of the Senju clan? Was it Tobarama? Shunwei's head snapped up. After all this time, to hear Tobarama's name in such a place filled him with a sudden, inexplicable sense of familiarity. Seeing Shunwei's reaction, Hinata Chincy realized she had said something she shouldn't. Awkwardly, she rubbed her nose and ventured carefully. "It's not what you're thinking. We haven't conspired with the Senju behind the Uchiha's back. We did sign a treaty of peace and friendship, after all. Then why is he here?" Hinata Chincy hesitated, lips pressed together. After all, family scandals were best kept quiet. No matter how much trouble Changwon caused, he was still her brother by blood. Shunwei's gaze was sharp and unyielding as he stared at her. This oppressive aura had never been part of his demeanor before. Now, as he turned it on her, Hinata Chincy suddenly forgot which of them truly held the power in this conversation. Changwon went to the red light district again and got into trouble with some members of the Hozuki clan. That young man helped him out. So, as he happened to be passing by, Changwon insisted on bringing him home as a gesture of gratitude. Shunwei listened in silence, the chill on his face never thawing. He said nothing, simply sitting against the wall. To be honest, someone who was always all sunshine and spring breezes had suddenly turned into a block of ice radiating cold. Anyone would find it hard to adjust. For reasons she couldn't quite name, Hinata Chincy was a little afraid of this version of Shunwei. He seemed as if he'd been swallowed by darkness, strange and unrecognizable. Grasping at the flimsiest excuse, she hurriedly fled the room. Shunwei sat there for a long time, not stirring until thunder rumbled in the distance, jolting him awake. His eyes were filled with confusion, but memories of his time with Senju Tobarama suddenly resurfaced, sharp and vivid. On a spring evening, Tobarama had grabbed him by the wrist from behind, his voice tight and aggrieved as he asked, "What are we, really?" A low, cold laugh slipped from Shunwei's lips, the frost in his eyes unmelting. Whether Hinata Chincy's explanation was true or not, Shunwei found he didn't much care. Given what he knew of Tobarama Senju, for him to come alone to the Hyuga compound, he must have made up his mind with great determination. They had not signed any friendship treaties, and coming here could very well end with him being silenced by the other side. Yet he still came. No doubt, his purpose was much the same as what I have done many times myself, testing the waters. Kimui's probing was for the sake of the Hyuga clan's taijutsu, while Tobarama's intentions were clear. He wanted to see if he could draw the Hyuga into the Senju camp. Tobarama, Kimui softly called his name. Despite the cold sweat brought on by his stomach pain, a trace of warmth coursed through his body. If Tobarama Senju were to see him here, how would he react? What would he do? It would be an extraordinarily interesting encounter. With that thought, Kimui forced himself to stand, bracing against the wall despite the discomfort in his stomach. The rain was still falling, not too heavy, not too light. After leaving the courtyard, he made his way to the low hill beside the Hyuga Patriarch's residence. The hill was planted with elegant pines and cypresses, lending the compound an air of solid dignity, as if backed by a mountain. Kimui stood on the slope, from where he could clearly take in the entirety of the Hyuga mansion's courtyard. Hinata Chungguang was diligently keeping his lifesaver company. The two sat casually on the rain-dampened veranda, chatting idly. Before them lay a small, man-made pond. Raindrops gathered on the lotus leaves, and silvery beads of water rolled across the smooth surface as if playing on a seesaw. Eventually, the leaves could no longer bear the weight, and the mercury-like droplets slipped off, falling in crystal arcs onto the algae-covered water below. As for what they were saying as they watched the rain strike the lotus leaves, Kamui couldn't make out. All he could see was their mouths moving. After more than 2 years apart, Tobarama Senju seemed to have shot up like a sapling fed with fertilizer. His arms and legs had grown long, and even the tall, slender Hinata Chuangguang now looked at a disadvantage beside him. His once rigid silver hair had grown longer and now looked softer, the strands below his shoulders lifted and scattered by the wind. He was undeniably a beauty. Unfortunately, Kamui couldn't very well knock him out and drag him away. Now, just as Hinata Chensi had described, Tobarama always wore that forbidding, unapproachable scowl. Yet, watching that familiar scowl now, Kamui felt an inexplicable sense of affection. Tobarama, it's been a long time. Even if Tobarama was merely a tool to Kamui, he still felt a genuine fondness for him. Meeting an old acquaintance in a strange land. Wasn't this exactly the joy of encountering a friend far from home, one of life's great delights? Watching the koi frolic, Tobarama found the whole thing rather dull. He and Hinata Chuangguang had nothing in common to talk about. When he'd stepped in to help earlier, he hadn't expected Chuangguang to be the Hyuga heir at all. He'd come along largely to see what the Hyuga's attitude might be. Even if they couldn't become allies, at the very least, they couldn't become enemies. Listening to the incessant chatter of Hinata Asahi beside him, Tobarama lifted his head and took a slow, steady breath. Even though both his ears and heart were being put through the ringer, he resolved to endure it. Just a little more patience, he told himself. By tomorrow, he would finally be free to leave. His gaze fell upon a small mountain directly ahead. The gentle drizzle cloaked the slopes in a veil of mist, lending the scene an almost otherworldly beauty. Tobarama couldn't help but remark silently to himself. Those of the Hyuga clan certainly knew how to live in style. As he continued to look, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure beneath a tree. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he strained for a clearer look. But when he looked again, the figure had already vanished. The mountain was still the same mountain, the mist just as thick and elusive as before. With a sigh, Tobarama let out a wry chuckle at his own expense. He must be losing his mind, he thought. For a moment there, he could have sworn he'd seen Kagura, dressed as a man, no less. They always say that what weighs on your mind by day will haunt your dreams by night. But it wasn't even dark yet, so why was he already seeing things? By dusk, the rain finally ceased. After days of endless drizzle and chill, the air felt heavy and cold. After dinner, Hinata Asahi led Tobarama to an open-air hot spring halfway up the mountain behind the house. This was a privilege reserved for the Hyuga main family, an exclusive spot reserved for distinguished guests. Tobarama, you can soak here. I'm sorry I can't join you. You know how it is, I have to go to my father and accept my punishment. When you're done, just take the back path to return, Hinata Asahi explained in a rush, barely pausing before making his getaway. Tobarama watched him in puzzlement, on the verge of saying that it was fine if he didn't bathe, but despite his limp, Hinata Asahi moved with surprising speed at the thought of his father's stern, unyielding face. He reached out instinctively to stop him, but his efforts were in vain. Moonlight pierced the clouds, casting a silvery glow over the springs. Watching Hinata Asahi disappear into the distance, Tobarama muttered to himself, "What a peculiar man. Is this really how you treat your guests? Leaving your guest behind and taking off, what kind of hospitality was that?" Still, having come all this way, and feeling completely worn out, Tobarama decided it would be ungracious to refuse such kindness. He might as well take the plunge and enjoy the bath. There were no hot springs on Senju land. If he wanted to soak, he'd have to travel elsewhere. But with the conflict against the Uchiha growing more intense, he simply had no time for such luxuries. And even if he did, it wouldn't be safe to venture far, not when he was out on missions. There was no justifying such indulgence. With no one else around, Tobarama didn't hesitate. He undressed and slipped into the water. The water was a bit hotter than he expected, but after a moment, he got used to it. He leaned back against the smooth stone, letting the warm water rise up to his chest, washing away every trace of exhaustion. For a moment, it felt as if he had drifted into paradise. Enjoying the cleansing warmth of the hot spring, Tobarama silently vowed to himself that if he could ever bring an end to the chaos of this war-torn world, he would take a whole month just to soak in the hot springs every day, so long that he'd be loath to ever leave, even if it made his skin prune. As he entertained this thought, Tobarama couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he was still young, and sometimes his ideas were delightfully naive. He sprawled out across a smooth stone. Once the weariness had been washed away, a wave of drowsiness came over him, and he couldn't resist closing his eyes. Night had deepened in the mountains, heavy with dew and shrouded in mist. In his light sleep, Tobarama heard someone slipping into the water, gentle splashing, as footsteps alternated and ankles stirred the spring, sending ripples echoing softly through the night. He thought it must be Hinata Asahi returning, and couldn't help but joke. "Weren't you off to receive your punishment? How'd you get back so soon?" The newcomer said nothing, continuing to approach him. It was then that Tobarama sensed something was amiss, and he slowly turned around. The moment he shifted, the person lunged at him without warning. In the moonlight, the figure seemed almost like a mermaid, pressing lightly down on top of him. Within those long, narrow eyes was pure alarm. But as Tobarama got a clear look at the face, his sharp, sword-like brows drew together, the corners of his eyes twitching and his gaze stinging. A swirl of emotions collided within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Moonlight shrouded the corner in a hazy glow. Feeling the weight pressing down on him, Tobarama finally accepted what was happening. He started, but in the next instant, a hand clamped firmly over his mouth. It was a familiar face, still as striking as ever, though now tinged with a fragile pallor that inspired pity, a look that spoke of exhaustion and vulnerability. "I've held back for so long, but I still wanted to see you," came the soft, trembling voice. MMPH. Tobarama struggled, trying to protest, but Kamui was strong, his grip unyielding, refusing to give Tobarama even the slightest chance to break free. "That idiot actually helped me out, giving me a chance to see you here." Kamui's head lowered slowly, closing the distance between them until there was almost nothing left. The hand gripping Tobarama's shoulder tightened reflexively. Kamui muttered to himself, speaking words that Tobarama could not understand. He whispered, "You're still alive. Is your brother alive, too? Is he still in this world?" Then, dropping his voice to a near-whispered laugh, he added, "He must be alive, surely." Tobarama stared wide-eyed at the face so close to his own. It was unmistakably Kagura's face. So why did he hear a man's voice? The steamy air swirled around them as their bodies pressed close. Even though Kamui was fully clothed, Tobarama sensed something strange happening to his own body. He twisted and squirmed, determined to put some distance between himself and this intruder. But his struggles grew more frantic, and at last he lost his balance, toppling headlong into the water. The sudden shock made him gasp for air, inhaling several mouthfuls of hot spring water. The water burned down his windpipe, and he thrashed his way to the surface, coughing violently as he tried to breathe. After he finished coughing and finally caught his breath, he realized there was nothing here at all. There was no lingering mist, nor was there any sign of the girl named Kagura. The moonlight shone brightly, leaving the clouds far behind, illuminating this place with perfect clarity. Swiping the water from his face, his heart, which had been pounding wildly, finally settled back into its regular rhythm. "It was just a dream," he muttered, not without a trace of disappointment. He slumped down at the water's edge, feeling a strange embarrassment for the first time in his life, stirred by the fighting spirit that dream had awoken. Tobarama frowned, staring for a while, his cheeks burning with discomfort. He pressed his lips together, holding back the urge to curse, and covered his face with both hands. Maybe he'd been thinking of her too much lately. That's why he had this kind of dream. But why did Kagura seem so tormented in his dream? "Kagura, what's happening to you?" He didn't even know if that girl was still alive somewhere in this world. He sat by the shore for more than 10 minutes before he finally managed to process the dream. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he thought, summer really isn't the season for hot springs. It must be the heat that made me dream something so strange. With that thought, Tobarama quickly got dressed, and just then, he heard footsteps approaching once more. His heart suddenly leapt into his throat. He turned swiftly toward the sound, his eyes bright and full of hope. But the moment he saw who it was, that light faded instantly. Hinata Asahi approached with a cheerful grin, his steps scattering the starlight beneath his feet. Tobarama frowned slightly and heard him say, "I went to accept my punishment from father. He scolded me, said it's no way to treat a guest. Leaving you alone, halfway up the mountain. If I'd known, I wouldn't have gone back at all, just wasted all that time going back and forth." Hearing this, Tobarama felt a bit of relief. Clearly, Hinata Asahi had only just returned and hadn't witnessed his earlier embarrassment. Hinata Asahi stood nearby, not intending to bathe in the hot spring. He was here simply to fulfill his duty as a host. Although Tobarama regarded him as a lifesaver, gratitude like that meant little to people like them. It was never truly secure. Now, even with some distance between them, that wary tension still lingered. "Let's go. Since you finished washing up, we should head back. I'll lead the way." Tobarama lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Hinata Asahi, seeing him so absent-minded, grew increasingly curious. After a moment, Tobarama finally came to his senses and nodded. Ah, all right, let's go. Hinata Asahi walked ahead to show the way, while Tobarama followed behind. He wasn't familiar with these paths. Without a guide, he'd almost certainly get lost. The two of them walked one behind the other, neither uttering a word. After some hesitation, Hyuga Chingguang spoke up cautiously. Tobarama, you fought fiercely against the Uchiha before, didn't you? But from what I've seen, your skills far surpass theirs. Over these years, whenever you face the Uchiha, your record must be quite impressive, right? Tobarama found himself puzzled by Chingguang's sudden and seemingly random question. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Either not noticing Tobarama's reluctance or simply ignoring it, Chingguang flashed him an innocent smile. I've never fought the Uchiha myself, so I'm just curious. Tell me about it, won't you? It's not exactly a secret, is it? Given his insistence, Tobarama realized that refusing again would only make him seem petty. After carefully locking away all the information he couldn't share, Tobarama shook his head lightly, his voice carrying a cool, crystalline clarity. No, the Uchiha clan is famous for their courage and skill in battle. Facing them is never easy. Even when we win, it's always by the narrowest margin. So, my record against them isn't anything to boast about. Oh, but if you're always meeting them on the battlefield, I suppose that makes you old acquaintances with the Uchiha, doesn't it? Old acquaintances, Tobarama repeated the phrase with a wry, self-mocking smile. Only recently, in their last encounter, he had taken a sword wound from Uchiha Izuna. In these past 2 years, Izuna's mastery of Jinjutsu had only grown. Tobarama had reminded himself again and again not to meet Izuna's gaze, but that man seemed to have other ways of casting illusions, even without relying on his eyes. As Tobarama struggled through the mist-laden world of Jinjutsu, Izuna suddenly struck, thrusting his blade toward Tobarama's heart. If not for his elder brother's timely intervention, Tobarama didn't dare imagine what fate he might have met. That bastard Izuna. One day, Tobarama swore he'd return the favor. As Tobarama recounted his clashes with the Uchiha brothers, Hyuga Chingguang felt a pang of envy and sighed wistfully. I really envy you, being able to take up a sword and fight for your clan on the battlefield. Not like me. He trailed off, letting out a long sigh. Tobarama glanced at him, sensing what it was Chingguang envied, and also what he was powerless to change. With this leg, there's no way I'll ever fight on the battlefield again. After another sigh, Chingguang managed a sheepish smile. You must be wondering how I ended up like this, right? Truth be told, Tobarama was indeed curious. In his eyes, it made little sense for the eldest son of the Hyuga clan to wind up this way. Even with a ruined leg, a person could still rely on other strengths, like a sharp and clever mind. My father has already given up on me. The future of the Hyuga clan has nothing to do with me anymore. Life is so unpredictable. I might as well live as I please. It's often said that everyone has their own way of living, but in Tobarama's eyes, Hinata Chingguang's reasoning was utterly unconvincing. Still, he was, after all, an outsider. How others chose to spend their lives was none of his business. When I'm bored at home, all I can do is some self-cultivation and physical training. Might as well go out for a stroll, Hinata Chingguang offered as an excuse for himself. Tobarama had nothing to say in return and simply let him talk. I've heard that aside from being fierce and fond of fighting, nearly every member of the Uchiha clan is strikingly handsome. I think that's just a rumor. But you've seen them, Tobarama. Tell me, is it true? A stream of faces came unbidden to his mind. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, and many other Uchihas whose names he couldn't recall. Without exception, each one he had seen was undeniably good-looking. Regardless of age, their appearance stood out among their peers. They are indeed quite good-looking. Ah, Hinata Chingguang sighed, disappointed once more. I wish I could meet an Uchiha myself, just to see for myself how formidable and attractive they really are. Good looks can be dangerous too. Tobarama couldn't help but warn him. Hinata Chingguang let out a dismissive chuckle, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He muttered something too soft for anyone else to hear, lost in his own thoughts. What did you say? Tobarama, feeling the last of the heat in his body dissipate as the night breeze washed over him, began to feel a little chilled. Hinata Chingguang seemed to be peering off into the distance, shook his head, and narrowed his eyes. Nothing. I was just wondering what the Uchiha are really like. Tobarama glanced at Hinata Chingguang's back. The young man was indeed strikingly handsome and well-featured, but for some reason, Tobarama couldn't shake the impression that there was something insidious about him, a kind of shadowy cunning that went beyond mere craftiness. After a brief night's stay at the Hyuga household, Tobarama set off again, carrying Hyuga Liuwang's regards to Senju Butsuma as he left the Hyuga clan's territory. Before departing, he cast one last, unwilling glance toward the mountain thick with pine and cypress. The weather had cleared, and without the mist, the girl who haunted his thoughts was nowhere to be seen. Perched high in the branches, Kimui watched Tobirama walk away with his sword on his back, his expression blank and unmoving. This place wasn't an impenetrable world. Others came and went as they pleased, yet he alone was trapped. How many days has it been? Just how many, he asked himself. He had already mastered everything there was to learn. How much longer would he have to waste here? Madara, what are you doing now? In the morning hall, the visitors had all gone. Only Madara and Izuna still stubbornly knelt there. Ever since their mother passed away, Izuna, the crybaby, had been weeping. Days had gone by, and now his eyes were red and swollen, dry as if filled with sand, with no more tears left to shed. At the age of 12, he began to understand that tears could never solve anything. Even if he cried until his eyes went blind, his gentle and loving mother would not return, would never again hold him in her arms and stroke his hair, nor say, "My little Izuna, how adorable you are." All those beautiful moments had turned to nothing but illusions. These days, Madara had been utterly silent. He hadn't cried. Not a single tear had fallen from his eyes. He maintained his composure and dignity as the eldest son without faltering. For a fleeting moment, Izuna thought his brother was cold-hearted, but deep down, he knew that Madara was not a man without feeling. Taijima had long since told them to hurry to the training grounds. Another clash with the Senju was coming soon, and they couldn't afford a moment's slack. But this time, Madara defied Taijima's orders. As if he hadn't heard a thing, he remained kneeling before their mother's memorial, stubborn and unyielding. Seeing that he couldn't persuade his son, and knowing Madara's nature, Taijima left after brooding alone for a while. Now, apart from the two brothers, there was no one else in the morning hall. Sunlight could not reach this place, leaving it shrouded in gloom. "Izuna," Madara called out to him, his voice raspy and parched from thirst. "Go rest for a while. When you feel better, head to the training ground." "What about you, brother?" "Me?" Madara paused, looking a bit startled. "I'll stay a little longer, then I'll go." Izuna had always done as his brother said. Whatever Madara asked of him, he obeyed. Though he wished to stay and accompany his brother, when Madara told him to go, he listened. Izuna left as well, leaving Madara alone. The hall was empty, echoing the emptiness in his heart. Only then did he lift his head to gaze at his mother's smiling face within the picture frame. "I'm sorry, Mother." His voice choked, and he didn't know how to continue. It was only a year ago that his mother finally learned what had become of Kamui. She and his father, Taijima, had a terrible argument, and after that, she took to her bed and never recovered. For as long as Madara could remember, he had never seen his gentle mother so furious. She was like a mother lioness who had lost her cub, consumed by madness and grief. She grabbed their father's collar, demanding to know why he had sent away the sickly, frail child she had cared for all those years. Again and again, she repeated, "Why him? Why did you do this?" You knew his condition. You knew what fate awaited a hostage. Faced with his wife's accusations, Taijima was left speechless. He felt he had done right by the Uchiha clan, both young and old, but he could never forgive himself for what he'd done to his old friends, nor to Kamui and his wife. Of these 4 people, he had failed each and every one. "When I die, how am I supposed to face Nobuhiko and Girin?" His wife's fists were not heavy, but when they struck Taijima, they hurt deeply. It was only later that he understood the pain was not of the body, but of the soul. They came up with all sorts of excuses to keep secrets from their wives, even resorting to tricks of disguise. But the truth, like flames beneath thin paper, can never be truly hidden. It's only a matter of time before the fire burns through. A hysterical outburst clashed against silent stubbornness, and in the end, Ling Luo was the one who broke down. Taijima had never seen that expression in her eyes before. Compared to the look she gave him, even despair seemed trivial. Her hand pressed against Taijima's chest. Suddenly, she let out a laugh, though tears welled in her eyes, refusing to fall out of sheer pride. "I never should have let him become a ninja. I should have kept him by my side, like before. This is all my fault." This time, Taijima truly panicked. Gripping Ling Luo's wrist, he kept insisting, over and over, that all the blame was his. "It's my fault, all my fault. You did nothing wrong. Don't torture yourself with these thoughts. Kimui will be fine, I promise you." In his desperation, he found himself spouting any lie that might bring her comfort. But his wife only shook her head. "You're the clan leader. Of course you must put the clan first. You're not at fault. It's me. I was wrong, it's all my fault." From that day on, Ling Luo never spoke another word to Taijima. A couple once so close became more distant than strangers, and this unfamiliar feeling was hard to comprehend. Every time Madara thought of how his mother had spent the past year drowning in regret and guilt, he couldn't help but feel that he, too, was to blame. If only he were strong enough not to need elaborate schemes, not to fear the power of rival clans, or perhaps strong enough to overturn his father's decisions with a single word. Then none of them would have been hurt. He braced himself on the ground with one hand, clutching his chest with the other, so overwhelmed by sorrow that he wished he could simply die. He and Kimui had grown up together, shared meals from the same bowl, been held in their mother's arms, and slept under the same blanket, and even risked their lives side by side. To him, Kimui was no different from his other brothers. There was no distance or selfishness simply because they were not related by blood. He had always treated Kamui as a true brother. Countless times, he wanted to know how Kamui was faring, but the words caught in his throat, afraid of the answer. He bit his lip until it drew blood, tears streaming silently down his face. He once told Hashirama that his dream was to protect the two brothers he still had left in this world. But now, what had he done? He hadn't fulfilled his dream at all. Instead, he had become his father's accomplice. Madara called out his name again and again. Kimui, are you all right now? No, not at all. After years of neglect, Kimui's stomach could take no more. He curled up beneath the covers, clutching his abdomen, drenched in cold sweat from the pain. That morning, when the old man brought his meal, Kimui had begged for medicine to treat the pain in his stomach, saying he couldn't put it off any longer. The man promised readily enough, but likely forgot the moment he turned away. By the time afternoon arrived, no one had brought him anything. He suddenly thought of Ringo Aimyuri, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the woman known as the genius ninja of Kirigakure. Didn't she die of illness? After all, ninjas are human too. No matter how powerful a ninja may be, once struck by illness, it's not surprising to see them die in any manner. And him, would he end up dying from the torment of stomach pain? The relentless waves of pain drained his strength. Each time Kimui endured another bout, sweat soaked him until he felt as if he'd been washed through by water. After so long, he once again saw that vivid red spill from his own lips. His stomach twisted in agony, each spasm bringing nausea and blood with it. He had no strength left to go outside and seek help. It felt as though he could see death beckoning to him. Only, why did death look so young, not wearing black robes, not even holding a scythe? Kamui. Death called his name in a voice thick with anxiety, gripping his shoulders and shaking him fiercely. Kamui's unfocused gaze slowly sharpened. It took all his effort to recognize the person before him. The other's expression was a tangled mix of panic and fear, his worry entirely genuine. Hinata, Asuka. Kimui stared for a long time before finally confirming who it was. What happened to you? Did you get food poisoning? Seeing the vomit at his side, streaked with blood, Asuka Hinata's first thought was food poisoning. Having never suffered stomach pain himself, that possibility never occurred to him. Kamui had always seemed frail, but never had his complexion looked so ghastly, pale with a sickly yellowish tint, utterly devoid of color. Sweat damp. Hair clung in strings to his forehead and cheeks. He looked so wretched that not a trace remained of his usual gentle, refined appearance. His hands pressed desperately against his stomach, Kimui whispered, half alive, maybe I'm going to die. Asuka Hinata was nearly driven mad with worry. Ignoring the mess, he helped Kamui up, propping him against his own chest to keep him from choking on his own vomit. If you can still joke, you're not dying just yet. Shaking like a leaf, Kamui lifted his face to look at him. The young man's brows were tightly knit, his expression cool, but the worry between his brows betrayed his true feelings. What a good kid, Kamui thought. Freeing one hand, Kamui clutched at Asuka Hinata's collar, burying his face in it. When begging for help, you always feel like you've lost face. Hiding like this, at least his pride was a little better preserved. To ask for help from someone who neither wanted nor dared to come close. Wasn't that a kind of humiliation? But even if it was humiliating, Kamui couldn't care less. The pain he'd suffered had yet to be repaid in kind, his hopes had yet to be fulfilled, and he still had attachments to this world. An unquenchable hatred. Was it not also a kind of longing, a kind of attachment? His voice trembled with pain as he clutched the clothes in his hands. Good child, please save me. All he could hear was the pounding of his heartbeat in his ears. Shinwei didn't know if Asuka Hinata had agreed. It was only when he woke up again that his stomach felt much better. The bedding and his inner clothes had been changed for clean ones, and even the vomit on the floor had been cleaned away. Shinwei stared blankly at it all. When he looked up, he saw Asuka Hinata entering from the doorway, carrying a tray. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of resistance flickered across his face. Would it be leftovers again? Asuka Hinata approached with the tray, setting it down silently next to the bedding. Shinwei glanced at it, and his expression softened with surprise. There was a steaming, fragrant bowl of thick white porridge, its aroma of rice filling the air, along with a small dish of pickles, and, to his amazement, a piece of tender tofu. Delighted, he looked up at Asuka Hinata, who let out a sigh and handed him a spoon. He said, "This was made by Yunk. She heard your stomach was hurting badly and got really worried, so she cooked this porridge and asked me to bring it to you." He was clearly doing a good deed, yet he acted as if it were an imposition. Shinwei's playful spirit was stirred again. He lay back down listlessly, curling up on his side. He didn't take the spoon. Instead, with a trace of petulance, he said, "My arm hurts and I don't have the strength to hold it. You feed me." "Asuka, Hinata!" He stared in astonishment at Shinwei, who was grinning mischievously, and for a long moment didn't move. But Shinwei wasn't just teasing him. After that intense pain, all the strength seemed to have drained from his body. He truly didn't have the energy. Even his hands trembled. Just awakened from sleep by medicine, Shinwei's face was still drawn with fatigue, his complexion waxen, almost doll-like in its pallor. Yet when he smiled at Hinata, there was something strangely gentle and fragile, like a tiny wildflower blooming quietly in a meadow. A slender stem held a 5-petal blossom, delicate but resilient. You knew it would face the onslaught of fierce winds and heavy rain. You knew, too, that there were no tall plants or rocks to shield it from a storm. And yet, after the rain passed and the sky cleared, the stalk would still sway gently in the breeze. Even if a few petals had been blown away, it would stand straight and proud in its place. Shinwei always gave him that feeling. Asuka Hinata's gaze darkened, his lips pressing into a thin line. "You really are." He stared at Shinwei for a long time, but in the end, couldn't bring himself to scold him. "If you don't feed me, I won't eat." Shinwei drawled lazily, shameless as ever. "If you won't eat, then suit yourself." "Hey, I just called you a good child, didn't I? But what kind of good child acts like you? If you feed me, your big brother has something nice for you." Kamui spoke with a mischievous grin, but Hinata Asuka felt ill at ease. Ever since he was a child, aside from Hibari, no one had ever treated him with the easy camaraderie of a brother. Kamui's seemingly playful manner actually made him feel as if the gap between them was shrinking. After hesitating for a moment, Hinata Asuka resigned himself and picked up the spoon again. He was still a young man. After all, his hands moved on their own, scooping porridge spoonful by spoonful and bringing it to Kamui's lips, all the while muttering complaints under his breath, refusing to let Kamui off easily. "You're only a year older than me, if that. There's barely any connection between us, and yet you shamelessly call yourself my big brother." Kamui shot him a playful look, smiling as he chewed, and still found time to correct him. "Even if I were just a day, an hour, or a single second older, the older one should be called big brother. That's how it is." Hinata Asuka was at a loss for words. He'd kept his sharp tongue hidden for so long that he now found himself strangely tongue-tied, completely unable to out-argue Kamui. It was just an ordinary meal, yet for Kamui, it was by far the best he'd eaten since coming to the Hinata clan. A wave of emotion washed over him at the thought. The Hinata clan might be prestigious, but their hearts were narrower than the eye of a needle. Even if he could eat his fill alone, how much could he really enjoy? TCH, with the warmth of the porridge and tofu settling into his stomach, the pain subsided again, and Kamui felt much better. Lying on the bedding, gazing up at the damp, moldy, pitch-black ceiling, Kamui suddenly thought of Hinata Asahi, who always declared that she liked him. Compared to someone like Hinata Asuka, who barely even counted as an acquaintance, her so-called affection felt cheap indeed. He was certain that if it had been Hinata Asahi who walked in earlier, she would have been too disgusted by the vomit to come any closer. In fact, he wouldn't put it past her to turn and run away. If that was the case, if she had been the one to arrive, would he still have asked her to save him? Kamui turned to look at Hinata Asuka, then pointed to a cupboard in the corner of the room. "Go get the green scroll from inside that cabinet." Hinata Asuka obeyed in silence, retrieved the scroll, and handed it to Kamui. This time, Kamui again didn't take it but instead asked, "Asuka, you're from the branch family of the Hinata clan, aren't you?" For Hinata clan members with independent minds, the term branch family was practically a mark of shame, just as Kamui had no say in whether he became a hostage to the Hinata. Those marked with the curse seal in the branch family had no say in their own fates either. Hinata Asuka lowered his gaze, his expression cold. After a long pause, he gave a soft Now that his suspicion was confirmed, Kamui felt a new wave of confusion. He looked at Asuka's smooth forehead. There was nothing there, not even a trace of the caged bird seal. How could that be? Don't they use the cursed seal to control the branch family anymore? When he heard this, Asuka Hyuga shot a sharp glance at Kamui. But almost immediately, he seemed to understand, let out a self-deprecating laugh, and said, "As expected, good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Even the Uchiha clan knows about the Hyuga, main family using a curse seal to control the branch family. Kamui found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely didn't know whether this counted as a Hyuga family secret or not, considering all his knowledge of the Hyuga came from anime, set 70 years in the future, no less. It's just a tiny gap. If you have real talent, there must be a way to bridge that slight difference. Asuka Hyuga looked confused. He asked, "What tiny gap are you talking about?" Kamui was just as bewildered. Isn't the caged bird curse seal supposed to block 1 degree of vision for the branch family? Asuka looked even more lost. Who told you that? Kamui pressed on. Isn't that the case? The two stared at each other, eyes wide. Asuka shook his head furiously, like a rattle drum. There's no such thing as a 1 degree difference. But this curse seal can restrain us at any moment. If we ever harbor any ill intentions toward the main family, they can activate the jutsu and kill us. He paused, then added, besides, this curse seal isn't even called the caged bird. It's called the shackling heart technique. So, what are you even talking about? As he mulled this over, Asuka suddenly grew wary, and a trace of suspicion appeared in his eyes as he looked at Kamui. You're not trying to get information out of me, are you? Kamui rolled his eyes, with an air even more authentic than any Hyuga. He placed both hands behind his head, scoffing. What could your family possibly have that I want to pry out of you? If I wanted to get secrets, I'd go ask the young lady. Doesn't she know more than you? That didn't make sense, actually. Besides, what difference would it make if Kamui did know? The fact that reality didn't match what he knew left Kamui a little perplexed. But thinking about it another way, nothing is perfect from the very beginning. Most things are gradually modified and improved as time goes on and as problems arise. Perhaps the curse seal, known as the caged bird, evolved the same way. Maybe they used a different technique at first, then changed it when it proved unfit, and now they're using the shackling heart technique. A few years later, if they find this one lacking, they might switch to something else, like the caged bird seal from later generations. Seeing that Kamui had fallen silent, Asuka Hyuga turned his attention to his own hands. By the way, what is this? He was turning a scroll over and over, studying it. Kamui nodded at him, a hint of pride in his expression. I told you. You fed me. So I owe you something good in return. This is your reward. So what exactly is it? Kamui grinned, his smile bright and brash, and softly uttered 2 words. Rotation heaven. Rotation heaven. Yeah. Hinata Asuka was utterly stunned. He glanced at Kamui, then at the scroll in his hand, his shock impossible to describe. How is this possible? How could you possibly? Kamui gave a dismissive snort, his tone light and breezy as he smiled. I have a good memory. After watching Hinata-Chensi pull out the scroll a few times, I memorized it. Then I wrote it out myself. Once you understand the logic behind something, committing it to memory becomes almost effortless. Hinata Asuka still struggled to believe it, but seeing the confidence radiating from Kamui, he started to feel that what this scroll contained truly was the secret of the heavenly rotation. Because I don't have the Byakugan, she had no reason to be wary of me. She probably never imagined I'd be able to recreate the scroll she let me see. You gave this to me. Asuka had a vague sense of why, but he couldn't quite be certain. Heavenly rotation was a secret art reserved for the main branch. When had a branch family member ever qualified to learn it? I don't have the Byakugan, so there's no way I could ever master it. That's why I'm giving it to someone who can. No matter how I explain it to you, whether I say it's a prank or some kind of revenge, you wouldn't believe me. So, if you must, just think of it as me stirring up trouble on purpose. Kamui's words struck right at the heart of the matter. Hinata Asuka's face turned blue, then flushed red, then went pale again, as if a whole paint shop had spilled across his cheeks. So you gave it to me? He hesitated a moment before asking. A strange, indescribable feeling welled up inside Hinata Asuka. Was it because of that bowl of porridge? If it weren't for that bowl of porridge, whom would Kamui have given this scroll to? Was there anyone else in the Hyuga clan here who he would want to entrust it to? As the thought crossed his mind, Asuka suddenly didn't dare pursue it any further. If Kamui had copied the scroll over and tossed copies into the streets at random, how many branch family members' hearts would have been thrown into chaos? Fortunately, he hadn't done so. Still, even if Kamui had refrained, Hinata Asuka found himself growing even more wary of the person before him. Kamui rolled over lazily, gazing at him. He always felt that in this young man he could catch glimpses of Uchiha Madara, a similar cold pride, a stubborn unwillingness to show his true feelings, frosty on the outside but passionate within. Not bad sort, really. I told you the very first time we met that you could come to me for guidance. It was you who never showed up. Did he really foresee that he'd one day receive the secret of the heavenly rotation back then? Sensing Hinata Asuka's uncertainty, Kamui was perfectly candid. He spoke softly, almost wistfully, Because I couldn't accept it. I couldn't accept being cast aside, couldn't accept being a prisoner. I hadn't done anything, had I? So why was I condemned to such a fate? From the very beginning, I was determined to get my hands on the Hyuga clan's taijutsu. If I couldn't learn it myself, I'd give it to someone from the branch family. Maybe you think it's pointless, maybe you think I'm crazy, but that's what I wanted to do. It felt like in doing so, I could get back at the main branch for the pain they'd inflicted on me. The treasures the main family hoarded so jealously, guarded as if they were priceless relics, had been handed over to the branch family by someone else with ease. They were no longer exclusive secrets, passed down only within the main line. Whether or not the branch family could actually master them didn't matter. Just this act of provocation was enough to make the main family seethe with anger. Hinata Asuka listened in silence, unsure of what to say. He glanced at Kimui, whose eyes seemed unfocused, lost in some distant place. Yet through those eyes, Asuka could sense a wild, destructive madness lurking within. He was convinced that this striking young man was indeed capable of anything, no matter how reckless or insane. It was likely the kind of madness that would harm the enemy at great cost to oneself, a willingness to pay any price, no matter the consequence. Would you report what I've done to the clan leader for the sake of the Hyuga family? The suddenness of the question caught Hinata Asuka off guard. It was something he hadn't even considered. But now that Kimui had asked, he took a moment to think about it. It was only a brief pause, but seeing him genuinely weigh the question, the smile on Kimui's face vanished completely, as if it had never been there. Kimui regarded Hinata Asuka with a sidelong glance, his voice soft as a feather brushing against one's cheek. His tone was gentle, but hidden within the words was a stark warning, edged with menace. Think carefully before you answer. The scroll is in your hands right now. I could just say you stole it. He really was thoroughly ruthless. Hinata Asuka's brow twitched involuntarily. After all this time observing Kamui, he should have known exactly what kind of person he was dealing with. So why had he let his guard down? Kamui's expression shifted from cloudy to bright, and he let out a low, amused laugh. He reached out and patted Hinata Asuka on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Once you've mastered the main family's techniques, you might just have a shot at replacing them someday, don't you think? Every word Kimui spoke was like a hidden landmine, making Hinata Asuka's heart race with anxiety. Watch what you say, the boy muttered uneasily, activating his Byakugan to scan the room's periphery. Only when he was sure there were no watchers did he allow himself to relax, if only slightly. Kamui, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. It's just the two of us talking. Even if we get caught and punished, at least we'll face it together. With company, nothing is quite so terrible. Hinata Asuka was at a loss to understand Kamui. Kamui always seemed to be dancing on the edge of disaster, flirting with danger as if it were a game. So many of his actions looked like a death wish. Yet when he truly found himself in peril, he would inevitably turn to others for help. They said the Uchiha clan's minds were never quite stable, and after witnessing Kimui's self-destructive antics, Asuka found himself agreeing with that assessment. You know just how capable Hinata Asahi is. This whole main family versus branch family thing. If you ask me, it's just a relic of backward thinking. It's nothing more than a cruel way for those in power to sacrifice others to maintain their own grip. Just because someone wears the badge of the main family, no matter their talent or mediocrity, they're automatically entitled to all the benefits. Do you really think that's right? Hinata Asuka stayed silent. Kamui finally voiced what he had always wanted to say. They all shared the same ancestors, yet just because some were born into the branch family, they had to accept the curse mark without question. It was inherently unfair, especially after Hinata Akira lost his status as the heir due to an irreversible leg injury. Back then, Asuka had wondered who the next successor might be, but no matter how he speculated, he never imagined it would be Hinata Asahi, whose taijutsu skills were so lacking. The only reason she was chosen wasn't due to any outstanding merit. It was simply because she was the daughter of the clan leader, a member of the main family. At the moment of the announcement, Asuka couldn't help but laugh. He genuinely found it all so ironic. Now, Kamui was saying he, too, thought this was wrong. He thought the same way Asuka did. Enough teasing, Kamui said, seeing Asuka lost in thought. Stretching lazily to ease his stiff limbs, he continued. Your Byakugan can only see, not hear. Do you think you could hear me from that far away? Asuka's expression darkened considerably. Facing Kamui, he felt like a monkey being toyed with, utterly ridiculous. His gaze locked on the scroll in his hands, hesitating over whether to open it. Once he did, there would be no turning back. And besides, could someone from the branch family really master the main family's taijutsu? You can, Kamui said, as if he could see right through Asuka's hesitation. His eyes seemed to pierce straight into Asuka's soul. If someone with a sealed Byakugan can learn it, then your fully awakened Byakugan certainly can. Kamui patted Asuka on the shoulder, beaming brightly. If you master it, I'll admit you're a genius. A genius? Asuka stared at Kamui in a daze. Kamui's expression had settled, no longer shifting unpredictably. He looked at Asuka with eyes gentle as water, a smile in his peach blossom eyes giving this shabby room a touch of warmth. He gazed for a long while, and when he realized how inappropriate he must look, he quickly dropped his head in embarrassment. Aside from his parents, lost early in life, no one had ever called him a genius. With his head hanging low, Asuka let Kamui ruffle his hair as if tousling a fluffy little lion dog. When we sparred, I could tell, your taijutsu is actually very good, much better than Lady Asai's. But you've been hiding your strength, whether to keep a low profile or to protect yourself. To me, you're already very strong. Only a true taijutsu expert could see through such things, so it was no surprise Kamui had noticed. Asuka suddenly realized that, in front of Kamui, he felt as if he'd been laid bare, inside and out, with no secrets left to hide. This boy was only a bit older than him, yet his insight was razor-sharp, and his mind unfathomably deep. Flying bird, are you interested in doing something big? Kamui was like the serpent in Eden, tempting Adam and Eve to taste the forbidden fruit. He cloaked himself in the most enchanting smile and spoke to the naive young boy with gentle persuasion. What exactly do you mean by something big? Well, it's not convenient to tell you just yet, but trust me, this is something that will benefit you in countless ways and cause you no harm at all. Anyone with any sense would say yes. The more Kamui spoke like this, the more suspicious Hinata Asuka became. He stared at Kamui's face with narrowed eyes, thinking to himself, like I believe you. You're as sly as they come for your age. Even so, that faint hope gnawed at him like a rope tightening around his neck, scratching at his heart with 100 restless claws. No matter how he tried, he couldn't shake it off. He couldn't recall exactly when it had started, but somewhere along the way, Hinata Asuka realized he was utterly under Kamui's spell. This person just had that kind of magic. From that moment on, Hinata Asuka's attitude toward Kamui changed completely. In front of others, he remained timid and aloof, but when it was just the two of them, a genuine smile would finally break through on his face. Kamui was delighted to finally have a companion to while away the hours with, and it brightened his spirits considerably. When Hinata Asuka's mastery of Kaiten began to take shape, he couldn't hide his joy. He beamed at Kamui, his smile radiant. Kamui chuckled and ruffled his hair, as if petting a playful animal. He said softly, "See, you look so much better when you smile. No need to keep pretending to be a stone-faced cool guy. Trust me, not everyone is into that. It's boring as can be." Hinata Asuka was taken aback by his words, frozen on the spot, unsure of what expression he ought to wear. He pressed his lips together and raised a hand to touch his own face, a faint confusion in his eyes. Life as an orphan was already hard enough, and with Hinata Morning Light constantly ordering him around, he couldn't even remember the last time he truly smiled. Even his little sister, Skylark, had always assumed her brother was born without a sense of humor. Yet here, in front of Kamui, he found himself laughing so freely. Kamui seemed to have a pair of eyes that could see straight into the depths of someone's heart. He spoke with easy modesty, never taking credit for the change. When you put in the effort, you see the results. You made yourself happy. Keep it up, all right. Hinata Asuka found himself staring at Kamui for a long moment, lost in thought. In the end, he nodded obediently, like a first grader on his first day of school. I'll do as you say. Once Kamui's stomach troubles improved, he became much busier than before. Hinata Morning Light, after a period of lying low, still couldn't resist using Kamui as a sparring partner, while Hinata Sunset never came looking for him again. By day, Kamui spent 2 hours training with Hinata Morning Light. When night fell, he would work on improving alongside Hinata Asuka. After all, the branch family could only study the main family's martial arts out of the sun's sight. Recently, Hinata Chinsi had been working especially hard. She said it was for Shinwei's sake. Shinwei, however, neither understood nor cared to ask. When it came to people he had no interest in, he simply didn't care what they did. But that afternoon, after finishing 2 hours of training and preparing to leave, Hinata Chinsi didn't go. Shinwei wiped the sweat off his brow, looking at her with some confusion. He watched as she pressed her lips together, hesitated, and finally stammered. Tomorrow, my family will be hosting an important guest. Shinwei, would you like to come as well? A guest? At the mention of a guest, the first image that sprang to Shinwei's mind was Tobarama's perpetually stern face, utterly devoid of expression. Tall and upright, with long silver hair, and a green forehead protector embroidered with the family crest fluttering in the wind. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of authority without a single word. Compared to before, he truly had grown into an impressive figure. I've already asked my father, and he has no objections. So, Shinwei, would you like to come to my house? Come to your house? Why did that sound like the kind of meeting where an engaged couple visits each other's parents? He felt instinctively averse to the idea. When Shinwei remained silent, Hinata Chinsi spoke again. I know that Cheng Wang has always been distant toward you, and he's done a lot of things he shouldn't have. But now he's changed. It's not just me who wants to invite you. Cheng Wang does too. Or rather, it was Hinata Cheng Wang's idea in the first place. At the mention of Hinata Cheng Wang, Shinwei couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Never mind all the things Cheng Wang had done to him. Even just his appearance gave off an inexplicable sense of discomfort. His face wasn't unattractive. On the contrary, he was quite striking and charming. Yet, no matter how Shinwei looked at him, he just felt uneasy to the point where he wanted nothing to do with him. Shinwei still didn't say a word, and Hinata Chinsi realized just how deep his grudge against Cheng Wang ran. With some embarrassment, she asked, why? Did Cheng Wang do something truly unforgivable? At her question, Shinwei glanced at her. He neither confirmed nor denied it, just smiled faintly. Indeed, only those closest to you can truly understand. As for what kind of person Hinata Cheng Wang really was, his sister probably understood at least a little. Yet, because they were bound by blood, even if they competed for the position of future clan leader, she was still reluctant to think too ill of her brother in front of outsiders. That, perhaps, was the nature of blood ties. Why was it that, in all his life, he never felt anything like that toward his father's other two children? Why was it that, despite always claiming to treat him as a true brother, Uchiha Madara would choose to protect Izuna and abandon him? Shinwei, Hinata Chinsi called out, half-chiding, snapping him from his reverie. Shinwei gave a non-committal grunt, shaking his head. No, he's never done anything to me. That's good. Hinata Asahi finally let out a sigh of relief. I think, since Asahi invited you, he must genuinely want to make amends. With you. So, for my sake, would you come to my house? Besides, you haven't met my father yet, have you? This is the perfect opportunity. Kamui didn't really have a right to refuse. With Asahi's invitation and Ryuko's lack of objection, he simply had to go. Still, a sense of unease lingered in his heart, though he couldn't quite put his finger on the reason. Kamui glanced in the direction of the Hinata family's grand estate and could only nod. Seeing Kamui accept her invitation, Hinata Asahi was delighted. But alongside her happiness, a hint of embarrassment colored her face. She lowered her voice, confiding, since Yu Zhao will be there too, could you say you came at Asahi's invitation? He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Why did he feel so much like a secret lover being smuggled into the house? He had learned all he needed to, and now Kamui didn't bother to humor her. All right, let's do it that way. Then, she watched Kimui's expression carefully. You're not angry? Kamui shot her a glance, his tone cool and indifferent. I don't have a right to be angry, Miss Asahi. To Hinata Asahi, his words sounded like a sign of jealousy, and knowing that people only get jealous over those they care about filled her with joy. As Kamui watched her face, noting all the little expressions, he wondered. So, this is what it's like to like someone? Maybe you should memorize these fleeting looks and gestures. Who knows, they might come in handy one day. After all this entanglement with Hinata Asahi, he taught her a thing or two, and she taught him just as much the Hinata family's secret lore, and perhaps how to show you like someone. Looking at it this way, neither of them had lost out. That night, while training with Hinata Asuka on the open ground by the river, Kamui happened to mention the banquet at the clan leader's house he'd be attending the next day. Upon hearing this, Asuka's first reaction was concern. Isn't there any way you could skip it? He asked anxiously, though as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized how naive that sounded. In a sense, he and Kamui were the same, both powerless to control their fate, both pawns in the hands of the main Hinata family. Kamui squatted by the riverbank, a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his lips. The water reflected a sky full of stars, and swarms of fireflies clustered among the reeds. If you tossed a small stone, they would flutter into the air, their wings shimmering. It was as if dozens of tiny lanterns were lifting into the night, a truly beautiful sight, the first Kamui had ever seen. They say fireflies only live where the water runs clean. Could it be that Hinata's lands are really that pure? He curled his lips into a scornful smile. Of course that won't do, right? Hinata Asuka slouched over to Kamui's side, looking dejected. Yeah, exactly. Kamui replied lazily, his eyes following the fireflies drifting through the air. Well then, you have to be extra careful. Don't let your guard down, no matter what. Hearing this, Kamui turned his head and looked at him. Asuka's eyes were filled with worry. If he could, he'd probably want to turn into a keychain and follow Kamui everywhere he went. Kamui chuckled, ruffling Asuka's smooth black hair until it was a tousled mess. Do you really think they can set a trap for me? Why are you so worried? Of course Asuka was worried. He knew all too well what kind of person Hinata Chingwang was. Chingwang never bothered to hide the things he'd done to Kim Yui in the past. He'd even brag about them to the rest of the clan as if they were something to be proud of. With a personality so prone to holding grudges, Chingwang would find every possible way to torment someone he disliked. Precisely because he knew him so well, Asuka couldn't help but worry. Kim Yui's smile faded as he spat out the stem of wild grass he'd been chewing. Gazing up at the star-filled sky, his voice grew quiet and calm. I'll be careful. It's not as if they can actually eat me. Later, when that moment finally arrived, he regretted it deeply. He would have much preferred if they just knocked him out and eaten him. It would have been better than what happened. Kim Yui had been with the Hinata family for nearly 3 years, but this was the first time he'd set foot in the main house. He remembered that when Tobirama had visited, they'd stood together on that little hill, and he'd gotten a general sense of the estate's layout. But perhaps his attention had been entirely on Tobirama that day, because he hadn't really taken in the details. Now, being led through corridor after corridor, he realized just how enormous this residence was, far bigger than the Uchiha compound. Admiring the Hinata estate, with its winding streams, rock gardens, lush trees, and bright flowers, Kim Yui pursed his lips in envy. Would he ever get to live this kind of extravagant, privileged life in this lifetime? His guide had been sent by Hinata Chingwang. Since Kim Yui was, in name, Chingwang's guest, they were now heading to Chingwang's private residence. Young Master Chingwang is waiting for you in the annex. The other guests are meeting with the clan leader in the main hall. When the time comes and the banquet begins, you'll go over together with the young master. The guide was a stranger, none of the familiar faces who usually followed Chingwang around. Kim Yui had never seen him before. They walked on in silence. Kim Yui assumed this man was just like the others, probably up to no good. But when the guide finally spoke, he was surprisingly polite, which made Kim Yui reassess him a little. So, the main house wasn't entirely made up of people like Chingwang and his sister after all. Chingwang's annex was spacious. After winding their way through twisting corridors and passing beneath a moon gate, they finally arrived. According to the guide, such a large courtyard was occupied by Chingwang alone, while the eldest miss lived in a separate annex on the opposite side. Living alone in such a spacious residence, Shinwei couldn't help but sigh with envy. This was certainly one of the benefits of having few siblings. As he thought about it, Shinwei reconsidered. After all, when he was alive, he had been an only child until he was 5. And what happened then? Didn't he end up as a hot potato, with both sides eager to toss him away? Shinwei stood in a daze beneath the eaves, his eyes fixed on the dry landscape garden in the courtyard. Yet his thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to his original world, until a cheerful, smiling voice called out to him. Shinwei. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Hinata Chingwang leaning against the paper door. There was not a shred of formality about him. He looked as if he had just woken up, dressed in a jet-black yukata haphazardly tied at the waist, the front gaping open, revealing his collarbones and well-sculpted chest. Shinwei glanced briefly before looking away, the corners of his lips curling with amusement. He had assumed, judging by the face, that Chingwang was all flash and no substance, but it turned out there was real muscle beneath that facade. He had truly underestimated this infamous playboy. Come over here. I had some tea prepared. It's leaves I brought back from the land of tea, incredibly fragrant. Today you're my guest, so I've saved it just for you. Suppressing his inner distaste, Shinwei walked over at a measured pace, his voice light and teasing. Then I suppose I must thank you for your generous hospitality? Hinata Chingwang let out a hearty laugh, his gaze fixed entirely on Shinwei's face. Shinwei noticed, and though he disliked it, he couldn't exactly pluck out the other man's eyes. Of course you should thank me. I'm nothing like Chensi. She's a paper tiger, all heart but no guts. Shinwei stopped at the doorway, turning his head slightly to glance at him. Chingwang's grin grew even more unrestrained. He was a head taller than Shinwei, and as he lowered his eyes to look at him, his long black hair fell over his shoulder, a few strands brushing against Shinwei's clothes. Shinwei shifted subtly to avoid the contact. A tall man in a disheveled black yukata, and a strikingly beautiful youth in the traditional white attire of the Hyuga, stood silently, facing off in the doorway. Standing next to Chingwang, Shinwei felt all the more delicate and frail by comparison. The air was thick with the scent of sandalwood that clung to Chingwang, enveloping Shinwei from every angle. Surrounded by the aroma, Shinwei felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort and nausea. He looked away, unwilling to meet Chingwang's gaze, which was predatory and dangerous, like a hunter sizing up his prey. So where's that tea? Weren't you boasting about the leaves from the land of tea? There was a certain pleasure in toying with others, and Qingwang was clearly enjoying himself. He clapped his hands and led the way. Come, follow me. The main house of Qingwang's villa was almost decadent in its opulence. He didn't seem like the son of a family of ninja. He was more like a young aristocrat. As Shunwei glanced around at the lavish furnishings, Qingwang poured tea, never taking his eyes off him. As if he had seen right through Shunwei's confusion, Hinata Morning Light handed him a cup of tea, then took a sip himself without waiting. He said, "A ninja who's been crippled has no choice but to find another path, right? Unless you plan to rely on my sister, do you really think she's reliable? Someone you can count on?" Shunwei had long said that only one's own people truly understand each other. Hinata Morning Light knew exactly what kind of person Hinata Morning Dawn was, and vice versa. It would hardly make sense if they weren't family. I remember not long ago you couldn't stand me. You'd look for any excuse to hurt me. So why now? As for his past actions, Hinata Morning Light didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. From the way he sat there, upright and open, it was as if Shunwei was wrongly accusing him. Well, let's say the old me was just too immature. I didn't know how good you really are. Shunwei held the teacup in his hands, but didn't take a single sip. Just as he'd expected, being here was even more suffocating than staying in that abandoned courtyard where no one ever visited. Not wanting to engage, he turned to look out the window. At some point, the sun had hidden itself behind the clouds. With the sunlight gone, the room was plunged into gloom. Hinata Morning Light followed Shunwei's gaze and looked outside as well. With a faint smile, he said, "I'll bet you anything it's going to rain tonight. Not just rain, but a real storm, thunder and all." Shunwei sat up straight, thinking to himself, are you a weather satellite now? Or just the evening forecast? When you dislike someone, it's hard to hide it. Hinata Morning Light could clearly sense Shunwei's contempt. He looked at Shunwei with a hint of wounded longing, like a big, hurt dog. Why do you always look at me like I'm trash? Am I really that hard for you to stand? Honestly, with the things you've done, isn't it only natural to dislike you? Hinata Morning Light actually seemed to be reflecting for once. He rubbed his temple with one hand, clearly troubled, and said, "I invited you here because I genuinely wanted to apologize to you. Shunwei, what would it take for you to forgive me?" Before Shunwei could answer, he smiled again, his eyes suddenly sharp. Or perhaps, when faced with an enemy, how would you take your revenge? Enemy might be too strong a word. The wounds the other had inflicted on him were nothing more than scars that no longer ached. Besides, Shunwei kept track of every single grievance. When the time came, he'd settle them all at once. There was no need to rush. Suddenly, Hinata Morning Light grabbed Shunwei's wrist in a vice-like grip. Though his tone was soft, his hand showed no mercy. Shunwei could feel the bones in his wrist nearly being crushed. Pain twisted his brow, and he glared at the other. But Hinata Morning Light only coaxed, his voice gentle. "If it were you, how would you deal with an enemy?" All of a sudden, Shunwei found himself deeply irritated by him. He struggled a few times to free his hand, but when he couldn't break free, his anger flared, the fury he had tried to suppress surging uncontrollably. Shunwei let out a cold laugh, his handsome face now colder than the depths of winter. He fixed his gaze on Hinata Morning Light, and with a smile that was almost a snarl, he said through gritted teeth, "If it were me, I'd go straight for his weakness. Whatever he cares about, I'd destroy it. Whatever he's done to me, I'd pay back in full. And if I really wanted to be ruthless, I'd break him mentally, push him to the point where he calls for help, but no one answers, until he finally breaks." Hinata Morning Light listened intently, and when Shunwei finally finished, he slowly let go of Shunwei's hand. "Oh dear," he chuckled, his eyes turning mournful again. Who would have thought that such a handsome young man could hide such cruelty in his heart? Shunwei didn't bother with empty courtesies. He pressed his hands together in a mock bow. "You're too kind. That's why anyone who really knows me wouldn't dare cross me. That way, everyone stays happy. Don't you think?" Hinata Morning Light acted as if he didn't catch Shunwei's meaning at all. He leaned in a little closer, a trace of melancholy in his voice. "Shunwei, you wouldn't really want to do all that to me, would you?" Shunwei raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Suddenly, Hinata Morning Light pulled back, bursting into laughter. "They always said I was immature back then. Even though I'm a year older than you, I still didn't know any better. You wouldn't really hold a grudge against me for that, would you?" Shunwei only smiled in response, silent as ever. "How about this? Let me make it up to you. I'll show you some of my prized treasures. How's that sound? Prized treasures? What treasures could he possibly have?" Hinata Morning Light glanced around in a showy way, making sure no one was nearby. He flashed a mischievous grin, cupping his hand around his mouth as if sharing a secret. "You've reached the age where you'd be interested in these things, haven't you?" Shunwei grew wary, a note of suspicion creeping into his eyes. "What exactly are you talking about?" As if pleased with his little prank, Hinata Morning Light burst into hearty laughter. no longer hiding anything. His voice echoed brightly through the empty room. Fire avoidance paintings. Of course, Shinwei knew exactly what fire avoidance paintings were. He wasn't some relic from a bygone era. He'd seen enough period dramas to understand perfectly well. Seeing Shinwei's anger rise, plain for all to see, Hinata Morning Light quickly tried to placate him. "Ah, just kidding. Don't be mad. When you're angry, you look even more like a girl." Shinwei shot to his feet. He couldn't stand another minute in this place. Seeing Shinwei about to leave, Hinata Morning Light didn't try to stop him. He simply took another sip of tea and said casually, "Take one step out that door, and I'll ruin you." When Kimui saw that Hinata Chinyu had truly stopped in his tracks, he slowly got up, strolling over to stand behind Kimui. With deliberate leisure, he said, "You're in Hinata. Even if I killed you, there's nothing your family far away could do. I could come up with all sorts of reasons. Maybe you died of illness. Maybe you seduced a lady of the main house." Kimui had met despicable people before, but never someone as shameless as Hinata Chinyu. His fists clenched involuntarily. He had to summon all his self-control not to strike the man in the face. "If they were willing to send you here, isn't it obvious how much you mean to them? Do you really expect them to avenge you? At most, they might kill someone Hinata sent over in return. That would make things fair, wouldn't it?" Chinyu's fingers landed on Kimui's shoulder, giving it a light pat, as though offering some kind of comfort. With his other hand, Hinata Chinyu grabbed Kimui's sleeve and guided him back to his seat. Satisfied that Kimui had obediently sat down again, Chinyu finally broke into a pleased smile, as if admiring some decorative ornament. He murmured, "Isn't it nice when you're this obedient?" Rage welled up in Kimui's chest, leaving him feeling utterly wretched. The mask of a fake smile he always wore cracked apart, impossible to keep up any longer. He bit the inside of his cheek, his whole body trembling ever so slightly. Hinata Chinyu was someone who took pleasure in trampling over Kimui's deepest taboos. Kill him. He must kill him. Aware that a cornered animal was dangerous, that even a rabbit will bite when desperate, Hinata Chinyu didn't push Kimui any further. He sipped his tea contentedly, watching the changing sky through the window. As evening approached, a wind picked up, and the clouds grew heavy and thick. On the way from the side residence to the banquet hall, Kimui glanced up at the sky with a numb expression. Black clouds pressed low overhead. A storm was clearly about to break. And yet, he still clung to a sliver of foolish hope. Inside the banquet hall, Kimui saw Hinata Chensi standing beside Hinata Shizhao. She stood next to her fiancé, looking somewhat embarrassed, but the way she glanced at Kimui betrayed an unguarded, fluttering emotion. Kimui only gave her a fleeting look before turning away. Right now, any member of the Hinata family sickened him. When Hinata Shizhao saw Kimui there, he was clearly taken aback. Though Chensi usually treated Kimui with cool indifference, she still offered an explanation. But before she could speak, Chinyu interrupted, "Kimui is my guest, you know. He'll be sitting next to me." Kimui was like a soulless puppet. No matter what Chinyu said, he didn't protest. Wherever he was told to sit, that's where he sat. Hinata Shizhao looked at Kimui, who was pale and straining to endure something, feeling oddly unsettled. But he understood, Kimui never really had a voice here. As a hostage, wasn't he just meant to be at their mercy? The younger guests who had arrived early exchanged a few pleasantries before taking their seats. After waiting for the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, the guest of honor, Hugo Liuguang, finally appeared, fashionably late, accompanied by his important guest. When Kimui caught sight of the man, he was clearly stunned, staring at him in confusion. The other man noticed Kimui as well. "Oh." The man smiled and turned to Hugo Liuguang. "I've heard tales that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have entered a peaceful alliance, even sending their own children to seal the pact. It seems those rumors were true, after all." Kimui recognized this man. Years ago, they had fought side by side against the Senju. He was Hagoromo Ri, the clan leader of the Hagoromo family. Hugo Liuguang glanced at Kimui too, letting out a soft chuckle. "Peace is always better than endless fighting. Isn't that what we both desire?" Hagoromo Ri neither agreed nor disagreed, simply nodding as he took his seat. Yet, every so often, his eyes would flicker over to Kimui. Though Kimui hadn't been the most outstanding warrior in that past war, Ri had witnessed his taijutsu firsthand. For someone so young, barely in his teens, to display such formidable skill was rare enough to leave a lasting impression even years later. Hugo Liuguang, knowing that Kimui would never be allowed to leave the Hyuga estate alive, saw no reason to avoid sensitive topics. Even in Kimui's presence, he spoke freely of matters that would be considered confidential to outsiders. Kimui remained quietly seated, but he listened intently to the conversation between the two clan leaders. Through their discussion, he gleaned the current state of the Uchiha clan. With the recent replacement of the daimyo, The alliance between Hagoromo and Uchiha had fractured just a few months prior. There had always been animosity. Many ninjas from each side had died at the hands of the other. Now, with no daimyo to restrain them, relations had plummeted to a new low. The sole reason Hagoromo Ri had come to visit the Hyuga clan this time was straightforward, to discuss an alliance. In recent years, everyone had realized that fighting solo was no longer the wisest strategy. Families everywhere were seeking dependable allies. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans established a solid alliance a few years back. The Shimura and Sarutobi are also discussing a pact. Even the Uzumaki and Senju grow closer by the day. If all of them join forces, it won't bode well for us. Indeed, Hyuga Liuguang nodded. Until now, the families that flocked to us were all minor houses. We gained some numbers, but their abilities are mediocre, and they lack any secret clan techniques. If war breaks out, we'd actually be at a disadvantage. That's why I've always aimed to remain neutral. Hearing this, Hagoromo Ri broke into a hearty laugh, slapping his thigh. Our Hyuga and Hagoromo clans both carry legacies stretching back 1,000 years. If we could join hands, there's no doubt we'd achieve great things together. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the attendant seated below him. The attendant immediately understood and raised his voice. Although the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have signed a friendly peace agreement, it's hardly an alliance. Those lunatics have no sense of honor when it comes to keeping promises. What nonsense are you spouting in front of the Uchiha's second son? Yui Riega scolded his subordinate in a show of severity, but everyone present knew this was nothing more than one of their little tricks. With those words, every eye turned to Kamui. After his initial shock, the anger that Hyuga Asahi had stirred within Kamui was slowly settling into a calm resolve. He sat absolutely still in his seat, as if what the Yui clan's ninja had said about the Uchiha had nothing whatsoever to do with him. It seemed like nothing more than a harmless interlude. The banquet continued on. The elders drank, and apart from the attendants brought by Yui Riega, only Hyuga Seo could hold her liquor. Hyuga Ryuko thus chose her as his drinking companion. Until now, Hyuga Asahi had remained mostly silent, smiling pleasantly at everything others said. But as the atmosphere gradually grew more lively, he could no longer hold back. Compared to them, don't I seem so much better? He whispered as he edged closer to Kamui, keeping his voice low enough that only the two of them could hear. After all, I just gave you a scratch, while they're out to humiliate you outright. Kamui turned to look at him, just in time to see the innocent expression on Hyuga Asahi's face melt away. In the next instant, Asahi raised his hand and addressed his father at the head of the table. Father, since we have distinguished guests tonight, why not have someone put on a performance to liven things up? His words caught his father, Hyuga Ryuko, clearly by surprise. Hiring entertainment during the meal was fashionable among the nobility, but it was rare among those from ninja families. Such theatrics were generally beneath them. He didn't quite grasp his son's intentions, and glanced awkwardly at Yui Riega. Riega, in turn, looked at Hyuga Asahi, only to find his gaze fixed with a smile on the silent Kamui. Kamui is exceptionally skilled, not inferior to anyone here. Why not have him give us a demonstration? Of course, Kamui had known Asahi was up to no good. Times have changed, and with them, people's perspectives, but in this rather conservative era, performing for the table was the role of entertainers. 4. Ancient clans like the Hyuga and the Uchiha, there was a sense of innate superiority. They would never allow their own to act as entertainers for others. Now, however, Hyuga Asahi was asking Kamui to perform. Everyone understood he was deliberately trying to humiliate him in public. Hey Asahi, Hyuga Seo was the first to bristle. She glared at her brother across the 5-meter-wide aisle and hissed, "What are you trying to do?" Hinata Asahi understood perfectly well why his sister was so upset, and the angrier she got, the more gleeful he became. Everyone says the Uchiha are brave and fierce warriors, blessed with striking good looks. After seeing Kamui, isn't it clear? Hinata Asahi fixed his eyes on Kamui. If you look this good, then how beautiful must the girls of the Uchiha clan be? Kamui let out a quiet laugh. Even he couldn't quite tell if he was angry or not. His feelings were simply a tangled mess. Of course, they're beautiful. The kind of beauty you could never dream of possessing, no matter how hard you try. Kamui's words were blunt, even harsh, but surprisingly, Hinata Asahi didn't seem offended at all. He just kept smiling, turning his gaze to Haniwa Riega, who sat at the head of the table. Patriarch, have you ever seen a woman from the Uchiha clan? Riega, a seasoned old fox, could tell just from Asahi's tone that he was up to something. This was the Hyuga household, and if the Hyuga wanted to stir up trouble, for the Uchiha, all the better. If the two clans ended up at odds, it would give the Haniwa family an opportunity to swoop in and strengthen their own alliances. No, I haven't, he replied. It's quite rare to see kunoichi on the battlefield, so I've never had the chance. In truth, there were indeed women ninja out there, but he lied without blinking an eye. Sure enough, Hinata Asahi seemed delighted with his answer and suggested, Kimui, why don't you dress as a woman for us? I'd really like to see for myself what these famously beautiful Uchiha ladies look like. Kimui drew a deep breath, his hand gripping his clothes beneath the low table, though his expression remained calm and composed. His poise was so remarkable that even Hinata Ryuko and Haniwa Riega couldn't help but be impressed. There's really no need for me to dress as a woman, Kimui replied coolly, meeting Hinata Asahi's gaze. The kunoichi of the Uchiha clan have never bothered with special attire. Whether on a mission or the battlefield, they dress no differently from the men. He continued, his voice steady. But if you insist on humiliating me before everyone, I'll comply. Isn't that the fate of a hostage? With those words, he glanced at Hinata Ryuko at the head of the table. The last line clearly meant for him. Ryuko caught the meaning at once. This gathering, meant to be a cordial reception, had been upended by his own wayward son, and his displeasure showed on his face. Meanwhile, Haniwa Riega seemed thoroughly amused. There's no need to put it so harshly. Everyone's in good spirits tonight. Think of it as a bit of fun. No one's really trying to make things difficult for you. He and Hinata Asahi seemed to be working in perfect tandem, each picking up where the other left off. It's true what they say. People of the same ilk, even if they've never met before, can instantly become as close as brothers the moment they cross paths. Kamui felt as if he were being roasted over an open flame. He lifted his gaze and glanced at Hinata Asahi, sitting across from him, as if to ask, "Did you invite me here just to let them humiliate me?" Hinata Asahi was utterly anxious, but she was exactly as Hinata Asahi's brother once described her, a pure paper tiger. She had no courage to spoil everyone's fun. After meeting Kimui's eyes for a brief moment, she couldn't even bring herself to look at him again. This was someone who claimed to like him, yet the very moment when he was isolated and helpless, she couldn't even muster the courage to meet his gaze. Such a so-called affection. How insubstantial, how utterly false it seemed. Kamui slowly stood up. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped out onto the corridor, which was about 5 meters wide and 12 meters long. We're all shinobi here. Since we're looking to liven things up, why not have a sword dance? It's a spectacle, and it tests one's nerve. Isn't it far more thrilling than singing or playing music? No one really cared what he performed. The only purpose was to humiliate him. The matter of women's clothing was no longer mentioned. Forcing the second son of Uchiha Taijima, in name at least, to perform for everyone was already enough to satisfy their aims. Perhaps the only one left unsatisfied was Hinata Asahi's brother, Hinata Choko. He was oddly fixated on the idea of Kimui wearing women's clothing. Ever since that night, he found himself often imagining what Kimui would look like dressed as a woman. With such striking features, wouldn't he outshine even the most beautiful courtesan in the pleasure district? With that thought, he glanced at Kimui's cup and poured in a fresh brew of perfectly steeped tea from the pot. A sword dance, as the name implied, required a sword, and Kamui clearly didn't have one. Scanning the room, he caught the eye of one of Hagoromo Akigawa's subordinates, who, after receiving permission from his master, tossed his own sword to Kimui. This particular blade was slightly shorter than the swords typically used in this world. As it flew toward Kimui, he tapped the tip of the scabbard. With his toe, the sword surged from its sheath and shot straight toward the ceiling, only to plummet swiftly once it reached a certain height. As the sword arced upward, Kimui's foot struck once more, sending the empty scabbard flying to the side, where Hinata, Yusho, deftly caught it. Kimui drew a deep breath to steady himself, then spun in a graceful backflip and caught the falling sword midair. Relying on the techniques he remembered, he began to wield the blade in a dance that was both fierce and breathtakingly beautiful. In his youth, he had once accompanied his master to cheer on senior disciples at a competition. During intermission, he was fortunate enough to witness a young woman perform a sword dance up close for the first time. The unparalleled grace and fluidity of her movements left him enthralled. Every sequence flowed seamlessly into the next, as if she were a startled swan or a dragon weaving through the clouds. Just that once, and the memory had stayed with him all these years. Though dance and combat serve different ends, at their core, they share a common origin. Martial artists are naturally flexible, so executing dance movements comes easily to them. With a sword in hand, every flourish and sweep dazzles the onlookers, each intricate pattern of the blade a blur before their eyes. Light as a swallow, graceful and agile like a dragon gliding through mist. Beyond its beauty, everyone present understood that with Shunwei's footwork, it would not be impossible for him to catch them off guard and take their lives in an instant. The guards of Feathered Robe, Uchiha, dared not lose themselves in the spectacle any longer. They quietly readied themselves, prepared to rush forward and shield their clan leader at the slightest sign of danger from Shinwei. At the banquet, the biting sarcasm from Hyuga Morning Light and Feathered Robe Uchiha echoed relentlessly in Shinwei's mind. Now, with a weapon in hand, his heart, so desperately kept at bay, began to stir again with restless energy. One man, one sword, drifting like a specter through the grand hall. Sword swinging, blade poised, eyes sharp, posture poised, strength and gentleness fused. Man and sword in perfect harmony. Shinwei stood with the sword upright before his chest, his index and middle fingers tracing along the blade's spine with slow, deliberate grace. Once, there was a beauty from the Gongsun family, whose sword dance captivated all who beheld it. The sword dance he once adored had now become a means for others to humiliate him. A flash of lightning split the night sky. Thunder followed close behind. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the front doors, rushing into the banquet hall. As the gale swept in, Shinwei thrust his sword straight forward. The metallic blade sliced the air, sending a piercing, resonant hum that seemed to make the very atmosphere tremble. The sword's tip was aimed directly at Feathered Robe Uchiha, seated in the place of honor. Shinwei had no idea what he was thinking. In that moment, perhaps he wasn't thinking at all. He hadn't considered his own situation, nor what might come of this reckless act. With the sword in hand, his inner demons awakened. Those demons seized control, and with their grip, wisdom slipped away. As the sword neared Feathered Robe Uchiha, the clan leader, seasoned by a lifetime of experience, did not flinch in the slightest. Eyes narrowed. He gazed steadily at the blade, speeding toward him, his body as still and immovable as a mountain. If Shinwei truly failed to pull back and wounded him, it would provide the perfect excuse for him to demand the Hyuga Liuguang deal with Shinwei. In that case, a rift would surely form between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, which would serve his interests well. He could draw Hyuga to his side and push Uchiha out entirely. Such boldness and resolve are rare, the mark of one who achieves great things. To achieve his aims, he was even willing to offer up his own body as a target for another's sword. As the crowd snapped out of the spell cast by Shinwei's elegant yet powerful sword dance, their faces revealed all manner of hidden agendas. There was Hyuga Chensi, worried out of his mind, Hyuga Morning Light, eager for drama, Hyuga Liuguang, caught between conflicting emotions, the ever-watchful attendants ready to defend their lord but held back by his subtle hand signal. And then, Shinwei, with a loud shout, someone called his name, snapping Kamui back to his senses. At that very moment, the sword scabbard he had kicked away came hurtling straight toward him. The throw was so precise that the scabbard actually overtook Kamui, landing squarely in front of him. His hand moved on instinct, grabbing the scabbard just as he found himself face-to-face with Haori Rekawa. The sword tip skimmed past Haori's ear, slicing off a lock of black hair that fluttered to the floor as if losing its last anchor. With another push off the edge of the low table in front of Haori, Kamui performed a backward somersault, retreating several meters. The moment he landed and found his footing, the sword was already sheathed, the killing intent from earlier sealed away along with it. Kamui took a few deep breaths, grateful for Hinata Shijiao's timely intervention. If he hadn't disrupted things at that crucial moment, Kamui might have done something irreparable. Clearly, he had fallen into the other party's trap. With this realization, Kamui quickly turned to check on Haori Rekawa, seated at the place of honor. As expected of a clan leader, Haori's expression remained unchanged, despite how perilous the situation had just been. Sorry, just now my foot slipped, that's all. Anyone could tell this excuse was a lie. There was a thick carpet underfoot, hardly a surface to slip on. But since Kamui hadn't actually caused any harm, no real punishment was necessary. A token gesture at best, nothing of consequence. Haori Rekawa let out a couple of amused chuckles, waving his hand with a magnanimity befitting an elder and the head of a clan. It's nothing. Such an excellent sword dance deserved praise from the audience. But because of this incident at the end, the atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Kamui returned the sword to Haori Rekawa's attendant. As he made his way back to his seat, he gave a slight nod to Hinata Shijiao, expressing his gratitude. Reluctant as he was to admit it, Kamui had to acknowledge that Hinata Shijiao's quick thinking had saved his life. As soon as Kamui sat down, Hinata Morning Light lifted his own teacup and offered it to him, speaking gently, "Here, have some tea to calm your nerves." Kamui shot him a glare, ignoring the offered cup. Instead, he grabbed his own, now long cold, tea, and drained it in one gulp. "You really won't take mine?" Hinata Morning Light wasn't offended by Kamui brushing off his good intentions. He glanced meaningfully at Kamui's throat as he swallowed, then tipped his own cup back, finishing the tea that never found its way to Kamui. Kamui's sword dance had brought the banquet to its climax, and now signaled it's close. The meal was nearly finished, the important conversations had been had. Whatever remained could be discussed privately between the two clan leaders. After piling up all afternoon, the clouds finally broke under the urging of a strong wind, unleashing a heavy downpour. Though it was already late summer and the wind and rain had cooled the air, Kamui still felt unbearably hot. That's true. Everyone else was sitting properly, while he alone darted around the hall, sword in hand, flying from one end to the other. Of course he would be hot. Standing at the entrance to the banquet hall, Shunwei stared absent-mindedly at the rain pouring harder and harder outside. Lightning flickered at the edge of the sky, and it was clear the storm would only grow fiercer. Perhaps Hinata Morning Light had a sudden pang of conscience. Maybe he realized just how out of line his behavior at the banquet had been. So now, shamelessly, he stuck close to Shunwei's side. The lanterns hanging under the eaves swayed in the wind and rain, their candlelight flickering unsteadily. "You're drenched in sweat," he remarked. Shunwei noticed it too. He wiped his brow, his tone sharp. "Oh, thanks to you." Hinata Morning Light didn't try to deny it. With a laugh, he replied, "It really was my fault. Don't take it to heart, all right." Shunwei had no interest in engaging with him and edged away to the side. A chilly wind swept through the corridor, cooling his overheated body just a little. Sweat kept pouring down, and Shunwei decided he wouldn't wait any longer. He turned to leave. But as soon as he turned, the person beside him grabbed his arm. Hinata Morning Light's face was serious as he suggested, "Why not stay at my place for the night? The rain's only getting heavier." The words Hinata Morning Light had spoken earlier that day returned to Shunwei's mind, filling him with a sudden, inexplicable sense of disgust. He shook off the other's hand and walked away without looking back. His frail figure disappeared into the wind and rain, leaving behind only a faint, "No need." Hinata Morning Light didn't get angry. Instead, he watched Shunwei's retreating figure with a gentle smile, turning his folding fan over and over in his hands, until finally, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The attendant standing by his side glanced at the white-robed youth disappearing into the distance, then at his own notoriously difficult young master. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Should I go?" And Hinata Morning Light raised a hand to stop him from finishing. Instead, he ordered, "Go fetch me a cloak." "A cloak?" The attendant was clearly caught off guard by the request. He looked up at the stormy sky. Wind howled, rain lashed down, and it was so dark that without lanterns, not a glimmer of light could be seen. What on earth did his master want with a cloak at this hour? "You want a cloak for?" Ever since that incident, Hinata Morning Light's temper had become erratic and volatile. But today, for once, he showed no sign of impatience. The joy he felt seemed to radiate from deep within. "Just do as I say and fetch it. No need for all these questions. And don't tell my father I'm going out." "Where are you going, sir?" The attendant instantly regretted the question, dashing off toward the other courtyard before Hinata Morning Light could lose his temper. Braving the wind and rain, Shunwei made his way back to his own dilapidated little yard. Just like every other time, the rain outside was a torrent, and inside, the leaks created a gentle drizzle of their own. Shunwei hurriedly grabbed a wooden basin and placed it under the spot where the leak was worst, catching the rainwater as best as he could. Only after he had clumsily taken care of everything did he finally manage to catch his breath. He took a few deep breaths, feeling inexplicably irritable. The weather was clearly cool, so why did he feel so hot? Was it anger, perhaps, brought on by humiliation? But thinking about it, performing the sword dance wasn't much of a humiliation for a transmigrant like him. At most, it felt like performing a school's New Year's Eve party. Hardly something worth getting worked up over. If that was the case, then why did he feel so restless now? Sweat beaded on his forehead. Shunwei changed into his sleepwear and lay down under the covers. People always said, when the mind is calm, the body feels cool. If he could just empty his thoughts and lie perfectly still, maybe this feverish agitation would subside. Minute by minute, time crawled by. The pounding rain outside thundered in his ears, unsettling his senses. He kicked the blanket off without realizing it, restless as though his entire body was being washed in waves of heat. A burning sensation, something he had never experienced before, licked through his body like wandering flames. He felt as if he were about to burst into fire. He rubbed his hands together, trying to unbutton his sleepwear, and only then did he notice something was wrong. No matter how hard he tried, his hands were limp and powerless. What's happening? After the initial panic, confusion took over. He tried to lift a hand to check his temperature, but even that was impossible. Not even the strength to raise his arm. Besides the feverish heat, there was an urgent, indescribable need pressing on him. Though what exactly he craved, he couldn't say. His sweat-soaked clothes clung to his skin, but he could hardly care. All he wanted was to find something cold to press against himself, to tamp down the heat burning inside. He had always hated summer, ever since he was a child, all because of the unbearable heat. Am I running a fever? He wondered aloud. Had the rain made him sick? What should he do now? With rain this heavy, Hinata Hyori would never come again. In his current state, would he survive until morning, or would he end up feverish and delirious? Shinwei remembered that time at the bottom of the cliff, when he'd also had a fever. But back then he felt cold, not hot. That time, Madara had wrapped him in an outer robe and held him tightly in his arms. Madara, he murmured. Madara. This time, there was no one to save him. He called out again and again, but each cry was swallowed by the relentless roar of the rain. Shinwei had never felt such despair. Unable to move, his body ruled by a strange and urgent longing. He was powerless to do anything, forced to feel every second and every minute, enduring the torment with nothing but sheer will. He had long since lost track of how long this night dragged on. It seemed endless, as if it could stretch to match the sum of all the nights and days that had come before. A sensation, like being gnawed by countless ants, started at the base of his spine and slowly spread throughout his entire body. Shinwei suspected he must have been poisoned. As for where, it could only be in the Hyuga clan's main residence. Who the culprit was, he could easily guess, but when had it happened? The entire afternoon and evening, he had eaten nothing, touched nothing. That glass of water? Outside, the wind howled furiously, rattling the paper doors with relentless clatter. After what felt like countless crashes, Shinwei heard that battered old door being pulled open from the outside. Who could it be? Asuka, is that you? He called out, his voice tinged with hope, even as he struggled with great effort to turn his head. With just one glance, his heart clenched tight, as if seized in a stranger's fist. An immediate wave of fear swept over him. The paper door slid open, revealing a tall figure cloaked in black. From the silhouette alone, it was clear this was not Hyuga Asuka. The newcomer raised a hand to sweep back the hood, revealing a striking, rakish face. He smiled at Shinwei, who lay paralyzed on his futon, a gleam of undisguised excitement shining in his eyes. Shinwei, can you still move? He asked. With that single line, all of Shinwei's suspicions were confirmed. It really was him. He shrugged off the cloak and tossed it carelessly onto the floor. Hyuga Morning Light kicked off his shoes and strode over. Raindrops trickled down his pant legs, splattering onto the floor in a scattered rhythm as he walked. Why are you here? Have you come to kill me? Shinwei asked in a voice heavy with despair. He had imagined 1,000 ways to die, each one heroic, perhaps falling on a mission or perishing on a battlefield. Never had he thought he would die of poison, and never at the hands of someone like Hyuga Morning Light. The floor near the wall was raised by some 20 centimeters, and Shinwei's futon was spread out there. Morning Light walked over and sat down beside him, eyeing Shinwei as if he were a small animal caught in his hunter's trap. I couldn't possibly bear to kill you. I just wanted to play a game you once played with Tobarama Senju. Tobarama? A game? Shinwei could not make sense of what he was saying. As he spoke, Morning Light's gaze lingered impudently on Shinwei's pale face. Despite the almost ghostly pallor, his cheeks were tinged a lovely rose, as if from fever, though Morning Light knew that was not the case. Looking closely, Shinwei was indeed remarkably beautiful. Fair skin, dark eyes, and features that seemed sculpted by the hands of the divine. Every detail was flawless. Now, this perfect beauty lay helpless before him, unable to move at all. Beads of sweat, brought on by the body's distress, gathered densely on Shinwei's forehead, eventually forming droplets that traced down his temples, vanishing into his dark hair. The more you look at me with those stubborn eyes, the more I want to torment you. It's like. Hinata Chingwang, never a good student, fumbled for words in his mind, searching for a long while before finally coming up with something. It's like shattering a delicate piece of glass, or pouring ink into crystal-clear water, or plucking a flower in full bloom just to toss it to the ground and trample it. Kamuyui's utter defenselessness gave him an air of tragic vulnerability. He seemed to radiate brokenness. Now, with no one else around, Kamuyui's fate rested entirely in Hinata Chingwang's hands, subject to his every whim. With a broad palm, Hinata swept Kamuyui's damp hair behind his ear. Listening to Kamuyui's restrained, shallow breaths, he let out a low chuckle, as though he found all of this deeply amusing. Are you feeling hot? Kamuyui clenched his teeth in silence, but he was bewildered. That hand brushing across his temple left behind a faint touch of coolness. His reason screamed that Hinata Chingwang was nothing but trouble, but his body, those chilly fingers almost seemed to draw away the heat. As the thought struck, Kamuyui's pupils shrank sharply in alarm. What did you make me drink? He already had a vague suspicion, Yet Kamui refused to let his mind go there. Despicable, utterly despicable. Kamui could accept death by 1,000 arrows, but not this kind of humiliation. You scum. Seeing Kamui gritting his teeth in fury, Hinata Chingwang only laughed, unfazed. He leaned in closer to study Kamui's face. Despite the burning rage etched across it, Hinata couldn't help but find him beautiful. In the past, that beauty, mixed with hatred, had been intolerable. He'd found this face, prettier than a woman's, deeply off-putting. But ever since that night at the hot springs, when he'd accidentally stumbled upon Kamui and Senju Tobarama, it was as if a whole new world had opened up to him. So this is how vengeance can be served. I always thought the Uchiha and the Senju were at each other's throats. Turns out, the clan leader's son is sneaking around in secret. You people really know how to play the game. Kamui, do you remember the question I asked you earlier today? I asked you how you deal with your enemies. And how did you answer me? You said, find their weakness, whatever they care about, destroy it. Whatever they did to you, return in full. And if you really want to be ruthless, break them mentally until they're left screaming for help that never comes, until they fall apart. Looking at things now, this truly was a place where no cries for help would ever be answered. Hinata Chingwang laughed again. That's quite the method. So then, is it time to settle old scores? To repay every grievance? Kamui had to summon every ounce of strength just to form a single sentence. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't comprehend what he'd done to offend Hinata Chingwang, when all he'd ever done here was keep to himself, never causing trouble, never making waves. Hyuga Asahi, no matter what, I truly don't believe I've ever done anything that would make you hate me this much. Is that so? The smile slipped from Hyuga Asahi's face. He reached into his robe and drew something out, holding it just above his face as he turned to Kamui. What about now? Do you still think you've given me no reason to bear grudge? This happened a few days after Uchiha Taijima's meeting with Asahi's father, Hyuga Liuguang. As the future head of the main branch, Asahi had never looked kindly upon the warlike Uchiha. When he learned his father planned to sign a peace treaty with them and intended to send his own best friend as a hostage, he rebelled once again. Back then, he was still naive. He thought that if he could cause trouble for the Uchiha and succeed, he'd ruin their reputation. And if he failed and was captured alive, his identity revealed, it might even force them to reconsider the treaty with the Hyuga. He found out the Uchiha would be passing through Yongdi on a mission, so he gathered those clan members who would follow his lead and set off to ambush them. But fate had other plans. The young man he ran into turned out to be far tougher than he'd expected and crippled his leg in a single blow. He nearly died that day and lost the use of his leg. His father was furious. He hadn't managed to sabotage the treaty, nor could he protect his friend. Worse yet, losing his leg meant he was stripped of his position as heir to the main branch. With his right leg crippled, most of the Hyuga's martial arts were now beyond his reach. It was because of this that his pampered elder sister, Asahi, was suddenly forced into the spotlight. In youth, people often harbor little secrets they'd rather not face, like pride. She had always been raised to excel at needlework, tea ceremonies, and cooking. Her life looked set and predictable. But thanks to her younger brother's foolishness, the unremarkable Hyuga Asahi finally caught their father's eye and stepped out from behind the curtains. At first, she was proud to be chosen, but she soon realized that being the heir was no easy feat. She had to learn countless martial arts, and that was only the beginning. Afterward, she needed to master the art of leadership. The responsibilities were immense. The glory that was supposed to be his was snatched up by his sister. It was then that the rift between them began, and their relationship soured. Later, the Uchiha sent over their hostage, who was locked away in that dilapidated courtyard by their father. He grew to hate the Uchiha, struggling every day to restrain himself from going to see how the hostage was faring. He was genuinely afraid that if he let himself go, he might end up killing the boy. A year of torment passed like that. Then, he met once more the youth who had become the stuff of his nightmares. Kamui narrowed his eyes at the object in Asahi's hand. It was a Hanya mask, ferocious in its expression, with bared fangs and a menacing glare. He took a deep breath and finally remembered. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Hey, it's you. Whatever you did to me, I'll return it all to you. So breaking your leg isn't too much, is it? After all, you're the one who taught me this. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Hinata Morning Light lifted his leg and stomped down hard on Kimui's right leg. He was a ninja, and with chakra gathered and every ounce of strength channeled into that kick, it was twice as ruthless as when Kamui had kicked him. The sound of a kneecap shattering was unmistakable. Kamui's anguished cry was stifled, strangled back so hard that his teeth pierced the inside of his cheek, and fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his jaw trembled uncontrollably. I was going to kill you. But if I do, you'll never know the pain of living as a cripple. His teeth clattered, sweat pouring from his skin in waves as his body fought to endure. To experience such agony while fully conscious, Kimui's vision whited out, the world vanishing behind a blinding glare that swallowed his pupils. He saw nothing, only pain. What happens to a ninja who can never gather chakra again? Hinata Morning Light slowly raised his hand. Pale blue chakra flowed from his pressure points, coalescing into a blade of pure energy, sharp as any scalpel. That hand targeted the chakra pathways, severing most of the meridians coursing through Kimui's body. And yet, he was careful, painstakingly avoiding anything that might be fatal. Kimui was trapped in a state even worse than death, alive but racked with agony, unable to die, unable to move. He had never known such endless pain, had no idea when or if it would ever stop. It was the hopelessness that truly broke him. As for mental torment, I'll do something you're sure to enjoy. Get out, leave. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Kimui crushed his molars together. Never in this life or the last had he so hated and despised a person. But Hinata Morning Light didn't leave. Instead, he slowly stood up. Don't you dare. Watch me. Despair, terror, and rage. Countless dark emotions surged through Kimui's mind all at once. He had never wanted to kill someone so desperately. No, what stood before him was no longer human. It was a demon. His blood roared like a river in flood, surging to his brain, thunder cracking and rolling in his ears like the detonation of explosive tags, shattering the peace of the world. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating Hinata Morning Light's face in stark relief. The thunder that followed was deafening, as if the world itself was being torn apart. And then silence. Everything had happened so fast. Not even a scream had time to escape. Kimui's wide, dark eyes stared blankly at the wall. Crimson stains seeped across it, plum blossoms falling on snow. It must look just like this. Kamui! He had no idea how much time had passed when an urgent voice, both familiar and strange, called his name. Kamui's eyes flickered ever so slightly. He turned his head in a mechanical motion and saw Asuka Hyuga standing by his side, face pale with fear. Asuka wore no raincoat or cloak. Even his clothes were just homewear, as if he had rushed over in a panic. Kamui stared at him with vacant eyes, muttering a single word under his breath, over and over. Go! Asuka's gaze darted around the house in terror. The thunder outside drowned out the dripping sound of water leaking from the roof. In the dimly lit room, the candle flame trembled, threatening to go out at any moment. The floor and walls, once spotless, were now spattered with crimson stains. As for what that red was, he could tell just from the scent in the air. Go! Kamui, it's me, Asuka. Go! Young Master Chungwang, he was utterly shattered. Faced with this scene of carnage, neither of them could find any words. To say even a single syllable felt like an agonizing ordeal. The thunder roared, and Kamui gradually returned to himself. He closed his eyes, and tears slowly slid from the corners, even as he remained motionless. His body trembled, racked by terror and fury. This was the first time he had cried since coming to this world. He had always hated crying, never wanted to shed tears. Yet these tears, born of the body's own betrayal, were utterly beyond his control. He could not even command his own body. What sin had he committed to deserve such a fate? Tears broke through his eyelids, mingling with sweat as they traced their way into his jet-black hair. Because he was beautiful, he was coveted simply because of his looks. All those so-called grudges were nothing but a pretext for evil. So tell me, is it a crime to be beautiful, or is the crime in those who covet beauty? Uchiha Madara, do you have any idea what I've gone through here? No, he does not. When the tears had finally run dry, and Kamui opened his eyes again, something else awoke with them. Just the sight of it made Asuka's legs give way in terror. He stumbled back several steps. He stared at Kamui, voice stammering in fear. Kamui, your eyes, no, it's your forehead. That heat still coursed through Kimui's body, but now, with sudden clarity, he sensed that something inside him had changed, become different from before. In his mind, a mechanical voice echoed. It took him a long moment to realize what it was saying. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the game. System. As the 100th person to awaken this system, you've earned an extra reward. Unlimited use of the 3 choices function. This system will. The mechanical voice continued its slow, steady introduction, but not a single word registered in Shinwei's mind. At this moment, his entire being was a chaotic mess. His brain felt like a tangled knot, unable to process, summarize, or respond to the information flooding in. System. Shinwei silently repeated the word in his heart. Yes. Wait. The system had awakened? He blinked several times, overwhelmed by confusion. For a moment, he had no idea what kind of emotion could possibly cope with this whirlwind of upheaval. Yet the system's awakening was like hope descending from the heavens, a lifeline that pulled him back from the edge of anger and despair, letting him rally once more. His body ached terribly, but now that he understood the cause, he could finally find the right remedy. With great effort, he turned his face toward Hinata Asuka, who stood a few steps away, looking as if she had seen a ghost. When he finally managed to speak, his voice was so hoarse it was barely recognizable. "Help me. Please," he begged. He lay sprawled in the courtyard, the relentless downpour beating mercilessly against him. Staring up at the storm-tossed sky, lightning flickering above, his awareness slowly returned to his body. The freezing rain washed over him, drenching him as it crashed down all around, splattering mud until he was smeared and filthy. He had always liked being clean, yet here he was mired in the muck. The cold rain gradually eased the fever burning inside him, and as the heat retreated, his mind grew clear again. He had awakened the system he'd longed for all along. After the terror came a surge of joy, but the wounds he'd suffered ran too deep for any joy to fully heal. Back then, when Hinata Asahi bent over him, he was terrified. He had prayed fervently for help, called out that person's name in his heart, but no one ever heard his cries. That person once promised to protect him, but in the end, it was nothing more than empty words. He had always known that no matter how wide someone else's roof was, it could never compare to having an umbrella in his own hand, even a broken one. Now, not only did he have an umbrella, it was one sturdy enough to shield him from any storm. He'd killed Hinata Asahi before he could do any more harm. He survived because Hinata Asuka nervously watched Shunwei lying in the mud, frightened by the sight of him, and by that other thing. She squeezed her eyes shut, gritted her teeth, and shook her head, desperately trying to banish that terrifying image from her mind. By now, Shunwei had been thoroughly washed clean, bundled tightly in a cotton quilt by Hinata Asuka. He was in a state of utter turmoil. On one side, the pain in his body was unbearable, and on the other, the long-desired system made his heart race with excitement. And at the same time, he counted every bit of suffering he had endured as a debt owed by the Uchiha. Hinata Asuka knelt in front of him, watching the ever-changing storm of emotions flickering across Shunwei's face. She had never seen him like this before. Just watching from the sidelines was enough to make her afraid. He tried to hold it in for a long time, but in the end he couldn't help himself. Pointing to Kamui's forehead, he said, "Kamui, that." Kamui hesitated before raising his hand to touch the spot. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he gave instructions to Hyuga Asuka. "That same cabinet over there. The very bottom shelf. There's some bandages. Bring me a roll." Kamui's mental state was clearly unstable now, and Hyuga Asuka didn't dare refuse. Whatever Kamui said, he obeyed without question, hurrying over to fetch a roll of bandages. Kamui took the bandage, unrolling it carefully, then began to wrap it meticulously around his own forehead, covering the spot that had frightened Hyuga Asuka so much. Only when he tied the knot securely beneath his hair did he finally lift his gaze to the young man before him. "Now you don't have to be scared. Wasn't this just fooling themselves?" But this wasn't the time to worry about that. Hyuga Asuka glanced at the blanket wrapped around Kamui, his face filled with concern. "Your leg." This was something that absolutely couldn't reach the ears of the main branch. Ordinary doctors wouldn't be able to treat it, and if they called for a medical ninja, the main family would definitely be alerted. If that happened, Hyuga Asahi's disappearance might well raise suspicions about him. Now, Kamui could more or less guess. Whether it was Hyuga Liuguang or Hyuga Chensi, they probably both knew that it was he who had crippled Hyuga Asahi's right leg all those years ago. Since they knew, and now his own right leg had suffered a similar injury, with Asahi missing as well, it would be all too easy for them to put the pieces together and see the truth. Hyuga Asuka couldn't help but sigh at this, then looked around at the bloodstains covering the walls. He spoke in a low, melancholy voice. "I always knew he became reckless after losing the use of his leg, but I never imagined he'd go this far. At least you're all right." Though he was unharmed, the feeling was still overwhelming, sickening to the very core. "Asuka, do you remember what I told you before?" "What was that?" "I said I'd bring you in on something big." As Kamui said this, Hyuga Asuka suddenly remembered and nodded honestly. "Yes, I remember." Then now, Kamui fixed him with an intense, unwavering gaze. "I'll tell you exactly what that big thing is. Listen carefully." Hyuga Asuka fell silent, listening intently. He listened, and by the end, his mouth hung open in astonishment. He stared at Kamui in disbelief, but Kamui only smiled, as if there was nothing unusual about what he'd just said. "But that's your..." Kamui's eyes were sharp as he looked out into the pitch-black, rain-soaked night. The wind had stilled, the lightning no longer flickered, and the thunder had long faded away. Only the steady drumming of rain against the ground remained. I want revenge. There are 2 people I want to kill. You'll help me take care of the first. The second, I'll handle myself. In return, I'll help you wipe out the main family and shake the entire Hyuga clan to its core. Kamui lifted his eyelids and looked at the young man before him, who was torn with indecision. With a tone of disdain, he said, I've come to realize there are only 2 kinds of people in this world, the butcher and the meat. If you don't want to be carved up anymore, you'd better become the one holding the knife. Swallowing hard, Asuka Hyuga's gaze gradually grew resolute. Have you made up your mind? Kamui asked him. Then it's a deal. A satisfied smile flickered across Kamui's pale face, finally bringing a bit of color back to his cheeks. Cold sweat still trickled down the sides of his face, but compared to the pain in his legs, the wounds to his spirit ran far deeper. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill the person who had decided to send him to this place. There was truth in what Hinata Akira had said. If you have a grudge, get even. If you have a grievance, settle it. If you repay resentment with kindness, then how will you repay kindness? Suddenly gaining this ability, Kamui didn't know how to use it yet, but he could distinctly sense that something new now existed in his mind. He'd read plenty of stories about systems. How, once the system appears, it assigns missions, and as long as you complete them, you can exchange rewards in a marketplace, whether tangible items or new skills. Yet from the moment his system awakened, it had been silent, never issuing a single task. What was going on? Kamui lay in his bedding, eyes closed, focusing intently on the system within his mind. In this state, he felt as if he'd entered a virtual space. It was a simple space, devoid of unnecessary ornamentation, its starkness reminiscent of a Bito's Kamui dimension, boundless, yet somehow no bigger than 8 tatami mats. Standing in that virtual realm, he saw before him 3 panels, each one endlessly scrolling, constantly refreshing with different game characters. Most of these characters were familiar to Kamui. Some he had even played himself. Because he had played them, he knew each character's role and abilities. So this was what the mechanical voice had meant by the random, choose one of 3 function. When the images stopped, you could pick one of 3 game characters and use their abilities. Sensing your entry into the space, would you like to bind your system now? Of course, there was only one answer, yes. After the system binding was complete, the mechanical voice proceeded to explain some rules and precautions for using the system, with a surprising amount of detail. This time, Kamui paid close attention and committed everything to memory. Because you're the 100th person to bind this system, and the lucky star chosen by the system, you have received a special privilege, a chance to redeem items without completing tasks. If you want to use high-level weapons or equipment, however, you'll need to exchange them for the number of times you use a character. The more frequently you use them, the rarer the weapons you can obtain. As Shunwei listened, he opened the exchange vault that the system had mentioned. Inside, a dazzling array of equipment awaited him. Offensive gear, defensive gear, everything imaginable. Physical and magical resistances were all covered. A complete arsenal. Shunwei soon understood that when the system said he could use game characters without any mission points, it meant these characters came unequipped. They possessed only their basic abilities. If he wanted to maximize their power, he'd have to use them repeatedly, then exchange those accumulated uses for equipment and upgrades. The system chattered on at length, but Shunwei grasped the essentials. He now knew what kind of system this was and how to use it. In short, the system would randomly provide him with 3 game characters. He could pick one of them to use, thanks to his extraordinary luck, bad luck turning to good, making him the system's chosen one. Unlike others, he didn't need mission points to access the power of these characters. However, if he wanted to use equipment, he'd have to rely on how many times he'd used a game character. The more uses he spent, the better the equipment he could exchange for. The system was stored in a special space. To access the system, that space had to be opened first. Since he'd arrived in the world of Naruto, the key to opening the space was the essential energy of all shinobi, chakra. The less chakra he had, the fewer times he could open the space, and the less frequently he could use the system. The more chakra he possessed, the more often he could access it. Weighing his current chakra, Shunwei realized that after years of surviving, he'd barely reached a fine 5. Not much at all. With his present reserves, he'd be lucky to open the space once every several days. So, as he had thought before, the only solid path forward was to have a strong body, train diligently, and gradually increase his chakra. That was the only way to truly progress. The amount of chakra a person had was partly determined at birth, but it could also be increased through training. Children and the elderly generally had less chakra than young, healthy shinobi, unless, of course, they possessed some special bloodline. Shinwei's mother belonged to the Uzumaki clan. By rights, if not for his poor physical condition, his chakra reserve shouldn't have been so low. Right now, though, the situation was rather awkward. To make matters worse, most of his chakra pathways were severed. If he wanted to manipulate chakra freely, he'd have to find a way to repair those broken meridians. At the moment, there was no one around to help him, but that didn't mean he was entirely without options. He glanced over the game characters offered by the system. The selection was impressively broad. There were attackers, supporters, tanks, healers, rugged all-rounders, and even fragile glass cannons. If luck was on his side, and he drew a character he needed, things would go smoothly. But if he happened to get 3 completely useless ones. So, the system is like a secret card up his sleeve, one that nobody knows about. If he wants to grow stronger, he'll have to start from the fundamentals of this world, body, ninjutsu, and illusion, and strengthen himself from there. Shinwei opened his eyes, raised a hand to touch his forehead, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile that was there and gone in an instant. That was when he heard the noisy chatter of people outside. The rain had stopped at dawn, but the sky remained overcast. Shinwei listened to the footsteps occasionally passing by in front of the courtyard, and knew the people outside were busy with something. He glanced at the floor, then at the walls. After Hinata Hayori's thorough cleaning, there wasn't a trace of blood left to be seen. But whenever he thought of Hinata Morning Light's face in those final moments before death, Shinwei's gaze turned a little colder. Judging by the look on his face, even he must have been frightened by what he saw. Disgusting creature. As noon approached, Hinata Chinsi arrived. She hesitated at the doorway for a long time before finally mustering the courage to step inside. To her surprise, Shinwei was still curled up under the covers, sleeping. It wasn't until she drew closer that he stirred and rolled over. Shinwei opened his sleepy eyes, and when he saw it was her, there was no trace of displeasure on his face. Still, Hinata Chinsi felt uneasy around him. She couldn't shake the guilt from embarrassing him at the banquet yesterday. Why do you have a bandage on your forehead? Did something happen? Asking a question was her way of easing her own guilt. Shinwei paused for a moment, then let out a faint ah after a long silence. Right now, he still hadn't decided how to face the people of the Hinata clan. Should he kill her, or pretend nothing had happened? No, he needed to think it through. Death happens in an instant. If it ended that quickly, wouldn't that be letting her off too easy? In the back of his mind, another voice spoke. Let it go. What this girl has done doesn't warrant death. But then a different voice countered, they're all the same. One is a villain, and the rest are no better. The two voices battled in his head, giving him a pounding headache. He averted his gaze and replied indifferently. I slipped when I came back last night and hit my head. It's nothing. You're still in bed. Is your health? Shinwei nodded slightly before she could finish. I caught a chill from being out in the rain. He looked at Hinata Chinsi and smiled faintly, his eyes calm. Did you come here just to check if I'm all right? She wanted to apologize, but apologies had never come easy to her. Even in front of Shinwei, the words caught in her throat. Shinwei's question reminded Hinata Chinsi of her real purpose for coming. The rain had poured down so fiercely last night, yet her younger brother had gone out alone after the banquet and hadn't returned since. Even after breakfast today, there was still no sign of him. According to people in the other wing, Morning Light hadn't come back at all last night. After breakfast, Father sent someone to visit the families who were usually close to Chengwang, but none of them knew where he was. What made things even stranger was that he hadn't left the clan grounds. Shinwei, did you see Chengwang after the banquet ended last night? Hinata Chinsi spoke with caution. Last night, Chengwang and Yui Lieha had gone a bit too far with their act, and even someone as even-tempered as Shinwei would have reason to be upset. Sure enough, at the mention of Chengwang's name, a flicker of distaste flashed across Shinwei's eyes, and his tone grew cold and distant. He turned away, no longer meeting Chinsi's gaze. No, we parted ways at the entrance to the banquet hall, and I haven't seen him since. Why? Has he gone missing? Chinsi felt a strange sense of relief when Shinwei said he hadn't seen her brother. She couldn't explain, even to herself, why that was. He went out last night and hasn't come back since. So I was just asking, that's all. Shinwei let out a quiet laugh. He's a grown man, and this is his own home ground. What trouble could he possibly get into? His words made sense to Chinsi, and her heart eased somewhat. But the pain in Shinwei's right leg came in waves, and his face was now even paler than before. Ashen, almost ghostly. Chinsi, embarrassed to face him, avoided looking at his face as she used to. With both of them silent, the air thickened with awkwardness. Beneath the covers, Shinwei's hands clutched the bedsheet tightly. He had to pretend nothing was amiss. His beautiful, luminous eyes stayed shut, molars clenched together so he wouldn't cry out in pain. This was how Shunwei coped with the agony, but to Chinsi, it only looked like he was still angry. After all, it was her family's fault. They had entirely disregarded the Uchiha's dignity. Shunwei had every right to be upset. Yet Chinsi was used to running away. When faced with uncomfortable situations, she never tried to resolve them. She only fled, just as she was doing now. Shunwei kept his eyes closed, ignoring her. Rather than offering a sincere apology, all she could think about was escaping this room, this courtyard. For every difficulty, her only approach was to let it cool on its own. She believed that after a few days, Shunwei would gradually forget about all this, and by then, he'd greet her with the same gentle smile as before, just like last time. Only when that day finally arrived would she realize just how wrong she'd been. After Chinsi left, and the sound of her footsteps faded beyond the courtyard, Shunwei finally opened his eyes again. Beads of sweat, as large as peas, rolled down his face. He wondered how he would endure these days ahead, and whether there was any way to restore his right leg and the severed meridians. Now that most of his chakra channels had been severed, he was like one of those martial artists in a wuxia drama who had lost all their powers. He was alive and breathing, yet unable to use ninjutsu ever again, and even his physical abilities would be greatly diminished. In this state, he could no longer appear under the scrutiny of Hyuga Chinsi's Byakugan. He couldn't even serve as a sparring partner anymore. As soon as she activated her Byakugan, she would clearly see the ruptured chakra channels in his body, and it wouldn't be hard to guess who was behind it all. Within the Hyuga clan, there was only one person who truly despised him, Hyuga Changwon. Now, that he'd ended up like this, and that guy had vanished without a trace, there was no way it was just a coincidence. That afternoon, after the man who delivered meals had left, Hibari appeared in this courtyard for the first time, a place she had never dared to enter before. When Shunwei saw the timid young girl, his expression softened. Her shy demeanor reminded him of his own childhood. Every time he saw her, it was like looking into a mirror. By treating her kindly, he felt as if he was reaching across time to comfort the helpless child he once was. In that way, it felt like someone cared for him back then, so he wouldn't have been left out in the cold, unwanted by anyone. Hibari had long since let down her guard around Shunwei after all the times he'd helped her. When her brother told her that Shunwei was ill, she'd wanted to visit him, but her brother had forbidden it, warning her not to seek Shunwei out, saying it would only bring trouble. So, she had cooked porridge and asked her brother to bring it to him instead. Now that her brother couldn't come, she had no choice but to make the trip herself. With worry etched on her face, Hibari approached Shunwei. Just as her brother had said, he was seriously injured and had no choice but to lie there. "Brother Shunwei, are you feeling any better?" Seeing that it was Hibari, Shunwei was visibly startled. His first reaction wasn't to greet her or answer her question, but to ask, "Why did you come? Where's your brother?" At his question, a look of distress immediately crossed Hibari's face. She bit her lip, struggling to compose herself before whispering, "I came to bring you some medicine. There's pain relief, something to reduce swelling, and some to help your bones heal. If it's hard for you, I can help you apply them before I go." Watching Hibari trying so hard to hold herself together, Shunwei grew suspicious. His tone turned colder, ignoring her offer as he pressed on. "That's not what I asked. Where is your brother? What happened to Fein Yao?" Shunwei's sharp questioning was too much for Hibari, whose courage was as frail as her gaze. Tears welled up and slid silently down her cheeks, but she didn't dare make a sound. What happened to Fein Yao? A sense of dread crept over Shunwei. Surely it couldn't be that their actions had been exposed, and Hyuga Fein Yao had taken all the blame alone. Could it? In this life, aside from Uchiha Daiji, whose square face was the very picture of keeping one's word, Kim Yui had never seen anyone else show such loyalty. "My brother broke his own leg just to get the medicine to treat your injury." "Wow, what?" Kim Yui stared in bewilderment. Did she just say that Hyuga Asuka broke his own leg just to get the medicine for treating her leg? "My brother was afraid that taking the medicine without reason would arouse suspicion from the main family. If they found out, they'd start to investigate. So, Kim Yui took a deep breath and fell silent for a long while. She couldn't put into words what she was feeling after hearing this. Her thoughts were in complete disarray. Perhaps this was what it meant to be truly at a loss. She didn't know what to say. Unlike Uchiha Madara, Kim Yui and Hyuga Asuka didn't share any childhood bond. To Asuka, she was just an outsider. At most, a partner whose fate was still uncertain. If the roles were reversed, Kim Yui knew she would never go so far as to hurt herself for someone like that. Why then could Hyuga Asuka do it? Wasn't he always the type to keep his distance from other people's troubles? Why would he suddenly? Kim Yui rubbed her brow, feeling like her mind was about to unravel from the chaos. She hated owing such a heavy debt of gratitude. So foolish. Completely senseless. "Are you talking about my brother?" Hibari bristled, clearly displeased. She was timid by nature, but the moment anyone spoke ill of her brother, she'd transform into a fierce little rabbit ready to defend him. Yes, Kemui glared at her, her tone sharp. Hurting yourself for someone else. If that isn't foolish, then what is? Hibari was a loss for words, momentarily speechless, her mouth opening and closing as she hesitated. At last, she did something rare for her. She agreed with Kamui. Yes, foolish and senseless. But what? My brother always has his reasons for everything he does. If he's protecting you like this, there must be a reason. Kamui frowned. And what reason is that? Hibari shook her head, answering honestly, I don't know. Of course. What young girl like her know? Kamui rested her wrist across her eyes, shielding her peach blossom gaze from the world. Deep down, he could make a guess. Hyuga Asuka always seemed unassuming and quiet, but in truth his thoughts ran deep. He only did things that brought the greatest benefit. For that, he could endure, could bend, could hide his true intentions. He was ruthless when necessary. For him to break his own leg for Kimui's sake, this alone spoke volumes. Perhaps it was all for the sake of his grand plan, to avoid becoming someone else's pawn. After all, Kimui had promised to help him wipe out the main family, clearing his path to power. From being a branch family member at everyone's beck and call to becoming head of the clan himself. Compared to that, what was a single broken leg? The calculation was obvious. Pain only lasts for a while. The benefits could stretch a lifetime. Leave the medicine here and go home. I'm not about to be crippled just yet. After a moment's thought, Kimui spoke again. From now on, you shouldn't come here anymore. As for the reason, your brother knows. Also, Hibari had already stood up and was about to leave, but hearing Kimui's unfinished words, he paused and turned back. Kimui sighed, then managed to smile at Hibari. When he smiled, it was like the clouds parted and the sun came out. Suddenly, the entire room seemed to brighten. Thank your brother for me. Hibari considered this and gave a slight nod. Only after he was sure Hibari had left did Kimui lift the covers and roll up his pant leg. Until now, he hadn't looked at the injury. There was no point, seeing it wouldn't change anything, so he had simply avoided it. Now, gazing at his swollen knee, puffy as a steamed bun, even though he'd braced himself mentally, Kimui couldn't help but frown. A deep bruise, dark blue and purple, had pooled at one spot, hard and swollen. The pain was sharp and throbbing, almost as if his nerves themselves were pulsing with agony. When he touched it lightly, he could feel the heat radiating from it. A ruined knee was different from a broken leg, but still, having medicine was better than having none. At least it could bring down the swelling and dull the pain, making this misery a little more bearable. Biting back the pain in his leg, Kimui carefully smeared on the ointments Hibari had left behind. One for swelling, one to ease the pain, another to help the bone heal. Every touch sent a fresh wave of pain stabbing through him. His gaze accidentally fell on the ugly scar running across his shin. A remnant from that time, he tumbled down the cliff. He stared at the wound for a long moment, a look of quiet sorrow settling on his face. So subtle, he didn't even notice it himself. Have you ever wondered what kind of life I'm living here? He murmured softly. But no one answered. Kamui let out a bitter laugh, thinking how childish he was being. He glanced at the numbers on the wall. Most of them had already been wiped away with a cloth by the birds, after Hinata Asahi's death. The numbers could be erased, but the pain, physical or emotional, that he'd suffered here, could not be wiped away so easily. When this rain ended, autumn would truly arrive. The weather was turning colder. Several days passed, and there was still no sign of Hinata Asahi. The clan leader, Hinata Liuguang, was sending people out in a frenzy, desperate to find his beloved son. For all the boy's faults, arrogant and reckless as he was still his child, after all. Kimui, always frail, used his recent soaking in the rain as an excuse and claimed illness, holing up at home. If he wasn't sunning himself in the courtyard, he was curled up under the covers, sleeping. He kept so quietly to himself that the Hyuga ninja, who'd been secretly watching him with their Byakugan, gradually stopped suspecting him. All he does is sleep and sun himself. Clearly, he's simply sick. The boy's always been weak, and with the seasons changing, it's no surprise he's fallen ill, they reported. Hinata Liuguang heard these words from his subordinates, and could only sigh helplessly, turning his attention away from Kamui. He'd assumed it was that Uchiha boy's doing, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. His wife wept day after day, and with no sign of their son despite his desperate searching, a dark cloud hung over the entire household, making life unbearable. With father in such a foul mood, Hinata Asahi's days were hardly any better. As the heir to the family, no matter what happened, her daily training was unshakable. Nothing ever changed it. But ever since her brother's disappearance, she found herself distracted again and again, unable to show a hint of progress. All this did was turn her into father's scapegoat, subjected to Hinata Ryuko's furious tongue lashings. She was utterly miserable and ran to Kamui to vent her grievances. But Kamui had been ill for some time, listless and weak, utterly incapable of offering any comfort. That only deepened her sense of injustice. Hinata Izo was a man of his word. As long as he had no mission, he appeared at the dojo on time as Asahi's sparring partner. Their father silently approved of this arrangement, so she couldn't refuse. These unhappy days, she truly wished they would end. Naturally, in her foul mood, Asahi gave Izo nothing but a cold shoulder. Izo was troubled by this, feeling slighted himself, until one day, after Asahi greeted him with yet another frosty look, his patience finally snapped. "I'm helping you out of the goodness of my heart, yet you always treat me like this. If it weren't for the marriage arranged since childhood, I'd never show up in front of you like this. If you weren't my future wife, why should I put up with this?" From that day forward, Yuzao never returned to the dojo, and Asahi found herself right back where she started. Without a sparring partner of equal skill, she could only train with the true masters, who left her bruised and battered every day. Her confidence suffered a blow, and her anxiety grew heavier with each session. She looked up at the crisp autumn sky, but the blue no longer seemed blue. All she saw was a world washed in gray. She had no idea how long these days would last. There was no end in sight. After taking the medicine obtained at the cost of Hinata Asuka's broken leg, Kimui's injured leg finally stopped swelling after some period of rest, and even the pain eased considerably. With what little chakra he could still muster, Kimui tried activating the system's spatial abilities for the first time. When it came time to pick one of three options, luck struck again. This time he chose BNK. Choosing BNK was like becoming a legendary healer himself. He was no Kai Huangong. He saw no point in hiding an illness from the doctor. As his chakra-infused hand moved across his body, he could immediately perceive where his meridians were severed or his energy blocked. In this way, channeling BNK's spirit, he had truly become a medical ninja. A soft green light began to gather in his palm, and as his hand passed over the wounded areas, the life-giving glow pooled gently at each injury. He could feel, in the most astonishing way, the inner workings of his body, the meridians reconnecting and the injuries healing, an experience both strange and wonderful. Shinwei's eyes sparkled as he felt his severed meridians gradually knitting back together. He could truly sense the benefits the system had brought him, and the excitement was simply beyond words. It was as if a swarm of ants were crawling through his heart, tingling with a strange sourness and yet brimming with exhilaration. That entire afternoon, he did nothing else. It was as though he had returned to those days learning needlework from Aunt Ling Luo, when he could sit still for hours on end. He used the afternoon to patiently reconnect the meridians that Hyuga Qingwang had once severed, repairing them bit by bit. He didn't restore everything, just the most crucial parts, and while he was at it, he treated his leg as well. It wasn't a complete recovery, but at least it no longer hindered his movements. After all, this was his first time using the system. Playing a game and actually integrating a game character's abilities into his own body were two entirely different experiences. In gaming, all it took was some thought, quick eyes, and nimble fingers. But now that these powers resided within him, he had to activate them with his whole being. It felt awkward and unfamiliar. Still, Shunwei had always been clever, and as he practiced, his techniques became increasingly skillful. By the time he'd finished all the treatments, he resembled a seasoned doctor with years of clinical experience. There was just one regret. He couldn't keep Yin Kei's abilities permanently. Summoning that legendary healer from the game depended entirely on luck. Shinwei had never considered himself lucky. In fact, he'd always thought of himself as particularly unlucky. But now, things were different. People often said that when you hit rock bottom, there's nowhere to go but up, that only when the night is at its darkest can you see the stars. Perhaps that was exactly where he found himself now. Never before had he felt such a sense of freedom. If he'd been born in ancient times, surely he would have climbed to a high place, wine jar in hand, and composed a poem to pour out his heart. But he wasn't, and his circumstances were far from ideal. So this wild joy was destined to remain his own quiet secret. BNK's powers would linger for just one day. Once the time was up, the ability would vanish as the system closed and the portal shut. So, it seemed, nothing free came without limits. If he used mission points to make an exchange, perhaps he could wield these abilities with more freedom. But never mind. He had nothing to complain about. After all, the system hadn't abandoned him, and it still remembered that there was such a pitiful transmigrator as himself. That alone was enough. After Hyuga Qingwang's death, the entire Hyuga clan fell under a cloud of gloom and oppression. They knew of his disappearance, and after nearly 2 months with no word, everyone could guess his fate. Even the clan leader, Hyuga Liuguang, had been forced to silently acknowledge his son's death. Losing a child in middle age is a blow any father would find hard to accept, let alone when there was no body to mourn. Since then, the Hyuga clan's compound had remained under tight security. Kamui would occasionally spot Hyuga Liuguang from afar on the streets. Compared to when he'd seen him at the banquet, Liuguang looked much older. His hair had grown noticeably whiter. Kamui watched him from a distance, wondering what kind of pain a father must feel after losing his son. He suddenly grew curious. If his own father lost him, would his father's hair turn white overnight too? Would he grieve for a long time, unable to eat or sleep, mourning his lost son? Kamui didn't know. After all, his father still had a son and a daughter beside him. The son was lively, the daughter adorable. He hadn't lost all the love of his family. There's a role in life where fairness never truly exists. For parents, when they have many children, no single one is truly unique. If they lose one, there are still others left. But for the children, no matter how many siblings they have, they only have one set of parents. Losing either parent means that loss can never be replaced. Between parents and children, perhaps they were never meant to stand on equal ground from the very beginning. Kamui let out a bitter laugh and turned back toward his own small courtyard. He disliked this part of himself that was always moved by what he saw, always sentimental like a pitiful beggar. 2 months passed before Kamui saw Hyuga Asuka again. After their long separation, Asuka's leg had completely healed. They say it takes 100 days to recover from injured muscles and bones, but in those turbulent times, no one could really afford to be that careful. Did anyone suspect you? Asuka's first question upon seeing Kamui was filled with urgency. He'd been worrying about this all along. In such a sensitive period, he couldn't just go to Kamui and ask him openly. The fact that both of them had broken legs at the same time was suspicious no matter how one looked at it. Wanting to protect Kamui and spare him any additional trouble, Asuka had kept his distance for the time being, for both their sakes. Seeing him pacing anxiously at home, Luke had even volunteered to play the spy. But Asuka remembered well what Luke had said after returning from delivering medicine last time. Kamui wouldn't let Luke get involved, and he must have his reasons. It was for Lyochue's own good, and they had to respect that. Besides, Asuka truly didn't want Luke dragged into this. If even a whisper of what he planned leaked out, the main branch would unleash their jutsu and kill him without hesitation. Yet Luke was known for her gentle, yielding nature. With a personality like that, how could she possibly dream of following her brother and challenging the main branch? If they succeeded, he and his sister would share the fruits of victory. If they failed, he would face death alone, he believed in. Taking sole responsibility for his actions, and given the impression Luke had always given others, he was confident she'd be spared. The young lady did come to question me, but nothing happened. I suppose they kept me under surveillance for a while. If they discovered even the slightest thing, I wouldn't be standing here now. Kamui spoke with an easy calm, his face entirely untroubled. Hinata Asuka watched him as they walked along the path toward the river, Kamui still limping on his right leg. He walked ahead, while Asuka slowly followed behind. You know, most of my chakra pathways that could gather energy were severed by that bastard. Asuka, I'm afraid I can't be your sparring partner anymore. I understand. After a brief hesitation, Hinata Asuka responded. The veins around his eyes bulged, stretching all the way to his temples. While Kamui remained completely unaware, Asuka quietly activated his Byakugan from behind. With his Byakugan open, Kamui walking ahead looked just like an animal laid out on an operating table. Blood vessels, chakra points, meridians, even a flow of chakra itself were all laid bare before his eyes. It was just as Kamui had said. Those meridians were still broken, and the chakras scattered chaotically within his body. Though it wasn't completely impossible to gather it, compared to a fully healthy shinobi, he was far from capable. Then there was his leg. Asuka frowned slightly. Kamui's leg had healed much better than he had expected. Though there were still signs of fractures and misalignment, it wasn't the same as when they'd first met. Kamui turned slightly, casually plucking a foxtail grass from the roadside, its color shifting from green to yellow. He glanced back out of the corner of his eye. A playful smile tugged at his lips as he held the stalk between his teeth. Autumn was the quietest season of the year. Although the ancients mourned the loneliness of autumn, Kamui much preferred the latter sentiment. For him, autumn was even better than spring mornings. He cherished the calm of autumn. During the spring, when everything comes back to life, the world always felt noisy. Plants waking from winter's sleep would rush to break through the earth and sprout. Animals, hungry after a season of hibernation, would dash about searching for food. Even the fish in the river would leap from the water as the ice began to melt. But autumn, a season bridging the heat of summer and the chill of winter, came without those thick, rain-heavy clouds. The sky seemed higher, the heart lighter, and the scent of withering grass and leaves on the wind brought an odd sense of comfort, much like how some restless souls find peace in the smell of incense. With his fingers interlaced behind his head, Kemi didn't let his injured leg get him down. He spoke cheerfully, already thinking about the chestnut tree by the riverbank. Asuka, after training, why don't we gather some chestnuts to take home? Just make a little cut with a knife, toss them in the stove with the rice, let them roast for a while. They taste amazing. The veins around Asuka's eyes slowly faded back to normal. He sighed softly and muttered under his breath, I never knew you liked these little treats before. As Kemui walked, he glanced over his shoulder once more and laughed. I'm not who I used to be. Back then, I thought I was something special, destined for greatness. But now, all I want is to hang on to my life and spend the rest of my days here with the Hyuga. As he spoke, a look of panic flickered across Asuka Hyuga's face. He hurried a few steps to catch up, falling in a stride beside Kamui. Down a sun-dappled golden path through the woods, the two youths, dressed all in white, walked side by side. Asuka stole a glance at Kamui's gentle smile and profile. His lips parted a few times, but no words came. He simply couldn't put into words the thoughts swirling inside him at that moment. Feeling awkward, he dropped his gaze, a touch of inexplicable grievance coloring his face. Kamui, still all smiles, cracked open one eye to glance at him, the corner of his mouth twitching in a fleeting flash of irony. What's wrong? You seem pretty down, he remarked. Asuka pressed his lips together, silent for a long while. Then, as if mustering all his courage, he finally lifted his head. He looked straight at Kamui, his pale gray eyes clouded with worry and hesitation. What is it? Kamui asked again. Kamui-san, Asuka called out softly. Hearing Asuka address him that way, Kamui let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. Asuka was long used to this side of him, so he paid little mind to the subtle shift in Kamui's expression. There were other things he cared about more. Do you really want to go back to the Uchiha? The question had been swirling in Asuka's mind for a while before he finally dared to ask it. Their footsteps halted abruptly. The smile faded from Kamui's face, his eyes no longer curved into cheerful crescents. He opened them wide and looked straight at the worried boy before him. A wind swept between them, gusting toward the distant riverbank. The once placid surface of the river rippled in the breeze, circles spreading outward in gentle waves. Never before had Asuka been so stubborn. He fixed his gaze on Kamui's striking, almond-shaped eyes, determined to demand a real answer. Do you have to go back? Can't you stay? Isn't it enough to remain here? Kamui didn't quite understand why he was being asked this. His lips curled into a wry, beautiful smile as he looked out at the sunset, his voice light as the passing wind. That's an interesting question. If I don't return to the Uchiha, where else could I go? Stay here. Kamui's eyes narrowed sharply, an edge in his gaze as if he'd just heard the punchline to an old joke. Stay here? Yes. Kamui shook his head, laughter trembling through him. It had been so long since he'd heard something this absurd. Asuka, do you think life with the Hyuga has been too good to me? In the next second, his gaze turned cold and menacing, sharp as a blade. Kamui, half a head taller than Asuka Hyuga, looked down at him from under lowered eyelids, radiating an undeniable aura of danger and dominance. Asuka Hyuga gasped, startled by the sudden oppressive force. Yet, for reasons even he couldn't explain, whenever he thought about Kamui eventually, leaving this place to return to the Uchiha, and how he would once again be left to fight alone, a stubborn determination welled up inside him. He met Kamui's eyes with unwavering resolve. Didn't we say we'd accomplish something great together? If we really make it happen, I promise I won't let you down. I'll stand against all opposition, defeat every master in the clan, and become the new head of the main family. When that day comes, I'll make sure you can live the best possible life here. Brother Kamui, trust me. Just as he would only call Lord Madara, young clan chief, when he needed something, Asuka Hyuga only ever called Kamui brother when he had a request. People are always shrewd. Withdrawing his sharp, outward hostility, Kamui patted Asuka Hyuga on the shoulder. His tone was calm and emotionless, yet the listener could still sense a hint of hurt beneath the surface. He said, this place disgusts me. Even if I couldn't return to the Uchiha, even if I had to wander all of Ninja World without a home, it would be better than staying here. Do you understand? Kamui spent the entire autumn feigning illness, enduring in silence. He had appeared sickly from the moment he arrived, and even Hyuga Liuguang had learned from his spies that Kamui had been frail since childhood. Excusing himself from sparring with Hyuga Chensi was easily passed off as a health issue. Hyuga Chensi felt quite guilty about the situation, but she couldn't understand. During one of her visits to check on Kamui, she asked, is it really because of that rain at the end of summer and start of autumn? You caught a cold in the rain, and you've never recovered? Kamui nodded, giving her a perfunctory answer. Probably. I've always been in poor health. Why don't I call the best doctor in the clan to treat you? Kamui gave a few weak, stage coughs, so frail that even Lindayu would have felt outdone. Waving his hand, his voice barely audible, but still. Smiling, he replied, No need. I've been this way since birth. The doctors say I was born weak, and to have lived this long is already a blessing. Hyuga Chinsi looked at Kimui's weary smile with pursed lips, overcome with sorrow. The thought that Kamui might one day simply vanish from the world made her feel unspeakably sad. She slumped down beside Kamui, keeping him company as they basked in the sunlight on the veranda. Chun Guang disappeared that night, and you've been sick since he got caught in the rain. It really was an ill-fated night. Yes, it truly was a night cursed with misfortune. After that, Hinata Asahi no longer fantasized about sparring and improving together with Kamui, though from time to time, she would still come by to check on him. From Kamui's perspective, she was simply looking for someone to dump her complaints on, a human trash bin. Hinata Yuzhao, that honest fellow, had no patience to listen to her rambling, so only Kamui, who never talked back, would sit through her endless chatter. Autumn drifted by in this quiet, uneventful manner. During that time, Kamui opened up his space and used the system a few more times, not out of necessity, but simply to practice and become more adept. On the 6th day of the Frostfall month, Kamui woke to the sound of the neighbor's rooster crowing, just as the sky outside began to pale with the first light of dawn. He leaned against the window, cracking it open just a sliver. A rush of cold wind swept in through the gap, carrying with it tiny, delicate snowflakes that pressed against his face. The sudden chill blew away the last traces of sleepiness. As Kamui watched the snowflakes settling in his hair, he was struck by a fleeting illusion, as if time had turned back. 3 years ago, on the day he left the Uchiha compound, it was snowing too. The flakes then were much larger, drifting down from a pale gray sky, cold and icy, biting against the skin. Kamui glanced at the numbers marked on the wall. Using both hands and feet, he climbed back to his bed and retrieved the small piece of charcoal from beneath his pillow. This time, instead of continuing the count as before, he began to count down. He wrote the number 365 on the wall. Each day, it would decrease by 1. When it finally reached 0, that would be the day Uchiha Madara fulfilled his promise, destroyed the Hyuga clan, and took Kamui away. Thinking about it, Kamui's feelings toward Madara had grown complicated. On one hand, he couldn't help but feel that Madara was somehow different from everyone else in his life. On the other hand, he truly, deeply hated him. After all, wasn't it because of Madara that he had suffered so much in the Hyuga household? There was a time when Kamui had desperately, passionately wished to kill him. Kamui stared blankly at the numbers. If, in the original story, the Hyuga clan survived all the way through Shippuden and Boruto, did that mean the Hyuga, whom Madara swore to destroy, really lived to see that future? It was hard to say. After all, in the original series, Madara never became enemies with the Hyuga clan. A year felt almost hopeful compared to the agony of the previous 3. It was as if he could finally glimpse the dawn. That thought made Kamui a bit giddy. He dressed, opened the door, and stepped out into the corridor, unafraid of the biting wind and falling snow. His body, after 3 years of hardship here, had grown weak. Every winter, his limbs would turn icy cold, and he found himself shivering and sensitive to the chill. But today, for the first time, he didn't feel cold at all. The Hyuga compound lay in the south, where snow so early in the morning was a rare event. The wind and snow swept across the rooftops, tossing the brittle foxtail grass this way and that, and already a thin layer of white had settled on the ground. That year, when he left the Uchiha clan, he looked just like this. He reached out, and snowflakes as fine as grains of salt fell into his palm. In his mind, the faces of Madara and Izuna appeared. Kamui curled his lips into a smile. What must those two look like now? They must be all grown up, right? The sky was gray, and the yellow earth cast a dull haze over this first snowy day of winter. Amid the swirling wind and snow, a figure in a black cloak suddenly appeared in Kamui's line of sight, standing out starkly against the backdrop. Someone opened the gate. Through the narrow gap, it was clear that not a single soul was on the street beyond. Empty and silent, as if the town had become a city of ghosts. For a fleeting moment, Kamui thought this was someone come to take him away. But almost instantly, he realized how laughable that idea was. Just by looking at the silhouette, he knew exactly who the visitor was. Hyuga Asaka spotted Kamui standing under the eaves, dressed in only thin clothes, and couldn't help but quicken his pace, hurrying toward him. As he ran, he grumbled, "You're not strong, and it's freezing out here. Why aren't you keeping warm inside your room?" The remark was almost comical, considering the state of Kamui's shabby little house. When it rained outside, it dripped inside. When the wind howled, it blew right through. There wasn't much difference between indoors and out. Kamui didn't pay much attention to his words. He watched as Asuka brushed the snow off his cloak and hopped up onto the porch. Kamui looked around. The gray and brown rooftops were dusted with a thin layer of snow, as if someone with dark skin had dabbed on a little powder. It was a modest touch of beauty. He smiled. It's the first snow. Back then, I left the Uchiha on a day just like this. Hyuga Asuka fell silent for a moment, then took off his cloak and draped it over Kamui's shoulders. The cloak was still warm from his body, and Kamui felt much warmer with it wrapped around him. We agreed to keep our meetings to a minimum. So why are you here again? Asuka stood with Kamui for a moment, then lifted the food box he was carrying to show him. I brought you this, he said, breaking into a rare smile. Usually so refined, the boy looked almost childlike when he grinned. And this is? Kamui glanced at the box, its lid firmly in place, making it impossible to see what was inside. At Kamui's question, Asuka's spirits brightened. He eagerly pulled Kamui toward the room, chatting happily as they walked. Come in and take a look, it's still hot. Kamui sat on the floor, where there was only a single worn-out cushion. He watched as Hyuga Asuka opened a food box and took out a bowl of red bean rice. Asuka presented the red bean rice as if it were a treasure, setting it on the low table right next to Kamui. He'd even brought chopsticks and a spoon, so Kamui could use whichever he liked. I added sugar on purpose. The rice is soft and sweet, with that special aroma of red beans. Go on, try it. Kamui glanced at the bowl of red bean rice, then at Asuka Hinata, feeling a bit puzzled. He couldn't help but chuckle, propping his chin in his hand and resting his elbow on the table as he asked, instead of staying home warm and cozy this early in the morning, you came all the way here just to bring me a bowl of red bean rice. With Kamui looking at him with that amused glint in his eyes, Asuka Hinata suddenly felt awkward about his own actions. He blinked his pale gray eyes, sneaking glances around the room, doing everything he could to avoid Kamui's gaze. I made too much. If I leave the rest, the red beans will get hard, so I thought I might as well bring some for you to eat. Kamui raised an eyebrow, his expression hovering between a smile and a smirk as he watched Asuka Hinata's unconvincing attempt at acting casual. He knew Asuka's intentions were kind, so he decided not to tease him any further. With a lazy motion, Kamui grabbed a spoon, scooped up a generous mouthful, and tasted it. The glutinous rice was sticky and soft, and the aroma of rice mingled perfectly with the scent of red beans, neither overpowering the other, but instead harmonizing beautifully. It was Kamui's first time eating red bean rice. After taking 2 or 3 bites, Asuka Hinata finally mustered the courage to look at him again and, with a mix of caution and anticipation, asked, "How does it taste?" Swallowing his mouthful of red bean rice, Kamui felt a faint sense of familiarity, as if he'd tasted something similar before. He squinted, in thought for a long moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "I've got it! Isn't this just like the taste of zongzi?" Asuka Hinata, what? Haha, it's pretty good. Honestly, this was far better than the leftover meals he usually had day in and day out. In fact, you could even call it a delicacy by comparison. Hearing the positive review, Asuka Hinata visibly relaxed. He smiled shyly and said in a quiet voice, "I only make it twice a year, so I was worried you might not like it." Only twice a year? If you like it, why not make it more often? Kamui couldn't quite make sense of that. Red beans weren't exactly some rare delicacy, after all. Some families might make it more often, but for ours, it's just too much trouble. That was true. Cooking was a hassle, which is why Kamui himself never cooked. The most he could manage was instant noodles, so he was in no position to judge anyone else. Kamui ate quietly, while Asuka Hinata waited patiently by his side. He even gently reminded Kamui that there was no rush. He could take his time eating. Kamui teased him. "What if the uncle who brings my meals shows up and sees you here?" Asuka Hinata remained calm. "Didn't you always say that on days with bad weather, the uncle forgets to bring you food anyway?" Fair point. Ever since that time he almost died from a stomachache, Kamui's fragile stomach had become ridiculously finicky. Too cold was no good, too hot was no good. Eating too fast was no good either. From then on, he'd been forced to develop the habit of eating slowly and thoroughly chewing every bite. It wasn't until Kamui swallowed the last mouthful of red bean rice, gathering the bowls, chopsticks, and spoon back in the food box, that, after a meal's worth of hesitation, Asuka Hyuga took out an oiled paper packet from the bottom layer of the box and handed it to Kamui. Kamui looked at it in confusion, frowning slightly. "What's this?" As soon as he asked, it seemed he suddenly remembered, and his face lit up with delight. "Is it sugar art?" Asuka Hyuga bit his lip, and after a brief pause, nodded. "Yeah, I saw someone selling these on the street when I went out. I'm not even sure why, but I bought a stick." Kemui took the oiled paper packet, praising as he opened it. Your Hyuga clan really does things with care. Even the children's sweets sold on the street are carefully wrapped in oiled paper. Ah, I guess it's because it's snowing today. He unfolded the packet to reveal a sugar figurine shaped like a rabbit with long ears, its caramel color gleaming invitingly. He took a bite, and the gentle sweetness with a faint toasted flavor spread across his tongue. I remember you gave me this candy in the winters of both last year and the year before. Back then, we weren't even on good terms. Why did you give me candy? Asuka Hyuga frowned slightly, lowered his head, and nervously picked at the edge of his fingernail before blurting out, maybe it was just a coincidence. I happened to buy it, didn't want to eat it, and when I saw you, I gave it to you. Kemui took a few more bites, stopping himself just in time before he felt sick. The last time he ate candy without throwing up was back in Songjiang City. He carefully wrapped the leftover candy back in the oiled paper, set it aside on the low table, and smiled at Asuka Hyuga. It's delicious, but if I eat it all at once, I won't have any left. I'll save the rest for this afternoon. Asuka seemed to believe him and nodded, just as Kemui began to say, today is my... He almost let the words slip out, but thought better of it, his smile tinged with a trace of melancholy as he changed the subject. Asuka, thank you. Though he didn't say it directly, Asuka Hyuga seemed to understand. He smiled too, replying, you're welcome. After all this time here, only this boy before him had offered him a bit of warmth. And that was enough. With even this small warmth, he wouldn't freeze to death. As for what the boy truly wanted, Kemui didn't care to think too much about it. After all, everyone has something they desire. Whether it's sincerity or calculation, as far as Asuka Hyuga was concerned, Kemui was useful to him. Mutual advantage might put some distance in a relationship, but it also makes it the most stable. As winter faded and spring began, the curtain rose on this final year. The reason this era is called the Warring States is simple. No clan that wants to survive can afford to stay out of the struggle. Hyuga Liuguang was well-versed in the art of moderation, much like a collection of fine wares marred by a few flawed pieces. Outstanding in both ability and conduct. His only failing was perhaps the fact that he'd fathered two remarkably disappointing children. His son was a prodigal, though his taijutsu skills stood out among his peers. Had he not recklessly led others into danger, and had he not encountered Shinkami, a peer whose martial skills far surpassed his own, he would not have ended up with a crippled right leg. In the end, he vanished without a trace, neither alive nor confirmed dead, leaving only unanswered questions behind. His daughter, Chensi, was willful and spoiled. Though blessed with striking beauty, her talents were ordinary at best. She was like a decorative pillow, lovely on the outside but lacking substance. Within, coming from a prominent clan, she never developed the resilience found in children from lesser families. And to make matters worse, she was hopelessly preoccupied with romance. Most of his virtues had not been passed down to his children. Seeing that his daughter was unfit to shoulder any great responsibility, he grew increasingly anxious about the clan's future. Moreover, the Hyuga had absorbed too many smaller families over the years, inevitably provoking the ire of other clans. After several years of unrest, it was no longer possible for them to remain aloof from the world. After signing a treaty of friendship, peace, and neutrality with the Uchiha, the broader landscape began to shift. Hyuga Liuguang was compelled to seek out reliable allies. Hagoromo Lieha had always been eager for such an alliance, so Liuguang went along with the current, and the two became partners, sharing both triumphs and setbacks. The feudal lords of the warring states all understood that banding together was the key to survival. The only exception was the Uchiha. They seemed incapable of forming lasting bonds with any clan, always acting alone, confronting every storm on their own terms. Once Hyuga and Hagoromo joined forces, they could no longer stand apart from the world's troubles. The increasing frequency of wars shattered the serenity that once reigned over Hyuga lands. Hyuga Liuguang could no longer remain behind the scenes, strategizing from afar. More and more often, he found himself on the battlefield. For Hyuga Chensi, life became even more difficult. Her father's present was her inevitable future, and uncertainty began to gnaw at her. She knew she could never bear such a heavy burden. As the years passed, she realized her efforts had been in vain. She was still that ornamental pillow, unable to defeat almost anyone. No matter how she strove to grow stronger, others advanced as well. It created a strange sensation. Though she worked tirelessly, it was as if she hadn't improved at all, always running in place. When autumn arrived, during a battle with ninja from the land of lightning, Hyuga Liuguang suffered a grievous wound. Those towering warriors, their skin dark as bronze, possessed tremendous strength. Not only were their ninjutsu skills formidable, but their bodies were as unyielding as iron walls. Hyuga's signature technique of striking pressure points proved almost useless against them, something Liu Guang had never anticipated. The Hyuga clan's signature technique, the gentle fist, had never known defeat. Because of this, Hyuga Liu Guang had grown careless. He failed to sever his opponent's meridians, nor did he manage to seal their chakra points. In one brutal move, he was thrown hard to the ground and punched in the chest. Blood spurted from his lips, spraying 2 meters away. The legendary defense technique, rotation, hailed as the ultimate shield, hadn't even had a chance to be deployed. To Hinata Chensi, her father was the most formidable person in the world. Yet seeing someone so powerful struck down and grievously wounded, her worldview crumbled in an instant. On that pitch-black, blustery night, Chensi could no longer hold back her emotions. She ran out of the house and made her way to Shunwei's small courtyard. When she slid open the paper door, the tracks of tears still marked her cheeks, not yet dried by the wind. She looked like a pet tormented for too long, desperate to break free from her cage, longing for someone to help her, to hear the cries of her heart, to maybe even tell her what she should do. Shunwei had been about to go to bed. When he saw Hinata Chensi's tear-stained face, a flicker of annoyance passed through his eyes. He loathed tears, whether they belonged to others or to himself. With her vision blurred by tears and her head bowed like a defeated rooster, Chensi didn't notice his disdain. She rushed forward, clutching desperately at Shunwei's arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Shunwei's arm stiffened as she clung to him, pouring out her heart. He quickly grasped the true source of her breakdown. Compared to those whose virtue did not match their position, or whose abilities fell short, someone like her, who was painfully aware of her own limitations and doubted her worthiness for great responsibility, was, in a way, far more clear-eyed. Yet, in this world, such clarity was rare. Hinata Chensi's troubles could be distilled to a single truth. Her lack of ability made her fear the battlefield, and made her even more afraid of death. Those without strength are always more afraid to die. After all, the capable ones brim with confidence. They never believe their end will come. Their only thought is to bring death to their enemies. If the day comes when I become the head of the Hyuga clan, then it'll be me leading everyone into battle. It'll be me. The woman before him, her face a mask of tears, bore no trace of the arrogance she'd shown the first time they met. Watching someone so lofty fall from their pedestal, Shunwei felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. The more miserable the main branch of the Hyuga clan was, the happier he felt. Hinata Changwang was lucky. Before he had any chance to react, before he could even taste the agony of death, he was blown apart, gone in an instant. One could only imagine how gratifying it would be to see that twisted fiend wear an expression of despair, confusion, and terror in front of him. There would never be such a chance. Even Edo Tensei could only bring back a pale imitation. The sacrifice would never be him. Whenever he remembered Hinata Changwang's designs against him, Shunwei felt nothing but disgust. Even though those things never came to pass, Shunwei's revulsion remained. Just recalling that he'd ever been coveted, ever the subject of such filthy fantasies by that monster, made him sick to his core. Now, as he looked at this woman who bore a 40% resemblance to Hyuga Morning Light, the thought that the same blood flowed through her veins as through morning lights made him feel all the more repulsed. Those long-dormant, dark impulses surged forth once again. Kamui fixed his gaze on Hyuga Chensi's swollen, tear-stained eyes and spoke. In a low voice, "When the time comes, someone will come to take me back to the Uchiha. Lady Chensi, would you like to leave with me?" Hyuga Chensi was stunned. She forgot to cry, simply staring in astonishment at the handsome young man before her. It was nighttime. Unlike usual, the boy's hair wasn't tied up in his signature high ponytail. Instead, his jet black hair spilled smoothly down his back, with his princess cut, bangs now grown long, draping over his chest. The lamp oil was impure, and now and then it sputtered with a faint hiss, followed by a wisp of blue smoke curling lazily into the air. The night was very quiet. Aside from the lamp's intermittent noises and the wind outside, there was nothing else to be heard. In the dim, flickering light, the boy sat right in front of her. He tilted his head slightly as he smiled at her, his features blurring the line between masculine and feminine. So beautiful, he seemed almost otherworldly, like a spirit born of the night. A smile blossomed at the corner of his lips, forming an elegant, captivating arc. He repeated softly, "When I leave this place, will you come with me? Let me take you away from this hell." Was this an invitation? If you stay by my side, I could never bear to send you to the battlefield. A girl as lovely as you should be cherished and kept safe at home, shouldn't she? Are you talking about me? Seeing her dazed, almost foolish expression, Kamui was clearly amused. He nodded. "Is there a third person here I don't know about?" His voice was quiet, only a shade louder than the whispering wind. Come with me, do you dare? Staring into those deep, black eyes, Hyuga Chinsi felt as if she was under a spell. She nodded, entranced. Kamui, take me with you. I can give up everything. It sounded as if she was sacrificing out of love, but in truth, she was desperate to cast off the burdens that weighed her down. Kamui let out a low, quiet laugh. Very well. When that day comes, leave everything behind and go with me. The conversation that night felt like a dream, carrying hope. The pressure from all sides, combined with her growing fascination with Kamui, made Hyuga Chinsi truly contemplate leaving with him. She tried to reassure herself, it's just like marrying into the Uchiha. That's all. Whenever people know deep down that what they're doing is wrong, they instinctively reach for a noble-sounding excuse. She was no different. As the 6th day of the last frostfall moon drew closer, Kamui's heart grew increasingly restless, much like the anxious anticipation of nearing home. For 4 years, he had been hypnotizing himself, telling himself that Madara would come fetch him on the promised day. Even though there was a time when he wanted nothing more than to kill Madara, when the appointed day finally drew near, his hatred seemed to fade. All he wanted now was for Madara to keep his word and destroy the Hyuga clan. Once he awakened the system, the Hyuga could no longer hold him captive, but he stubbornly chose to wait a whole year, just to see if a person would honor their promise. He also wanted to know if he would be deceived by the same man twice. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara was a truly unique figure. Unless absolutely necessary, Kamui had no wish to kill him. However, there was always a however. If Madara broke his word, Kamui didn't mind sending Indra's chakra to reincarnate a little ahead of schedule. Still, keeping Madara alive always had its uses. Now, as the battlefield grew more chaotic, with more and more ninja clans joining the fray and the conflict turning into a sprawling melee among 100 clans, Kamui began to doubt whether Madara would really come on the appointed day. His faith in Uchiha Madara wavered, swinging between certainty and collapse. He found himself caught between the joy of imminent freedom and the unease that no one might come for him when the time arrived. Watching the numbers on the wall count down day by day, Kamui grew more and more restless. He stopped sleeping through the nights, imagining Madara keeping his promise, coming with his men to destroy the Hyuga and take him home. Don't let me down, he'd murmur to himself, or I swear I'll... But no one is made of iron. After so many sleepless nights, eventually exhaustion caught up with him. Kamui allowed himself a short rest. He lay down fully clothed beneath his blanket, clutching the only thing that truly belonged to him. A cloak Madara had draped over his shoulders the day he'd left the Uchiha compound. The clothes he'd worn back then had long since been outgrown and worn to shreds, discarded who knew where. Now, Kamui dressed no differently from any other Hyuga youth, in pure white, everyday robes. Only that cloak, rarely worn but perfectly preserved, remained. For the past 4 years, he had treasured it in his cabinet, saving it for the day he went home, just as he'd worn it when he first arrived. With the cloak in his arms, he felt as if he could leave this place with effortless grace at any moment. Kamui drifted into sleep, a smile of happiness lingering at his lips, a smile born from the hope of soon escaping his cage. He didn't know how long he'd slept, but nightmares soon found him. The smile faded gradually from his lips as he clutched the cloak tighter in his dream. He dreamed of Uchiha Madara. Madara lay there, covered in blood and barely breathing, collapsed on the ground. The place was shrouded in darkness. No sky, no earth, no boundaries. There wasn't even the faintest glimmer of light. Yet he knew with absolute certainty that the motionless figure before him was Madara. He ran over, calling Madara's name again and again, lifting him up and cradling him in his arms. Madara opened his eyes and looked at him, staring for a long time before finally recognizing his face. Kamui, he asked. Kamui nodded repeatedly. It's almost the day you promised to come to the Hyuga clan and take me home. How'd you end up like this? Madara recalled the promise as well. Guilt flashed across his face as he apologized to Kamui. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Just wait a little longer. I promised I'd come for you. Kamui, please wait for me. His voice grew softer and softer, until even the faintest whisper disappeared completely. He leaned against Kamui's chest, motionless. Kamui stared at him in confusion, unable to tell if Madara had fallen asleep, lost consciousness, or died. In a place like that, it was impossible to tell. All Kamui could do was call Madara's name again and again, shaking him with desperate force. But Madara never opened his eyes again. That was how Kamui woke up, startled out of the nightmare, gasping for breath in sheer panic. It took several minutes for him to realize it had only been a dream. He clutched the cloak in his arms tightly, forcing himself to smile. Dreams are the opposite of reality. Master always said so. Dreams always go the other way. But do they really? How could he know? On the third day of Frost Descent, Kim Yui once again visited the main house of the Hyuga clan. This time, there was no feast, no guests, just a simple meeting with Hyuga Liuguang. After a period of rest and the care of medical ninja, Liuguang had recovered. His health was no longer in danger, and he looked lively and well. He shared good news with Kim Yui. The Uchiha would arrive as scheduled on the 6th day of the month to exchange hostages. Ever since that dream, Kim Yui's heart had been uneasy. But hearing Liuguang's words, the tension finally eased. Liuguang didn't make things difficult for him because Kim Yui was about to leave the Hyuga clan. Instead, he only spoke a few polite, pleasant words. On the afternoon of the 4th, Hyuga Chinsi came to confirm with Kim Yui whether she would really be leaving with him. Kim Yui was in good spirits, and his attitude toward her was gentler than usual. With Kim Yui's definite answer, Chinsi was still somewhat conflicted, but a hopeful spark shone in her eyes. On the afternoon of the 5th, Kim Yui met Hyuga Fania for the last time in the small courtyard. Fania looked unwell, a sullen aura radiating from him. Still, he stubbornly asked Kim Yui the same question. Is there really no way not to go back? Kim Yui's ears had grown numb from hearing it. He hugged the cloak and ignored him. Seeing that all too familiar black cloak, Fania's temper flared for no reason. Every time that person came, he wore the same cloak, and the sight of it infuriated Fania beyond measure. He suddenly lunged, trying to snatch the cloak away. Kim Yui hadn't expected such a move and stared, dumbfounded, at this brooding, prickly man radiating hostility. This is mine. Shunwei clung tightly to the cloak, declaring his ownership. Asuka Hyuga stared at the cloak as if it were a sworn enemy. He didn't say a word, but his grip only tightened. Shunwei's brows knitted in deep worry, terrified that his one and only possession would be snatched away. He showed a rare urgency. It's mine. I wore it when I came here. It's not something from your Hyuga family. Seeing Shunwei's desperate expression, Asuka suddenly stopped moving. The two boys stood locked in a standoff, neither willing to loosen their hold. You look at me. I look at you. Don't go, please. At last, Asuka couldn't hold back any longer. Shunwei's tense expression slowly softened. He gazed at the boy in front of him for a long moment, and suddenly, as if understanding dawned on him, he realized Asuka's true intent. So, in this world, there are people who wish for his company. People who, from the heart, don't want to let him go. He realized that, to certain people, he was important too. Let go, Asuka. After a long silence, Shunwei's gentle voice echoed through the room. At the sound of his name, the stubbornness in Asuka's eyes snapped like a taut string breaking. His eyes stung with tears, hot and heavy. He bowed his head, no longer daring to meet Shunwei's gaze. Although Shunwei's demeanor was often far from gentle, sometimes even strange and cunning. In all the time they'd spent together, Shunwei was the only one, apart from his late parents, who didn't look at him and his sister with prejudice. Even if they weren't allies, even if their grand plan had never existed, Asuka still couldn't bear to see him leave. Once Shunwei was gone, everything would return to how it was before. And if their plan succeeded, what awaited him was an even fiercer storm. He needed someone by his side, even if that person did nothing. Just being there, smiling, ruffling his hair, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, would be enough to ease the anxiety. Shunwei's smile had that kind of magic. Don't go, please. His plea shifted from cautious inquiry to a dull, repetitive whisper. Without the slightest hesitation, Shunwei shook his head. He glanced around the room. Floor, walls. No trace of that dreadful night remained, but after living here day after day, his dreams were still haunted by the vile face of Hyuga Asai. To Shunwei, this place was utterly repulsive. He couldn't stand to stay another moment. The path you choose, however hard it may be, is yours to walk alone. Sometimes, others may walk with you for a while, but in the end, you'll find yourself on your own. I have my own road to follow, and Asuka, so do you. Shunwei smiled and asked, what's wrong? Can't you make it without me? In the end, Asuka Hyuga was still unwilling to admit defeat. He stiffened his neck and shook his head. A hand came down gently on his head. The other person softly ruffled his hair and, just like an older brother, squinted his eyes. As he smiled, don't forget our promise. A young man should have lofty ambitions. We agreed not to let ourselves become victims. Asuka sniffled, then let out a small ah in response. I will keep my promise, and you must do the same with yours. If you wish, you can always think of me as your brother. After all, looking around this world, he was all alone. Having another younger brother wouldn't be so bad. Kim Yui's words were sincere, yet still carried a polite distance. After all, how could a Hyuga ever truly see an Uchiha as an older brother? Just imagining it felt utterly ridiculous. If Asuka Hyuga had truly regarded Kim Yui as his brother, had truly trusted him, then he would not have activated his Byakugan behind Kimui's back that day to secretly observe his chakra flow and injuries. For an outsider, anyone with a shred of sense would be wary. Without absolute trust, only suspicion remains. Such people could never truly be brothers. Asuka Hyuga didn't answer Kamui. Instead, he slowly loosened his grip on the black cloak, finger by finger. If they treat you badly, or try to send you away again, just find someone to let me know. I promise I'll come to save you. With red-rimmed eyes, Asuka spoke with a seriousness and stubbornness that Kamui did not doubt for a moment. Yet he also understood that people from different camps rarely manage to hold onto their true hearts. Once shackles and obligations take hold, many promises once spoken are scattered by the winds of life, never to matter again. But Kamui didn't expose this harsh truth. He simply nodded gently. He was no longer the Kamui who could be pushed around at will. After 4 years living as a hostage, both he and the man named Uchiha Kamui had repaid the Uchiha clan for raising them. Whether it was Taijima or Madara, neither father nor son would ever again find an excuse to exploit him. Back then, he was weak and helpless, unable to protect himself. Now, things were different. He would never again allow anyone in this world to wrong him. Whoever dare betray him, he would not hesitate to strike back with deadly force. Kamui glanced at his own hands, mentally counting how many targets for revenge remained. A sly smile tugged at his lips. He realized he'd become something of a cunning, ruthless villain. When he was a child, he used to watch countless martial arts dramas. Who hadn't dreamed of being a hero? But now, he no longer wished to be a hero. He repaid every slight and held every grudge. Such a person could never be a true hero. He stayed awake all night, eyes open until dawn. As daylight crept in, Kamui reached under his pillow and retrieved the tiny piece of charcoal, now worn down to the size of a fingernail. With a sense of satisfaction, he drew a 0 on the wall. In the short time spent waiting for Madara's arrival, Kamui enjoyed the only hot meal the main Hyuga family had ever given him in all these years. It was a lavish spread, steaming white rice and miso soup, grilled fish with grated daikon, and even a soft-boiled onsen egg with a runny yolk. This feels just like New Year's, Kamui laughed aloud. When he first arrived, it was the Hyuga who went to bring him from the Uchiha. Now, as he was leaving, it was the Uchiha's turn to personally escort the Hyuga's hostage back, and take Kamui home as well. The weather was beautiful that day, nothing like the snowy scene when we first came. To be able to leave the Hyuga compound, perhaps that was the best birthday present Kamui could have received. After breakfast, he was buzzing with excitement, fantasizing about how Madara would take down the Hyuga clan. They hadn't seen each other in 4 years. Madara must be a grown man by now. Maybe he looked just like the young man Kamui remembered from the anime. Had he become incredibly powerful, able to take on 100 opponents single-handedly? Would he come alone, or would he bring Izuna as well? How many of his clansmen would he bring? After all, wiping out the Hyuga's main forces was no easy feat. Minutes and seconds crawled by, and it was nearly noon when Madara finally appeared at the entrance to the Hyuga compound, leading more than a dozen Uchiha. Clan heir, someone behind him looked at Madara's straight back, worry flickering in their eyes. Beneath the somber indigo robes, Madara's body was tightly wrapped with layer after layer of bandages. In his current condition, he really shouldn't have made such a long journey. They had tried to dissuade him, but Madara was stubborn, insisting on coming in person. Now, his companions truly feared he might suddenly collapse, completely unguarded. But Madara ignored their concern. He replied in a low voice, "I'm fine." His gaze remained fixed ahead, outwardly calm and composed, but only he knew the true urgency that consumed him inside. He was desperate to see that one familiar figure. Knowing Kamui was just up ahead, drawing closer with every step, made every passing moment feel unbearably long. He stared down the broad avenue, searching with all his heart. At last he saw them, a group of Hyuga in their signature white robes. Kamui, wrapped in the same black cloak he'd worn on arrival, stood out sharply among the white-clad Hyuga. He had grown taller. The cloak that once trailed on the ground now only reached just below his knees. Walking amidst the Hyuga, Kamui caught sight of Madara at the very front, even from a distance. Madara had grown, too, no longer a boy, but a young man with the beginnings of a commanding presence. Even standing there quietly, he radiated an unmistakable aura of power. His tall, slender figure stood firm. The wind swept through his wild hair. With an impassive expression, he stood before his clan, long sword planted before him, both hands resting calmly on the hilt. One look was enough to know this was not someone to be trifled with. Kamui also noticed the Hyuga boy who, like him, had been held as a hostage. The boy had grown up as well. Compared to when they first met, he was taller, fairer, and a bit plumper. Yes, plumper. Was it really possible to grow plumper as a hostage? Apparently, not every hostage suffers the same fate as he did. In recent years, Madara had become renowned for his military exploits, his name spreading far and wide. Considering Madara was the future head of the Uchiha clan, Hyuga Liuguang dared not be careless. He personally came to the edge of the village to greet him with a few polite words. The official exchange between the clan head and the young clan leader held no interest for Kamui. He just wanted to hurry back to the other side. Just like 4 years ago, the scene repeated itself. Only this time, both sides ran toward their own people, hearts brimming with joy. Kamui ran toward the Uchiha, while the Hyuga boy ran toward his own clan. They brushed past each other once again, and this time, both of them smiled. When Madara saw Kamui running toward him, his breath caught for a moment. From the instant he laid eyes on Kamui, his gaze never left the boy's face. But what had happened to Kamui's legs, and what about that mark on his forehead? For years of longing and worry, for years spent fearing the worst. Yet the one he regarded as a true brother had survived. He was alive and well. Even if Kamui was still as frail and thin as ever, at least he was alive, and as long as he lived, there would be a chance to make things right. The name Madara had whispered to himself countless times in private suddenly felt unfamiliar, now that they were face to face. The two of them exchanged complicated glances. Though there were countless things they wanted to say, neither could find the words. Madara looked Kamui up and down, his lips fumbling, all the greetings he had prepared vanishing from his mind. His face still wore that familiar mask of indifference, but only Kamui could sense the emotions hidden beneath the surface. Uchiha Madara was never one to show his feelings openly. Whether he disliked or cared for someone, his demeanor in youth remained cool and reserved. Only the subtle changes in his eyes betrayed his true emotions. Toward those he disliked, he wouldn't spare a second glance. Toward friends or those he cherished, his gaze would become intense and focused. Perhaps that was his own, unique way of showing emotion. Now, Madara was looking at Kamui with a gaze as if he wanted to etch him into his very soul. Meeting Madara again was something Kamui had longed for, and seeing him meant he could finally leave the Hyuga. Only by leaving the Hyuga clan could the plan he'd so carefully laid begin to unfold. But after everything that happened with Hyuga Changwon, Kamui could no longer look at Madara as merely a brother or friend. He had become calculating, weighing every word and action. So, while Madara felt only the pure joy of reunion, Kamui's feelings were far more conflicted. After all, right now, he could barely resist the urge to strike Madara down himself. Your forehead, perhaps realizing that his emotions had been too openly displayed, Madara awkwardly shifted his gaze to Kamui's forehead, where layers of white bandages were wrapped. Speaking of which, Kamui let out a brief exclamation and reached up to touch it. How was he supposed to explain this to Madara? With a slight curl of his lips, he smiled. I got a little hurt, so I wrapped it up. It's nothing serious. Kamui swept his eyes over the dozen or so Uchiha clan members behind him, all dressed in their clan attire and black cloaks. An uncertain look flashed in his gaze as he turned openly to Madara, a hint of amusement in his voice. So, is this all you brought with you? His eyes carried a trace of disdain as he asked, causing Madara's previously expressionless face to pale noticeably. Instinctively, Madara reached out and grabbed Kamui's sleeve, his voice softer and gentler than before. Listen to me. But Kamui acted as if he hadn't heard a word. He glanced at the Hyuga clan members across from them and remarked coolly, if it's just these people, how exactly are we supposed to wipe them out? His words weren't loud, yet everyone present, Uchiha and Hyuga alike, heard him clearly. Without exception, they all froze on the spot. Hey, what did you just say? Before the Hyuga could react, the Uchiha clan members had already grown wary. There were only a dozen of them on Hyuga territory. If things went south, they could all be wiped out. Under normal circumstances, maybe it wouldn't be so bad, but Madara was not the same as before. Hyuga Liuguang, being the clan head, managed to keep his composure better than the others. Standing before Madara, he couldn't very well say anything too harsh, so he did his best to keep things civil. He chuckled dryly and said, it's only natural for a young man to have some pent-up resentment after 4 years away from home. I understand that. Besides, I've met with your clan head before, and we both intend to extend this peace and friendship indefinitely. The underlying message was clear. We're showing you respect, so don't push your luck. Even your clan head isn't looking for a fight. What are you youngsters trying to prove? The Senju and Uzumaki clans were in frequent contact, and the Uchiha were wary of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. If they wanted to focus all their efforts on dealing with the Senju and Uzumaki, they needed to keep their rear flank stable. Originally, Taijima had intended for Kamui to stay a while longer, but Kamui still remembered every word Uchiha Taijima had said to him that afternoon in the study. Looking back now, it was nothing but placation, never the truth. He alone had foolishly believed that the loyal, brave Uchiha would truly seek justice for him, would truly wipe out the Hyuga. But the Hyuga were just another clan, no different from the Hagoromo clan that vanished into the flow of history in the original story. They would never have any real impact on the fate of this world. Kamui glanced at Madara, and once again, he saw that look of helplessness in Madara's eyes. The hand clutching his sleeve tightened, and Madara only ever used such a gentle, pleading tone with those dearest to him. He said, "Kamui, don't do this." Kamui let out a laugh. That smile had shed its youthful awkwardness, compared to the past. He looked even more striking, his expression carrying a touch of irresistible allure and danger. The sun was shining brilliantly today. After several days of gloom, they had been bracing themselves for snow, just like it had fallen 4 years ago, but who could have guessed the skies would clear so suddenly this morning? The sunlight filled Kamui with boundless hope. He had stood on the edge, cloak in his arms, watching the sun rise in the east. In that moment, he thought to himself, good weather is just like the promise Uchiha Madara once made to him, something to look forward to, so much more than the storms. He told himself that if Madara kept his word, he could suppress his own desires for a while, give himself a reason to live a little longer. But now, it seemed he'd been far too naive. With a sudden jerk, he flung off Madara's hold. The smile vanished from his face, replaced entirely by shadows of gloom and cold indifference, tinged with utter despair and a hint of madness. The clan leader lied, and even you, the one I want to trust, lied to me. Who was it that swore to me, who promised to destroy the Hyuga before coming for me? Huh? Madara's face grew even paler. Seeing Kamui, so desperate to make a scene, he felt no urge to blame him in the slightest. All he could think of was how much suffering Kamui must have endured, hobbling on one leg, bandages wrapped around his forehead. Kamui had always been a kind and patient child. He would never have lashed out like this unless he'd been pushed to the brink. Madara's heart ached unbearably, far more than the wounds on his back or the pain in his abdomen. He looked at Kamui, his brows slowly knitting together in helpless sorrow. His empty hand opened and closed a few times. He had to admit, in his current condition, it would be impossible to defeat Hyuga Liuguang. Kamui. Amid the crowd, a timid voice stood in stark contrast to Kamui's outburst. Under everyone's gaze, Hyuga Chinsi stepped forward, disbelief written all over her face. They had agreed he would take her away. She had waited until the hostage exchange, but nothing had happened. That was why she had secretly followed them here. Maybe, she thought, Kamui had simply forgotten. But when she arrived and overheard their conversation, all she heard was talk of destroying her clan. Kamui, could it be? Don't call my name. You don't deserve to. Hyuga Chinsi's heart skipped a beat, and she froze in her tracks. This was the first time she had ever seen Kamui like this. Wild, almost deranged, his face like a winter frost, eyes rimmed red with a look of ruthless destruction that sent chills down her spine. The gentle smile he once wore seemed nothing but an illusion now. There was no way to reconcile it with the person before her, making him feel like a complete stranger. You said you want to wipe out the Hyuga clan? How could such cruel words come from such beautiful lips? Kamui slowly lifted his chin and took a deep breath. He turned his face toward Madara beside him, tilting his head ever so slightly in a mechanical way. His eyes swept over Hyuga Chinsi with a cold, predatory glare, full of contempt and revulsion. Right now, his emotions were dangerously unstable. The anger swelling within him had multiplied to the point where neither his body nor his soul could contain it. Looking at Hyuga Chinsi's face, a face that resembled Hyuga Chingwang's by nearly 40%, he felt his stomach churn, overcome by nausea. That's right, he replied in a voice as cold and emotionless as ice. I'll wipe out the Hyuga, destroy every last one of you. Fake, selfish, and disgusting. So everything you told me the day before yesterday was a lie. This was the first time she'd ever liked someone. Her heart and mind were filled with him. But now, she realized things were far more complicated than she'd thought. Hyuga Chinsi had appeared out of nowhere, saying things to Kamui that left everyone bewildered. Not just the Hyuga, even the Uchiha were at a loss. Everyone watched the two of them, the male and female leads separated by more than 10 meters, as if no one could resist the temptation of a juicy drama. Hyuga Liuguang's expression had turned grim, but he too had no idea what Kamui had said to his daughter. He wanted to know himself. Kamui pressed his tongue against his molars and squinted up at the sun. After staring at it for a few seconds, he nodded silently, then suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was as light as a breath of air, but just that single sound drained the color from Hyuga Chinsi's face. Every time Kamui made a joke, he would laugh like this. Do you really want to come with me to the Uchiha? For the first time, He was willing to spare Hyuga a bit more of his attention. But Hyuga didn't dwell on that. Her concern lay elsewhere. So, was your love for me a lie too? How could someone who claimed to love her want to annihilate her entire clan? She was a proud girl, born into privilege, admired by all in the Hyuga. How could she possibly admit she'd been played by Kamui? She remembered every look Kamui had ever given her, gentle, affectionate. How could eyes like that be faking it? It was as if she'd gone mad, not caring at all about propriety or the importance of the moment. As the main family heir, every word she spoke should have been measured, but she paid no heed. If you truly want to come with me to the Uchiha, then kill your father. Kill that uncle who always feeds me his leftovers. Kill all these sanctimonious people standing here. Do that, and I'll take you away. You were the one who taught me taijutsu. You once said. Hinata Chinsi suddenly fell silent, a look of confusion clouding her face. It was only at this moment that she realized, after spending so much time together, after Kamui had whispered so many ambiguous words to her, he had never once said he liked her. All the feelings she thought he had for her, all those imagined affections, were nothing but stories she'd made up in her own head. Here they were, holding a conversation, yet every response missed the mark. Their words were completely disconnected, like two horses running in opposite directions. The heir of the main branch, lost and broken, confessed her feelings to the Uchiha hostage, and even harbored fantasies of leaving with him. It was a humiliation beyond compare. Many eyes turned to Hinata Liuguang. The smile he had forced onto his face was now replaced by a thunderous gloom. Take her back. Don't let her spout nonsense here, he ordered the people at his side. The attendants exchanged glances, and finally, one of them approached Hinata Chinsi. Like someone gone mad, Hinata Chinsi tore herself free and rushed to Kamui's side. She clung tightly to his arm, demanding, so all those words about liking me and caring for me, were they lies? Do you not like me at all? Her pride, always a shield, could not accept that everything might have been a lie. She was beautiful, the clan leader's daughter, admired by so many within her family. Yet her heart belonged to the one standing before her. She had given her all, only to have her feelings trampled beneath someone's feet. In that moment, she felt as though she'd lost her mind. Nothing else mattered. She had to have an answer from Kamui. Kamui stood there, stiff and unyielding as a wooden post. He no longer looked at Hinata Chinsi. His face was etched with impatience and disdain. When did I ever say I liked you? But, since you're the heir of the Hinata main house, and since you do have a pretty face, if you insist on coming with me, I suppose I could reluctantly let you tag along. Kamui shot her a sidelong glance, and, with chilling indifference, uttered, it'd be just like keeping a stray cat or dog, tossing you leftovers, cutting you with sharp blades now and then. So long as you're still breathing, that's all that matters. His words were venomous enough to make everyone present frown in discomfort. And then Kamui's next words twisted the atmosphere into something even stranger. Isn't that exactly how you've all treated me? Madara, listening nearby, felt his brow knit back together after barely having relaxed. He stared at Kamui. The way Kamui spoke, it was as if none of it mattered to him, as if he were making up stories just to fill the silence. Hinata Chinsi stood there, utterly bewildered. Her voice broke as she asked, Kamui, why are you treating me like this? Now, that was a good question. Kamui had imagined this moment more times than he could count. Her asking him why, her eyes brimming with tears, confusion and indignation warring within them, just as she was now. For the first time ever, Shunwei lifted his hand and grasped her chin, the trails of her cold tears dampening his fingers. Because on my very first day here, you spat at me. You looked at me with such disdain, as if I were nothing but trash. The confusion in her eyes only deepened. Hinata's memory held no trace of such an event. Was this really supposed to be a reason? Just because of that, I wanted to greet you with a smile, but then you crushed what little pride I had left, me, who had nothing to my name, right into the ground, just like your damn brother did. Shunwei let out a long breath, as if ready to put an end to this hollow exchange. I've told you more than once that I'm no good person, but you just never believed me. That's who I am. Still holding Hinata's chin, Shunwei glanced sideways at Ban, a sly smile on his lips. I bear grudges. I said I'd give you 2 lessons, and I'm a man of my word. I taught you martial arts with all the diligence I had. As for life's lessons, well, those are the kind you remember for a lifetime. Everyone fell silent, listening to Shunwei alone as he continued. The most unreliable thing in this world is so-called feelings. True love and all that, it simply doesn't exist. All of a sudden, Hinata let go of Shunwei's arm, as if her strength had drained away. Like a puppet with its strings cut, she was led away by her clansmen. Whatever awaited her, Shunwei found he no longer cared. His own sincerity had been trampled underfoot in just this way. If you were the only one to taste such bitterness, it would be far too cruel to accept. As for Hinata Liuguang, ashen-faced, no longer did his expression justice. He looked at Shunwei as though he could devour him whole. Before they left, Taijima had repeatedly urged Ban not to make enemies of the Hyuga. There was simply no energy left to deal with them now. Knowing full well how much Shunwei had endured, Ban, as the young clan leader, could not allow himself to be swayed by emotion. Besides, his body had reached its limit. He could not afford another fight. Even just standing here required all his strength. Grinding his teeth, Ban forced himself to swallow his hatred for the Hyuga, striving to appear humble as he apologized to Hinata Liuguang. He's not in the best frame of mind right now, so please, clan leader, don't take it to heart. Even as he said it, Ban found the words cutting, as if stabbing a knife into Shunwei's heart. Hinata Liuguang said nothing, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Shunwei. Shunwei showed not the slightest fear, even letting out a laugh. He turned to Ban and, still smiling, asked, "Who are you calling unstable?" "Shunwei." Ban shot him an urgent look, as if to say, "We'll destroy them, but not now." But if not now, then when? 5 years? 10? 100? 1,000? Putting it off meant nothing but deceit and broken promises. It was you who broke your promise, and now you turn around and slander me? Fine, Uchiha Madara. Do you really see me as a toy you can toss aside and never take responsibility for? Kim Yui, I never once thought of you that way. In an instant, pale blue chakra erupted from Kam Yui's body, sending a powerful shockwave that whipped his cloak into the air. The fabric billowed and snapped with the wind, his jet black hair surging upward, and the pure white hairband stood out starkly among the dark strands. Everyone watched in stunned silence, as his eyes changed from black to crimson. Something began to spin rapidly in his pupils, and when the spinning stopped, 2 comma-shaped tomo appeared vividly in his eyes. The Sharingan, and it's the double tomo form. This surge of overwhelming anger had awakened Kim Yui's 2 tomo Sharingan. Faced with such a scene, the Uchiha hardly knew whether to worry or rejoice. On one hand, they feared Kim Yui would stir up trouble. On the other, they couldn't help but feel elated at the awakening of his Sharingan. The contradiction was almost unbearable. Kim Yui kept his gaze fixed on Madara. Then who am I supposed to blame for the 4 years of suffering I've endured here? If you think you can keep up this facade of peace and friendship, you're dreaming. The war between our clans, whether you want to fight or not, it's inevitable. Right here, right now, I'm saying it. Kam Yui's emotions were clearly spiraling out of control. Madara tried to reach out to steady him, to calm him down, but the moment his hand lifted, Kim Yui, who had been standing right there, vanished without a trace, as if he'd never existed at all. The disappearance was so sudden that everyone was left dumbfounded. Those with Sharingan activated their eyes, those with Byakugan unleashed, their gaze scouring the entire area inside and out. But Kim Yui was nowhere to be found. Not a hint of chakra, not a trace of presence remained. The idea that a living, breathing person could simply vanish in a thin air was beyond anyone's imagination. Just then, everyone's attention was drawn upwards, to the tops of each other's heads. They stared at those around them in confusion. No one in the area was spared. What's going on? Why are there 3 red exclamation marks above your heads? What do you mean your heads? There are 3 above yours too. What is happening here? Even Hugo Liuguang, seasoned and worldly as he was, couldn't make heads or tails of it, and the others were even more bewildered. Madara himself didn't feel fear, but an uneasy tension settled in his chest, a sense that something uncontrollable was about to occur. They couldn't see anything unusual, nor could they feel it by touch. The sense of foreboding only deepened for everyone present. Amid the growing chorus of alarm, Hugo Liuguang's body suddenly stiffened, freezing in place. A look of shock slowly crept across his face as he strained to turn his head and look behind him. Patriarch, the Hyuga clansman, who had been searching for Kim Yui, cried out in alarm. A gaping hole had been punched through Hugo Liuguang's chest. With that fatal blow, the figure both sides had been seeking with their Sharingan and Byakugan began to take shape, materializing right behind Hugo Liuguang. A frail, slender hand had pierced straight through Hugo Liuguang's chest, clutching a still-beating organ in its grasp. No one knew when he had gotten there. By all rights, no stealth technique should have escaped those eyes, yet none of them had seen Kam Yui coming. There was no attack, no defense. In a split second, the heart was gone. Hugo Liuguang died before everyone's eyes, just like his son who had vanished without a trace. No one saw him alive, nor did they see him die. He collapsed without uttering a single cry of pain. The head of a great clan, a man of such skill and renown, slain with a single strike by a junior right in front of everyone. No one would believe it if they hadn't witnessed it themselves. Madara murmured the name instinctively. Kamui lifted his chin and swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes finally locking onto Madara's stunned face. I told you, the moment I left the Hyuga, I'd become the fiercest man in the Uchiha. And now, this fiercest Uchiha had truly shaken the world. He had killed the leader of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Liuguang didn't even have time for last words. His body toppled forward, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a thin cloud of dust. Even in death, his face was frozen in disbelief. Time itself seemed to stand still. Everyone stared, dumbfounded, at Liu Guang's fallen body, and at last their eyes shifted upward, settling as one on Kamui. There he stood, a strikingly handsome man clad in the white robes of the Hyuga, draped with a black Uchiha cloak. His expression was twisted, almost grotesque. The organ in his palm still seemed to throb, crimson blood staining his arm up to the elbow. He stood there, laughing a wild, deranged laughter. No one could possibly believe he was in his right mind. Madara stared at Kamui across from him, his hair standing on end in disbelief. He had ruined everything, completely. The Hyuga in attendance, shaken from their shock, erupted in fury at the sight of their fallen leader. Some hurled themselves at the Uchiha, while others dashed back to the village to sound the alarm and call for reinforcements. At this point, Madara had no choice but to act. He rushed to Kamui's side, shielding him as he warily fended off the charging Hyuga shinobi. At last, Kamui's chilling laughter ceased. He curled his lips in a sneer as he glanced at Madara, his tone full of disdain. I've shattered your beautiful dream of continued friendship. Don't you resent me for it? Why bother protecting me? Why not just let them swarm me and kill me right here? That's a separate matter, Madara replied. Kamui pressed one hand to his eye, still struggling to adjust to the world through the newly awakened Sharingan. The curve of his lips lifted just right, and he spoke with a weary air. You're always like this, never forceful enough, always too soft-hearted. Madara had nothing to say. They'd grown up together since childhood, and Kamui knew his strengths and weaknesses better than even he did himself. Almost as if he feared their hatred was not deep enough, Kamui shouted loudly at the members of the Hyuga clan. It wasn't just your clan leader. Over a year ago, the son of your clan leader, the one you all went mad searching for, he was killed by me too. Will you shut your mouth already? Madara could only feel the beginnings of a headache. Kamui knew all too well how to throw oil on the fire. His words instantly drove the Hyuga clan into a frenzy, their eyes red with rage. The dozen or so Uchiha shinobi nearby wished desperately for another hand, just so they could clamp it over Kamui's mouth and stop him from saying anything even more outrageous. Madara, for his part, possessed numerous wide-range jutsu, and with those, it was difficult for the Hyuga shinobi to advance. In this moment, the situation was dire, yet Kamui showed not a trace of fear. He stopped fighting, simply standing with an air of indifference behind Madara, letting himself be shielded. As for someone who had betrayed his own trust, Kamui now could not have cared less about whether he lived or died. Or perhaps, in his current state of mind, all he wanted was to see everything destroyed, the world itself, and all the paper-thin people within it. He gazed at the object in his hand, now growing cold, and with deep revulsion tossed it aside. The ground was parched from a long drought, and the dust from the fighting soon clouded everyone's vision. No one noticed the lonely heart, still twitching just moments ago, now lying forgotten in the dirt. It was at this moment that Hyuga Asuka appeared in Kamui's line of sight. Kamui greeted him with a dazzling, almost arrogant smile, raising his left hand, the half-missing limb still stained a vivid red. He watched as Hyuga Asuka ran toward him, as if to say, see, I always keep my word. I did it. What about you? As Hyuga Asuka brushed past Madara's shoulder, Madara glanced at him, but upon seeing his face, he felt no suspicion. Yet in the very next instant, he heard a low, muffled groan of pain. That beautiful smile still lingered on Kamui's face, but his head tilted mechanically to the side, confusion flickering in his gaze as he looked at the young man before him, brows knitted tight. The scene felt hauntingly familiar. Kamui lowered his head, staring at the arm that had pierced clean through his chest, then slowly looked up again. Bright crimson blood slid down the corner of his lips. There was no anger in his eyes. Instead, he smiled once more. I knew I couldn't rely on you. You just hadn't expected that this day would come so soon. Hyuga Asuka said nothing. Kamui seized him by the throat, and just a split second before Madara's long blade came slashing down, Kamui hurled Asuka away. Seeing Kamui end up in such a dire state, Madara dared not linger on the battlefield any longer. He unleashed a blazing wall of flames to sever the path behind them, then called for his clansmen to retreat without a moment's delay. They retraced their steps, running as fast as their legs would carry them. What was supposed to be a simple hostage exchange had spiraled out of control in the most unexpected way. With this thought weighing on their hearts, the battered Uchiha couldn't help but hold a grudge against Kamui. Yet with Madara present, none dared voice their complaints aloud. They could only swallow their dissatisfaction and resentment, forcing it deep down inside. Madara himself was in bad shape. The wound on his back, reopened during his earlier clash with the Hyuga, had bled through the bandages, soaking straight through his indigo clan robe. In his arms lay Kamui, his brow furrowed in pain. A gaping wound marred Kamui's chest, left by Hyuga Asuka's vicious palm strike. Now, blood welled from the gash in a steady stream, draining the last traces of color from his already pale face. Gritting his teeth against his own pain, Madara still found words to comfort the one he carried. Don't be afraid. They won't catch up to us. Even if they do, I'll protect you, with my life if I have to. His gaze was unwavering, filled with conviction. In this moment, he still believed he could keep his promise, just as he had every other time he'd sworn an oath. Kamui's brows knitted tighter as he looked up at Madara's resolute face, the pounding of Madara's heartbeat echoing in his ears. With a faint, bitter laugh, Kamui murmured, Why do you always insist on lying to me? I've never lied to you. You're lying right now. Kamui's voice faltered, his face growing even whiter as pain twisted his features. Blood soaked through his white clothes, blooming beneath the cloak, impossible to hide now. At least Hyuga Asuka hadn't destroyed his heart, as Kamui himself had done to Hyuga Ruko. His heart was still beating. Madara could no longer maintain his composure. Anxiety and worry overwhelmed his face. He tightened his hold on Kamui, but so gently, afraid that a firmer grip might only cause more pain. It was as if he were cradling a fragile crystal, unsure how to hold it without causing harm. I'll find you the best medical ninja. Hold on, Kamui, please, I'm begging you. Whatever else Kamui had endured, at least in the 4 years with the Hyuga, his life had never been in danger. If Madara's rescue were to cost Kamui his life, what kind of salvation would that be? That bastard. He'd been too quick to trust him. Inside, Madara cursed Hyuga Asuka through gritted teeth. Without warning, Kamui coughed up a mouthful of dark, blood-red fluid. The blood seeping from his chest wound changed color as well. Madara froze, panic gripping him. He halted abruptly, at a complete loss for what to do. Dark, almost black blood kept bubbling from Kamui's lips. What's happening? What's going on? Noticing Madara had fallen behind, the fleeing clan members had no choice but to turn back. But as soon as they saw Kamui's condition, the only half-trained medical ninja among them instantly understood what was going on. It's obvious, he's been poisoned. Madara's confusion quickly gave way to anxiety. He fixed his gaze on the other, pressing urgently. What do we do? How can we save him? He can't die. No one could say when, exactly, Kamui had been poisoned. Still, if given enough time, there might just be a way to save his life. Of course, the medical ninja's training had been brief, and his skills were limited, so he couldn't be sure he'd succeed. Both Madara and the would-be healer shared the mindset of clinging to hope even in desperation. After all, this was their only chance. While some of the group stayed behind to set traps, Madara charged ahead, nearly frantic, carrying Kamui with the half-trained medic. At his side, if there was any hope of countering the poison, they needed a quiet, secluded place where they wouldn't be disturbed. It would take over a day to get back to the Uchiha compound, and Kamui clearly didn't have that long. On their journey here, they'd come across just such a place. A cave, its entrance almost entirely hidden by wild grass. They'd stumbled upon it by chance one night while searching for a place to rest. Someone had even joked at the time, if we ever need to hide from enemy patrols, this spot would be perfect. No one would ever find us. Back then, it had just been a laugh, nothing more. Now, in hindsight, it seemed fate had truly given them a hiding place just when they needed it most. It was nearly half a day later when Kamui finally drifted back to consciousness. Night had fallen, darkness pressed in from every side. The only fragment of light was a few steps away, where moonbeams spilled softly through the cave's entrance. The moonlight was gentle, like a cup of milk diluted with water. Other than the faint sound of someone snoring nearby, the cave was utterly silent. Kamui lay with his eyes open for several minutes, letting his mind clear. At last, when his senses had returned, he tried to move his stiff body. The moment he stirred, pain shot through his chest and radiated across his body. Glancing down, he could make out, by the pale light, thick bandages wrapped tightly around his torso. He'd already been treated, and perhaps some painkillers had been used. The pain now was a little less than before. Though Kamui felt drained of all strength, he braced himself with trembling hands against the uneven ground and managed, with great effort, to sit up. By the mouth of the cave, a dark silhouette leaned against the stone wall. Judging by the outline, Madara, Kimui called out softly. The sound of his name breaking the stillness of the cave startled Madara from his light sleep. Instinctively, his hand tightened around the sword he'd kept close. First, he swept his gaze warily around, thinking for a moment that the Hyuga pursuers had caught up with him. But after listening intently, he heard nothing, not even a footstep or a whisper of unfamiliar chakra. Only then did he finally let out a long breath, his heart settling back into his chest. The first thing he did after letting go of his worries was to glance over at Kimui. The man who had been lying on the ground was now sitting up. Madara was pleasantly surprised. "You're awake? How long was I out?" "More than half a day." "Oh," Kimui responded. He looked around, confirming it really was a cave. With a faint, ironic smile, he couldn't help but say, "Conditions really are improving. Compared to last time, at least this time we have a cave to stay in." A smile flitted across Madara's lips. The cave was so dark that no one could see if he smiled or not. There was no need to hide any emotion. "I've noticed something. I just can't be around you. Whenever we go out together, it always ends up like this." "Hey," Madara protested, a little annoyed. Kimui's laughter was soft and dry. Every chuckle tugged at his chest, sending a jolt of pain through him. "It seems fate really isn't on our side," he said. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll just assume you're still groggy from sleep, and don't mean it." They had been close since childhood, and Madara didn't like hearing Kimui speak in such distant terms. Faint snoring drifted through the cave from time to time, and Kamui suddenly realized there was someone else there. In the darkness, Kamui's face turned toward the sound. Madara understood what he was searching for and spoke softly. "It's Harumi." "He's here alone?" "Yeah, just the three of us here." Kamui curled his lip, then asked, "What about the others? Don't tell me you held off the pursuers again, trading the lives of the three of us for theirs." The situation felt eerily familiar, as though history from 4 years ago was repeating itself. But Madara did not. In the moonlight, Kimui could see how grave his expression was, his brow furrowed in tension. Madara looked toward the cave's entrance, where the moonlight illuminated the barren winter outside. Not a soul in sight. He lowered his head. "That's not it. This time they're the bait." "Bait?" Kimui stared at Madara, confused. Those Uchiha who had left him behind in Hyuga territory in exchange for 4 years of stability. At the rear, those Uchiha who were forced into flight because of him, would they really be willing to serve as bait for his sake? It just didn't fit his understanding of how selfish people in this world usually were. Then what about him? Why isn't he out there serving as bait? Kamui pointed at the resting Uchiha Harumi. "He's the clan's medic Nin, Grandpa Shiba's grandson." Kamui glanced down at his own chest and asked, "So, he's the one who bandaged me?" "Yeah," Madara replied. "You were poisoned." "What happened?" "Poison?" Kamui himself was baffled. Even the person involved had no idea. Madara's expression sharpened instantly, his striking eyes narrowing as he let out a cold laugh. "So it seems Hyuga Ryuko never intended for you to make it back alive to the Uchiha." Everyone here was sharp. When Madara said that, Kimui immediately understood. Poisoning, and not just any poison, but a slow-acting one. He thought back to his days with the Hyuga. If anyone could have poisoned him, the list was short. Kimui let out a low chuckle, finding the whole thing rather absurd. Madara had no idea what he was laughing about. After all, being poisoned should make one furious, yet Kimui still found reason to laugh. "Kimui, I'll do everything I promised you, but right now, just give me a little more time. I swear I'll wipe out the Hyuga. I won't go back on my word." But Madara's words barely registered with Kamui. His mind was still caught on the poisoning, and the more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. "For 4 years, I ate cold leftovers every single day at the Hyuga estate. That morning, when you came to pick me up, it was the first time I tasted a hot meal from the main house." "Huh, who the hell would have thought they'd put poison in it?" Kamui was like a stormy sky, one moment laughing, and in the next his expression turned cold. "Don't you dare use that pitying tone with me." His voice wasn't loud, but it made Madara's heart skip a beat. Uchiha Madara was never an easy man, but when it came to Kimui, someone he'd grown up with, someone who'd been like a brother for more than a decade, his tough facade always seemed to falter. His tone softened without him even realizing. He knew that Kimui was no longer the frail, sickly boy who'd cough up blood after just a few steps, always on the verge of collapse. But still, old habits died hard. Besides, Madara carried a heavy sense of guilt toward Kamui. Uchiha Harumi had already woken up while the two were talking, but he didn't dare move. He just lay there quietly, eavesdropping on the drama. It was the first time he'd seen their usually fearless, overbearing young clan leader speak to someone in such a gentle tone. That sparked his curiosity about Kamui. He lay perfectly still, straining to catch every word, and then he heard Kimui's icy rebuke to Madara. This is all thanks to you. And now you want to play the good guy and pity me. Madara was left speechless by Kamui's accusation. He moved from the cave entrance to Kamui's side, placing both hands on Kamui's shoulders in an attempt to comfort him. He remembered when they were children. Whenever Kamui was upset and in tears, Madara would rest his hands on Kamui's shoulders, give him a reassuring pat, and say a few gentle words. That was usually enough to stop the tears. Now, Madara tried the same gesture, but it was obvious that it no longer worked. Kamui's body was trembling, quivering with anger and resentment, so much so that Madara could feel the agitation beneath his hands. No matter how hard he pressed on Kamui's shoulders, it was useless. Madara stared at his own hands in the darkness, bewildered and at a loss. As his eyes adjusted, he could just make out their blurred outlines. He brushed away Madara's arms with a flick of his hand and scoffed. Do you still take me for a little kid? Yes, they had long ceased to be children. Tricks that once worked had lost their effect with time. In the dim light, Madara sat with his eyes lowered, looking rather pitiful. But as Kamui watched, he felt only a rush of satisfaction. Killing Madara would not have been difficult for Kamui. Madara wouldn't be on guard against him. If he chose to strike by surprise, Madara would have no chance. But now he had changed his mind. He would still kill, but he wanted to keep Madara around a little longer. Wouldn't it be a pleasure to watch Uchiha Madara wallow in guilt and remorse before him, day after day, so aggrieved and vulnerable? At some point, the soft sound of breathing had faded away, and the cave was plunged into a deep silence. In the latter half of the night, the wind picked up, whistling through the bare treetops, wailing like restless ghosts. The awkwardness hung in the air for only a dozen minutes before Kamui decided he'd had enough. After a moment's daze, Madara seemed to recall something. He blinked a few times, then produced something from his sleeve and pressed it into Kamui's hand. What's this? Kamui shot him a glance, his tone impatient. The object was wrapped in sleek, oily paper. Open it. You like it, Madara said. Curiosity piqued, Kamui lowered his head to examine the rectangular parcel. After a few seconds, he snapped his head up. He knew, or at least he thought he did. Why are you doing this? Seeing Kamui hesitate, Madara took the item back, unwrapped it layer by layer, then held out the bamboo skewer to Kamui's lips. Try it. Kamui hesitated, eyeing Madara in the dim cave light. Madara's eyes shone, bright and earnest. Was he trying to please him? Almost instinctively, Kamui took a bite. The taste was familiar, maltose candy, with a faint hint of burning. His brows drew together. Irritation welled up inside him, and he suddenly swatted Madara's hand away. The unexpected force sent the candy crashing to the ground. Neither of them had predicted that. The light in Madara's eyes slowly faded, leaving him lost and at a loss for what to do. He glanced at Kamui, then searched the shadows for the fallen candy, his silence stretching on. Kamui had only meant to free himself from Madara's grasp. He hadn't intended to knock the candy away. Now that surge of anger was trapped in his chest, with nowhere to go. The cave returned to quiet, so still that even the beat of their hearts and the sound of their breathing seemed loud. Kamui couldn't stand the crushing tension. Seizing on any excuse, he changed the subject, asking casually, what kind of poison was it? And how is it cured? Even in later years, with medical ninjutsu highly advanced, when Sakura treated Kankuro's poisoning, she still had to develop an antidote. In this desolate wilderness, could that medical ninja, named Chun Jian, really have the ability to concoct an antidote on the spot? That would be quite a feat. Madara, slow to catch on, finally came to his senses. Speaking of which, he too grew puzzled. Actually, it wasn't Chun Jian who cured. You're poisoning. By the time we arrived, he discovered there seemed to be something inside your body actively clearing out the toxin. What could it possibly be? For a moment, both of them fell into confusion. There was no way Hugo Liuguang would do something as pointless as poisoning and then curing at the same time. It would be like taking off your pants just to pass gas. He had made it abundantly clear he wanted to kill Shinwei. If the antidote didn't come from Hyuga, then Shinwei's eyes suddenly widened in realization, but immediately after, he shook his head at himself. Madara, watching from the side, hurriedly asked, do you know who helped you get rid of the poison? Expressionless, Shinwei shook his head. Just now, he had wondered if it was possible that remnants of BNK, a character he'd once obtained, were still lingering in his body. But then he remembered that was impossible. The system's rules were crystal clear. Any game character's abilities only lasted on his body for 24 hours, not a minute or second longer. And although he'd used the system several times while avoiding the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, he'd only ever summoned BNK once. Besides, the day wasn't even over yet. The ability currently on his body was the one he'd used at noon. The power to become completely invisible. even to the Sharingan and Byakugan, hiding from every sensory ninja, erasing his body, scent, and chakra entirely, the only sane member of the Northern Chi royal family in the gaming world, known as the Old Fox, the Prince of Lanling. And the Prince of Lanling, unfortunately, did not possess any healing abilities. Seeing Shunwei remain silent, Madara frowned. Though he felt uneasy, he still offered a possibility. Could have been that girl? Back then, the girl had clung tightly to Shunwei's arm. She was the Hyuga clan leader's daughter. Maybe she'd inadvertently learned of her father's plan, and out of affection for Shunwei, had chosen to sneak him the antidote. Shunwei took a deep breath. The mere mention of Hyuga Chinse's name made him irritable. He turned his head away. Though he said nothing, the clear gesture of disdain was enough to deny Madara's guess. Shunwei clearly didn't want to talk about that girl. Realizing this, Madara pressed his lips together, a subtle smile flickering across his face. He understood that once someone had a person they liked, they would no longer be the best friend and companion who always came first. They'd be second to the one who held Shunwei's heart. He wasn't used to being in that position. But now, Shunwei seemed to have changed. With age, his temperament had shifted too. Ever since the battle with the Kagaya clan, Shunwei was no longer the gentle, fragile girl he had once been, but he'd never been this irritable or unpredictable before, either. Right now, Kimui is like a hedgehog. One moment his quills are laid flat, and he seems gentle and compliant. The next, he might bristle up and lash out indiscriminately at anyone who tries to come near. Surely, these past 4 years must have been unbearably painful for him. With that in mind, it's completely understandable that his personality has become so peculiar. Madara didn't find this change in him strange or off-putting. On the contrary, he felt even more protective and sympathetic toward Kamui. He had even wondered, if Kamui hadn't been raised in his own household from childhood, would he ever have been sent to the Hyuga as a hostage, treated as if he were his father's own child? Probably not. Looking at it this way, no matter how you slice it, their family was in the wrong. And all Madara wanted now was to make it up to Kamui in whatever time they had left. Kamui would never again have to suffer the pain of exile and a separation. From now on, he could simply stay by Madara's side, just like Izuna, as his little brother. Madara would protect them both. He made this quiet vow in his heart. None of the Hyuga clan dared pursue them too far. Now that their clan leader was gone, there were far more pressing matters. They needed to regroup and plan their future, rather than chasing after the Uchiha for revenge. Once they had chased them to the very borders of the Hyuga territory, they dared not go any farther, and all returned to their clan grounds. At dawn, Madara did a quick reconnaissance. When he sensed no Hyuga ninja nearby, he hurried back to the Uchiha with Kamui and Harumi in tow. This time, things had escalated beyond all expectation. Madara was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to explain it all to his father. Judging by the time, if nothing had gone wrong, the group sent as bait should have already returned home by now, and his father must know what had happened. Madara closed his eyes in frustration for a moment. Kamui, whose arm was slung over Madara's shoulder for support, caught that fleeting look of distress. Kamui knew exactly what troubled him. Madara's discomfort brought Kamui a certain satisfaction. For years' worth of resentment built up in the Hyuga was finally starting to seep out, little by little. They'll report everything truthfully, you know. Once you're back, just hand me over to the clan leader for punishment. Why all this hesitation? Kamui's voice was cold and mocking, his words sharp as thorns. Madara glanced at the faint smile lingering at the corner of Kamui's mouth and could only shake his head helplessly. Kamui had grown so rebellious. But Madara also understood what he was worried about, what he cared about. Kamui's arm rested heavily on Madara's shoulder, nearly half his weight relying on Madara's strength. Madara did his best to steady him, making sure that as they moved quickly, Kamui wouldn't stumble or fall behind because of his injuries. This time, it won't happen again. Or rather, it will never happen again. I won't allow Father to decide your fate so carelessly ever again, no matter what the matter is. I won't give in, not anymore. Kamui turned his head to look at Madara's profile. Madara was no longer the awkward, inexperienced youth he once knew. He had grown up. The young, handsome face Kamui had seen so many times in the original story was now before him, a look he recognized well. Madara gazed ahead with resolute determination, a rare expression of conviction lighting up his features. Concession, Kamui murmured softly. What have you ever yielded? The cold wind howled past Madara's ear. He lowered his gaze, words hesitating on his lips, but then he simply pressed them together in silence, refusing to speak further. His eyelids drooped, long lashes like raven feathers casting a shadow across his lower lids. Kamui stubbornly kept his eyes fixed on Madara's face, as if he were waiting, unwilling to let go until he got an answer. Madara seemed to ponder for a while before he finally spoke again, though his reply dodged the question entirely. No one will ever force you to do what you hate again. You won't have to leave the Uchiha or be parted from your family. Yumi and Izuna, we three will always be together. Now he says such words. If he had spoken them 4 years ago, Kamui would have been so moved, he would have offered up his life without a single complaint. Growing up without the warmth of kin, Kamui longed for familial love more than anyone. Those who had parents and a loving home could never truly understand his feelings. Maybe to most, the absence of such bonds didn't matter at all. What's the big deal? But Kamui longed for it with all his heart. He had tasted it, however briefly, before the age of 5, and the memory clung to him, impossible to forget. Parents, siblings, even friends, it didn't matter. He yearned for closeness, craved the kind of family love others took for granted. Deprived of love, it wasn't a pleasant phrase. Only those who lacked it could truly understand. He had offered up his heart, believing Madara would always be his friend, his brother, never imagining the one who made that promise would send him away so easily. Madara was the one who awakened that longing in him. So, to Kamui, he was far more than just a character from a story. And that was why Kamui resented him so deeply. Are you trying to deceive me again? Kamui's voice was cold as he asked. Kamui tore his gaze away, looking ahead. Uchiha Harumi was just over 10 meters in front of them. From here, he could see only her back. I'm not lying to you. I won't lie to you again. A bitter laugh slipped from Kamui's lips. The sunlight was blinding. He narrowed his eyes, almond-shaped, like peach blossoms. Even though there was little emotion in them, anyone looking could sense a trace of tenderness. If it ever came to choosing someone to send away again, you'd still pick me without hesitation, wouldn't you? That won't happen again. Kamui curled his lips in a faint, mocking smile, refusing to listen to any more empty words. We're not bound by blood. In your heart, I'll never be the same as Izuna. Kamui's words hung in the air, hollow and cold, carrying a sense of despair and chill. Madara's heart tightened once again. It's all too easy to become utterly disillusioned with someone, but to win back the trust of a person who has lost all hope in you, that's as hard as reaching for the heavens. In my heart, you and Izuna are no different. From childhood until now, I've never thought of you as an outsider. Half-brothers with no blood ties? Kamui let out a dry, cynical laugh. You really have the nerve to say that, Uchiha Madara. Be honest with yourself. Who could believe such nonsense? Madara's steps faltered, but Kamui seemed oblivious and pressed on. Stop lying to yourself. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Even the human heart sits slightly to the left. How could I possibly be the same as Izuna? I actually used to believe your words, that you would treat us equally. What a joke. Madara was lost for words. What use were explanations now? Trust takes time to build, but it can collapse in an instant. And to rebuild it, well, that's 100 times harder than the first time. His clenched fist tightened ever so slightly. He was never someone who relied on empty words. Kamui would understand this someday. The three of them hurried back to the Uchiha compound at a gallop. Madara took Kamui straight back to the separate residence, completely ignoring his father's request to see Kamui first. Kamui said nothing. Since Madara was willing to shoulder everything, he was happy to let him. If father and son ended up at odds because of an outsider like him, Kamui couldn't be bothered to care. For years, a full 4 years, Kamui stepped into the side residence once more, returning to the room he had lived in for so long. He looked around at this place that felt both strange and familiar, and a peculiar wave of emotion welled up inside him. It was as if he had come home, and yet somehow not at all. As soon as she heard Kamui had returned, Ayuki rushed to his room in the side residence. At the sight of the bandages wrapped around Kamui's forehead, the tears Ayuki had held back for so long finally broke free. Kamui found himself wrapped in her embrace as Ayuki sobbed bitterly, saying words he could barely understand through her tears. The last time a woman, an elder, had held him like this, he was 5 years old. Just before he was sent to his master's banyan garden, his mother had hugged him tightly. Since then, no one had ever done so again. Kamui sat there stiffly in Ayuki's arms. He wasn't used to such closeness, but this was Ayuki, the one who had cared for him day in and day out, the Ayuki who had always stayed by Aunt Linglua's side. No one knew how long she cried. At last, Ayuki loosened her embrace. She looked at Kamui, her eyes filled with pain. She raised her hand, wanting to touch his forehead, but Kamui subtly dodged her gesture. How did you get hurt? She asked, her voice choked with emotion. Kamui wasn't sure how to explain it to her. At times like this, a kind lie seemed the most suitable. I just accidentally bumped into something. You've lost so much weight, and you look pale. Also, Ban said you were hurt. Was it only your forehead? Or is there more? Kamui was still wrapped in that black cloak. After the blood had dried, It left dark red stains, perfectly concealed by the fabric's color, practically invisible unless you looked closely. He had no intention of hiding it from her. Lifting his hand, he pulled aside the cloak to reveal his chest, bandaged tightly, for Aksu to see. Aksu drew in a sharp breath, and, after a long pause, murmured, "If Madam could still see you now, her heart would ache for sure." Kamui was taken aback, sensing something was off about her words. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Aunt Lingluo?" He'd already guessed, but was afraid to be certain. Aksu's tears, which had just stopped, welled up again and spilled over. She nodded. Madam has passed away. Returning to the Uchiha this time, nothing seemed to have changed, yet Kamui understood that some things were now different. For instance, Aunt Lingluo was gone. If there was anyone in the Uchiha clan who had ever truly cared for him, it was probably her. But now she was gone. Kamui began to understand why Aksu was so emotional upon seeing him. Perhaps she couldn't help but think of Madame Lingluo. He was like a keepsake, carrying Aksu's memories and longing for the madam. When Ban came back from Taijima's study to the side residence, Kamui was still sitting there in his cloak. Ban naturally took Kimui's bedding from the closet by the wall and spread it out on the tatami floor. He did all this with practiced ease, muttering as he worked, "Rest for a while. I've already sent someone to fetch Grandpa Shakuhachi. Get some sleep before he arrives. Aksu is cooking. Dinner will be ready soon." Kamui watched Ban go about these tasks with complete indifference. After experiencing Bien K's powers firsthand, no medical ninja could impress him anymore. "I want to move back to my old room," he said, "the one that used to belong to Uchiha Kamui." Ban's hands paused mid-motion. He seemed not to have heard clearly and looked up at Kamui, who was sitting upright. "What did you say?" Kamui repeated himself with a smile. "I said, I want to sleep in my old room again. Is that all right, young clan leader?" But in the past week, before Ban could finish, Kamui cut him off. "It hasn't been that long, has it? Just 2 or 3 years. Before that, we never shared a room anyway." Kamui was right. It was only after the battle with the Kagaya clan that Ban had insisted Kamui move into his room, and the reason was simple, just to keep an eye on him. But now, it's been 4 years since we last saw each other. Don't you want to talk to me at all? Kamui shot Madara a glance, hovering somewhere between a smirk and a sneer. His tone was cool, almost indifferent. What is there to talk about? That single sentence left Madara speechless, choking on words he couldn't form. He'd never been one to fumble for words, but guilt weighed heavily on his heart. Whenever he faced Kamui now, he felt uncertain, his confidence shaken. "Tell me about your years with the Hyuga. Tell me how they treated you, what you've been doing all this time." As Madara spoke, the hand hidden beneath Kimui's cloak clenched tightly, his face growing a shade colder. Madara continued, "There's so much I want to say to you, about the war with the Senju, about Hashirama." "Just stop right there." Kamui cut him off, weariness heavy in his voice as he closed his eyes. "I have no interest in your childish squabbles. Not even a little." Madara stared at Kamui, lost. He couldn't tell if it was simply the long years apart, but now it seemed as if the two of them just couldn't connect anymore. A sudden wave of panic washed over him. Once, they'd been as close as brothers, inseparable. Now, they stood like strangers, a reality far from what he'd imagined. Madara crawled awkwardly over the bedding to sit before Kamui. Kamui's face was pale, his spirit clearly drained, but that look in his eyes, contemptuous, distant, disdainful, reminded Madara of the Kamui he used to know. For a time, Kamui had always looked at him with that same expression. No matter the face, no matter the eyes, everything about him said this was the same person as before. Yet now, he held everyone at arm's length, never letting anyone near his heart. Kamui lifted his eyelids and looked at Madara, who was kneeling before him, hands pressed to the floor. He frowned and edged away, his voice tinged with annoyance. "What are you doing?" Madara fixed his gaze on Kamui's face, as if searching for something lost. "You can hate me if you must, but just don't ignore me." Kamui looked at Madara, who was entirely earnest, and suddenly found the whole thing strangely amusing. He did actually laugh, rolling his eyes in perfect, exaggerated fashion. "Madara, don't do this. This kind of desperate groveling doesn't suit you." Madara didn't understand the insult, but he knew it was because of him, because of his father, that Kamui had suffered for 4 long years. They'd grown up together, closer than brothers. Once, their bond was unbreakable. But now, Kamui seemed so distant, as if all their shared history had vanished without a trace. "I can make it up to you. Whatever it takes. I just don't want you to shut me out. Make it up to me." Kamui's voice suddenly turned icy, each word bitten off with venom. In that instant, he was like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, or a serpent whose scales had been stroked the wrong way. Dangerous, dark, and ready to strike. "In your eyes, is it enough to simply make amends after someone's been hurt?" Do you think that no matter what I've suffered, as long as you offer some compensation, then the pain doesn't count as pain at all? Worse, do you see my hurt as something I can use against you, a bargaining chip to demand things from you? Is that what you believe? Madara shook his head, his eyes growing redder, tears threatening to spill. Right now, he dare not say anything at all. Kamui had only recently awakened his Sharingan, and the instability in his mind and emotions made him like a lit fuse. One wrong word could set him off. You want to know what my days were like in the Hyuga household, don't you? Fine. Open your ears and listen well. Kamui, shut up and listen. Kamui's voice rose so sharply it seemed to tear at his throat, trembling with anger and the edge of tears. That hoarse, wavering cry echoed through the room. Each word Kamui spoke was like a knife slicing Madara to pieces. Just hearing about that very first year was enough to make one's breath catch in their chest. Madara had never imagined that Kamui's first year there had been endured like that. Other than the uncle who delivered meals, no one else ever came near that dilapidated house. At first, he used to talk to himself, always speaking into the void with no one to answer. As time passed, even that urge faded, until eventually days would go by without him uttering a single word. During the day, he would sit on the decaying veranda, counting the birds flying over the courtyard, watching the mice as they scurried along the wall. The place was stripped bare, so desolate that even the rodents never lingered for long. Thankfully, there were always the little ants. Ants moved slowly. Unlike the mice, they'd at least linger for a while, even if they were just passing through. Kamui would squat on the ground, watching the ants move their tiny burdens. Bored, he began to count them one by one, but after a while the numbers blurred. He grew so frustrated he wanted to cry, but the tears simply wouldn't fall. Was it 1,896 or 1,689? He clutched his head, a splitting pain blossoming behind his eyes. When the wind blew, he would stand in the courtyard, feeling it brush past him, pretending it was someone's hand, a fleeting comfort, a way to imagine he wasn't completely alone. When it rained, the roof would leak, so he'd drag a wooden basin to catch the worst of the drips, then crouch by the wall and count each drop as it fell. It poured outside and drizzled inside. The rain fell so quickly that Kamui couldn't keep up with its rhythm. Sometimes, it only took a moment for the despair to overwhelm him. For an entire year, not a single person spoke to me. I was so desperately lonely. There was so little in that house that I'd spend my days moving things from here to there, and then back again, over and over. Kamui, lost in the memory, began to tremble once more. Just hearing about it left Madara breathless. So what must it have been like to actually live through it? Ban. Kamui gripped Ban's arms, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Have you ever experienced what it's like to go an entire year without seeing a single person? What do they take me for? I'm a human being. Kamui. The surge of emotion caused the deep black of his eyes to suddenly flush crimson, two tomo patterns swirling within the irises. But it lasted only an instant. The suffocating despair that had enveloped Kamui vanished, replaced by a wild, manic ferocity. He laughed, a laugh sharp and venomous, as if laced with poison. His grip on Ban tightened, the neatly trimmed nails digging into Ban's flesh. That's why I have to kill him. You don't want to. You talk about peace and friendship. So who am I supposed to turn to for justice for everything I've suffered? With a slender finger, he hooked Ban's chin upward, forcing Ban to meet his gaze. A twisted smile played across Kamui's lips, and every inch of him radiated danger. He smiled beautifully, with a charm that could bewitch the soul. You? He asked, his voice cold as ice. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted by a sharp knock at the door. Both of them glanced over, already guessing who it might be. Kamui closed his eyes for a brief moment. When he opened them again, everything about him had reverted to normal. The red eyes faded back to their original black, shining as brilliantly as stars in the night sky. Kamui withdrew his hands, sitting upright as he had at the start, carelessly shrugging off his cloak and tossing it aside. Ban struggled to compose himself. It took over a minute before he managed to swallow and call out to the door, "Come in." Uchiha Shiba entered, carrying a medicine box. He looked older than before. Upon seeing Kamui dressed in white, his chest bound tightly with thick bandages, Shiba couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Without much small talk, Shiba began unwrapping the bandages from Kamui's chest. The chest was more delicate than other wounds. This close to the heart, any infection could quickly become fatal. As Shiba examined the gruesome wound, he clicked his tongue in disapproval. Ban, still reeling from Kamui's harrowing story, grew anxious at the sound. "What is it? Is it really bad?" Ban pressed, worry creasing his brow. Shiba gave a sheepish smile. "Sorry, don't worry. I just think Harumi didn't do a great job. Even with limited supplies, there are better ways to handle this." Kamui. Bon. Medical ninjutsu worked far faster than ordinary medicine. Once Shiba had all but repaired the wound in Kamuyui's chest, he complied with Ban's request and gave Kamuyui a brief checkup from head to toe. Kamuyui didn't object. He simply let Shiba examine him. But when Shiba shared his findings with Ban, Ban was left utterly stunned. That was the first time Kamuyui had ever seen Madara like that, kneeling there in utter shock, his face frozen like a soulless statue of stone. It wasn't until long after Shakuhachi had gone that Madara finally snapped out of his overwhelming daze. In the next moment, Kamuyui found himself pulled tightly into Madara's embrace. Madara was trembling all over. No matter how hard he tried to suppress the sound of his voice, Kamuyui could tell from his breathing alone that he was crying. In all his 2 lifetimes, Kamuyui had never before been held by another man like this. The time at the bottom of the cliff didn't count, since he'd been delirious with fever. Normally, he hated being touched by anyone, yet now, hearing Madara's muffled sobs, it never even crossed his mind to push him away. Kamuyui seemed to have stumbled upon something rather amusing. Watching Uchiha Madara suffer. The more distressed Madara became, the more satisfaction Kamuyui felt. It was far more entertaining than simply killing him. "Hey, are you crying?" Kamuyui asked with a chuckle, after letting the moment linger. Madara, ever stubborn, refused to admit it, even as the tears rolled down. "But my shoulder feels wet," Kamuyui said, half laughing. "That's just your imagination." "All right then, let me go now." But Madara didn't move. Instead, he asked in a low voice, "Who did this?" At the mere thought of Hyuga Asahi's face, Kamuyui's expression turned cold. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing that face out of his mind. "That man is already dead. I killed him." "Dead? So, let go of me, will you?" What would people think, seeing 2 grown men clinging to each other like this? At Kamuyui's words, Madara hesitated, his arms still around him. Then, in a whisper, he muttered, "Then just don't look at my face." Kamuyui let out a soft laugh and squirmed in his grip, speaking bluntly, "Hey Madara, you're pressing on my wound." Nothing worked better than that. Madara sprang away from Kamuyui like a startled rabbit. And in that moment, with his long hair and reddened eyes, he truly did look like a startled bunny. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Kamuyui nodded, his eyes narrowing in a teasing half-smile as he countered, "You really did cry, didn't you, Madara?" Madara was a completely different person with Kamuyui than with anyone else, much like how people act around their childhood friends. The closeness born of growing up together let slip a childishness he himself didn't realize. "I did not," he insisted, still stubborn. Kamuyui laughed. "Oh, but you did, I saw it. Your eyes are as red as a rabbit's. Remember that one Izuna kept as a kid? Your eyes are just as red as its were." Drawing on Uchiha Kamuyui's memories, he spoke as if he'd seen it himself. As Kamuyui watched Madara smile and listened to him recall memories only the 2 of them shared from childhood, for a fleeting moment, it felt as if all the unhappy memories vanished like smoke. They were children again. Madara rubbed his eyes and moved a few steps closer on his knees. He fixed his gaze on Kamuyui, his words carrying an unusual sincerity. "These past 4 years have brought you much suffering, but I promise, never again. I'm not the same Uchiha Madara I once was. I've grown much stronger than before, and I will protect you. I won't let you be wronged ever again. Kamuyui, please believe me." The smile faded from Kamuyui's face as he looked at the young man before him. Madara's eyes were earnest, his tone heartfelt. Forgiveness was never an option. As for trust, Kamuyui had long since stopped believing in anyone. Trust meant handing someone your true heart, and, after what happened the first time he tried, the lesson was bitter and final. There would never be a second time. Those 4 years, he considered them the price he paid for occupying the body of Uchiha Kamuyui. From now on, he would never again sacrifice himself for the so-called Uchiha. As for Madara's life, he would let him keep it for now. With his current strength, mere awakened abilities, and what he'd learned from the Hyuga clan's taijutsu were not enough to ensure his own survival. Madara's life might still be useful. If the day ever came when Kamuyui felt the urge, he could always take it back. "I'm not a good person. Aren't you afraid of me?" Madara shook his head. The Kamuyui he knew was never a bad person. "I might kill you at any moment. Even so, you still want me by your side? We've been together since childhood." Kamuyui pressed his tongue against the inside of his cheek and smiled, nodding. "Very well. Don't regret it." Madara's only regret was obeying his father and sending Kamuyui away to the Hyuga clan. For years later, Kamuyui returned with a limp in his right leg and shattered meridians. Madara swore he would destroy the Hyuga. He would have his revenge. Kamuyui alone had reignited the ancient feud between the Hyuga and Uchiha, yet Taijima hadn't punished him. Madara grew stronger, while Taijima weakened. When he finally realized that his son was no longer the obedient boy he once was, he understood that, though he remained the clan head in name, he'd have to yield to his son. Kamuyui understood this mentality well. It was like an aging emperor who, losing confidence in himself, grew suspicious and ruthless toward his own sons. In his prime no longer, Taijima worried about being overthrown by his son. Yet in this world, he was better than most. At least, he had never turned murderous toward his child simply because his prime had passed. What he did time and again was yield. Madara staked his life to protect Kamui, and in the end, Taijima could only let him. I know you're close, but let me warn you. If you keep being so soft-hearted, you'll end up ruined at his hands. This was Taijima's exasperated warning to Madara, a frustration born of love and worry. Madara listened in silence. After a while, he looked at his father and asked, "Back then, when you shielded Nabahiko and almost got beaten to death by grandfather, did you ever feel that you'd be destroyed because of him?" Uchiha Nabahiko was Taijima's best friend and Kamui's father. Taijima was caught off guard. How could Madara know about those long-buried events from the past? Madara's gaze was clear and unclouded as he pressed on. He left behind his pregnant wife from another clan, went to the battlefield in your place, and never returned. He exchanged his life for yours. Did you ever think he would be your downfall? Taijima was rendered speechless. With his head bowed, Madara sat across from him, his voice quiet and tinged with melancholy. I want to protect my friends, my brothers, and my clan. I want to change this world torn apart by war. That's why I became a shinobi, whether ordinary or the clan leader. It's all for this. Even if it costs my life, so be it. Would his father ever truly understand? Taijima had to focus all his attention on countering the Senju, while also preparing for the Hyuga. He had many grievances about Kamui, but there was little he could do. For what Shakuhachi said, Kamui's right leg hadn't been properly treated in time. The bone had set out of alignment and would leave him with a lifelong disability. Most of his chakra pathways had been severed, making it almost impossible for him to gather chakra anymore. On top of that, years of malnutrition had left his body frail and weak, barely holding together. Because of what Shakuhachi revealed, Taijima now understood just how much Kamui had suffered in the Hyuga household. When he thought of the Hyuga clan's hostage living comfortably here, while Kamui endured all that misery, Taijima felt a stabbing pain of anger in his chest. If Hyuga Ryuko were still alive, he would have wanted to ask why he had treated a child so cruelly. But he knew, even if he asked, it would change nothing. Kamui had already borne all that pain. Holding someone to account after the fact could not undo any of it. Trading Kamui for 4 years of stability in Uchiha territory. After that, Taijima felt he had no further right to demand anything more from him. Still, the boy's impulsiveness was hard to ignore, killing Hyuga Ryuko on the spot, heedless of the larger picture. Even as he sighed over this, Taijima couldn't help but feel curious about Kamui's abilities. That power to vanish, eluding both the Sharingan and Byakugan. What could it possibly be? On the third day after Kamui's return to the Uchiha compound, Taijima finally came in person to visit him in the side residence. For years had passed. Kamui had grown much taller, lost the childishness in his face, and gained a maturity that made his features sharper and more heroic with age. He looked more and more like Uchiha Nabahiko. Kamui did not face a storm of accusations as he'd expected. Taijima simply asked a few questions about his health, then quietly took his leave. To Kamui, his hurried appearance looked exactly like someone running away. Izuna returned on the 5th day. He had left on a mission this time, and now, in his teens, he was no longer the chubby-faced child he once was. He had shot up in height, and in another year or two, he'd catch up to Madara. He had already calculated when Kamui would come home. He'd wanted to pass this mission off to someone else, so he could go with Madara to Hyuga to meet Kamui, but the clan was short on hands, and no one could take his place. In the end, he had no choice but to go himself. As soon as he returned, he saw Aishwa in the main house, who told him Kamui was back. Izuna didn't even bother to change out of his clothes before dashing toward Madara's room. The teenage boy raced down the corridor like the wind, calling out as he ran, "Kamui! Kamui! I'm home!" He barreled straight for Madara's room, but just as he was about to slide open the paper door, the opposite door suddenly opened. Izuna turned, surprised, and saw Kamui standing there, leaning against the door. After 4 years apart, the two brothers stood face to face, at a loss for words. Izuna's mouth hung slightly open as he stared, dumbstruck, at Kamui. Kamui's hair was loose, cascading over his shoulders and down his back like a waterfall. This made his demeanor softer, inviting, making people want to draw closer. Kamui had just woken from a nap. He stifled a lazy yawn behind his hand, then leaned an arm against the paper door, offering Izuna a gentle, relaxed smile. "Why are you staring? Have you forgotten me already?" Izuna was still in his Uchiha travel clothes, a long sword strapped to his back. Clearly, he hadn't even been to his own room yet. Izuna choked out, his nose stinging and his throat thick as if stuffed with wet cotton. He was grown now, no longer the tiny kid he once was. The tears he used to shed so easily had long since dried up. He hadn't cried in ages. But now, with the person he'd missed day and night standing right before him, he couldn't help but want to cry. Aside from having grown older and more mature, Kimui hadn't changed at all. Still gentle, still as striking as ever. Kimui, Izuna called, his voice soft and hesitant. I'm here, Kimui replied. Kimui gave a small sigh, looking at him with a hint of helplessness. Izuna still sported his spiky hair, but it had grown longer, now tied in a low ponytail at the back. With this change, he looked a bit more gentle than before. His eyes shone with unshed tears, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. This awkward, stubborn Izuna was impossible to deal with. With you, never mind. Come here. Come over to me. The way Kimui spoke to Izuna was nothing like the resentful tone he used with Madara. Kimui always remembered what Izuna said to him in the Senju camp during their battle. This child is pure and kind at heart, the type of person Kimui would never want to harm, even if he wished to destroy the entire world. He reached out and ruffled Izuna's hair, then grabbed him by the collar and pulled him into his own room. Izuna glanced at the bedding spread out on the floor, the quilt tossed carelessly to one side. It was obvious that someone had just been sleeping there. Why are you sleeping in this room? He asked, clearly recalling that Kimui used to share a room with his elder brother. Kimui didn't bother to hide anything. I just wanted a room to myself. Why? Do you have a problem with that? What did he say to that? It was just a sudden change, and he wasn't used to it yet. Izuna shook his head vigorously, his eyes never leaving Kimui, scanning him from head to toe, again and again. He noticed Kimui's right leg was not as it had been before, took in the white bandages wrapped around his forehead, and even caught the way Kimui forced himself to sit up straight. Izuna was no longer the impulsive child he once was. He knew well enough that these wounds were all thanks to the Hyuga clan. If he hadn't awakened his Sharingan back then, if he'd been sent to the Hyuga instead, he would have ended up just like this. The thought made Izuna even more upset. His mouth trembled, lips pressed tight, and though tears welled up in his eyes, he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Kimui leaned lazily on one hand against the low table, and seeing Izuna did wonders for his mood. If there was anyone left in the Uchiha clan who could lift his spirits, it was probably Izuna. This child had been endearing since the day he was born. If you want to cry, just let it out, Kimui said, propping his chin on his hand with a smile. Izuna shook his head with all his might, lips tightly pursed. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I stopped crying a long time ago, after you left. Brother said that only by becoming strong can you protect the ones you care about. Crying is useless. I believe what my brother says, so I don't cry anymore. The smile froze on Kimui's lips as he looked at that face so uncannily similar to Madara's, and murmured, The ones you want to protect, huh? Am I included among them? Izuna, oblivious to Kimui's momentary daze, went on. Kimui, I'm stronger now. Father and brother both praise me as an elite of the Uchiha. Now that I'm strong, I'll keep my promise and become your bodyguard. I'll protect you. No matter, his gaze drifted, almost involuntarily, to Kimui's leg. No matter what happens to you, I'll always protect you. Kimui glanced at his own leg as well. He understood Izuna's sincerity and didn't say anything to dampen his spirits. He simply nodded and replied, Yeah, you'll be my bodyguard and protect me. After all, for the sake of a long-term and free bodyguard, he couldn't just let Izuna die at the hands of Tobirama Senju at age 24. Could he? Otherwise, wouldn't that be a complete loss for him? During this period, the Senju and Uchiha clans clashed once more. Both Madara and Izuna followed Taijima onto the battlefield. Kimui's right leg was still useless, the gaping wound in his chest hadn't fully healed, so he naturally couldn't go back to the old days of sticking within 100 meters of Madara, hanging on as long as he had a breath left. Now, even Taijima didn't have the confidence to order him around like before. Unless Kimui was willing, no one could command him anymore. It wasn't that anyone feared Kimui, quite the opposite. It was Madara's strength that held them in check. Even between father and son, only the powerful one truly had a say. Madara had only recently come to realize this. He often wondered, if he'd had his current strength 4 years ago, would his father have still punished him by making him kneel before the ancestral tablets after he changed his mind and refused to send Kamui to the Hyuga? Perhaps not. Madara's injuries hadn't healed, but apart from Izuna, no one knew. He dragged his battered body onto the battlefield to face the Senju. On the battlefield, it was inevitable that he'd run into Hashirama. Since Kamui had gone to the Hyuga, his relationship with Hashirama had once again shattered. For 4 years, their friendship had been broken, then rebuilt over and over again. Whenever he thought of his brother suffering among the Hyuga, While he himself was forging a friendship with his rival's son, Madara felt deeply uneasy. So, in the midst of another argument, he once again severed his friendship with Hashirama. And so it went a constant tug-of-war between rebuilding and breaking their bond. Tobirama often saw his elder brother sunk in gloom, and each time, he knew it was Madara Uchiha who had upset him. He had tried to persuade Hashirama to give up on that lunatic, but his brother's naivete was hard to overcome. Crouched in a corner, wearing a look of aggrieved indignation, Hashirama would always defend Madara. Madara is not crazy. He just loves his brother too much and can't bear to see him suffer. What happened to his brother? Tobirama would ask. Hashirama would fall silent for a long time. Tobirama would frown at him, until finally Hashirama would mutter, "I forgot to ask. Maybe he got hurt in the war." This time it was Tobirama's turn to be speechless. He looked at Hashirama as if he were an idiot, defending someone when he didn't even know what had happened to their brother. His older brother was, to say the least, not the brightest. Neither Madara nor Hashirama had ever forgotten the beautiful dream they shared by the Naka River. They cherished each other, and neither wished to truly harm the other. When their clans faced off, the only thought was to kill. But when the two of them met, all they thought about was how to let the other live, without arousing suspicion. Madara would unleash a blazing fireball, and Hashirama would instantly raise an earthen wall to block it. When Madara switched from ninjutsu to taijutsu, Hashirama would toss aside his sword and pick up a kunai instead. Neither the wounds on his back nor those on his abdomen had fully healed. When Hashirama's kunai came swinging toward him, Madara thought he would dodge as he always had, and Hashirama believed that with Madara's skill, he would evade perfectly. But what actually happened was the sharp edge of the kunai sliced through the back of Madara's hand, tracing a line from his wrist up across the back of his hand. Blood spurted out instantly, and Hashirama was left utterly stunned. He stood there, kunai in hand, frozen. Madara winced in pain, furrowing his brows as he glanced over at Hashirama. Noticing that no one else was paying attention to them, Hashirama, his mind no longer on the battle, hurried over. "Hey, what's going on? With your reflexes, you should have easily dodged that." Madara pressed his lips together without replying. Only then did Hashirama notice that Madara's Dark Clan robes were already being stained with spreading patches of blood. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "You're hurt? When did that happen?" Madara shot him a glare and lowered his voice to stop him. "Keep it down. I'm Fina. But the blood's already soaking through. Last time I saw you, you were perfectly fine." "How could?" "I said I'm fine." Madara's voice was cold as he stood up from the ground, long sword still in hand. He seemed distracted, every movement just a beat too slow. "What's really going on with you? What happened?" "I was just thinking." Madara stared vacantly at the two clans locked in a life-or-death struggle in the distance. "I was just thinking, what exactly are we doing here?" Hashirama was caught off guard, and when he finally understood, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "Don't tell me you're starting to—" "Yeah." Madara raised his blade defensively between them. "If either one of us truly had the resolve to kill the other, maybe this war between our clans would have ended long ago, with one side's victory." Slowly, a look of surprise dawned on Hashirama's face. "But didn't we agree? We were going to build a better, new shinobi world together. Why are you—" Ever since Kamui came back, Madara had returned to the battlefield again and again, but he couldn't help recalling what Shakuhachi had said that day. After the right knee was shattered, it was never properly treated, so when it finally healed, it was deformed and couldn't bear weight anymore. Most of the chakra pathways were precisely severed, and since too much time has passed, connecting them again will be quite troublesome. Kamui had suffered inhuman treatment in the Hyuga household, while Madara and Hashirama were still fighting their mock battles. It was laughable, really. He'd been far too naive. "Damn it. Hashirama, if I die by your hand, you'll still see that dream through, won't you?" "What are you talking about? What's really going on?" Ignoring Hashirama's questions, Madara went on. "If you died by my hand, I'd still carry on with that dream." Madara's eyes drifted to Izuna in the distance, locked in a desperate struggle against Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama. From the moment Izuna set foot on the battlefield, he was visibly excited, something Tobirama had noticed the very first time he saw him that day. With Kamui's return, Izuna was overjoyed, so much so that he carried that happiness with him into the fray. Tobirama found Izuna's demeanor hard to stomach. Armed with his activated Sharingan and skilled in Genjutsu, Izuna often used these abilities against Tobirama. After falling prey to Izuna's illusions more than once, Tobirama had suffered for it. Most of the sword wounds on his body were Izuna's handiwork. "So happy, are you? Careful you don't leave laughing and come back crying," Tobirama muttered, his own mood soured by Izuna's visible delight. To maintain his own sense of balance, Tobirama believed that if he was happy, then Izuna's joy would have to fade. But Izuna was not so easily ruffled by Tobarama's barbs. Instead, he flashed a broad, toothy grin, 8 perfect teeth on full display. After an explosive clash of ninjutsu, they switched to close-quarters combat, blades slashing, steel meeting steel, sending showers of sparks flying. Exchanging blows while trading barb remarks seemed to have become their unspoken ritual over the years. Of course, their banter was never kind. Each word aimed to outdo the other. Feeling Tobarama press down hard with his blade, Izuna caught the blow with both wrists and, grinning, taunted because Kamui is back. Kamui is wonderful, kind and handsome. I have him, but you don't. The words made Tobarama twitch with irritation. He didn't know who Kamui was, nor did he care to find out. Steel clashed several more times with a series of sharp clangs. Tobarama retorted, "What good is a man's good looks? Just because he's handsome doesn't mean he can fight. As for being kind," he scoffed, "what's the use of a man being gentle anyway?" At that, Izuna's expression darkened. Kamui had once been the strongest of the three in taijutsu, but now, seizing the brief moment of distraction, Tobarama flashed through several hand seals. Suddenly, a water dragon erupted from the ground, its gaping maw lunging straight for Izuna, intent on swallowing him whole. Madara, witnessing the ambush, rushed in an instant, countering with a mighty fire release. The roaring flames evaporated Tobarama's water dragon into a cloud of steam. Water failed to extinguish fire this time. Even the so-called elemental advantage was meaningless when faced with such overwhelming force. Tobarama had never had a good impression of Madara. In his eyes, all Uchiha were madmen, none more so than Madara, who constantly stoked his elder brother's emotions and was a perpetual nuisance. "Brother," Izuna called out, "this guy is as cunning as they come. Be extra careful when you fight him," Madara warned. Izuna, feeling a bit sheepish, stuck out his tongue. But with Madara at his side, he immediately regained his confidence. He shot Tobarama a contemptuous glare, hurling threat after threat across the battlefield. Hashirama, who had chased after them, tried to speak with Madara, but Madara turned away without hesitation. This battle raged on for 3 days, and with the Uzumaki clan joining in, the Senju clan finally gained the upper hand. After returning to the Senju clan's territory, everyone was celebrating their victory. Everyone except Hashirama, who was feeling quite down. He sat alone in a corner, sighing deeply at the moon. Tobarama declined the sake Rina Uzumaki offered, and walked over to check on his brother. It was rare to see Hashirama this despondent. Sensing his brother take a seat beside him, he finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. "Do you think Madara is suffering too?" Tobarama was baffled for a moment, but thinking back on everything that had happened, he could more or less guess what this was about. "I may not like the Uchiha," he replied, "but honestly, for both you and him, this can't be easy. It's tough enough to forge a friendship across enemy lines. Even the thought of it makes you realize how hard it must be." Tobarama managed a small smile, a rare warmth softening his usually cold features. He almost never smiled, except, perhaps, in front of his brother, when he could finally let his guard down. "Maybe it's for the best if you cut ties with him completely," Tobarama continued. "You both are destined to become clan leaders. Sooner or later, you'll have to face each other in a battle to the death." Hashirama kept his eyes fixed on the sky, not answering Tobarama's words. He refused to believe in the kind of fatal confrontation his brother described. If he and Madara both became the heads of their respective clans, the first thing he would do is reach out for peace, not provoke a fight to the death. How could it ever come to that? But what about Madara? What was he really thinking? Why was his friend so mercurial? He simply couldn't understand. Meanwhile, his broken leg and damaged chakra pathways had fulfilled their purpose. It was time to heal them. Chakra lines, some of them had already been reconnected with the help of Shiba. But Shiba was getting old, his chakra dwindling year by year. If they relied solely on medical ninjutsu to fully repair everything, it would take a great deal of time. And Kamui simply couldn't wait that long. Over these past days, Hashirama had focused all the chakra he could muster to open up the space. Shiba had managed to repair some of the chakra pathways, making it a bit easier to gather chakra and activate the space technique. Even so, he could only manage to open the space every few days. Since returning to the Uchiha clan, more than a month had passed, and Kamui had been used to open the space 8 times in total. Each time the space was activated, whether or not he managed to summon the character he wanted, the chakra would be drained regardless. And with each attempt, he grew weaker. Luckily, he had the perfect excuse. He stayed holed up in his room, claiming it was because his legs weren't yet healed. No one suspected anything out of the ordinary. Finally, after the 9th attempt at opening the space, Kamui succeeded in summoning Bien K once again. The first panel displayed Xiao Xiao, the beauty of Jiangdong. The second revealed by Qi, the god of slaughter. Just when he thought it was another round of empty hope, the image he had longed for finally appeared before his eyes. Bianke. At last, he had summoned Bianke again. There was no time to be excited. Shunwei had to heal all his injuries within a single day. In just one day, Bianke's abilities would disappear, and who knew how long it would be before he could summon them again. Repairing the meridians was an intricate and time-consuming task. Shunwei loosened the wide sash at his waist and slipped his kimono down, letting it pile around his hips. Though it was the depths of winter, the warmth from a brazier in the room kept the cold at bay. Even with his thin upper body exposed to the air, he didn't feel chilled. A cluster of chakra, glowing with a gentle green light, gathered in the palm of his hand. The sphere slowly grew larger until it enveloped his entire hand. The meridians in his arms and legs had already been repaired with the help of Chiba, but now only those in his torso remained. Pressing his palm to his skin, he searched. Slowly and carefully, he had to focus every ounce of his attention, extracting and identifying the chakra pathways from the layers of flesh, blood vessels, and fascia. For someone who was never a medical ninja, to begin with, any interruption would mean starting all over again. He had begun this process the previous night, right after dinner and a bath. By the time Shunwei finally finished repairing the last of his broken meridians, it was already noon the next day. During that time, Aksu had come to bring him breakfast, but he'd sent her away, claiming he wanted to sleep a bit longer. The light outside shifted from darkness to dawn, and by midday, sunlight streamed through the paper doors facing the courtyard. It took the place of the now-cold embers, warming Shunwei where he sat. He hadn't slept all night, his nerves taut the entire time. Now, as he finally relaxed, exhaustion crashed over him. He could barely muster the strength to move his fingers. After only a brief rest, Shunwei gazed distractedly at the daylight outside. There were just 6 or 7 hours left until dinner, which meant he had only that much time to heal his leg. To reset a bone that had healed incorrectly, the most direct method was to break and reset it. Even with Bianke's abilities, Shunwei himself had to wield them. He dared not use the pain-numbing technique. Dulling his nerves could make him miss something crucial during treatment. Now, there was no room for error. With every second ticking away, Shunwei knew he had only one chance to get it right. Deliberately breaking his own kneecap and then treating it. This required immense psychological fortitude. Being injured by accident was one thing, but waiting with eyes wide open, fully aware of the pain to come, was an entirely different experience. Shunwei rolled up the inner pants leg, exposing his slightly misshapen right knee. Clenching his right fist, he slowly gathered power, drawing on what he'd learned from the Hyuga clan. Channeling chakra through his acupoints to envelop his fist, increasing its strength several times over. With determination, he brought his fist down. Even with all his mental preparation, Shunwei couldn't help but cry out in pain as the blow landed. Boom! A muffled, agonizing sound pierced through the paper door. Madara was just about to knock when he heard the noise from inside the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he slid the paper door open. He wasn't even aware of how much force he'd used. He ripped the door open along with its lock. With a crash, the door was thrown to the other side. Bathed in the backlight, the person sitting inside slowly turned his face, and Madara froze in place. Kamuyui's hair hung loose around his shoulders. To keep himself from biting his tongue in pain, he'd clenched a lock of black hair between his teeth. He turned his head, casting a listless glance at the intruder. His pale face was slick with cold sweat. At the dim threshold, Madara stood there, staring at him in shock, tall and imposing like a guardian deity at the gate. Once he saw who it was, the next instant, "Get out!" The reprimand, neither too harsh nor too soft, yanked Madara back to reality. But Madara didn't obey. His steps were unsteady as he walked toward Kamui. His kimono was still piled at his waist, not yet put on. His entire back was exposed, with only a few strands of black hair covering part of it. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to get out." Kamui was furious, struggling to pull the kimono over himself with both hands. The very next moment, Madara seized his hands, his whole presence reeking of blood, his face as dark as an avenging spirit. Madara frowned deeply, his gaze fixed on Kamui's back and arms. With a gentle touch, his fingers brushed over the scars that crisscrossed Kamui's back. Just looking at those raised, newly healed scars, it was clear how deep the wounds had been. Madara could hear his own teeth chattering. His hands were trembling too. Who did this? Kamui felt Madara's fingers tracing the scars on his back. The shift in sensation almost made the pain in his legs fade for a moment. "I'm asking you, who did this? Give me a name." Madara roared, suddenly wrenching Kamui around to face him. Those scars stabbed at Madara's eyes and heart like a handful of shuriken. He felt like he was on the verge of madness. Kamui met the furious man's gaze, his emotions a tangled mess. Madara was waiting for his answer, but at that moment Kamui was calculating how to reply for the greatest advantage. The pain in his leg kept breaking his concentration. He frowned, cold sweat pouring down his face. Kamui bit the inside of his lip, determined not to cry out from the pain. To Madara, this looked like sheer stubbornness. Suddenly, Madara's red eyes shifted. The two tomo in his pupils spun wildly, and when everything stilled, there were 3 instead of 2. Kamui narrowed his eyes and drew a long, shuddering breath. Was Madara's rage so intense that it pushed his eyes to evolve? It seemed he really was in agony, truly, deeply shaken. What else haven't you told me? Madara demanded, his voice rough. He thought he knew it all, but now it was clear. Kamui still hid more wounds than he could guess. These crisscrossing scars were clearly made one by one with a sharp blade. Would they have bothered to numb Kamui's pain before hurting him? The very thought was impossible. Kamui must have been fully conscious, feeling every cut, enduring that slicing agony from start to finish. How could they? How could anyone use such tormenting methods? How could they? That bastard said you were just a little restricted, that's all. He never mentioned you'd suffered like this. Damn it, he lied to me. Kamui's legs throbbed with pain, leaving him little energy to pay attention to whatever Madara was saying. What else did they do to you, Kamui? Tell me, you have to tell me now. Madara's face, twisted with anguish, loomed in front of Kamui. Kamui forcefully shoved off Madara's restraining hands and pulled his kimono back up. The fabric hid the scars completely. Kamui pressed his lips together and forced himself to smile. What difference would it make if you knew? Didn't you already swear to destroy the Hyuga for me? In that case, whether I say it or not, what does it change? He turned his face, meeting the 3-tomo gaze in Madara's eyes, his voice growing weaker. Telling you would only add another person to the pain. I've already lived through those wounds. Now, they no longer itch or ache. There's no need to speak of them. Kamui watched Madara's face twist with guilt, pain, and rage. He knew that the more he acted as if he cared about Madara's feelings, the deeper Madara's guilt toward him would grow. Although it was Madara who sent him to the Hyuga, to say Madara was heartless would not be fair, not from an objective point of view. Kamui observed as Madara bowed his head in misery before him, like a sinner forever unable to find forgiveness. A satisfied smile curled Kamui's lips. Yes, just like that. Live on with endless guilt and the burden to atone for me. Become a tool in my hands. After having my fate controlled by others, I will climb to the very pinnacle of the shinobi world. I will make the rules of the game. All of your fates, everyone's fate, will be mine to command. That's the reason I spared your life. Uchiha Madara. Kamui had no time to waste arguing with Madara. He told him to leave, but Madara stubbornly refused. Like a sulking child, Madara simply refused to leave the room. Kamui had hoped to avoid exposing himself in front of others, but as time slipped away, he could no longer afford to worry about that. Madara, look behind you. Hearing this, Madara really did twist around to look. The moment his head turned, a sharp blow landed at the base of his neck. Madara didn't even have time to be surprised before he toppled straight down onto the tatami floor. Kamui shot him a disdainful glare. That's what you get for not listening. With Madara sprawled out, reeking of blood and dust, Kamui knew he had to race against the clock to piece the shattered bones back together, restoring them to their rightful form. Madara has returned, which means Izuna will be back soon as well. Once the child arrives, he truly won't be able to do anything at all. This operation lasted from noon until dusk, when the startled cries of crows sent the little sparrows fluttering from their perch on the old tree in the courtyard. Kamui finally managed to heal his own leg. He was overjoyed and hurried to his feet, taking a few tentative steps. After limping for more than a year, moving normally again felt strangely unfamiliar, even to himself. Yet whether he tried hopping or a side kick, his leg could handle it all. He really had recovered to how he was before. Izuna arrived just in time to witness Kamui practicing a side kick. He stood dumbfounded at the doorway for a long while, then pointed at Kamui's leg and exclaimed in wonder. It just suddenly got better? The way he used suddenly was quite apt. Kamui smiled awkwardly. I really have to thank Grandpa Shakuhachi for his treatment. They had been away for more than 10 days, and in that time, Grandpa Shakuhachi had healed Kamui's leg. Izuna didn't doubt it for a moment. Besides being happy for Kamui, he was also deeply impressed by Shakuhachi's medical ninjutsu. Izuna took a few steps inside and spotted Madara, sprawled out asleep beside the low table, oblivious to the world. He pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. I was just wondering where my brother had gone, and it turns out he's hiding in your room, sleeping. Father couldn't find him, so he gave all of Madara's chores to me instead. Though he grumbled, Remembering Madara was still injured made it impossible for Izuna to keep complaining. He sat down beside Madara and gently brushed his brother's unruly bangs to the side. He smiled faintly and said to Kamui, "It's a relief you made it back safely. You have no idea what my brother has gone through these years." Kamui's gaze dimmed. He looked up at Izuna, whose eyes glowed with both relief and affection, fixed on Madara's sleeping face. "My brother has trained relentlessly, day and night, just to keep his promise to you. He wants to protect his younger brothers and to protect our clan. These past 4 years, he hasn't had a single good night's sleep. So many times, I'd wake in the middle of the night and find him sitting alone in the courtyard, lost in thought." Izuna chuckled softly and added, "It's always the same spot, the place where you two used to spar. My brother would just sit there, leaning against the wooden post. I always wondered if he was thinking of you, worrying whether you were doing well in the Hyuga household, whether anyone was bullying you." Listening to Izuna's words, Kamui felt uncomfortable all over. He didn't know how to look at Izuna, nor at Madara, fast asleep. "In truth, my brother has many injuries now. Not long ago, he even ruined his own stomach, and it still hasn't healed." Why is that?" Kamui blurted out the question, but instantly regretted it. His instincts told him this had something to do with himself, and Izuna's next words confirmed it. "In order to force their father to agree to his journey to the Hyuga clan to bring you back." As the 4-year period drew to a close, Taijima and Hyuga Ryuku met once more. The peace of these 4 years had meant a great deal to both sides, so they wished to extend it. Distrustful by nature, neither was at ease without a hostage as leverage. So, they discussed prolonging the time the hostages would remain in each other's territories. This came to Madara's attention. At the time, he had just finished a war with a minor clan, a people as stubborn as they were fierce. Though the Uchiha emerged victorious, wiping out their foes entirely, their own situation was far from ideal. During the enemy's desperate last onslaught, Madara himself was wounded. Wounded as he was, he went to negotiate with his father, Taijima. Taijima wanted nothing to do with him, so Madara simply sat outside the study, refusing food and water, keeping silent vigil. No matter how Taijima scolded him for acting out of impulse, Madara paid no heed. Whenever he spoke, it was always the same words: "Let me go bring Kamui back. The day we promised him draws near." Seeing his son like this, Taijima was enraged. He took up the soft whip he'd never used before, lashing Madara again and again. Even as his clothes were torn to shreds and his flesh split open, Madara never flinched, never uttered a word of surrender. For days, Madara refused food and water, and would not allow anyone to tend his wounds. Taijima, determined to stamp out his son's defiance, hoped this would make Madara give up. But this time, Madara was as unmovable as iron, his resolve unshakable. Even when he fainted, the first words from his lips upon waking were the same as before. "Let me go bring Kamui back. The day we promised him draws near." Madara's stubbornness never wavered. As he watched his most beloved son driven nearly to ruin, Taijima could not truly allow him to be destroyed. In the end, it was Taijima who gave in. "Even now, the welts on my brother's back haven't healed. When father forbade anyone to treat him, he truly went without medicine. The wounds became inflamed, and every time they were nearly healed, another battle would tear them open. You know my brother's nature." Kamui frowned, lowering his gaze to the tatami where Madara lay sleeping. When he went to bring him back, Madara was still carrying those wounds. Izuna watched Kamui's pained expression and sighed inwardly. Madara had never wanted these things spoken of, but now Kamui had returned, and there was clearly a distance between him and Madara. This coldness wounded Madara deeply, but he kept all his pain hidden in his heart. Yet if you bury your feelings, how can anyone know you're suffering? Izuna could not bear to see his brothers drift so far apart. Madara forbade him from speaking, but this time he would say what needed to be said. "Kamui, your brother truly thinks about you all the time. I may not know why things have grown distant between you two, but I can promise you this. He's still the same brother as before. His feelings for us have never changed." Kamui could hardly listen any longer. He waved his hand, motioning for Izuna to leave. Ever since returning to the clan grounds, Izuna had been rushing about non-stop. Now, tired, worn out, and hungry, he didn't linger once Kamui told him to go. He simply decided to head to the kitchen to find something to eat. At this age, a boy's body grows at a breakneck pace. No matter how much he eats, he never feels full. Izuna left, closing the paper sliding door behind him. Kamui's gaze fell on Madara, who lay sleeping. It was the first time, since they'd grown up, that Kamui had looked at Madara's face so intently. Gone was the awkwardness of youth. Madara's features now, though not quite as mature as in the time of the Fourth Great War, already bore the strong outlines of the man he would become. His face was striking, handsome in a way that most girls would admire, with a kind of charm unique to men. Usually, Madara's expression was cold and distant, giving off an air that kept people at arm's length. But asleep, his face softened, and unexpectedly, there was a warmth to him, almost inviting. The first time Kamui saw him at the Hyuga estate, he noticed right away that Madara seemed thinner than when he'd left. He hadn't thought much of it then, assuming it was just the result of growing up. But now he realized, while he'd been suffering at the Hyugas, Madara had been making things hard on himself back in the Uchiha clan too. Like an absolute fool, Kamui muttered, sniffing as he cursed at him. In the quiet room, Madara's voice, still rough from sleep, broke the silence. Because I made the mistake of promising to send you away, I don't deserve happiness. Kamui didn't know when Madara had woken up. He lay there, eyes open now, black irises fixed on Kamui with an earnest, sincere gaze. The sun had set, and the room was left with only a faint, lingering light. In that dimness, Madara lay quietly on the tatami, watching Kamui crouch by his side. Kamui was barefoot, arms wrapped around his knees, just as he used to do as a child whenever he felt wronged and hid in a corner to cry. Luckily, the darkness helped hide the expression on his face. Seeing Madara's unwavering, focused gaze, Kamui's heart softened, melting into a helpless mess. He hated being like this. Not long ago, he had sworn to kill Madara, but after hearing Izuna's words, he now found himself wavering. Even after growing up, Kamui couldn't forget all the kindness Madara once showed him. Across 2 lifetimes, Madara was the first person to truly care for him, to take his words to heart. And precisely because Madara was so special, Kamui's resentment for being abandoned by him only ran deeper. Now, it felt as if he were being roasted alive. Inside his mind, 2 tiny figures, one dark, one light, were locked in a tug-of-war. The white one pleaded, he was helpless too, you know. Back then, he was just a kid himself. What else could he have done? The little figure in black sneered. So, being young means you can go back on your word? Kamui knows perfectly well what matters most to him, and yet he still did what he did. The little figure in white spoke up again. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. He's already trying to make up for it. The black one scoffed. If making amends worked, why do we need the police at all? The white figure quietly asked, Kamui, what about your own heart? The black one burst out in raucous laughter. Right now, there's only himself in his heart. What's wrong? Why are you just staring off into space? Kamui shook his head, trying to banish the 2 quarrelsome figures from his mind. It's nothing. Are you still in pain? Ban was caught off guard for a moment. He lifted one corner of his mouth in a faint, amused smile. Where do you mean? Where? Ban's voice turned a shade lighter. I just got back from the battlefield. Everything hurts, but the back of my neck hurts the most. That was where Kamui had struck him with the edge of his hand. Hearing this, Kamui gave a sheepish smile. Ban seized a moment to press on. Why did you hit me? Did he really need a special occasion just to hit Ban? Kamui had wanted to hit him more than once, after all. But now wasn't the time for blunt honesty. He hesitated, then said, you were being too noisy, insisting I talk when I didn't want to. So I just wanted to shut you up. That reason. Yet Ban had no choice but to accept it. The light in the room dimmed further. By Kamui's reckoning, in another half hour, Bienkei's healing ability would wear off. Kamui fixed his eyes on Ban's face. Sensing Kamui's gaze, Ban, rare for him, let his smile grow broader. He clasped Kamui's wrist, the one resting on his own knees, and spoke gently. There was a time I didn't even dare to dream you'd come back. And now here we are, together in the same place. So, this isn't a dream, is it? It was a long moment before Kamui nodded. It's not a dream, Ban. I really have come back. That's wonderful. Kamui replied. Ban tried to straighten up, but the movement sent searing pain through his body. He let out a gasp and collapsed back down in defeat. He hadn't felt this pain in the heat of battle, but after a night's rest, it had become excruciating. Kamui truly couldn't bear to see Ban this weak. He rolled his eyes, pushed Ban firmly back down, and snapped, lie still and don't move. Ban looked confused. Why not? Kamui's brow furrowed, and his voice rose. Do you really need a reason for everything? I said don't move, so don't move. You're so full of questions. Fine. Whatever Kamui said went. At last, Kamui was willing to speak to him like he used to, finally lowering all his defenses. Even after 4 years apart, they were still the closest of friends and comrades. If it weren't for himself, if Uchiha Kamui had died in the war against the Kagaya clan, Ban wouldn't have had to suffer all this pain now. Could he understand it this way? Because of a person who was never meant to exist, just like the butterfly effect, his very presence is quietly altering the world as it once was. In that light, what right does Kamui have to resent Madara? With a faint sigh, Kamui gathered chakra into his palm once again. The glowing green orb was the only source of light in the room, drawing Madara's gaze irresistibly. He couldn't hide his surprise. Kamui, when did you learn medical ninjutsu? Based on what he knew about Kamui, of the three brothers, Kamui was the weakest when it came to both gathering and controlling chakra. Yet, medical ninjutsu demanded an exceptional level of chakra control. Compared to other jutsu, medical techniques required far more precision, one of the reasons medical ninjas were so rare. This doesn't really count as medical ninjutsu. Is it some mutation of your constitution? No, this is definitely medical ninjutsu, Madara insisted. The way Kamui used it was exactly like the methods he'd seen from other medical ninjas. Kamui shot him a glare. I said it's not, so it's not. Just keep your mouth shut. He decided never again would he let Madara use him as a walking blood bank. Get hurt, take a bite, drink a little blood. Light wounds healed, serious ones kept him alive. As if it would be so easy. Madara looked like he wanted to say something more, but remembering that Kamui had only just started speaking to him properly again, he thought better of it. Madara lay obediently on the bed while Kamui tended first to the wounds on his wrist and the back of his hand, those cut by Hashirama's kunai. Once the wounds had healed perfectly, Kamui instructed him to turn over. Take off your robe. I need to check the wounds on your back. Madara was startled. How did you know about those? Izuna told me. Madara was speechless. He narrowed his eyes, puzzled. Izuna had promised not to say a word. Why was he such a blabbermouth? Now that Kamui knew, there was no point in dwelling on what told him. Madara obeyed without protest. Even though Kamui had threatened to kill him during one of his unstable moments, Madara didn't believe he would actually go through with it. He slipped off his clan robe and turned his back, completely unguarded. Kamui thought, if I were to pull a black Zetsu right now and snatch out his heart from behind, Uchiha Madara would truly be finished. Aren't you afraid I'll stab you in the back? The question slipped out before Kamui could stop himself, and even he was taken aback. Anyone who truly meant harm wouldn't announce it so casually, would they? Madara pressed his lips together and chuckled softly, sounding genuinely happy. I know you won't. Now, it was Kamui's turn to be at a loss for words. Very few had ever seen Madara like this, perhaps only in front of those who made him feel safe or with whom he shared a genuine closeness. Would he ever let his guard down so completely? Carefully, he began to unwind the bandages wrapped around his torso. His skin and flesh were bleeding. Once the blood dried, the bandages stuck to the wounds, and now, separating them felt like tearing off a layer of skin. Instinctively, Madara clenched his fists. This! The pain made his brows knit tightly together. Hold still. Kamui snapped, tossing the blood-soaked bandages aside in annoyance. Chakra infused with fire flickered at Kamui's fingertips as he brought over an oil lamp and lit it. Suddenly, the lamplight flared to life. As Kamui caught sight of Madara's back, he drew in a sharp, involuntary breath. Old scars crisscrossed with fresh ones, whip marks overlapping in a tangled web. Taijima had used so much force that the flesh was torn and turned outward. Those lash marks were already over a month old, but because they hadn't been properly treated, they had started to fester. The wounds reopened again, and now, their appearance was nothing short of horrifying. Sensing the hesitation behind him, Madara could guess what Kamui was thinking. A faint smile faded from Madara's lips as he spoke softly. It's all right. They're just whip wounds. I'm strong, I'll be fine. If these get infected, they could fester and turn septic. You might run a fever that won't break. Don't you understand that? I do, Madara replied quietly after a few seconds. But these injuries are the price I paid to bring you back. For me, it was worth it. Taijima was his father. Lifting a hand against him was out of the question. Hurting himself to force his father's hand became Madara's only option. A ruse of self-sacrifice. Kamui scoffed under his breath. There was no wind, yet Kamui felt as if grit had gotten into his eyes. He was oddly irritated, and for no reason he could name. He pressed his palm, glowing with chakra, directly against Madara's split, bleeding wounds. The jolt of pain made Madara shudder violently. Madara felt the pain, and that, in a way, brought Kamui a touch of relief. Really, even if you hadn't done all this, even if you just left me at the Hyuga estate, I couldn't have done anything to you. Was it worth putting yourself through this for others? Kamui seemed lost in thought. He wondered if their roles were reversed, if he could ever do what Madara had done. Kamui, Madara called his name. Yeah? Kamui replied, distracted. You're not others. Kamui's hand paused in midair, and he looked at the back of Madara's head in surprise. Will these wounds leave scars, once they heal? Kamui couldn't quite follow Madara's train of thought. Was he, a grown man, actually worried about scars ruining his looks? Not that he could see them anyway. Don't worry. If it really bothers you, I can use my abilities now to erase those scars. It's not that difficult, Kamui said, and suddenly felt the urge to tease him. What? Are you afraid you'll scare off your future wife? Isn't it said that scars are a man's badge of honor? Madara smiled and shook his head. After a while, he spoke softly. Don't remove it. Just leave it there to keep you company, the scars on your back. There was no need for further explanation. Kim Yui already understood Madara's intention. Madara, in the end, still felt guilty toward him. Behind him, Kim Yui smirked with disdain. He did not heed Madara's words. Before BNK's power faded away, he erased the final scar as well. Don't even think about making up for it on your own terms. Uchiha Madara, you will always owe me.